Chapter 3449. You still can't see it? That demon commander scowled miserably, his facial muscles twitching as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of his flesh. He had a pained expression on his face. See what? Xiao Wu's frown deepened. That demon commander facepalmed. How could she not see such a clear situation? This woman is really stupid. He immediately explained. Those guys' target is your family's master. What? Xiao Wu was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. She fixed her gaze and indeed found some clues. The demon king that had flown out from the mountain peak was actually heading straight for Yang Kai's location. It wouldn't be long before they met. She had also seen the deployment of this group of demon kings. A group of fellows with ill intentions sneaking around and setting up an ambush at the peak of the mountain. Only a single demon king had rushed out. It was clearly a bait to lure someone into the trap. Now that the demon commander behind her had reminded her, she finally reacted. Yang Kai was their prey. Perhaps it was an unintentional coincidence, but it could also be intentional. If it was just a coincidence, then it could be said that Yang Kai's luck was bad. However, if it was intentional, then it meant that Yang Kai's previous battle record of killing more than 10 demon kings had attracted the fear of those demon kings, which was why so many demon kings had joined hands. But no matter what, her master was in danger this time. Xiao Wu couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She screamed in her heart, hoping that Yang Kai would change his direction or see through the enemy's scheme. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Yang Kai simply couldn't discover the trap in front of him. That demon king that had rushed out came face to face with Yang Kai after a dozen breaths of time. Xiao Wu saw that demon king didn't say a word and took the initiative to launch a round of attacks. After being easily blocked by Yang Kai, it immediately turned around and fled, turning into a streak of bloody light. Its speed was incomparably fast. It had no intention of fighting to the death with Yang Kai. It clearly wanted to lure him into the encirclement. This was a mid-rank demon king, and a blood demon at that. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai grinned maliciously as he chased after it. He didn't want to reveal his trump card until the final moment, so he didn't use the power of the space laws. Even so, his speed was much faster than the blood demons, and it wouldn't take long for him to catch up and kill him. But at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from the side. Yang! With a thud, an arrow appeared beside his feet. The arrow was 10 meters long and as thick as a child's arm. It was like an indestructible spear. The tail of the arrow trembled slightly and penetrated 3 feet into the ground. Demonic chi lingered on the arrow, emitting a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. It was obvious that the strength of the person who shot the arrow was extraordinary. Yang Kai turned his head with a cold expression and saw a graceful figure standing a few kilometers away. This figure wore black clothes and held a bow in his hand, the bowstring gently vibrating. Because of this unforeseen event, the fleeing blood demon also stopped and turned his head, frowning. His goal this time was to lure Yang Kai into the trap he had prepared. But who would have thought that a variable would appear midway, causing his originally smooth plan to suffer a setback? Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. Looking at the feather demon who had shot the arrow, the blood demon seemed to recognize him and felt a headache coming on. Continuing to stay in place wasn't a solution. After all, he was playing the role of being chased by Yang Kai. If he stopped and watched for too long, he would only expose himself, so he only hesitated for a moment before turning around and flying away. He had missed a good opportunity this time, but there would be a next time. However, if Yang Kai became suspicious, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The blood demon retreated decisively, so Yang Kai didn't continue to pursue. In any case, it didn't matter who he killed. Everyone in the blood fighting stage had to die. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, he recognized that the person who had shot the arrow at him was the feather demon he had seen when he first came in. A female demon king and a feather demon. Who else could it be but her? Reaching out, Yang Kai grabbed the tail of the arrow at his feet and pulled it out. He weighed it in his hand a few times to test its weight. Then, Yang Kai raised his head and smiled at the feather demon a few kilometers away. In the next moment, he raised his arm and threw the arrow in his hand in that direction. With a whoosh, a sharp light appeared at the tip of the 10-meter-long arrow. It seemed to be able to break through all obstacles in the world. Carrying a world-destroying momentum, it flew towards the feather demon. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the feather demon. Unexpectedly, the feather demon's expression didn't change. With a calm expression, she stretched the bow in her hand forward, brushing against the incoming arrow. With a twist of her fingers, the bowstring was pulled back in an instant. Then her body suddenly turned. By the time she stabilized, the arrow Yang Kai had shot was already knocked on her bowstring. At this very moment, Yang Kai was only 100 meters away from the feather demon. At the same time he threw the arrow, his entire body rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He secretly praised his good skill. The magic fluctuations emitted by the feather demon showed that she was only a mid-ranked demon king. However, this reaction speed and ability to adapt to the situation were definitely not something a mid-ranked demon king could possess. The force of his throw was enormous, but the other party had only used a slight twist of his body to dissipate most of the force. Such a skilled and daring person was also a rare talent, a fierce general that was hard to come by. He felt that he had somewhat underestimated this demoness. Knocking the arrow on the bowstring again, the arrow in the feather demon's hand shot out again. Yang Kai's momentum didn't decrease. His head tilted slightly, avoiding the disturbance of the arrow by a hair's breadth. His figure quickly closed in on the feather demon. As an outstanding archer, the feather demon naturally knew where her greatest advantage was. She didn't give Yang Kai a chance to close in at all. She didn't seem to move at all, but her figure floated backwards. With a twist of her slender fingers, one arrow after another appeared in her hand. She continuously pulled the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen arrows broke through the barrier of space, as if they were chasing the stars and the moon. They exploded in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai first avoided the first few arrows, but he was powerless to continue. The feather demon's archery was a level higher than he had imagined. Helpless, he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. As the law of space fluctuated, a pitch-black black hole appeared in front of him. Although he had used the law of space when he killed the demon race before, his methods were very hidden, and he wasn't afraid of being seen through. At this moment, with the appearance of this black hole, he was afraid that some of his trump cards would be exposed. But it wasn't a big deal. He had many means, so even if some of them were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. The black hole swallowed everything, and the last few arrows plunged into it and disappeared without a trace. After Yang Kai finished dealing with this, he looked up and saw that the feather demon had a stunned expression. Obviously, she didn't expect Yang Kai to resolve her killing move so easily. However, she was also a person with a calm temperament. The surprise only lasted for a moment before she pulled the bowstring again. This time it was very different from before. She actually stored up power for 3 breaths. When the sharp arrow whistled over, the arrow shone brightly and bloomed with dazzling light. Yang Kai dealt with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He stretched out his hand again, and a black hole formed in front of him. However, just as the black hole was about to devour the arrow, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. The 10-meter-long arrow suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered a large area. This caught the feather demon off guard, and she plunged into the black hole with a stunned expression. Asterisk ding ding dang dang. Asterisk countless crisp sounds rang out as the arrows shattered. Although there were many of them, their power was greatly reduced. Yang Kai pushed his vigorous emperor chi to block them all. When the sound gradually disappeared, he had already broken out of the arrow rain with cold air wrapped around his body. He grimaced for a while and disappeared from the place with a flash. The feather demon was still smiling and admiring her masterpiece when she suddenly saw such a strange scene. Her expression changed slightly, and without thinking, she turned the bow in her hand and aimed it behind her. It was at this moment that Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared behind her and punched with all his strength, but it hit the other party's bowstring. The bowstring groaned with difficulty and was severely bent, but most of the force was removed. The feather demon flipped a few times in the air and slithered to Yang Kai's side like a snake. Placing the bowstring in front of Yang Kai's neck, she placed the bow behind his head and pulled the bowstring back. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he reached out to block his throat. With a creak, a tingling sensation came from his palm. It was the result of the bowstring cutting into his skin. Although he knew that his life would not be in danger even if he was cut, Yang Kai still broke out in a cold sweat. This female demon king's reaction was unusually fast. He originally thought that she was a feather demon and would die in close combat. Who knew that her close combat ability was also so outstanding? He almost suffered a loss by borrowing the force of her attack. Exerting force in his palm, he flicked the bowstring away and lowered his head slightly to escape the grip of the strong bow. Yang Kai's arm shook and his fist smashed behind him. His fist smashed into empty air. It was the demoness who did a split and leaned back at the same time, narrowly avoiding the fist. Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw that the female devil's chest was high and his fist had brushed past the tip of her nose. From this angle he could clearly see the snow-white ravine on her chest. Not in the mood to appreciate it, Yang Kai lifted his foot and kicked out. The female demon king slid and circled around Yang Kai half a circle. Her body suddenly bounced back, and she twisted her 5 fingers. Another arrow appeared, but this arrow was only 3 feet long. It was clearly specially made for close combat. Moreover, the arrowhead was dark green. It was clear that it was poisoned. The bowstring was pulled back and the arrow was pointed at Yang Kai's temple, ready to shoot. The female devil looked at Yang Kai provocatively and jokingly said, "You're dead. Your mother's fart." Yang Kai faced her from the side. His expression was also playful as he laughed sinisterly. "You can try and see who dies first." Chapter 3450. As soon as these words came out, the female demon king frowned and looked down at her chest, only to see Yang Kai's 5 fingers forming a claw and grabbing her left chest. His fingertips flickered with a dangerous aura. Tisk. The female demon king curled her lips in displeasure. She was careless and let this guy get back at her. However, feeling Yang Kai's power fluctuations at such a close distance, she finally saw some clues. Slightly frowning, she looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked, "Are you the human that the Holy Senior brought back from Star Boundary?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You know me." The female demon king chuckled. "It is rumored that a human race master was treated unfairly and walked into the fire demon fall to become the demon race. There was no place for him in Star Boundary, and he was forced to follow the Holy Senior to Phantom Continent. It seems that it is you." This news spread really fast. Yang Kai had an unhappy expression, as if something shameful about him had been exposed. His eyes flashed with killing intent. The female demon king saw through his thoughts, but she was not afraid and said indifferently, "It is useless for you to kill me. Many people in Holy City already know. After all, you were brought back by the Holy Senior." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "What's more, if you really want to kill me, it is not certain who will die first." Yang Kai's eyes flickered for a while, as if he was hesitating and struggling. His face was fierce, but in fact he was thinking about who spread the news. He had only been in demon territory for a few days, and Yuru Meng herself could not have wantonly spread such a thing, so it could only be done by someone else. But what was the purpose? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the female demon king raised her smooth chin and shouted at Yang Kai, "Hey, you should let go." Hearing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and straightforwardly withdrew his hand. No matter what, for a grown man to put his hand on a woman's chest in front of so many people, it was somewhat unsightly. Seeing this, the other party's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he also withdrew the arrow. This strange scene confused the tens of thousands of spectators in the blood-fighting arena. Just a moment ago, these two fellows were like fire and water, ready to fight to the death. How could they coexist peacefully in the blink of an eye? On the contrary, Xiao Wu and the demon commander behind her both let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Seeing Yang Kai being stabbed in the temple by a highly toxic arrow, the two of them almost forgot to breathe, afraid that they would see a scene that they did not want to see in the next instant. Only at this time did the stone in their hearts fall down, and they both went limp in their seats. Just now it was truly thrilling. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at the female demon king, his expression uncertain. The reason why he had stopped so quickly wasn't because he had tender feelings for the fairer sex. It was because although the opponent's previous series of attacks were dazzling and ferocious, in fact, there was no killing intent. It was more of a probing factor. He also wanted to know what this female demon king wanted to do. Why didn't you stay in the saint's palace? Why did you come to the blood-fighting arena? The female demon king looked at him for a while, then suddenly asked. After that, she showed a look of realization. Oh, I understand. You came for that prize, right? She looked very excited and came closer. How did you know that there would be such a prize in the blood-fighting arena? Do you have any inside information? Can you tell me a little? Inside information, my ass. Yang Kai cursed in his heart and said impatiently, if you have something to say it quickly. Such a rude attitude obviously made the other party a little unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. Playing with the bow in her hand, she looked up and said indifferently, you owe me a life. Shouldn't you say thank you first? Yang Kai looked at her from head to toe, and a touch of pity appeared in his eyes. His mouth squirmed and he said, crazy woman. He turned around and walked away. The female demon king was stunned. After she reacted, she flashed and blocked Yang Kai's way. She looked at Yang Kai fiercely and said, are you scolding me? Get out of my way. Yang Kai stretched out his huge fist at her, and looked terrible. I don't like to hit women, but it doesn't mean that I can't hit women. If you dare to talk endlessly, I will take your life immediately. He didn't have any psychological burden to kill a female demon king that he didn't know. Killing a demon king here meant that there would be one less enemy in the astral world. The female demon king looked like she was choked. Her big eyes were wide open, and she was so angry that she laughed and said, do you think I am joking with you? Do you know that if I didn't stop you just now, you would be a dead man now? Oh. Yang Kai's voice was surprised, but his expression was calm. He looked at her indifferently and said, may I ask how I died? The female demon king said in a deep voice, you were lured into a trap. More than 10 demon kings surrounded you, and 3 of them were high-ranked demon kings. Do you still have your life? Yang Kai wrinkled his brows. He thoughtfully looked in the direction that the blood demon had fled, and then looked at the feather demon. How do you know? More than 10 demon kings, and 3 of them were high-ranked demon kings. If he was really surrounded by this group of people, it would be troublesome. At that time, even if he could kill his way out of the encirclement, he would definitely expose most of his trump cards. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yang Kai really didn't want such a situation to happen. He came to the demon territory for another purpose. Although Yu Ruming knew about his ability, others didn't. Yu Ruming also couldn't spread it everywhere. Hiding his claws would make it easier for him to act in the future. The feather demon sneered, are you afraid? Afraid? Yang Kai smiled arrogantly. This king betrayed the astral boundary and escaped from the hands of the great emperors. I was lucky enough to survive being chased by the astral boundary's fake emperors. I don't know how to write the word afraid. These words stunned the feather demon. Although she was from the demon race, she also knew what the great emperors and the fake emperors were. They were equivalent to the existence of the holy sage and half-saint in the demon territory. This guy in front of her dared to betray the astral boundary and go against the great emperors and the fake emperors. She was afraid that he was really bold. At that moment, she was too lazy to argue with him. She curled her lips and said, you don't need to know how I know. Anyway, in the current situation, there are people who don't want you to win the final victory. They have already started to join forces to deal with you. Yang Kai stroked the stubble on his chin and nodded slightly. If things are really as you said, then this king will owe you a favor. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to the holy sage's palace to look for me. If I can help, I will not refuse. He did not doubt what the other party said because it was meaningless to lie to him in this kind of place. What's more, the feather demon was good at shooting and had excellent eyesight. The powerful feather demon could even cultivate a magical eye technique that allowed her to see many things that others could not. Of course, the premise of all this was that she could survive this chaotic battle. Yang Kai did not kill her now, but it did not mean that he would not kill her at the last moment. If it really came to that point, who would care about favors? If you are dead, what's the use of your favor? The feather demon sneered. Then what do you want? Yang Kai glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. The other party saw something and deliberately came to stop him from falling into the trap. It was definitely not out of kindness, but something else. Let's join forces. Although the feather demon was a woman, she was also very straightforward and directly stated her purpose. You join forces with me? Yang Kai blinked. He pointed at her and then pointed at himself. The corner of his mouth slowly rose and his smile gradually widened. The feather demon's face was gloomy as she flew into a rage. Bastard, you dare to look down on me? Saying this, she pulled the bow in her hand and an arrow was placed on the string. She looked like she was going to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Sorry. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured for her not to be impulsive. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The feather demon gritted her teeth. The smile of this bastard in front of her clearly had a taste of contempt. She definitely did not see wrong. I am from the human race and you are from the demon race. Joining forces like this, I feel that it is very strange. Yang Kai casually found an excuse, but thinking about it carefully, with such a helper, it would save him a lot of effort. Perhaps he would not need to expose himself too much. Really? The feather demon looked at Yang Kai from the side. Her bright eyes were filled with distrust. Yang Kai raised 3 fingers to the sky and said with a serious expression, Really? The feather demon put away the arrow and snorted. You better not lie to me, otherwise you won't have a good ending. After pausing for a bit, she said, What does it matter if you are from the human demon race? In any case, you have already become the demon race out of the star boundary. Although you are not a pure demon race member, you already have a demonic nature. Sooner or later, you will become a member of my demon race. Besides, so what if you are from the human race? This old lady will join forces with you. I will beat anyone who refuses to obey. Good. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. He rubbed his head and said, I still have a question. Speak. If you and I really join forces to break through the enemy, what will happen in the end? The feather demon pursed her lips into a smile. Her smile was filled with cruelty and coldness. Of course it will be whoever lives in the end who wins the prize. Oh. Yang Kai had a look of realization. He snapped his fingers and said, In other words, you and I will have to fight in the end. The feather demon looked at him playfully. You can kill yourself. In any case, you are not my match. Yang Kai laughed. Keep that confidence. You are the strongest. The feather demon looked unhappy. Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to her and said with a serious expression, Yang Kai. The feather demon frowned. After a while, she realized what was going on. She also extended her hand and said indifferently, Boya. Boya's hand was suddenly scratched. She immediately cursed at Yang Kai. Damn, you are taking advantage of me? Saying this, she quickly pulled her hand out of Yang Kai's hand. While shivering, she kept wiping her hand on her clothes with a disgusted look on her face. Yang Kai looked at Boya with a dumbfounded expression. You really like women? When Yang Kai first saw this woman, he wondered why a female demon king would sign up for this battle. Could it be that she had some kind of special hobby? Now that he casually probed her, he realized that things were really as he thought. This female demon king with a voluptuous figure and good looks really did have a unique hobby. Chapter 3451. It's none of your business who I like. Boya scolded angrily. She didn't show the slightest bit of shame, even though Yang Kai had exposed her private matters. Did this she-devil grow up eating shit? Yang Kai couldn't help cursing in his heart, but he was too lazy to care about her bad attitude. Turning his head, he glanced in the direction the blood demon had fled and said, Since you've seen through those guys' plot and deployment, you must have a way to deal with them, right? Let's hear it. How should we work together? The corner of Boya's lips curled up. She looked at Yang Kai playfully and said, Of course you'll charge at the front and attract their firepower. I'll ambush them from behind and shoot them down one by one. This was the simplest and most direct plan. It didn't guarantee Yang Kai's safety at all. After all, no one could guarantee that Boya wasn't in cahoots with those people. And there was no guarantee that she wouldn't shoot an arrow at Yang Kai when he wasn't paying attention. After saying this, she thought Yang Kai would refuse and discuss a better plan with her. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding and saying, Good idea. Let's do it. A hint of astonishment flashed through Boya's eyes. This guy's reaction was a little different from what she had imagined. Was he that confident in himself? The next moment, Boya felt someone pat her shoulder. She was shocked to see Yang Kai looking at her solemnly. Let's work together and cause a ruckus. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Boya's back. She had been hit before she could even react. In other words, if this man wanted to kill her, she might have already died. Was this a warning? Boya's brows furrowed, but she suddenly smiled. The stronger Yang Kai appeared, the higher the chances of them working together. She was really afraid that Yang Kai wasn't strong enough. On the mountain peak, a bloody streak of light appeared, revealing the figure of the blood demon who had left earlier. His face was full of helplessness. Upon seeing this, the demon kings hiding in the surroundings all revealed themselves and gathered around, whispering to one another. Several demon kings immediately revealed furious expressions. No one knew what they were talking about, but the demon race in the audience could almost guess the content of their conversation. It was nothing more than a failed attempt to lure the enemy and another plan. At this moment, a commotion broke out among the audience. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai and Boya in a daze. The man and woman seemed to have finished their discussion and were planning to join forces. They were chasing after the blood demon. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the previous encirclement. Xiao Wu covered her red lips with her hand, a look of disbelief on her face. The demon commander behind her reached out and grabbed his hair, grimacing as he wailed. What is he doing? Wasn't this walking right into a trap? Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. My demon crystal. When he saw a winged demon suddenly appear and stop Yang Kai at the crucial moment, he naively thought that Yang Kai was lucky enough to avoid such a trap. Who would have thought that the winged demon was also an idiot and actually followed Yang Kai into the trap? Did these two fellows think that their lives were too long? The demon commander couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was afraid that he would have a nervous breakdown. In the blood arena, Yang Kai's path was unimpeded. Boya was no longer by his side. This woman had already concealed her aura and was following Yang Kai unhurriedly for 5 kilometers. She couldn't easily expose herself unless it was time for her to take action. A few dozen kilometers were covered in less than a moment. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Kai meandered his way. Looking up, he saw the lush forest and the trees swaying in the wind, giving him a sense of danger. Using his divine sense, he found that there were indeed more than 10 Demon King-level auras hidden inside. 3 of them were extremely powerful, reaching the level of a high-ranked Demon King. All of this was consistent with the information provided by Boya. He calmly stood in place and looked around for a while. Xiao Wu, who was in the spectator stands, was so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. She kept wailing in her heart. Don't go in, it's a trap. The demon commander behind her also held his breath, staring at Yang Kai's figure without blinking, praying that he would discover some clues and leave this place. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, Kai Yang raised his hand to his mouth and called out loudly. Is there anyone? The sound waves converged and formed into a thunderous boom, causing the row of trees in front of him to sway left and right, the leaves rustling. The demon commander directly collapsed on his chair, looking weak and powerless, as if he was about to die. 5 kilometers away, Boya, who was slowly approaching with her body concealed, also had a dark expression. She couldn't help but slap her forehead. This guy, what the hell is he doing? With his shout, wouldn't the enemies lying in ambush all know that he's here? How could there be any surprise effect? Boya suddenly realized that cooperating with Yang Kai was probably a wrong decision. This made her have the urge to turn around and leave. In any case, Yang Kai's life and death had nothing to do with her. On the mountain peak, the 10 or so demon kings were still gathered together, seemingly having some kind of dispute. They were discussing left and right, but at this moment, they all turned their heads to look at the foot of the mountain, each of them revealing a look of pleasant surprise. They originally thought that after failing to lure the enemy, they would have to put in more effort to deploy. Who would have thought that the prey would actually take the initiative to deliver itself to their doorstep? This was truly a case of unstoppable luck. The 10 or so pairs of eyes quickly met, and in the next moment, one of the demon kings soared into the sky, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. The others quickly concealed themselves and restrained their auras. The Demon King dispatched this time wasn't the blood demon from before. After all, that blood demon had already been repelled by Yang Kai once. If he were to appear again, it might arouse Yang Kai's suspicions. Therefore, another Demon King took over the important task of luring the enemy. This was a malevolent-looking bone demon. There wasn't a trace of flesh on its body, and its bones were pitch black. Only 2 dim lights flickered in its eye sockets. Like the blood demon, this bone demon was also a mid-ranked Demon King. After all, according to the information obtained by these Demon Kings, Yang Kai had already killed many Demon Kings in the blood arena. If their strength was too low, they would only be courting death. If their strength was too high, they were afraid of scaring Yang Kai. A mid-ranked Demon King was their only choice. Diving down from the mountain peak, the bone demon arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few breaths of time. The bone demon's flickering eyes locked onto Yang Kai. It raised its hand and pointed downwards. A sharp bone spear wrapped in pitch-black demon chi shot out. As soon as the bone spear appeared, it was already in front of Yang Kai, seemingly ignoring the obstruction of space. With a swish, Yang Kai lowered his head and stiffened in place. He didn't move, but the bone spear had disappeared without a trace. Hit. The bone demon was also somewhat surprised. Wasn't this guy supposed to be very powerful? I've already killed so many Demon Kings along the way, so why is he so weak? He couldn't help but want to laugh. If Yang Kai really died at his hands, it would be a huge contribution. Thinking so, he didn't care about luring the enemy. If he could really kill Yang Kai here, why would he need to go through so much trouble to lure him up? Taking all the credit for himself was much more tempting than sharing it with more than a dozen people. His figure flashed and he pounced downwards. At the same time, he reached out and pulled out a pitch-black bone from his waist. The bone looked like a sword that had been polished to incomparable sharpness. It flickered with a dim light. Surprisingly, it was a high-quality demon artifact. Moreover, it was a demon artifact refined from the bone demon's own bone. Bone demons liked to do this. They would choose the hardest bone in their body and refine it day and night into a demon artifact. When facing an enemy, it would often increase their strength. With the bone sword in hand, the bone demon's killing intent soared. Clearly, he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai in one fell swoop. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised it slowly and grinned at the bone demon that was swooping down. This smile almost scared the bone demon out of his wits, because the bone spear he thought he had hit Yang Kai was actually bitten by this guy's teeth. It didn't have any effect at all. This is a fucking trap. The bone demon immediately reacted, but he was greedy for merit. At this moment, he was only 300 feet away from Yang Kai. It was too late for him to withdraw, so he ruthlessly swung the bone sword in his hand. Yang Kai grabbed the bone spear in his mouth and swung it diagonally. With a clang, the bone spear and the bone sword collided, producing the sound of metal clashing. It was incomparably ear-piercing, and a shower of sparks scattered like a mini meteor shower. Yang Kai's figure didn't move, but the bone demon felt an incomparably huge force coming at him head-on. It almost knocked the bone sword out of his hand, and his entire skeleton body flipped several times in the air due to this great force. As his vision returned to normal, he saw Yang Kai holding the bone spear and rushing towards him like a bolt of lightning. An indescribable sense of oppression rose from his heart as a sensational sense of crisis enveloped him. The bone demon's eyes flashed wildly as an inconceivable thought flashed through his mind. If he really gets close, I'll definitely die. In any case, he was still a mid-ranked demon king. Although he had accidentally fallen into a disadvantageous position, he wouldn't just resign himself to death. Suddenly raising his hand, the 5 fingers on his withered hand flew out and expanded in the wind, turning into 5 bone demons several meters tall. They formed an arrow-shaped formation and rushed towards Yang Kai, each holding a sword, shield, axe and hammer, giving off a demonic chi. These 5 bone demons formed by his 5 fingers all exuded the energy fluctuations of a low-ranked demon king. Moreover, they cooperated with each other seamlessly. The shield-wielding skeletal demon rushed to the front. Its huge shield almost covered its body, providing the most powerful protection for the other skeletal demons. The other 4 skeletal demons flanked it from the left and right. As they opened and closed their teeth, They made a crunching sound. Young Kai completely ignored them, as if he didn't see the 5 bone demons. With a loud bang, he met them head-on, directly crashing into the huge shield held by the bone demon in the middle. A violent force swept out, and the shield-wielding skeletal demon was unable to maintain its footing. Its body, which was tens of feet tall, was knocked back like a shooting star. The other 4 skeletal demons slashed down with their weapons, but only hit a string of afterimages. Chapter 3452. In the blink of an eye, the bone demon had lost sight of Yang Kai. The 2 dim lights in its eye sockets suddenly became much brighter as it spread out its divine sense like a tide, trying to find Yang Kai's figure. There was no one to its left or right, and there was no sound behind it. The bone devil stared at the shield-wielding skeleton demon that was charging at it. Its gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the skeleton demon and look behind it. The bone devil made a gesture with one hand, and the shield-wielding skeleton demon exploded into a rain of bones that flew backward like an umbrella, covering all directions without any blind spots. However, there was no one behind the shield-wielding skeletal demon as he had expected. The bone demon's heart sank as it suddenly looked up. The next moment, a dim light flashed in its eyes as it finally found the trace of its enemy. High up in the sky, Yang Kai dived down headfirst, spreading out his big hand to cover the ground below in the blink of an eye. A violent surge of Emperor Qi pressed down like a mountain, causing the bone demon's well-honed bones to creak. It desperately urged its demonic Qi to escape, but the terrifying pressure made it unable to move at all. This guy is really so powerful. Although it had long known that Yang Kai had killed many demon kings along the way, many of whom were mid-rank existences, the bone demon did not realize just how powerful this person was until it actually faced him. This was not a power that could be possessed by someone of his cultivation. The bone demon was powerless to resist. There was a loud bang. A shockwave burst out, causing the earth to shake. Even with a powerful spirit array isolating the outside from the outside, the tens of thousands of demon race in the audience could still feel the terrifying power of this palm strike. All of them showed looks of shock as the same thought emerged in their minds. Where did this guy come from? How come I've never heard of him before? After a short while, everything calmed down. Yang Kai stood in the air, less than a meter above the ground, looking down indifferently. Not far in front of Yang Kai, the bone devil had been smashed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. The dim light in his eye sockets flickered. Obviously, he was stunned by Yang Kai's attack. His soul was not steady enough. Even the few skeleton devils under his control were dancing unsteadily as if they were drunk. When he finally managed to recover, he felt the light above his head being obscured by a shadow. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai squatting in front of him, reaching out and patting his head, as if he was stroking an exquisite piece of art. In fact, Yang Kai's Emperor Qi had already broken through the bone demon's defenses and surged into his body, sealing his cultivation and making him unable to resist. As their eyes met, Bone saw the playful look in Yang Kai's eyes. The light in his eyes couldn't help but jump, and a feeling of doom swept through his body. If you tell me who ordered you to deal with this king will give you a quick death. Yang Kai lowered his voice and whispered in front of him. In this blood arena, more than a dozen demon king had gathered to deal with him. This was a big deal. Yang Kai did not believe that this was a coincidence. There must be someone behind this. Moreover, he had only been in the demon territory for a few days, and he had not offended anyone yet. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Bone Devil remained silent. Knowing that Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he naturally would not let Yang Kai get what he wanted. At this time, silence was golden. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess. You sang right?" Only this guy had shown such obvious hostility and killing intent during their first meeting. Moreover, Yu Sang was a half-saint, so he had the ability to do something in the blood arena. Bone Devil did not need to respond. When Yang Kai said that name, he clearly felt Bone Devil's soul shake. This made him even more certain of his guess. "Let me ask you another question." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "There is a female demon king called Boya. Is she with you?" Although there was nothing suspicious about Boya's behavior before, Yang Kai couldn't really trust her. It would be best if he could learn something from this bone demon, But even if he didn't gain anything, it didn't matter. He was just casually asking, so it wouldn't be a big deal. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Bone Devil's teeth opened and closed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Why talk so much nonsense? Do you think this king will tell you? He didn't know why Kai Yang was inquiring about this matter, but since things had already gotten to this point, there was no point in saying anything. He could only blame himself for underestimating the enemy and recklessly rushing forward. He hoped that these dozen or so people would be able to learn a lesson and avenge him. Yang Kai nodded and poured his Emperor Qi into Bone Devil's body. With a series of cracking sounds, all the bones in Bone Devil's body were shattered. The two dim lights in his eye sockets quickly dimmed, and he died silently. After dealing with this bone demon, Yang Kai raised his head abruptly, and without any hesitation, shot towards the mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. Halfway up the mountain, a series of fierce attacks suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Fireballs the size of wash basins burned fiercely, lightning bolts as thick as a child's arm crisscrossed into a net, and icicles and wind blades shot out, cutting the towering trees into pieces. Yang Kai seemed to be dancing on the Grim Reaper's scythe, his figure flickering left and right, always managing to avoid the fatal attacks at the critical moment. He climbed all the way to the top of the mountain without suffering any injuries. Without warning, Yang Kai punched out towards a certain spot in the void. A ghostly voice staggered out, its body like a phantom. It was a shadow demon. The shadow demon's figure flickered, but its eyes showed a look of disbelief, as if it did not expect its concealment to be seen through. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang shouted, "Come and die." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai rushed in front of the shadow demon and reached out to grab it. Space principles fluctuated and a pitch-black hole immediately appeared behind the shadow demon. The shadow demon's reaction was also extremely fast, its figure flickering and turning into thousands of black crows, flapping their wings and frantically fleeing in all directions. The black hole swallowed many of the black crows into the void, but it did not completely devour them, allowing some of the black crows to escape. The fleeing black crows gathered not far away, once again revealing the shadow demon's figure, but at this moment, the shadow demon seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, its aura fluctuating. Although it had escaped with its secret technique, many of its black crows had been swallowed up, so it had naturally lost Yuan Qi. For a time, it looked at Yang Kai with fear, no longer daring to rashly approach. But at this moment, a thick blood-red light attacked from the side, its killing intent soaring to the sky. It was the Blood Demon King, taking advantage of Yang Kai's unpreparedness to attack. It was unknown whether this blood demon was the one who had tried to lure Yang Kai into a trap before. The blood demon had chosen the perfect time to attack, just as Yang Kai and the shadow demon were crossing paths. Sure enough, it was able to create a miraculous effect, the thick blood-red light directly wrapping Yang Kai in the middle. In the next moment, the blood-red light's killing intent increased again, and a sizzling sound came from within. It was obvious that it had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it wanted to refine Yang Kai in this blood-red light. As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, completely wrapped in a blood-red sphere, floating in the air. A human face appeared on the surface of the blood-red sphere, which should be the face of the blood demon. At this moment, it was smiling sinisterly, full of killing intent. The surrounding demon kings appeared one after another, all of them staring at the blood-red sphere with indifferent expressions, quietly waiting for the moment when Yang Kai was completely refined and turned into a pool of blood. But soon, the expressions of these demon kings became uncertain, because the face on the surface of the blood-red sphere suddenly showed a stunned expression. Immediately after, the rolling blood-red sphere expanded in all directions, bulging one after another. Although these bulges quickly recovered under the suppression of the blood demon, it showed that the person inside was struggling with all his might. The bulges grew faster and faster, and the extent of the bulges also grew bigger and bigger. The expression of the face on the surface of the blood-red sphere also became more and more shocked. A powerful aura spread out from the blood-red sphere, as if a sleeping dragon had awoken. The surrounding demon kings all had solemn expressions. That face suddenly opened and shouted, "I can't hold on anymore." At this point, the blood-red sphere exploded, and a figure shot out like lightning. It was the furious Yang Kai, who seemed to be in a bad mood after being trapped for so long. His entire expression was sinister and terrifying to the extreme. The moment he escaped, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, grabbing a ball of squirming blood. After the blood-red sphere was broken, the condensed blood naturally flew in all directions, but the ball that Yang Kai grabbed seemed to be the key. The scattered blood gathered in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into the blood demon's figure. The blood demon felt like crying. He also didn't know how Yang Kai could find his vital point so accurately. Now that he was grabbed by the neck, he couldn't move at all. Heh. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. He raised the blood demon in his hand and looked at him at close range. Then he opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a ball of raging flames. Fire Dragon's breath. He had a deep understanding of the dragon race's secret techniques, and with the support of his golden divine dragon source, he could now use the majority of the dragon race's secret techniques. Apart from a few forbidden techniques that he couldn't use, in terms of the number of dragon race secret techniques he had mastered, even Great Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Xiu couldn't compare with him. After all, his source wasn't restricted, but Great Elder and Second Elder could only lean towards a certain attribute, so there was no comparison between them. A mournful scream rang out, as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture in the world. The blood demon in Yang Kai's hand struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Under the continuous burning of the dragon fire, his vitality was rapidly evaporating. In less than 3 breaths of time, the blood demon had become a charred corpse. Yang Kai casually threw the charred corpse to the side, turned around, and stared at the shadow demon that he had previously injured. It was better to break 1 finger than injure 10. The shadow demon was good at concealment and assassination. If he didn't get rid of it in one go, it would definitely cause a lot of interference. Chapter 3453. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze sweep over him, the shadow demon knew that the situation was far from good. He had just been heavily injured by Yang Kai when he was at his peak, and now that he was injured, he was even less likely to be a match for him. As such, as soon as he sensed Yang Kai's killing intent, he wanted to retreat. But when their eyes met, he was shocked to discover that there was a golden vertical line in Kai Yang's left eye. This vertical line was filled with majesty and terror, capable of shaking one's mind and soul. Demon Eye of Annihilation. In that brief moment of hesitation, he had missed the best opportunity to escape. A saber light suddenly slashed out from Yang Kai's left eye, silently tearing through the shadow demon's knowledge sea defenses and slashing into his knowledge sea. The Demon Eye of Annihilation combined with the soul-severing saber, or the blossoming lotus secret technique, was simply unstoppable. Before Yang Kai had reached this level of strength, he had used this combination countless times to deal with powerful enemies, each time achieving miraculous results. Now that he was facing a heavily injured shadow demon, it was naturally easy for him to use this combination. The soul-severing saber light, which had been activated with the heaven-severing saber secret technique, contained boundless power. The shadow demon felt a tearing pain in his knowledge sea, causing him to howl miserably and stop the escape technique he was about to use. Forcefully enduring the heart-wrenching pain and stabilizing his soul, he finally had a chance to catch his breath, but before he could do so, a shout entered his ears. "Be careful! Quickly retreat!" Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of him, the myriad sword in his hand slashing out in a cross-shaped slash. The shadow demon froze in place, his entire body frozen in place. With a crash, the shadow demon's body shattered like a falling building block, his vitality quickly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-ranked demon kings had fallen. On the mountain peak, all the demon kings who were still alive felt their blood run cold. They had never seen such a valiant person before. Truly terrifying. Yang Kai held the myriad sword at an angle, his playful gaze sweeping over the demon kings one after another, filled with aggression. The corner of his mouth curled up, seemingly excited as he said, "Killing makes one happy. I hope you can give this king even more pleasure." Dang 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 dang. Several low-ranked demon kings couldn't help but take a few steps back, their expressions changing. This guy was a complete madman. A flame demon took a step forward, his body blazing. He said coldly, "A group of trash. What are you afraid of him for?" He's all alone. This was one of the 3 high-ranked demon kings. He believed that if he went all out, he could do what Yang Kai had just done, so naturally he wasn't afraid. With so many demon kings working together, how could they not take down a mere person? The other party was just bluffing. Another high-ranked demon king also took a step forward, his body brimming with blood energy. He was also a blood demon. He said indifferently, "Let's do it." Just as he finished speaking, a cloud of sand suddenly rose from the ground, forming a terrifying sandstorm in an extremely short period of time. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to completely trap and kill Yang Kai. The last high-ranked demon king had already made his move. The sandstorm whistled over, every grain of sand filled with abundant demonic yuan, possessing extremely powerful killing power. Yang Kai could have dodged, but he didn't move at all, allowing the sandstorm to wrap around him. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if he was waiting for something. A streak of light suddenly shot over from 10 li away. It was as fast as lightning, and when everyone was caught off guard, it pierced through the sandstorm. Not only that, this streak of light accurately shot into the head of a low-ranked demon king, the berserk energy directly blasting that low-ranked demon king's head to pieces. She finally made her move. Yang Kai turned his head to look in the direction of the streak of light, his heart greatly calming down. At this time, if Boya still didn't make her move, it would mean that this woman was in cahoots with these people in front of him. Then he would have many things to guard against. Being targeted by a mid-ranked demon king from such a distance was definitely not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, Boya didn't disappoint him. And the reason why this woman had waited until now to make her move and hadn't made a sound before was probably because she wanted to see his ability. If he couldn't even last 1 or 2 rounds, then she would definitely have immediately fled and wouldn't have shown herself. Killing 2 mid-ranked demon kings with lightning speed made Boya believe that Yang Kai had the qualifications to cooperate with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Being targeted by a mid-ranked demon king from such a distance was definitely not a good thing. But if this feathered demon was a companion, then it would be a lot easier. At this time, a furious roar suddenly came from within the sandstorm, as if a wounded beast was howling in grief. This high-ranked demon king Sand Demon wanted to trap and kill Yang Kai with the sandstorm, but he was sneak-attacked by Boya. Even if his life wasn't in danger, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Just by looking at that sandstorm, one could feel his anger and pain. The sudden death of that low-ranked demon king also shocked everyone, and they all turned to look at the source of the light. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai wasn't fighting alone. He actually had an ally. And it was a feather demon that gave them a headache. How could he have an ally? Wasn't he the human that the sage had brought in from the outside? He had only been in the holy city for a few days, so where did he find such a helper? It should be that bitch Boya. Someone suddenly realized, immediately understanding the identity of that feather demon in the distance. Even if they didn't see Boya's shadow, feather demons were already rare, and mid-ranked demon king feather demons were even rarer. Only Boya could have participated in this chaotic battle. Damn it. I think she's tired of living. She actually dared to appear in the holy city and participate in this blood battle? What are the people of the blood fighting arena doing? A group of demon kings clamored at the same time. They clearly knew Boya very well and knew her famous name. Those low-rank and mid-rank demon kings couldn't help but move closer to each other, as if they wanted to find some sense of security. Even the 2 high-ranked demon kings revealed deep fear. Although Boya was only a mid-ranked demon king, as long as she put some distance between them, she was enough to threaten the life of a high-ranked demon king. In an environment like the blood fighting arena, she was naturally an incomparable headache. Just as the group of demon kings were in a state of panic, another streak of light shot over like a meteor chasing after the moon. Once again, it pierced through the sandstorm, causing the sand devil to roar furiously. With the previous example, all the demon kings were on guard. Sure enough, after that streak of light pierced through the sandstorm, it didn't slow down and attacked a low-ranked demon king. Fortunately, this low-ranked demon king was already prepared and promptly dodged. Otherwise, he would definitely follow in the footsteps of that low-ranked demon king. However, although he dodged, that streak of light strangely changed its angle and attacked another low-ranked demon king the instant everyone relaxed. With a snort, the streak of light shot through the low-ranked Demon King's head, directly shattering it. However, that headless corpse didn't immediately collapse. The flesh around the wound squirmed, as if another head was about to grow out. As long as the demon heart wasn't extinguished, the demon race wouldn't die. This low-ranked Demon King's vital point wasn't his head. However, it would take some time and a large amount of yuan qi to grow a new head. Even if Boya's arrow didn't kill him, it was enough to make him lose the qualifications to fight. Bitch. That high-ranked Demon King Blood Demon looked in Boya's direction with incomparable resentment. With a flicker of his body, he rushed out, clearly preparing to find trouble with Boya. As long as he could find Boya's whereabouts and either restrain or kill her, there would be no need to worry about the power of hidden arrows. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. While the sand demon Yuan Qi was heavily injured by Boya's 2 arrows, he punched out, breaking through the sandstorm and blocking the blood demon's path. The blood demon didn't even look at him. It turned into a streak of light, wanting to rush past him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it do as it wished. However, before he could stop it, the flame demon had already pounced on him. A pair of flaming wings spread out on its back, and raging flames wrapped around its fists as if it wanted to incinerate the void. It fiercely punched down and roared. Where do you think you're going now? Yang Kai frowned. He raised Myriad's sword diagonally and met the flame demon's attack head-on. With a boom, both sides retreated a dozen or so steps. However, the blood demon had already rushed out during this short period of time. It was too late to stop it. Yang Kai pursed his lips and glanced back. He hoped that Boya could deal with it. If she really couldn't, then he could only say sorry. In any case, they weren't that familiar with each other. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Boya wasn't idle. 3 streaks of light pierced through the void in a triangular formation. At this moment, the sand demon, who had been pierced through by 2 of Boya's arrows, finally couldn't take it anymore. It retracted its divine technique and revealed itself. These 3 arrows came at just the right moment, as if they had been predicted. They arrived right in front of the sand demon the moment it revealed itself. The sand demon's eyes widened. Without much time to think, it shook its body and exploded into a cloud of loose sand. It wanted to use this technique to avoid Boya's attack. Unexpectedly, the 3 arrows also exploded at the same time. Each arrow contained countless tiny iron shavings that mixed with the sand. The sand demon reformed its body once more, and even the iron shavings were absorbed into its body. Its entire body suddenly froze. It glared into the distance and roared. Bitch! Yang Kai was amused. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Boya's 3 arrows contained, he knew that the woman must have used some underhanded trick to make this high-ranked Demon King sand demon suffer such a huge loss. And that was indeed the case. After reforming its body, the sand demon didn't even have the intention to stay in place. It turned around and flew into the distance. Its body swayed as if it had been poisoned, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had to find a place to expel the foreign object that had entered its body, or its life would be in danger. A high-ranked Demon King was taken away by Boya just like that. Although it wasn't killed, such a method was enough to show how terrifying that woman was. Yang Kai wanted to keep the sand demon here, but the flame demon kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to free himself. He could only sigh and let the sand demon leave. Chapter 3454. Loud booms rang out incessantly as the energy in the blood-fighting arena became chaotic. Sand and pebbles were sent flying from the mountain peak, and after each strike, the mountain peak would shrink by several dozen meters. The high-ranked Demon King Flame Demon wielded a fire Sakura spear. Raging flames soared to the sky, and the spear's momentum was so great that it seemed as if it would burn the entire world. Yang Kai wielded Myriad's sword to parry, fighting fiercely. He looked incomparably fierce, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage in a very short time. He had no choice but to do so, not wanting to reveal too many of his trump cards. The two were engaged in a fierce battle, but the other Demon Kings couldn't interfere at all. Or rather, they didn't dare to interfere. In the distance, Boya was still eyeing them covetously. How could they let their guard down? They could only wait for the blood demon to find Boya's tracks and eliminate this threat before making any further plans. After a short while, An earth-shattering boom rang out in the distance. Looking over, they saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The Demon Kings were overjoyed. They recognized that it was where Boya's arrow had come from. Such a commotion meant that the blood demon had already found Boya and was fighting with her, perhaps even killing her. The flame demon fighting against Yongkai also relaxed. He grinned maliciously. You will die without a burial ground. Previously, with Boya lurking nearby, he didn't dare to use his full strength. Now that the greatest threat had been eliminated, he no longer had any worries. Flames suddenly erupted from his body, and an awe-inspiring demonic chi swept out, burning fiercely toward Yongkai. But at this moment, from the opposite direction, the sound of something breaking through the air came quickly. Along with that sound, an imposing aura locked onto him. A stream of light that emitted 5 colors broke through the barrier of space, and instantly blasted in front of him. The flame devil revealed a stunned expression. He never would have imagined that there would be an arrow coming from this direction. The energy fluctuations and method of this arrow clearly belonged to Boya. But what was the commotion coming from that location? Was Boya not there? In the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to think and instinctively dodged. Even though he was a high-ranked demon king, he didn't dare to take Boya's arrow head-on. How could Yongkai let him do as he wished? When this arrow came, not only was the flame demon surprised, but he was also stunned for a moment. But he quickly understood that this was probably Boya's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Although he didn't know what method Boya had used to go from one place to another, he didn't have to be too worried since she had the ability. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the flame demon was locked in place, and the expression on the flame demon's face instantly became one of shock. With a hiss, the 5-colored flowing light pierced through the flame demon's chest with incomparable precision and exited from its back, bringing with it a large amount of boiling blood that resembled magma. The flame demon roared in pain, the flames burning on its body becoming even more violent, revealing the fury in its heart. The surrounding demon kings, who originally thought that Boya was doomed and were about to step forward to help, all sucked in a cold breath. They all stopped in their tracks, feeling a chill run down their spines as they inwardly rejoiced. Boom boom. Another 3 arrows flew over. 2 of the spectating demon kings had their heads blown off without a sound. The remaining arrow was still aimed at the flame demon Yongkai was fighting. After suffering a great loss, the Balrog was already prepared. He could clearly see the trajectory of the arrow, and even though he was injured, it was not difficult for him to dodge it. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw Yongkai smile at him and growl, "Bind!" That feeling of having the space around him locked, as if he had fallen into a swamp, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The Flame Demon King's eyes widened as he desperately urged his demonic yuan to break free of this invisible seal. But before he could do as he wished, Boya's second arrow had already arrived. This arrow pierced through his abdomen, once again bringing out a large amount of blood that burned the ground. Both arrows hit the Flame Demon King's vital points. The tens of thousands of members of the demon race in the spectator stands cried out in alarm. They didn't know exactly what had happened in the blood arena. They only knew that the hidden arrows were incomparably accurate and terrifyingly powerful. Even someone as powerful as this high-ranked demon king couldn't dodge them, and was heavily injured. If there were a few more arrows, the Flame Demon King's life would be in danger. Before he could finish his thoughts, the third arrow had already arrived. That streak of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, its sharp aura aimed straight for the flame demon's head. Boya could clearly see that with Yongkai's help, she didn't have to worry about her arrows being dodged. All she had to do was unleash her firepower from afar. Seeing that streak of light getting closer and closer to him while he couldn't move at all, the flame demon finally panicked. Although the previous 2 arrows had injured him quite badly, they weren't life-threatening. If he couldn't dodge this arrow, he would really be finished. His pupils constricted to the size of needles as the scorching flames all over his body converged in front of him, forming a wall of fire. The arrow light poured into the sea of flames and pierced the flame demon's head with a thud. However, it only pierced 5 inches into his flesh and didn't shatter his brain. The flames condensed from the flame demon's entire body, weakened the arrow's power by more than half. The berserk power caused the flame demon's head to tilt back. Without waiting for him to straighten his body, Yang Kai had already raised his sword and slashed down. The myriad sword cut through the Demon King's protective demonic aura and cut into his neck. The head glared angrily as it flew into the air. Scorching hot blood spurted out like magma from the severed neck. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before quickly retreating. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he chased after the flame demon. The myriad sword transformed into a net of swords that enveloped the flame demon's body. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his sword, the flame demon's body had already turned into fine powder that scattered all over the sky. Thud. Only at this moment did the severed head fall from the sky, facing Yang Kai's direction. His mouth squirmed a few times as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't. His eyes were wide open as his vitality dissipated. He died with a grievance. In the spectator stands, the tens of thousands of demon race members were deathly silent. Everyone's mind was in chaos as they stared at the blood-fighting arena in disbelief. Yang Kai and Boya were both only mid-rank demon kings, but when the two of them joined hands, they were like a hot knife through butter, crushing the combined forces of more than a dozen demon kings. The battle had only lasted for an incense stick's worth of time, but 2 mid-rank demon kings had already died, 4 low-rank demon kings had died, and 1 high-rank demon king had retreated. 1 high-rank demon king had retreated, and another had died in battle. Such an unimaginable battle record had never appeared in the long history of the blood-fighting arena. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, 80% of the credit should go to Boya. It was her hidden arrows that had killed and repelled those demon kings. Apart from displaying his invincible might at the beginning, Yang Kai's remaining role was to attract attention and act as a target. But only Boya herself knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hit that flame demon so easily. That sand demon from before had courted death, giving her an opportunity to take advantage of. Of the 3 high-ranked demon kings, 1 had retreated, 1 had died, and the last blood demon had been lured elsewhere. How could the remaining mid-rank and low-ranked demon kings still have the will to fight? When that flame demon was crushed, they already knew that the situation was far from good. After exchanging glances, they fled in all directions without saying anything. Streams of light appeared once again, flowing endlessly. This time, even without Yang Kai's help, the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings couldn't avoid Boya's hidden arrows. Their bodies collapsed one after another, exploding into bloody mists without leaving behind any corpses. Only 2 low-ranked demon kings suddenly turned into streaks of white light, disappearing from their original positions. It was unknown what method they had used to escape, but Yang Kai's divine sense couldn't detect them. He couldn't help but frown. In the distance, a bloody light flashed. It was the blood demon who had left earlier. He originally wanted to look for traces of that bitch Boya, but who would have thought that he would only find a doppelganger? He immediately knew that he had fallen into a trap. After hurrying back, he was shocked to find that the dust of the battle had already settled. The dozen or so demon kings were nowhere to be seen, and the ground was littered with broken corpses. The blood demon's pupils shrank, almost suspecting that he was dreaming. He hadn't been gone for long, so what exactly had happened here? How could such an outcome have occurred? Below, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the blood demon with a playful gaze. The blood demon's expression was incomparably solemn, and a sense of crisis welled up in his heart. His expression changed slightly as he suddenly turned to a certain direction and shouted, "Boya, you dare ruin our plans? You will die without a burial." The response he received was a sharp arrow. Yang Kai immediately urged his space principles to envelop the blood demon. But to his surprise, the blood demon didn't struggle or evade. He simply glanced at him coldly before clenching his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what he was holding, but he turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just now, the 2 fleeing low-ranked demon kings had also disappeared like this. He had thought that those 2 had grasped some kind of mysterious escape technique, but now it seemed that things weren't as he had imagined. They had definitely used some other method to disappear. Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a contemplative look. There should be some kind of information here that he didn't know. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt an aura lock onto him from afar. Was she going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Yang Kai grinned. Boya was quite decisive. However, what was to come would come. Between him and Boya, one of them had to die. He slowly turned around and faced where Boya was hiding. His gaze was deep, as if it could pierce through the void. That aura, however, didn't erupt. It only grew stronger when Yang Kai was facing that direction. Yang Kai stood there casually, not a single opening on his body. Xiao Wu, who was watching from the spectator seats, turned pale. She had seen Boya's archery before. Yang Kai was simply courting death. Unexpectedly, even after waiting for a long time, Boya still didn't shoot an arrow. Xiao Wu's nerves were tense to the extreme. Inside the blood arena, Yang Kai could only feel Boya's aura gradually rising. Soon it reached its peak. That invisible energy actually caused his blood to boil. He immediately realized that he had underestimated this woman. Even though he had the space divine technique, he wasn't confident that he could completely dodge that arrow. As long as Boya shot an arrow, there was a high chance that he would be injured. Chapter 3455. Feather demons were indeed worthy of their reputation for being proficient in archery. Boya was a mid-rank demon king. As long as she put enough distance between them, the power she could display was even more terrifying than a high-ranked demon king. The mountain range was quiet. A gentle breeze blew, causing the trees to sway and rustle. At a certain moment, the sharp aura that had locked onto Yang Kai from afar suddenly dissipated. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of surprise, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Who knew if this was one of Boya's schemes? A moment later, Boya's figure flew over at a leisurely pace. Only then did Yang Kai reveal a meaningful smile. Boya stopped about 300 meters in front of Yang Kai. This was the safe distance she believed to be enough for her to deal with Yang Kai's sudden attack. She tilted her head and sized up Yang Kai. "You are a bit strange." "What's strange about me?" Yang Kai chuckled. Boya slowly shook her head and remained silent. The reason she didn't shoot that arrow just now wasn't because the two of them were working together. Since this was a chaotic battle, everyone was an enemy to her. Choosing to join forces with Yang Kai was only to make it easier for her to eliminate the biggest threat. It turned out that she had made the right choice. She had thought that it would be a bitter battle. But who would have thought that with Yang Kai's cooperation, the dozen or so demon kings would collapse at the first blow? She withdrew her arrow because her instincts told her that even if that arrow could really injure Yang Kai, it definitely wouldn't be able to deal with his violent counterattack. If things went wrong, she might even die here. This guy was definitely hiding his strength. Boya was even more certain of this when she recalled his previous performance. Thus, she decisively withdrew her arrow to avoid making things difficult for herself. "Let's negotiate." Boya pouted at Yang Kai. "What?" Yang Kai frowned at her. He didn't know what else was there to negotiate at this point. Fighting with real swords and spears was the only way out. "How many magic crystals did you bet on yourself?" Boya suddenly asked an unrelated question. Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, but he didn't hide it. 100 million. Boya immediately curled her sexy red lips and whistled. Her expression was as frivolous as it could get. Her eyes lit up as she said, "So many." "It's none of your business." Yang Kai snorted. What was wrong with this woman? Could it be that she was eyeing the magic crystal that he hadn't gotten yet? Boya giggled. "Give me half." "Why?" Yang Kai sneered. 30%. Get lost. Although he didn't care much about those magic crystals, he wouldn't allow others to covet them. What belonged to him was his. 10% should be fine, right? If you give me 10%, I'll leave right now. I really don't want to be your enemy, but I don't want to leave just like that. Just take that 10% as my reward for my hard work. Men shouldn't be so stingy. Boya smiled and said, "I really don't want to be your enemy, but I don't want to just leave like that. It's not up to you whether I'm stingy or not." Before Yang Kai could finish, he suddenly realized something and stared at her in a daze. "You can choose to leave here?" He recalled the two low-ranked demon king and high-ranked demon king that had turned into white light and disappeared. "So that's how it is," Boya said. "It seems you really don't know anything. Of course you can leave the blood-fighting arena." She then took out an item. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that it was her number plate. He also had one, but the number was different. Boya waved her number plate at him and said, "Then it's settled. I'll leave first. You give me 10% of the profits." As soon as she finished speaking, Boya turned into a beam of white light and disappeared from where she stood. "Who promised you that?" Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. "This woman is really good at talking to herself. I didn't have any intention of agreeing, and she actually left just like that. But this is also good. Unless it's absolutely necessary, he doesn't want to confront Boya. Her amazing archery skills are really a headache." However, after hearing her reminder, Yang Kai hurriedly checked his number plate and found that there was indeed an option to leave. As long as he touched this option, he would be able to leave the blood fighting arena. After putting away his number plate, Yang Kai looked around. He had killed quite a few demon kings in this battle. Unfortunately, the space rings of those demon kings had already disappeared. He had encountered such a situation before. Whenever someone died here, their space ring would immediately disappear. Now that he thought about it, the blood fighting arena had probably taken it away. This was simply a robbery. Yang Kai silently cursed. Every year, countless members of the demon race would die here, and their belongings would all belong to the blood fighting arena. How could he not make a fortune in this damned place? In the demon territory, Yang Kai was poor. The only thing he could count on now was the 100 million demon crystals he had bet. Otherwise, if he wanted to buy anything in the future, he would probably be unable to do so. There was not much suspense in the rest of the battle. Although there were quite a number of demon kings who had signed up for the battle royale, there were only 5 high-grade demon kings. Among them, he and Boya managed to kill one, force another to retreat, and heavily injure the last one. The heavily injured sand demon had probably already withdrawn from the battle royale. As for the remaining 2 high-ranked demon kings, they were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown if they had already been killed. As for those low-rank and mid-rank demon kings, Yang Kai didn't put any of them in his eyes. As long as he encountered one, he easily dealt with them. Those who were quick to react naturally retreated to preserve their lives, while those who were a bit slower could only rest here. Half a day later, when Yang Kai finished off his last opponent, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. The mountain range and trees disappeared in an extremely short time, and the spacious field once again appeared before his eyes. The audience was in an uproar. Xiaowu stood up excitedly, her face flushed red. He won. He actually won. In such a chaotic battle involving 70 to 80 demon kings, Yang Kai had actually survived to the end. This gave her a rather unreal feeling, and it was only now that she felt her heart settle back into her stomach. The demon commander behind her who had bet on Yang Kai was convulsing with laughter, looking as if he had gone crazy. With a bet of 2 million demon crystals and a 10 times payout, that was 20 million. For a demon commander, this kind of number was tantamount to a huge fortune. It was enough to support his cultivation to the Demon King realm, and then find a good set of equipment to arm himself. In the past, he had heard of examples of people getting rich overnight in the blood fighting arena, and there were quite a few of them. Only when it was his turn did he feel the wonders of this world. The Demon King in charge of the blood fighting arena went up on stage once again and said some polite words, while congratulating Yang Kai on his victory. Yang Kai keenly noticed that this Demon King's expression was somewhat gloomy, but it was hidden very well. He couldn't help but coldly snort in his heart. Those dozen Demon Kings had joined hands, and the blood fighting arena was most likely involved, or perhaps arranged by them. Although he believed that Yu Sang was the mastermind behind the scenes, Yu Sang was still a half-saint. It wasn't convenient for her to personally take action in the blood fighting arena, so she could only instruct others to do it for her. Now that more than half of the dozen Demon Kings had died, while he was still alive and kicking, it would be strange if this guy was happy. After a short while, Yang Kai was arranged to enter the blood fighting arena's VIP room, where he was served the highest quality blood wine. Xiao Wu stood beside him, glancing at him from time to time, her face full of worship. After spending a lot of effort to obtain victory, it was naturally time to collect the spoils of war. Thinking about the 100 million high-rank source crystals that would soon be in his hands, and he could also get Li Shiqing to his side, Yang Kai was in a good mood. This time, he could sell a huge favor to the great emperors of Flower Shadow. If he had anything to ask of her in the future, she probably wouldn't refuse. But what made Yang Kai feel helpless was that no one came to greet him after waiting for so long. Would the blood-fighting arena go back on their word? Logically speaking, this place was in the Holy City, right under Yu Rumeng's nose, so they wouldn't do something that would ruin their reputation. However, since the blood-fighting arena had participated in the operation against Yang Kai, they might not really do as he wished. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. If it really came to this point, he would definitely turn this place upside down. At that time, he would alarm Yu Rumeng, and naturally someone would stand up for him. He just didn't know if those guys could withstand Yu Rumeng's anger. It would be best to take the opportunity to drag Yu Sang into the water, and let Yu Rumeng deal with him. Thinking of this, he actually hoped that the blood-fighting arena would not keep their word and give him an excuse to take action. After a full hour, the door of the VIP room suddenly opened and the middle-aged Demon King, who had previously hosted the blood-fighting arena, walked in with a smile, cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Brother Yang. Do you know who I am?" Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. The middle-aged Demon King smiled and said, "I didn't know before, but now I know. Brother Yang, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "No need for pleasantries. I am waiting for my prize. Where is my prize now? Why can't I see it?" The middle-aged Demon King said, "Brother Yang, wait a moment. That human woman will be brought here soon." He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of disappointment in Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned, wondering what he was disappointed about. After a pause he said, "Before that, let's deal with another matter first." "What is it?" Yang Kai looked up at him. The middle-aged Demon King glanced at Xiao Wu and said, "Is this woman Brother Yang's maid?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. The middle-aged Demon King smiled faintly. "Then I must congratulate Brother Yang. According to our investigation, before Brother Yang participated in that chaotic battle, this woman bet 100 million demon crystals on Brother Yang. According to the odds offered by the blood-fighting arena, if Brother Yang were to win in the end, the blood-fighting arena would have to pay 1 billion demon crystals." Saying so, he took out a space ring and shook it on his hand, smiling as he said, "I have brought the demon crystals for the compensation." Xiao Wu's gaze was immediately attracted to the space ring, and even her breathing became somewhat rapid. 1 billion demon crystals, this was an unimaginable number. Although she hadn't contributed much this time, seeing Yang Kai win so much at once still made her feel proud. Chapter 3456. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "The blood-fighting arena is really rich. Since you've brought it, this king won't be polite." The middle-aged Demon King's smile didn't falter as he said, "I ask Brother Yang to hand over your space ring so that this king can inspect it." "You want to inspect my space ring? Inspect what?" Yang Kai looked at him calmly. What was this guy trying to do? How could a space ring be inspected so casually? Was he trying to pick a fight? The middle-aged Demon King was stunned for a moment before breaking into laughter. Looking at Brother Yang's appearance, "I'm afraid you don't know the rules of the blood-fighting arena, right?" "What rules?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong and raised his eyes to look at the door. The middle-aged Demon King explained, "It's like this. In order to make it easier for everyone to bet, the blood-fighting arena has always followed the principle of betting first and paying later. Of course, if you win, the blood-fighting arena naturally has to confirm whether you have enough magic crystals. Brother Yang, you might not be familiar with this since you're new here. In the past, there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They clearly didn't have magic crystals, but they still dared to bet recklessly, causing the blood-fighting arena to suffer a great loss. Since then, the lords in charge of the blood-fighting arena set this inspection rule. As long as Brother Yang has the 100 million magic crystals, this king will immediately pay the full amount." As soon as this statement came out, Xiao Wu's face paled. Others might not know about Yang Kai's situation, but how could she not? Not to mention 100 million magic crystals. Yang Kai didn't even have 1 million magic crystals on him right now. If someone wanted to inspect his space ring, how could Yang Kai possibly take it out? Xiao Wu secretly blamed herself. If she had known this would happen, she would have inquired more about the blood fighting arena. She didn't know much about the rules of the blood fighting arena. After all, she had never been here before, and had only heard about the blood fighting arena from hearsay. She had mentioned some things about the blood fighting arena to Yang Kai before, but she never expected that after winning a bet, they would have to inspect his space ring. If he couldn't pass this hurdle, he would naturally break the rules of the blood fighting arena, and wouldn't be able to obtain the 1 billion magic crystals. Is there such a rule? Yang Kai's face twitched as he glanced at Xiao Wu. Judging from her expression, he knew that she probably didn't know either. Either she didn't know, or the blood fighting arena was targeting him. It's always been the case. The middle-aged demon king gently nodded, looked at Yang Kai with a smile that was not a smile, and said, "Brother Yang, don't tell me you can't take out 100 million magic crystals?" Yang Kai sneered. What's a mere 100 million magic crystals? However, wouldn't this inspection be a waste of time? Can't your excellency make an exception? The middle-aged demon king smiled and shook his head. The rules of the blood fighting arena cannot be broken. This is my duty. Please forgive me, Brother Yang. Yang Kai coldly looked at him, and the other side didn't show any weakness. There was even a trace of aggressiveness in his eyes. Yang Kai immediately understood that it didn't matter whether the blood fighting arena had such a rule or not. They were just deliberately making things difficult for him. Yang Kai immediately curled his lips and said, "Since that's the case, this king doesn't want the 1 billion magic crystals. Just bring my prize over." The middle-aged demon king rubbed his forehead, seemingly having a headache, and said, "Brother Yang, you are making things difficult for this king. According to the rules, if you can't take out the 100 million magic crystals, then you will break the rules of the blood fighting arena. If you break the rules of the blood fighting arena, then everything that happened before will be null and void. I'm afraid that the so-called prize will also." Yang Kai suddenly smiled. He had been wondering why this demon king was bothering him about the magic crystals. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. It seemed that the blood fighting arena didn't want to hand over Li Shiqing. "Do you insist on this?" Kai Yang looked at him faintly, his eyes filled with eagerness. As long as the other side dared to say yes, he would immediately cause a ruckus. He could give up the 1 billion magic crystals bet, but he had to take Li Shiqing away. He absolutely couldn't back down. That woman had been brought to the demon territory for some time. Her situation wasn't good. Although she had been using a secret method to resist the demonic qi and prevent herself from becoming the demon race, who knew how long she could last? If it was too late, even if she was saved, it would be useless. The middle-aged demon king had a playful smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, the pale Xiao Wu suddenly took a step forward and said in a trembling voice, "That the bet was made by this servant. It has nothing to do with master." Shua Shua, Yang Kai and the middle-aged demon king both looked at her. The former didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while the latter's face was as calm as water. In Xiao Wu's opinion, as long as she took the bet, then Yang Kai didn't break the rules of the blood fighting arena. Naturally, the blood fighting arena couldn't seize the prize that belonged to Yang Kai. But if that was the case, she was afraid that she was doomed. A mere servant girl, the blood fighting arena could do whatever they wanted. Even if she was a servant girl in Yu Ru Meng's palace, it would be difficult for her to keep her life. But Yang Kai didn't want to do this. He was still hoping that the other side would give him an excuse to make trouble. Xiao Wu took the bet, so what excuse did he have? "Do you know what you are saying?" The middle-aged demon king had a fierce aura as he looked at Xiao Wu. Immediately, her pale face became even paler, and the scars on her face became even more sinister. Yang Kai's figure moved and blocked in front of Xiao Wu. His eyes were cold as he said, "Your Excellency is really awe-inspiring." The middle-aged demon king looked at Yang Kai indifferently. He was a little surprised by Yang Kai's reaction. After all, was a mere servant girl worth him standing up for? He sneered, "Brother Yang is also awe-inspiring." Yang Kai didn't bother to pay attention to him. He looked back at Xiao Wu and said, "It's none of your business. Move to the side." But Xiao Wu raised her head and wanted to say something, but when she met Yang Kai's eyes, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Yang Kai stood in front of her and stretched his neck. He glanced at the middle-aged Demon King and said coldly, "Since we've reached this point, then let's not hide anything. This king wants the prize that belongs to this king, and this king won't give up that 1 billion magic crystals. I'll give you an incense's worth of time to prepare, otherwise, don't blame this king for being impolite." Since they couldn't get along, it was better to tear off all pretenses and make a big fuss. The middle-aged Demon King chuckled. "Brother Yang, where did you get the confidence to act so atrociously in the blood-fighting arena?" Yang Kai suddenly said indifferently, 17, Tifiriske. "Your Excellency really thinks highly of me." These words were baffling and Xiao Wu didn't understand at all. However, the expression of the middle-aged Demon King slightly changed. This was because the number of Demon Kings was precisely the number of Demon Kings lying in ambush outside the door. This time, the blood-fighting arena didn't plan to let Yang Kai do as he wished. They kept forcing him in order to anger Yang Kai. Once he dared to make a move here, the 17 Demon Kings outside would swarm in. During the chaotic battle, Boya had cooperated with him to kill the enemies. At this moment he was alone. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape with his life from the hands of so many Demon Kings. At that time, even if the Holy Master knew about it, he wouldn't be able to blame him. Who told him to dare to cause trouble here? However, this guy's sense of smell was too sharp. The Demon Kings lying in ambush outside were hidden enough, but he still sensed them all. That middle-aged Demon King gently smiled and said, "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said indifferently, "Time waits for no one. An incense stick's worth of time isn't much. Your Excellency, don't you need to make some preparations?" That middle-aged Demon King faintly smiled and said, "This king doesn't need to prepare anything. On the other hand, Brother Yang, please conduct yourself with dignity." As soon as his voice fell, the atmosphere in the VIP lounge suddenly became austere. Xiao Wu nervously watched from the side. She knew that the situation was far from good. She was also confused. She had just brought Yang Kai out for a stroll around the holy city. How did things turn out like this? And just as the atmosphere in the room became more and more tense, suddenly, the patter of footsteps came from outside. At the same time, an aura that made Yang Kai feel uneasy quickly shrouded him. The aura of a half-saint. Moreover, it seemed familiar. This wasn't Na Yuesang's aura. Although Yang Kai had only met Na Yuesang once, he had a deep impression of that person's aura. Who was this half-saint? Where had he seen him before? Inadvertently raising his head to take a look, Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. This was because the middle-aged Demon King, who was originally looking at him with hostility, had wrinkled his face like a bitter gourd. He had a miserable appearance, as if he was extremely afraid of the person who had come. "Greetings, Master." An orderly greeting came from outside the door. It seemed that the Demon Kings lying in ambush outside were saluting. With a creak, the door was pushed open and a tall figure stepped in. The person who had come was wearing white clothes. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. He had a smile on his face and his eyes were bright and full of expression. He gave people a kind of evil and wild feeling. He was very attractive to women. Yang Kai revealed a stunned expression. He pointed at the person who had come and said, "You." That middle-aged Demon King hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Master." The person who had come didn't pay attention to that middle-aged Demon King. Instead, he stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "I said that we would meet again." Baizhua. Yang Kai finally remembered this guy's name. No wonder he felt that his aura was somewhat familiar. It turned out to be him. Back then, he had defended Roaring Tiger City with many experts under his command. He had repelled the attacks of the demon race's army one after another and killed countless enemies. The demon race seemed to have realized the terror of Roaring Tiger City, and specially invited a half-saint to come out. Who would have thought that this half-saint would just circle around the city walls, and then turn around and leave? Before he left, he even told Yang Kai that they would meet again. At that time, when that half-saint introduced himself, he called himself Baizhua. Later, when he learned that Baizhua was one of the demon race's 12 demon saint, Yang Kai understood why Baizhua decisively retreated. Other demon race members couldn't recognize Yu Meng, but he definitely recognized her. That was why he left so decisively. However, Yang Kai didn't expect that he would actually see Baizhua again in the holy city's blood-fighting arena. Insolent human, how dare you call master by his name? That middle-aged demon king immediately raised his head and angrily shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him and said disdainfully, "He didn't even say anything. What are you barking for?" The middle-aged demon king was furious. He raised his head and looked at Baizhua, only to see that he was smiling. He didn't get angry because of Yang Kai's rudeness. His heart skipped a beat as a bad feeling lingered in his heart. Master Baizhua and this human seemed to have a good relationship. Chapter 3457. What are you doing here? Yang Kai looked at Baizhua in astonishment. Wasn't this guy supposed to be in the star boundary? Why was he here? Baizhua turned around and sat down on a rattan chair. The middle-aged demon king immediately walked over and respectfully poured him a glass of blood wine. Baizhua gently shook the transparent glass, and the blood-red wine rippled in the glass, exuding an enchanting aroma. He smiled and said, "I am one of the overseers of the blood-fighting arena. Naturally, I can be here." Yang Kai's mouth opened even wider in surprise. "You are one of Yu Rumeng's people." Previously, Yu Rumeng had told him that the entire demon territory was like a broken mirror. There were countless fragmented continents, and each of the 12 demon saints controlled a different number of fragmented continents. They also had a different number of half-saint subordinates. Only now did he know that Baizhua was also one of the half-saint subordinates of Yu Rumeng. No wonder he recognized Yu Rumeng at a glance on the city wall that day. On the side, the middle-aged demon king's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. He thought that this human was really bold. Not only did he call Baizhua by his name, he even dared to call the holy sage by her name. This was going to be a good show. Master Baizhua might not care about what he said before, but this human dared to be rude to the holy sage. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But to his disappointment, Baizhua didn't react at all, as if he didn't hear Yang Kai's blasphemous words to the holy sage. "Yes," Baizhua smiled and nodded. "I am one of the many half-saint subordinates of the holy sage." "I see." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, grinned, and sat down on the chair next to him without hesitation. He looked at him with a smile and said, "You just said that you are one of the overseers of the blood-fighting arena?" Baizhua smiled and nodded. "That makes things easier." Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at the middle-aged demon king, saying, "This guy owes me 1 billion magic crystals. Not only did he refuse to pay, he even tried to embezzle my prize. Tell me, what should I do?" He was now fearless. Perhaps most of the people in the Devil Territory did not know about his relationship with Yu Rumeng. They only knew that he was a human brought back from the astral boundary by the Lord, so they were not afraid of him. However, Baizhua came back from the astral boundary, so he more or less knew how much Yu Rumeng valued him. In that case, it was not a problem to use his tiger skin as a flag. Moreover, since Baizhua had appeared at this time, he must have some understanding of what had happened today. There was no need for him to explain too much. Sure enough, Baizhua put down the wine cup in his hand and raised his head to look at the middle-aged demon king. "Is that true?" The middle-aged demon king immediately said, "That is pure nonsense. I beg master to ignore this person's nonsense." Yang Kai slammed the table and stood up. "Damn, you dare to lie through your teeth?" The middle-aged demon king glanced at Yang Kai and said, "This king is just following the rules." He turned to Baizhua and cupped his hands. "Master, the matter is like this. Brother Yang participated in a battle and bet 100 million magic crystals on himself. Although he won in the end, according to this subordinate's investigation, this brother Yang did not have the 100 million magic crystals on him. According to the rules of the blood-fighting arena, this subordinate does not have to pay the 1 billion magic crystals, and the prize does not count." Baizhua nodded and said, "That is true." Yang Kai glared at Baizhua thinking, did this guy just come to watch the fun? The middle-aged demon king was overjoyed when he saw this and cupped his hands again. "Master, this person has ulterior motives and intends to break the rules of the blood-fighting arena. If we do not punish him severely, I am afraid that the reputation of the blood-fighting arena will be destroyed." I beg Master to allow this subordinate to punish this person and protect the prestige of the blood-fighting arena and the holy senior. Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he heard this. He thought to himself, this guy is really sharp-tongued. He actually raised the stakes of a battle to the level of Yu Rumeng's prestige. It's not that serious. Baizhuo laughed and looked at the middle-aged Demon King. Have you checked his space ring? Are you sure he didn't bet 100 million magic crystals? The middle-aged Demon King said he didn't, but this person refused to cooperate. He probably doesn't have that many magic crystals. Baizhuo nodded when he heard this. It seems that the problem still lies with the 100 million magic crystals. Turning to Yang Kai, he asked, do you have 100 million magic crystals? If you do, just take them out and let him inspect them. Yang Kai wanted to spit in his face, thinking, where would I get 100 million magic crystals? If I did, I would have taken them out long ago. Isn't this asking the obvious? Just as he was feeling indignant, he saw Baizhuo wink at him and glance at his hand. Baizhuo then slowly picked up his glass and sipped his blood wine, deliberately showing his space ring to Yang Kai. His cultured and refined manner, coupled with his handsome face, made Xiao Wu, who was standing at the side, stare straight at him. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly smiling, reaching out to Baizhuo and saying, I remember, Brother Bai, you should return the 100 million magic crystals you borrowed from me last time. Baizhuo almost spat out the wine in his mouth as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. He really wanted to ask him, when did I borrow 100 million magic crystals from you? His original intention was to ask Yang Kai to borrow 100 million magic crystals from him. In any case, he would be able to return it later. Who would have thought that Yang Kai wouldn't play by the rules, and would actually play such a hand? One was borrowing, one was returning, the other was simply not the same concept. The middle-aged Demon King's eyes also widened. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Baizhuo, thinking, that's not right, right? Huh. Baizhuo forced out a smile and put down his wine glass. He coughed dryly and glanced at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. He really wanted to get up and leave, no longer caring about Yang Kai's affairs. He had never seen such a shameless person before, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could only follow along and say, it's time to return it. Saying so, he actually took out another space ring and fiddled with it. The middle-aged Demon King was speechless upon seeing this. How could he not understand such a clumsy play? However, he couldn't understand why Master Baizhuo would cooperate with this human. He wanted to say something to dissuade him, but he didn't have the courage to speak up. If Baizhuo really wanted to protect this human, there was nothing he could do. If he spoke up at this time, he would only offend Baizhuo. More importantly, Yu Seng had already left, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting here. After a short while, Baizhuo threw the space ring to Yang Kai and glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai pretended not to see it, and didn't even check it. He directly threw the space ring to the middle-aged Demon King opposite him and said arrogantly, check it. The middle-aged Demon King pinched the space ring as if it was a hot potato and said with a sad face, there's no need to check it. This was a space ring that Baizhuo had fiddled with. Even if there wasn't a single magic crystal inside, there was still 100 million magic crystals inside. There was no need to check it. Since that's the case, shouldn't you give me my prize and the magic crystals I won? Yang Kai coldly snorted. The middle-aged Demon King didn't look at Yang Kai and instead looked at Baizhuo with an awkward expression. There's no problem with the compensation of magic crystals, but the prize, as far as he knew, that human woman had only been brought here by Yu Seng to show her face and then taken away by him. She wasn't in the blood-fighting arena at this moment. If Yang Kai wanted a prize at this time, where would he get it? What's wrong with the prize? Yang Kai's expression sank. He had participated in the battle mainly for Li Shiqing. The 1 billion magic crystals were secondary. Now that he saw the Demon King stuttering, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Cold sweat seeped out of the middle-aged Demon King's forehead as he looked at Baizhuo with an awkward expression. Baizhuo smiled faintly and reached out to press Yang Kai, calm down. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door from outside. Then, the door was pushed open and a tall and sturdy demon race walked in with large strides. Judging from the aura of this demon race, he was surprisingly a high-ranked demon king. Not only that, but there was also a woman at his side. She was beautiful and tall. Who else could it be but Li Shiqing? When the middle-aged demon king saw this, he turned pale with fright and looked at Li Shiqing in astonishment. Wasn't this woman taken away? How come she was brought back? Looking at the tall and sturdy high-ranked demon king, he understood that Bai Zhua and Yu Sang weren't on good terms. It was well known that this matter was a secret confrontation between the two. Now, it seemed that Bai Zhua had won by a small margin. For a moment, his back was dripping with cold sweat. He didn't want to get involved in a battle between half-saints. It was better to withdraw as soon as possible. After the tall and sturdy demon race walked in with Li Shiqing, he cupped his hands towards Bai Zhua, and then turned around and walked out without saying a word. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he vaguely understood something. On the other side, after Li Shiqing was brought in, she looked around nervously. For her, ever since she was brought to the demon territory, she knew that she was doomed. Now she was trying her best to prevent herself from being corroded by the demonic qi. But no matter what, she couldn't change the fact that she would eventually become a demon. Therefore, she didn't have the slightest good impression of the demon race. But as she looked around, her gaze suddenly stopped and she looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Her eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. She didn't know Yang Kai, but she could see that Yang Kai was somewhat different from the other demon race. He seemed more like a human. How could there be a human in the demon territory? Moreover, he wasn't affected by the demonic qi. Was this man also captured? But it didn't seem like it. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Yang Kai walk towards her step by step and stand 3 feet in front of her. You. Li Shiqing opened her mouth, but just as she spat out a word, Yang Kai suddenly slapped her. With a crisp slap, Li Shiqing's entire body flipped a few times in the air and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Xiaowu couldn't help but open her mouth wide. That middle-aged demon king was also extremely shocked. Bai Zhua's eyes flashed and he revealed a trace of a smile. He once again raised his wine cup and sipped the blood wine as if there was no one present. Chapter 3458. Li Shiqing was stunned by the slap. Although she had been captured and brought to the demon territory, she hadn't been mistreated in the past few days. The demon race had only treated her a little harshly, but today, she was slapped by a family she suspected to be from the human race. She immediately saw stars and couldn't come back to her senses. Who is he? Why did he hit me? Before she could think of anything, Li Shiqing felt her chest tighten. Looking up, she saw the man who had slapped her standing in front of her with one foot on her chest. He leaned over slightly and looked down at her with a ferocious look on his face. He sneered. Do you know who I am? Li Shiqing shook her head in fear, crystal tears overflowing from her eyes. Seeing this, Kai Yang was surprised. How could this woman be so easily tossed around? She's a second-order Emperor Realm Master. What's the point of crying? He didn't really want to hit Li Shiqing, but his current situation was because he had become the demon race and became the demon race's Dao. He had betrayed the star territory and was hated by many masters in the star boundary. At this time, it was only right for him to show some hostility and anger. Who knew that this slap would end up in such a situation? Not thinking too much about it, Yang Kai maintained his ferocious look and bared his teeth at Li Shiqing. Look carefully, this king is called Yang Kai. As soon as he said this, Li Shiqing seemed to be greatly shocked and looked at him in disbelief. She had obviously heard of Yang Kai's name before, but the person in front of her was completely different from the one she had heard of. The Yang Kai she knew was the brightest star in the star boundary and would definitely shine brightly in the future, but the person in front of her was like a gambler who had lost his pants. Yang Kai continued to grin. From now on you are mine. You will do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare to say no, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Do you understand? Li Shiqing was in a trance. Only when Yang Kai asked her again, and she felt a sharp pain in her chest, did she nod hurriedly. Tears as big as beans fell from the corners of her eyes. She looked miserable. Yang Kai curled his lips, revealing a dull expression. He took his foot down, turned around, and stretched out his hand towards the middle-aged demon king. Where is my magic crystal? The middle-aged demon king immediately handed over the interspatial ring that he had prepared and looked at him with a complicated expression. He thought to himself, no wonder the Lord brought this person back to the demon territory. His demonic nature is too strong. Yang Kai put away the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he grinned at Bai Zhuo and said, Brother Bai, since this matter is over, I'll be taking my leave first. Bai Zhuo smiled and stood up. Let's go together. I'm going to visit the Lord as well. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. He asked Xiao Wu to take Li Shiqing and left the room. The two chatted along the way, and Yang Kai soon discovered that Bai Zhuo seemed to be interested in befriending him. His words and demeanor were quite cordial, which made him somewhat unsure whether he was doing this for the sake of Yu Rumeng. However, Bai Zhuo did not mention the 100 million magic crystals, and Yang Kai did not plan to return it. After all, for a half-saint, 100 million magic crystals should be nothing. After walking for a short while, a person suddenly blocked their path. There was no one within a radius of 1,000 feet from where the person stood. His imposing aura swept out in all directions, making many demon race members retreat. Yu sang. This person must have received some news from the blood-fighting arena, so he hurriedly rushed over. Yang Kai looked at Bai Zhuo thoughtfully, secretly guessing that he had expected this, so he deliberately accompanied him back to the palace. Otherwise, if he was blocked by Yu Sang here alone, he was afraid that he would not be able to get away with it. At this moment, Yu Sang's eyes were spitting fire, and his whole body was surging with murderous intent. After glancing at Yang Kai and Li Shiqing, he stared at Bai Zhuo indifferently and said in a cold tone, Why do you want to meddle in my business? Bai Zhuo chuckled. I have nothing to do, so I have to find some fun. Yu Sang coldly snorted, raised his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. 30 million demon pills and give this person to me. Million demon pills? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. What the hell is this? However, according to Yu Sang's words, he obviously wanted to use 30 million demon pills in exchange for Bai Zhuo to stop. In this place, at this time, as long as Bai Zhuo withdrew, Yu Sang could do whatever he wanted. Although this place was right under Yu Rumeng's nose, as long as Yu Sang acted fast enough, he would not leave any trace. He glanced at Bai Zhuo and found that this guy's expression changed. He immediately knew that the million demon pills must be some kind of amazing treasure. However, that was all. Bai Zhuo slowly shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't let you get what you want. 50 pills. Bai Zhuo reached out to touch his forehead and said with a wry smile, What a tempting bargaining chip. 80 pills. Yu Sang's voice rose, as if he had been cut off a few kilograms of flesh. This is my last bottom line. Bai Zhuo turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, and then looked at Li Shiqing. Yang Kai's heart tightened. Fortunately, Bai Zhuo did not agree. He just said, Can you change it? I'll return this woman to you. He pointed at Li Shiqing. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai was furious. He stared at him and said, This is my trophy. Bai Zhuo heard him and shrugged at Yu Sang. Then there's no other way. Yu Sang's face was as cold as water. He said coldly, Are you sure you won't regret it? You should know that angering me won't do you any good. Bai Zhuo smiled slightly. Don't be an alarmist. I know how powerful you are. If I were you, I'd worry about my own situation first. Do you think the Lord will let you go easily this time? Yu Sang could not help but be silent. He could not help but burst out with a fierce aura, which made Yang Kai tense up. Bai Zhuo added fuel to the fire. If you don't do it, we'll leave. As he said this, he actually called for Yang Kai and the others to walk towards him. With him in front, the group of people were not hindered at all. The aura of a half-saint was like a gentle breeze. Not long after, they brushed past Yu Sang. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. He saw that Yu Sang's face was twisted to the extreme. He clenched his fists as if he was trying to suppress his impulse to fight. If he really fought with Bai Zhuo here, he would not be able to bear Yu Rumeng's blame, not to mention whether he had a chance of winning. He could only watch Yang Kai and the others leave. He was very angry. When they were far away from Yu Sang, Yang Kai sighed softly. He looked at Bai Zhuo from the corner of his eyes and said, You didn't really want to use me to make a deal just now, did you? Bai Zhuo laughed. How could I? If I really did that, the Lord would kill me. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Shiqing, whose eyes were red and swollen. But this woman, if she can be exchanged for 80 infinite demons pills, it would be a good deal. What is the infinite demons pill? Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask. Baizhua pretended to be mysterious and said, "You will know in the future. It is useless to ask now." He did not want to say, so Yang Kai changed the topic. Not long after, they arrived at the palace. Baizhua wanted to see Yu Meng, so he parted ways with Yang Kai. Returning back to his residence, Yang Kai asked Xiao Wu to arrange a room for Li Shiqing. He took the map he bought and hid in the room to study it. In the demon territory, he could not count on anyone, and it was not easy to ask for the whereabouts of the great emperors of the bright moon. He could only work hard on his own. After careful research, he discovered that the demon territory was extremely vast. There were no less than 500 to 600 fragment continents. Although they varied in size, if one were to calculate the total area, it was definitely much larger than the star boundary. Wanting to find the traces of the great emperors of the bright moon among so many fragments was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. For a while he did not have the slightest clue, causing him to scratch his head. While he was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered Li Shiqing. This woman had been in the demon territory for a long time. Although her situation was not good, she might know something. Putting away the map, he opened the door and walked out. Calling Xiao Wu, he asked for Li Shiqing's residence and went straight there. The residence that Xiao Wu arranged for Li Shiqing was not far from Yang Kai's residence. It was only a few turns away. Pushing open the door without any trace of politeness, Yang Kai strode in. Looking around, he saw Li Shiqing curled up in the corner. Her hands were hugging her legs and her chin was resting on her knees. Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked very pitiful. Hearing the movement, Li Shiqing looked up and saw that it was Yang Kai. Her body trembled subconsciously, obviously remembering the violence that Yang Kai had done to her before. She could not help but want to retreat, but there was a wall behind her. Where could she go? Yang Kai grinned maliciously, causing her to become even more terrified. Waving his hand, Yang Kai closed the door and walked towards her. Li Shiqing's whole body collapsed. Her beautiful eyes widened and her breathing stopped. She could only watch as the tall figure covered the light above her head. Yang Kai looked down at her condescendingly, feeling a little strange. After all, for a long time, Yu Meng had appeared in front of him with this face. Raising his hand slightly, he pulled a chair over. But as soon as he moved, Li Shiqing suddenly reached out and hugged her head, whispering, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this woman really the disciple of the Flower Shadow Great Emperors? Why was she so timid? How did she cultivate to the second-order emperor realm? Or was it because the Flower Shadow Great Emperors protected her so well that she developed such a cowardly character? Sitting on the chair, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on her head, making a soft thump. In the next moment, Li Shiqing rolled and fell to the ground, her eyes closed and motionless. Yang Kai blinked and reached out to check her breathing with a strange expression. Sweeping her with his divine sense, he face-bombed and was speechless. Li Shiqing had actually fainted. What the hell? I didn't even say a word. I wanted to ask her something, but now I can't ask anything. Helpless, Yang Kai could only wait. Chapter 3459. After a full 2 to 3 hours, Li Shiqing finally woke up. Her eyelashes trembled as she opened her eyes and saw Yang Kai sitting in front of her. She wished she could faint again. Just as she was about to close her eyes and pretend to faint, Yang Kai shouted with a straight face, "Sit properly." Li Shiqing's body trembled. Obviously, she was extremely afraid of him. She bit her red lips and her eyes drifted for a while before she slowly knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head as if she was a little wife who had been bullied. Yang Kai found it funny and asked calmly, "You're called Li Shiqing?" She nodded slightly. Yang Kai rubbed his temples. "The Flower Shadow Great Emperors are your Sherzuan?" He nodded his head ever so slightly. "Are you a mute?" She nodded again, and then quickly shook her head. She timidly looked up at Yang Kai and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "No." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Since you're not, then you'll answer whatever this king asks you. If you dare to deceive me, you'll suffer." I know. Li Shiqing held her head as if Yang Kai's voice was very loud. Yang Kai suddenly felt that the flower shadow great emperors were very pitiful. How could they teach such a disciple? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, based on your previous reaction, you must have heard of me, right? Yes. Huh. Yang Kai sneered. No matter what you heard before, this king wants to tell you now. This king has already left the Star World, and is incompatible with the Star World. We can't live under the same sky. Sooner or later, this king will fight back and let those guys know how powerful I am. Yang Kai was wondering if he should confess the truth to Li Shiqing so that she could cooperate with him. But looking at her expression now, it was better not to. He didn't want her to be too careless and reveal the truth. This woman's character really wasn't worth trusting. Li Shiqing looked up and seriously looked at him, blinking her eyes. Yang Kai fiercely said, "Did you hear me clearly?" "Understood." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. "Let me ask you, do you know how you came here?" Li Shiqing shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I was already here." "That should be Yu Ruming's handiwork." He reckoned that Bai Zhua had also put in some effort into it. Changing the topic, Yang Kai asked, "Rumor has it that Mingyu fell into the territory of the demons. Do you know where he is now?" "You mean Bright Moon Master?" Li Shiqing didn't understand. Who else could it be? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Bright Moon Master is here? Li Shiqing was shocked. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and looked disappointed. Looking at her reaction, he was afraid that she didn't know where Mingyu was. It was useless to ask her, so he immediately lost interest in talking. Since he didn't speak, Li Shiqing didn't dare to speak at will, and fell silent for a while. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "I see that you have been resisting the erosion of demonic qi. Are you sure you can hold on?" He didn't know how long she had been like this, but Yang Kai felt that the strength in her body was almost exhausted. When she fainted just now, if it weren't for Yang Kai's protection, she would have been contaminated by the demonic qi. At that time, the demonic qi would have entered her body and would have more or less affected her, possibly even turning her into a demon cultivator. Speaking of this, Li Shiqing's expression was a little bleak as she slowly shook her head and said, 10 days at most. My space ring was taken away. I don't have anything to restore myself with. Yang Kai had already noticed this. Li Shiqing really didn't have a space ring, otherwise, she wouldn't have exhausted her strength. Yang Kai casually flicked a space ring at her and coldly snorted, "Live well. If you become a demon cultivator, you will have no value to this king." Finished speaking, he got up and walked out. Behind him, Li Shiqing picked up the space ring and checked it, immediately revealing a happy expression. Inside it were source crystals and various spirit pills that she needed the most. With these things, she could restore her strength and continue to resist the erosion of the demonic qi. Yang Kai had just walked out of Li Shiqing's room when he saw Yu Ruming standing by the flower bed outside, with a meaningful smile on her face. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't notice any aura at all, and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't reveal any flaws when he was chatting with Li Shiqing, otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resolve the situation. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai walked up and unceremoniously put his arm around Yu Ruming's soft waist. Yu Ruming looked down at his big hand and smiled. "Did I disturb your good time?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Why ask when you already know the answer? What good time do I have?" Yu Ruming pouted her lips and said, "You didn't hesitate to make a scene in the blood-fighting arena to bring her back. Don't tell me you don't like her?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Speaking of which, I want to ask you what's wrong with my maids. Why are they all like this? Did you do it on purpose?" Yu Ruming giggled, "So what? Who knows if you will cheat on me? I can't keep an eye on you all the time, so naturally I have to be on guard." Yang Kai grimaced and said bitterly, "You don't trust me too much." Yu Ruming glanced at him. "You have to be trustworthy." She turned around and got out of Yang Kai's arms, walked to the flower bed, picked a flower, and turned around to put it on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai stared at her vigilantly. "What are you doing? Don't move. Don't even think about it." Yang Kaisen thought to himself, "I'm a grown man. What's the point of having a flower on my head? Do you still want to see others?" His figure flickered as he tried to dodge, but who would have thought that Yu Meng would follow him like a shadow, gently pushing him away as she retreated. She then tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai, laughing so hard that she was convulsing. Yang Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He raised his hand and pulled the flower off his head, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it. He then said fiercely, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll get it." He turned around and left, but his arm was grabbed by Yu Meng. "What else do you want?" Yang Kai was sullen. In the Star Territory, Yu Meng was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He could do whatever he wanted with her, but here, this cheap maid had recovered her cultivation. With the power of a demon saint, he couldn't compete with her. Yang Kai suspected that she was taking revenge on him. "Are you angry?" Yu Meng moved her head closer. Yang Kai tilted his head and said sarcastically, "How would I dare?" "Okay, let's get down to business." Yu Meng looked serious. Seeing that Yang Kai still didn't respond and didn't want to listen, she immediately smiled and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand and put it on her chest. Feeling the amazing elasticity, Kai Yang immediately became radiant with joy. Kneading and playing with it, he nodded his head and said, "You tell me, I'm listening." Yu Meng glared at him angrily and said, "I need you to go to the Cloud Shadow Continent." Cloud Shadow Continent? Yang Kai frowned. After thinking for a while, he understood the location of the Cloud Shadow Continent. Fortunately, he had studied the new map carefully before. Otherwise, he would still be confused. The Cloud Shadow Continent wasn't far from the Phantom Continent, but it wasn't close either. He needed to pass through several world gates. With his current speed and the tiger-headed chariot, he could reach it in half a day. "Why are we going there?" Yang Kai didn't understand. "Naturally, there is a place where I need your help. That's why I brought you to the demon territory. As for what to do, someone will explain it to you when you get there." Yang Kai pondered for a while. He didn't understand why Yu Meng didn't hesitate to use the Heart Seal secret technique to get him to the demon territory. However, he was sure that she definitely had a plan. This was a good opportunity to find out her intentions. What's more, he couldn't inquire about the whereabouts of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent here. If he went somewhere else, he might have a chance. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart, but on the surface he said reluctantly, "Can I not go?" "Help me." Yu Meng winked at him. Yang Kai couldn't stand it. This woman was not only a demon saint, but also a succubus demon. She was the best at seducing people. A casual wink was enough to make people lose their minds. "Is there a benefit?" Yang Kai's breath was heavy. Yu Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She glared at Yang Kai and looked into the room. "The benefit is that you can do whatever you want with the women inside. I won't care about you." "What kind of bullshit benefit is that?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Then what do you want?" Yu Meng looked at him mischievously. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Yu Meng couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She reached out and pulled his ear. She whispered back and touched her red lips with her finger. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Looking at those gem-like red lips, he said, "Great." Yu Meng pinched the flesh on his waist fiercely. Yang Kai grimaced and said, "Speaking of which, it's not a problem for you to let me go to that Cloud Shadow Continent. But what about that guy you sang? I'm afraid that he'll rob me halfway. You know that he's somewhat hostile to me. With my current strength, I'm afraid that I'll be at a disadvantage if I face him." Yu Meng said, "You don't have to worry about this." This time, he secretly took Li Shiqing out and used her to lure you to participate in the blood battle. He committed a mistake, so I've already punished him. "You killed him?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. He's a half-saint after all. How can he be killed so easily? Yu Meng couldn't help but laugh. If she really killed a half-saint for this kind of thing, it would shake her prestige. It wouldn't be good if the other half-saint subordinates had disloyal thoughts. It just so happens that Baizhua came back from there. I've already sent Yu Sang to the two-realm battlefield. He's not allowed to return without orders, so you don't have to worry about him finding trouble with you. That's good too, Yang Kai sneered. I'll leave him alive for a few days. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I'll definitely take his dog life. Then I'll wait and see. Yu Meng smiled gently. But in the next moment, Yang Kai hugged her waist and lowered his head, saying, I've long heard that the succubus demon is best at charming people and seducing souls. This king didn't believe it. Today, I've come to see for myself. Yu Meng reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck. She giggled. Then you have to be careful. Chapter 3460. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Kai felt refreshed as he walked on the streets of the holy city with a smile on his face, reminiscing about last night's ecstasy. Yu Meng was indeed a succubus. All kinds of bedroom techniques made his half-dragon body almost unable to withstand them. Just that little mouth of hers almost made him beg for mercy. If not for his strong physique, he would have retreated long ago. Compared to her, the dragon lady from Shanqing Luo was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the only flaw was that he could not really take her down. Yu Meng was the last line of defense, and Yang Kai could do nothing about it. According to Yu Meng, it was not that she was unwilling, but as a demon saint, the power of the primordial Yin was enormous. Yang Kai did not have the fortune to enjoy it yet. If they really reached that stage, it might damage Yang Kai's foundation. She only told him to work hard to improve his cultivation. As long as he reached the level of a half-saint, he could really achieve the joy of having sex with her. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. When he reached the city gate, a voice suddenly came from the front. Brother Yang, your glabella is red, and your eyes are full of love. It seems that you are going to be pregnant. Yang Kai looked up and said in surprise, Brother Bai, why are you here? The person in front was Bai Zhuo, whom he had just met yesterday. And looking at him, Yang Kai could not help but wonder, Brother Bai, are you waiting for me here? Bai Zhuo smiled and said, Brother Yang, do you really think that the holy sage will let you go to the Cloud Shadow mainland alone? Yang Kai showed a look of realization. Brother Bai, you are going with me? Bai Zhuo said, I'm only responsible for sending you over and handing over the information to the demon king over there. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. The war situation in the two-realm battlefield is pressing, so I can't stay in the demon territory for too long. Yang Kai really wanted to ask about the current situation in the two-realm battlefield, but he was afraid that he would make a mistake if he spoke too much. So he only nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai. Brother Yang, please. Bai Zhuo gestured with his hand. His politeness made Yang Kai suspect that he had some ulterior motives. This guy was a half-saint. Even if he was giving face to Yu Meng, why would he be so polite to him? It seemed to be the same yesterday. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. After exiting the city gate, Bai Zhuo was about to cast a spell to take him to the Cloud Shadow continent, but Yang Kai reached out and stopped him. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot he had just bought. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry this time. He didn't even know the purpose of going to the Cloud Shadow continent, so there was no need to rush. He could take advantage of this opportunity to try out this flight-type artifact. After a while, Yang Kai set the route and called out to Bai Zhuo, Li Shiqing, and Xiao Wu to get on the war chariot. The interior of the war chariot wasn't too big, so it was just enough for the four of them. One more person wouldn't be enough. He definitely had to bring Li Shiqing with him, so that it would be convenient for him to look after her. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of arousing suspicion, he would have already put Li Shiqing into the sealed world bead, which would save him a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Wu, she had been ordered by Yu Meng to serve Yang Kai closely. Yang Kai suspected that Yu Meng had sent Xiao Wu to keep an eye on him, and not to fool around outside. He didn't have any objections to this. After all, she was just a maidservant. Although she looked a little ferocious, after interacting with her for a few days, he and Xiao Wu had become familiar with each other. It was better than looking for a new maidservant. After slightly activating his Emperor's core, the tiger-headed war chariot immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the nearest realm gate. Soon, Yang Kai discovered the advantage of this thing. It didn't need to be controlled much. The route was set in advance. As long as there was enough power, the tiger-headed war chariot would fly all the way to the destination. Although its speed was not as fast as Bai Zhuo's, it was definitely not slow. The power to drive the war chariot could be the Emperor's core and Devil's core, Or it could be the demonic crystal. Yang Kai fiddled with the war chariot with great interest for a while before settling down. He turned to look at Bai Zhua, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "Brother Bai, do you know why the holy sage asked me to go to the cloud shadow continent?" Bai Zhua didn't answer but asked, "Didn't the holy sage tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "She only said that when I arrived there, someone would naturally explain the situation to me." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhua nodded and said, "Since the holy sage said so, then it must be." He caught a glimpse of Yang Kai rolling his eyes and laughed involuntarily. "Well, then I'll reveal a little." "I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The cloud shadow continent is about to disappear." Bai Zhua sighed and looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. "I'm afraid only you can stop this from happening." "About to disappear?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. "What's going on? How can a continent disappear inexplicably?" Bai Zhua explained, "This disappearance is not the kind of disappearance that you understand. Strictly speaking, the cloud shadow continent exists no matter what, but the portal of this continent is about to close. Originally, it had 5 portals, leading to 5 different continents, but in the past 1,000 years, 4 portals have disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one, which seems to be extremely unstable now. Once the last portal disappears, the cloud shadow continent will completely lose contact with the devil territory, and the devil territory will also have one less territory. So, Brother Yang, do you understand?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Each of the fragmented continents in the infernal domain was equivalent to a small world. However, these small worlds were connected to each other by a realm gate. They could communicate with each other, and were not independent. However, if the realm gate of any of the fragmented continents disappeared, it was equivalent to severing the possibility of communication with the outside world. It would be completely isolated. To the infernal domain, this continent was equivalent to disappearing. He said thoughtfully, "The holy sage asked me to come to the devil territory for the cloud shadow continent?" Bai Zhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's not just for the cloud shadow continent. Brother Yang, you may not know, but in the past tens of thousands of years, many continents in the devil territory have disappeared. The cloud shadow continent is not an exception, nor will it be the end." Yang Kai was surprised. "Many continents are like this?" Bai Zhua said with a serious expression. "In the territories of the holy sages, such things have happened more or less. In the past 10,000 years alone, the entire devil territory has lost more than 10 continents. If you trace back further, the number will only increase. The space is unstable." Yang Kai's face became serious. When he first came to the devil territory, although he was amazed by the many magical things in the devil territory, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Only now did he understand what was wrong. The devil territory was like a broken mirror. The fragments were originally a whole, so naturally, they could not maintain stability for long after they were broken. The disappearance of the realm gate and the continents was definitely related to this. Bai Zhua nodded. "Brother Yang is right. Therefore, in order to solve this problem, only those who are proficient in the law of space can do it. This is also why the holy sage values you so much." Yang Kai also nodded. "I understand. In order to protect the cloud shadow continent, at the very least, we need to stabilize the last realm gate, right?" "That's right." Bai Zhua smiled. "Brother Yang, you must know that in the devil territory, the strength of the holy sage and half-saint like me is closely related to the size of the territory under our control. The larger the territory under our control, the more continents we have, and the stronger our strength." "What's the reason for this?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. Bai Zhua smiled but did not say anything, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and was too lazy to waste his breath. He just frowned and pondered. Just as Bai Zhua said, the strength of a holy sage was closely related to the size of the territory under their control. The cloud shadow continent might just be the beginning. Once he could stabilize the only realm gate and protect the cloud shadow continent, Yuru Meng might let him search for the missing continents. This was not nonsense. With his attainments in the law of space, shattering the void was a piece of cake. As long as he could determine the location of the previous realm gate, he might be able to find the missing continents. And once he found the missing continents and rebuilt the realm gate, Yu Meng's strength would also increase. Just as he was pondering, Baizhua suddenly spoke. Yang Kai also raised his head. His emperor chi surged and the tiger head chariot came to a sudden stop. With a whoosh, a stream of light shot out in front of them. It turned out that someone had launched a sneak attack, but that person did not have any malicious intent. The previous attack was only meant to stop the tiger head chariot. Yang Kai looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the void 1,000 feet away. A pair of white wings spread out behind her back, and a bow in her hand waved vigorously in his direction with a smug smile on her face. Boya. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was just wondering who had launched a sneak attack on him, but he did not expect it to be this woman. That day in the blood fighting arena, this woman had left without giving Yang Kai the slightest time to respond. But today she had taken the initiative to block his path. Could it be that she was here for the 10% bet? She was probably going to be disappointed. So it's this girl. Baizhua obviously recognized Boya and said with a smile, Brother Yang, if possible, it would be good to subdue her. Once you go to the Cloud Shadow continent, she may be able to help you a little. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Her strength is all right, but her character is beyond praise. Just the fact that she liked women made Yang Kai feel a little uneasy about her. This woman dared to step into the blood fighting arena and participate in the chaos for Li Shiqing. If she was really by his side, there was no telling what kind of trouble he would face in the future. Hearing him say so, Baizhua did not say much. While the two were talking, Boya suddenly flew over and greeted them enthusiastically. Hello. After saying so, she suddenly noticed Baizhua and was slightly surprised. She hurriedly cupped her hands and said, Greetings, master. Baizhua smiled and said, Did you get into trouble again? An unnatural smile appeared on Boya's face as she said bashfully, Master, when have I ever gotten into trouble? Without giving Baizhua a chance to speak, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. She suddenly knelt down on one knee and cupped her hands. Feather Demon Boya is here to serve under Master. Master, please accept me. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Boya, wondering what was wrong with this woman. Chapter 3461. Not to mention that he wasn't very familiar with her. At most, they had only worked together once in the blood arena. Moreover, at that time he hadn't displayed the spirit and ability to make her bow her head and listen to his orders. Speaking of this woman's character, she wasn't the kind of person who would listen to others easily. Instinctively, Yang Kai thought that she was joking. But soon his expression changed. He turned to look in a certain direction and sneered. He then turned to look at Boya, only to see an awkward expression on her face. The corners of her mouth twitched as she forced a smile at Yang Kai. Several powerful auras could be sensed several dozen li away. Among them, there was no lack of high-ranked Demon King level existences. From a distance, one could even see the figures of those people glaring at them. Although Yang Kai had only glanced at them, he recognized one of them. It was the middle-aged Demon King from the blood fighting arena. Those Demon Kings couldn't be here for him, so there was only one explanation. They were here for Boya. This woman's defection was fake, but she was here to seek protection. For some reason, she was actually being hunted down by people from the blood fighting arena. Thinking up to this point, Yang Kai immediately waved his hand and said, Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite. Boya said with a mournful expression, Master, you can't just leave me in the lurch. It's all because of you that I'm in this situation. Yang Kai snorted. You're the one who offended them. What does it have to do with me? Boya said. It's all because of yesterday's blood fighting arena. They seem to think that I interfered and ruined something good for them, so they've been chasing after me since yesterday. Boya has nowhere else to go, so I sincerely hope that Master can take me in. Master, you've seen Boya's abilities. She's very powerful and definitely won't disappoint you. Yang Kai sneered. The demon territory is vast and boundless. You can't go anywhere, but you came looking for me. How laughable. Hearing this, Boya looked like a frosted eggplant. She said dejectedly, If I could leave, I wouldn't have come looking for you. They've sealed all the realm gates. Where can I go? Young Kai looked at her indifferently. There's a saying in the human race. I don't know if you've heard of it. What? Boya looked at him curiously. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but the sins we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Even though Yang Kai knew that Boya was being hunted down by the blood-fighting pit partly because of him, he really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. After that, he waved his hand and said, "Make way." Boya threw herself onto the front of the tiger-headed war chariot and said pitifully, "It's fine if Master doesn't want to take me in, but can you give me a ride? I just need to pass through the realm gate." He paused for a moment and said, "Oh right, take the 10% stake as my reward." "I don't want it." "There's no such thing as a 10% bet. Stop spouting nonsense," Yang Kai sneered. Baizhua suddenly said, "Brother Yang, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take her in. This girl is even more powerful than the average high-ranked demon king. She'll really be of some help to you." Hearing this, Boya quickly nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. Master, please take me in. I already have no home to return to." Yang Kai glared at Baizhua in annoyance. He didn't know why Baizhua was so concerned about this matter. He slowly shook his head and said, "I'm worried." He didn't know much about Boya. How could he easily keep her by his side? Baizhua chuckled. "If that's the case, then I can help you with something." As he said this, he suddenly reached out to grab Boya. Boya was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat. However, even though she was strong, how could she be Baizhua's opponent? Baizhua's large hand directly pierced into Boya's head. But strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Then Baizhua suddenly withdrew his hand. Boya's body was thrown back, as if she had suffered a heavy blow. She gasped for breath, and her face was filled with lingering fear. At this moment, Baizhua was holding something that looked like a cloud of smoke in one hand. He was twisting and turning it. With his other hand, he took out something that looked like a doll, and held it in front of his chest. He muttered some incantations and cast a spell with one hand. He then threw the doll to Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Now you can use her without worry." On the other side, Boya's beautiful face turned pale. She took a few steps back and looked at the doll in Yang Kai's hand in horror. "Soul puppet." Baizhua looked at her with a smile and said, "Since you recognize this thing, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future." Boya said bitterly, "Master Baizhua, how can you do this to me? What did I do to offend you?" Baizhua said curiously, "Am I not fulfilling your wish? You should at least know how to repay kindness." Boya gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to say anything despite her anger. Yang Kai held the doll and asked curiously, "What's the use of this thing?" Baizhua smiled. "It can control her life and death. With this thing, you can guarantee that she won't be disloyal to you." "Really?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It's fake." Boya shouted and tried to snatch the doll away. "Give it to me, and I'll leave right now." Yang Kai wouldn't let her do as she wished. He moved sideways and dodged her attempt to snatch the doll away. He flicked the doll's forehead lightly with his finger. In the next moment there was a dong sound, followed by a scream from Boya. She seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. She flipped a few times in the air before stabilizing herself. After calming down, a wave of dizziness swept over him. He covered his forehead with his hand and looked at Kai Yang with a face full of resentment. A dark red mark had appeared on his forehead, as if he had been punched. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She had only wanted to borrow Yang Kai's power to pass through the realm gate, and then leave this place, never to return to the Phantom Continent again. Who knew that she would run into Baizhua, who sealed her soul in a soul puppet without a word, and she would never be free again. On the other side, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He reached out and pinched the doll's arm. Boya, who was in front of him, also couldn't help but raise her arm and poke the doll. Boya stumbled backwards. Everything that happened to the doll would be reflected on Boya's body. In other words, if the doll was destroyed, Boya would die without a grave. Yang Kai grinned. With this thing, he didn't have to worry about anything. He turned to Baizhua and said, "Do you have more of this thing? Give me more." Baizhua laughed and said, This thing is not easy to refine and requires the assistance of a corresponding secret technique. Even if I gave you a few, you wouldn't know how to use them. What use would you have for them? Yang Kai grinned and said, just teach me that secret technique. Baizhuo reached out and poked him, saying, quit while you're ahead. He obviously didn't want to teach Yang Kai that secret technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only give up and put the soul puppet into his space ring. He then turned to look at Boya with interest. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't trust this woman's character, Yang Kai would have thought that she was actually quite capable. After joining forces with her in the battle yesterday, Yang Kai was well aware of her abilities. Now that he had the soul puppet, it wouldn't hurt to keep her by his side, so he said warmly, since you've become my subordinate, you will obey my orders in the future. You will be rewarded for your merits and punished for your mistakes. If you dare to betray me, you will be executed without mercy. The corner of Boya's mouth twitched and she lowered her head, saying, can I go back on my word? Yang Kai said, that's up to you. If you don't want to, I'll give you the soul puppet right now and we'll have nothing to do with each other. Boya looked at him in surprise, as if she hadn't expected him to be so agreeable. Even Baizhuo was a bit stunned. It had to be known that although Boya's reputation wasn't great, her strength was obvious to all. Many half-Saint Realm experts wanted to recruit her, but she didn't want to be restricted in the early years and didn't agree. Later on, her reputation became worse and worse, so no one tried to recruit her. Boya didn't expect that she would become a dispensable existence when she came to Yang Kai, so she couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. However, these words made her somewhat tempted. She looked at the guy from the blood-fighting arena more than 10 miles away, and hesitated for a moment. She fiercely rubbed her hair, and then put on a posture as if she was ready to die. She said resolutely, it's not impossible to work for you as long as you don't do anything strange to me. Yang Kai's lips curled. You think too much. Boya tilted her head and cupped her hands, saying, may I ask where Master wants to go? Boya is willing to lead the way. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, saying, Cloud Shadow Continent. Boya understood. She turned around and took a deep breath. She twisted her fingers, and a sharp arrow appeared at her fingertips. She didn't seem to have done anything, but the bow in her hand was already drawn and the arrow was released in one smooth motion. The arrow turned into a streak of light, and shot a dozen kilometers away. Boya laughed maniacally. A bunch of dogs, eat this old lady's arrow. The demon kings a dozen kilometers away all paled and hurriedly dodged. With a loud boom, the sky changed color. When everything calmed down, the group of demon kings retreated another dozen or so miles. Boya no longer paid attention to those guys and arrogantly led the way. The demon kings in the distance watched her leave with gloomy expressions, but no one dared to stop her. With Baizhuo here, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. If they missed today's opportunity, it would be impossible for them to find trouble with Boya in the future. Not long after, a realm gate appeared in the sky in front of them. It was leading to another continent. Just as Boya said, there were experts blocking the realm gate. They were probably people from the blood-fighting arena. However, Boya didn't approach and just watched from afar. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, Baizhuo cast a spell to wrap them up and pass through. Those people couldn't do anything about it. From the Phantom Continent to the Cloud Shadow Continent, one had to pass through 5 realm gates and pass through 4 different continents. Along the way, it was quite peaceful. In less than half a day, the group arrived at the Cloud Shadow Continent. After passing through the World Gate, Yang Kai turned his head back and frowned slightly. He found that the realm gate here was indeed as Baizhuo had said. It was a little unstable. Ordinary realm gates spanned across the void and didn't change for tens of thousands of years. However, the realm gate on the Cloud Shadow Continent would ripple from time to time, like a bubble that could burst at any time. Chapter 3462. According to Yang Kai's calculations, in less than 100 years, this realm gate would collapse. At that time, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely isolated, losing contact with the greater environment of the demon territory. Furthermore, the further one went, the more unsafe this realm gate would become. Who knows, one might accidentally fall into the void when passing through it, drifting in the void crevices and unable to find a way out. Realm gates were also a type of void passageway, and this kind of unstable realm gate would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Yang Kai. He could use it to study the laws of space and comprehend the secrets of space. However, now was obviously not the time. Since he had come to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still needed to meet with the various experts of this mainland. After all, there might be many things that he would need their cooperation in the future. Looking down from the sky, the Cloud Shadow mainland was not small, and one could not see the end of it. From the map that he had just obtained yesterday, it could be seen that the Cloud Shadow mainland was above average in terms of size within the entire demon territory. It was not inferior to most other mainlands. It was only because of the realm gate that the number of talents here had withered. There were only 10 high-ranked demon kings overseeing this mainland, and less than 300 demon kings below high rank. After all, no one knew when the realm gate of this mainland would disappear, and once it did, the Cloud Shadow mainland would be completely cut off from the outside world, and no one would be able to enter or leave. Therefore, those who had the slightest bit of connections or were aware of the dangers had long left this mainland and gone to other places to make a living. Those who stayed behind either had other plans or had no connections. In addition, because of the war with the astral boundary, the Cloud Shadow mainland had also been mobilized by the demon race. Therefore, at this time, there were only 4 high-ranked demon kings left, and less than 100 demon kings of other ranks. This information was also unintentionally revealed by Baizhua while they were chatting. In the center of the Cloud Shadow mainland, there was a vast city. Within the city, there were rows upon rows of buildings, arranged in picturesque disorder. Millions of members of the demon race lived in this city. This city was known as the Cloud Shadow City, the most prosperous place in the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. It was also the center of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland. Perhaps they had already received the news. When the tiger-headed chariot passed through the clouds and landed in front of a huge building in the middle of the city, there were already more than 30 demon kings waiting respectfully. 3 of them stood in front, while the rest followed behind. When Baizhua and the others got off the chariot, they all cupped their fists and saluted. "Greetings, master." Baizhua nodded slightly, glanced at them, and raised his eyebrows. "Why are there only 3 of you? Where's Lai Kuang?" The Cloud Shadow mainland had 4 high-ranked demon kings, but here, there were only 3 of them. The last one, Lai Kuang, was nowhere to be seen. A high-ranked demon king in the middle immediately said. Lai Kuang sent a message saying that he was delayed by some matters on the way. "I'm afraid it will take some time for him to arrive." Baizhua declined to comment. While he was asking, Yang Kai was also observing the 3 high-ranked demon kings. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a shadow demon. Her figure was erratic, and her face was shrouded in a black aura, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. The high-ranked demon king who spoke was a little old, and his vitality was already showing signs of decline. The other one was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a pale face. He seemed to be malnourished, and his body was a little emaciated. Yang Kai couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Although Yu Rumeng had asked him to come to the Cloud Shadow mainland to resolve the matter of the Realm Gate's imminent collapse, during this period, the Cloud Shadow mainland was also his territory. Everything here obeyed his orders. In other words, these demon kings in front of him were also his subordinates. It was still okay, but he didn't know what he could do during this period of time. It would be best if he could stir up chaos in the rear of the demon race. Even if that didn't work, he could at least do something to divert the attention of the demon race and reduce the pressure on the 2-realm battlefield. On the other side, Baizhua had already begun to introduce the 3 high-ranked demon kings to Yang Kai, as well as their names and responsibilities. Yang Kai casually noted them down. Of these 3 demon kings, other than the old demon king who was overseeing the Cloud Shadow City, the other 2 had come from afar. They usually sat in their own territories and acted like tyrants. The same was true for Lai Kuang, who had yet to show his face. After getting to know each other, Baizhua waved his hand and said, "Let's talk inside." Everyone naturally agreed. After a while, the group followed Baizhua into the hall. The hall was huge and magnificent. Inside, there were 16 pillars that were as thick as several people hugging each other. The pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, giving off an extraordinary atmosphere. More than 30 demon kings were lined up in several rows below. Yang Kai lifted his robe and sat on the main seat in the middle. His gaze swept around indifferently. Boya was standing 3 feet to the left of him, looking valiant and formidable, like a loyal guard. Behind her on both sides, there were little dancers. This scene astonished many demon kings. They all turned their heads to look at Baizhua, and then at Yang Kai. With Baizhua here, how could this guy still be so arrogant? He actually took the main seat without any trace of politeness. But when they saw that Baizhua didn't look angry at all, they became even more puzzled. Baizhua smiled faintly and said, "The sage has decreed that Yang Kai will be conferred the title of prince. He will be in charge of all matters of the Cloud Shadow mainland. All of you must work together and be loyal to your duties. Those who dare to be negligent will be beheaded without mercy." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of demon kings was in an uproar. Each and every one of them raised their heads to look at Baizhua in disbelief, wanting to confirm if they had heard wrongly. That high-ranked demon king female shadow demon's body was shaking violently. Obviously, her heart had been greatly affected. Just now, when Baizhua introduced Yang Kai to them, although his attitude was amiable, letting them know that this strange guy had an extraordinary identity, they never thought that it would be such a scene. There had never been a prince in the demon territory. Many demon kings didn't know what these 2 words meant. But from the sage's decree and Baizhua's attitude, they could tell that Yang Kai's status was at least equivalent to a half-saint, regardless of how strong he was. What did this guy do to make the sage value him so highly and entrust him with full authority of the Cloud Shadow mainland? But since these words were personally conveyed by Baizhua, it shouldn't be wrong. With only a slight hesitation, the 3 high-ranked demon kings bowed in unison and saluted. "Your subordinates greet the king." The demon kings behind them also followed suit and shouted. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He inexplicably felt like he was a mountain king who had taken over a mountain. His style suddenly dropped a few notches. He was too lazy to correct the way they addressed him. He raised his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. In the future, this king will have to rely on all of you in this Cloud Shadow mainland. I hope that all of you can cooperate with me." The old demon king in the middle said, "It must be the king who asked us to do this." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Baizhua looked at him and said, "This matter is over. I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, you can contact the sage directly." Yang Kai stood up and said, "Brother Bai, you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you rest for a few days before leaving?" Baizhua smiled and shook his head. No need. To him, half a day's journey was nothing. Now that the 2-realm battlefield was in full swing, he didn't have the time to waste here. Although he wouldn't be returning to the Star Realm in the near future, he still had a mission to do these days. He needed to go to various continents to mobilize the demon race's army to support the front lines. When the conversation between the 2 of them entered into the ears of those devil kings, it caused them to be even more certain of their guesses. This new Grand Prince is really comparable to a half-saint. Otherwise, how could he be brothers with Baizhua? Their hearts instantly shook, and they thought in their hearts that their days in the future would probably not be so carefree. "Then, Brother Bai, I wish you a safe journey." Yang Kai cupped his hands. Baizhua turned and left. When he reached the gate, he suddenly turned back and said to Yang Kai with a smile, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The Blue Plains continent connected to the Cloud Shadow mainland is Yu Sang's territory." After he finished speaking, he winked at Yang Kai, then turned into a stream of light and shot straight into the clouds. Yang Kai frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Baizhua's words before he left clearly had a hidden meaning, reminding him to be careful of the Blue Plains continent's movements. However, now that Yu Sang had been transferred to the 2-realm battlefield by Yu Ru Meng, he wasn't afraid. If the Blue Plains continent really came looking for trouble, he would definitely make sure that they wouldn't be able to return alive. Yang Kai lightly sneered, then collected his thoughts. However, when he saw that many demon kings below were looking at him, he immediately coughed lightly and said, "This king has come to the Cloud Shadow mainland under the orders of the saint to protect the realm gate and ensure that the Cloud Shadow mainland is not lost. This is a matter of great importance. so there can't be the slightest bit of negligence. Therefore, I hope that everyone will do their best to cooperate with this king in the future. Protect the realm gate? All the demon kings revealed shocked expressions. Only now did they know why the saint had sent Yang Kai here. This was great news. These people didn't have the ability, nor the opportunity to leave the Cloud Shadow mainland. Once the last realm gate disappeared, they would definitely be buried with the Cloud Shadow mainland. They had thought that there was no hope for them in this life, but they didn't expect that a light would suddenly shine in the darkness. The old demon king said excitedly, "My king, are you serious?" The other two high-ranked demon kings also looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, looking expectant. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh and said, "How can this be false? There's no benefit in lying to you." The female shadow demon said, "If my king can really protect the last realm gate and not lose it, then the entire continent will be reborn. This subordinate will definitely follow master. Even if it means going through water and treading on fire, I won't hesitate." The female demon king's voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears, making people feel refreshed. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that his words would cause such a big reaction from her. Thinking about what Bai Zhuo had said before, he somewhat understood what this woman was thinking. Protecting the Cloud Shadow mainland was equivalent to protecting their lives and future. How could she not take it seriously? The pale-faced middle-aged demon king frowned and said, "My king, it's not that I doubt you, but if you want to protect the realm gate and not lose it, then you must be proficient in the law of space. But as far as I know, no one in our territory has this ability. May I ask where my king's confidence comes from?" Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, "No one in your territory is proficient in the law of space, but it doesn't mean that I can't. I forgot to tell you, I am a human." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the void in front of him. 10 feet away, a pitch-black hole immediately appeared, with an imposing manner that could swallow the entire world. Chapter 3463. The black hole lasted for a full 10 breaths of time before Yang Kai clenched his fist and disappeared. But at this moment, the shock in the hearts of the demon kings was still boiling. Firstly, this new king was really proficient in the law of space. He could shatter the void with a raise of his hand, and create a black hole that led to the chaotic void. Obviously, his attainment in the law of space was very deep. Secondly, this king was actually a human. Now that the human race and the demon race were at war, the holy sage actually appointed a human as the king and let him rule over the Cloud Shadow mainland. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai sneered softly, "Although I am a human, I have already turned against the astral plane. There is no place for me in the human race. Moreover, the holy sage personally recruited me to the demon race's territory, so you don't have to worry too much." The reason why he revealed his origin so readily was mainly because he could not hide it. After all, he would be staying here in the future. As long as he used a little bit of his power, his identity as a human would definitely be exposed. Instead of letting these guys be suspicious and on guard in the future, it was better to be open from the beginning. Without giving these guys a chance to speak, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Boya, listen to my order." Boya was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. She took 2 steps forward, turned around and cupped her fists. "Your subordinate is here." Yang Kai looked at her solemnly and said, "I order you to be the deputy commander of the Cloud Shadow City. Assist Lao Ku in managing the affairs of the Cloud Shadow City. You must cooperate with all your heart." Boya's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said in a deep voice, "Yes." Lao Ku was the old demon king. He was the commander of the Cloud Shadow City before Yang Kai's arrival. This city was the center of the entire continent, and was extremely important. However, before this, Lao Ku was the only one in charge. Now there was an additional deputy commander, Boya. She was not a fool. Yang Kai had appointed her as the deputy commander of the Cloud Shadow City. Obviously, he intended to intervene in the affairs of the Cloud Shadow City. After all, controlling this place was equivalent to controlling everything in the Cloud Shadow mainland. It would be convenient for him to do things in the future. After all, Lao Ku and the others were not on the same side. Even with Yu Ru Meng's order, it was still inconvenient to be separated by a layer. Yang Kai had no other choice. He didn't have anyone he could use, and Boya was his only choice. Fortunately, he had the soul puppet, so Boya wouldn't betray him. If Boya could really gain a foothold in Cloud Shadow City, it would be beneficial to him in the future. As expected, this appointment made the 3 high-ranked demon kings frown. Lao Ku was old after all, and had already lost his blood. He only hesitated for a moment before calming down. On the other hand, the female shadow demon and the other high-ranked demon king both revealed worried expressions. They were afraid that Yang Kai would also interfere in their territory. If that was really the case, they would definitely not be too happy. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no such intention. He said a few words of encouragement to Lao Ku, telling him to take care of Boya and help her familiarize herself with Cloud Shadow City. Lao Ku responded respectfully. As for what he was thinking, it wasn't clear. As it was his first time here, Yang Kai didn't want to say much. He left Boya behind to let her communicate with Lao Ku, then led Xiao Wu and Li Shiqing into the inner hall. The best room had already been prepared for him. There were also rooms on both sides, which he had arranged for the little dancer. After asking Xiao Wu to find someone to get a detailed map of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland and records of the division of forces of each demon king, Yang Kai hid in the room alone and began to investigate. Since Yiru Meng had given him this opportunity, he naturally had to make good use of it. If the realm gate could be maintained, then so be it. If it couldn't, then it didn't matter. However, Yang Kai really wanted to control the Cloud Shadow mainland. When the time came, whether it was to protect himself or to secretly cause trouble for the demon race, he would need the power of this place. After studying for 2 days, Yang Kai had a rough understanding of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Just as he was putting down all the miscellaneous items, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai raised his hand, and when the door opened, Boya walked in. At this moment, this woman was no longer as respectful as before, and her demeanor was much more casual. Looking him up and down, she giggled and said, "Should I call you master or king?" "Up to you." Yang Kai glanced at her and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Boya said, "I want to report to you some of the information I've gathered over the past 2 days. Do you want to hear it? If not, I'll be leaving." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and narrowed his eyes at her. "It seems that you don't understand the situation you're in." Saying so, he took out the soul puppet from his space ring and bent his finger, preparing to fire it. Boya couldn't help but take a few steps back, her beautiful face pale as she covered her forehead with both hands and shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. I'm very calm right now. As for whether I'll be impulsive or not, that'll depend on your performance." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Boya couldn't help but scoff, curling her lips and saying, "Cloud Shadow mainland has 4 high-ranked demon kings. The 3 you've seen are fine, but that Lai Kuang, you'll have to be careful." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Boya said, "Didn't you notice that Lai Kuang hasn't come to see you? It's been 2 days. That Carson and Yin's territory isn't here, but they were able to come 2 days ago. However, Lai Kuang hasn't shown himself yet." Carson was the middle-aged demon king with a pale face, while the female shadow demon's name was a little strange. It was a single word. These 3 people, along with Cloud Shadow City's commander Lao Ku, were the only 4 high-ranked demon kings left in Cloud Shadow mainland. Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed it if she didn't mention it, but now that she did, Yang Kai felt that there was something wrong with Lai Kuang. The news of him being conferred the title of prince and ruling over Cloud Shadow mainland must have spread. So Lai Kuang should have rushed over to see him. After all, he was going to be Lai Kuang's superior in the future. But in reality, Lai Kuang hadn't shown himself yet. Lao Ku had said that Lai Kuang was delayed on his way to deliver the message, but no matter how much of a delay it was, it couldn't have taken 2 days. What in Cloud Shadow mainland could delay a high-ranked demon king for so long? Is this a show of strength? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Boya laughed coldly. "You're not stupid, are you?" Seeing Yang Kai raise the soul puppet again, the corner of her mouth twitched. "I've asked around. Before you came, these 4 high-ranked demon kings were all in their own territories, with no one restricting them. Now that you've suddenly become their king, they have to listen to your orders. I'm afraid none of them will be happy." If you were really a half-saint, that would be fine, but you're just a mid-ranked demon king. What makes you think you can ride on their heads? Yang Kai said. That makes sense. Go on. What else did you find out? Boya said. As I said before, Lao Ku is old and frail. Although he's a high-ranked demon king, he's nothing to be afraid of. These days he's been very cooperative with me. I've already taken control of half of Cloud Shadow City's power. Na'in and Carson probably want to test your strength. Although they hope that you can protect the Realm Gate and protect Cloud Shadow. They don't know how strong you are, so they naturally can't trust you too much. However, they won't target you either. You can ignore the two of them for the time being, but you have to be careful of Lai Kuang. I've heard that he's one of the strongest among the four, only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Moreover, he has connections with the Blue Origin continent. Yang Kai thought for a moment. So he's in a favorable position. There was only one realm gate in Cloud Shadow continent, and it was connected to the Blue Origin continent. Since Lai Kuang's territory was on the other side of the realm gate, it was indeed convenient for him to communicate with the Blue Origin continent. Boya revealed a gloating expression. So if you want to protect the realm gate, you have to go to Lai Kuang's territory. If you don't deal with him, how will you get his cooperation? Yang Kai stared at her, making Boya feel very uncomfortable. She frowned and said, Why are you looking at me like that? I'm warning you, don't even think about doing anything strange to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. As she said this, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and assumed a defensive posture. Yang Kai smiled. I just realized that you're quite capable. 2 days ago, when Yang Kai appointed Boya as the vice commander of Cloud Shadow City, his intention was to send a signal to the other demon kings. He was in charge of everything here, and he didn't expect Boya to help him. Who would have thought that in just 2 days, Boya would be able to gather so much information and control half of Cloud Shadow City's power? Hearing this, Boya smiled proudly. Not only are feather demons good at shooting, but they are also good at gathering information. Yang Kai crossed his arms and rested his chin on them. He stared at her with a burning gaze. If that's the case, then you must know where Lai Kuang is right now, right? Boya didn't say anything. She just pointed at her feet. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. In the city? Boya nodded. He entered the city a day ago, but he's in his mansion right now. Very good. Yang Kai's lips curled into a cold smile. He pondered for a moment and said, Go call Laok and the others over. Boya couldn't help but have a bad feeling. She frowned. What are you doing? Yang Kai stood up and looked out the window. Someone wants to show me who's boss, so I have to make an example out of them. Otherwise, they'll look down on me. Boya stared at him. Are you crazy? Laok and the others won't help you if you attack Lai Kuang at this time. I'm not counting on them to help me. Boya pointed at herself. Are you counting on me? This isn't the blood arena. I can't help you much. Lai Kuang isn't alone. He brought a lot of demon kings with him this time. If Lai Kuang was alone, she wouldn't be afraid. As long as Yang Kai could hold him back, her archery skills would be enough to make him suffer. But according to the information she obtained, Lai Kuang had brought almost all of his demon kings with him this time. It was obvious that he had come prepared. It's better to have more people. Yang Kai glanced at her quietly. Boya couldn't help but shudder. Just as she was about to open her mouth to persuade him again, she saw the impatience in Yang Kai's eyes. Knowing that if she tried to persuade him again, she would most likely be punished, so she quickly said, If you insist, I'll obey, but if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Chapter 3464. More than 40 demon kings were gathered on the drill ground of the city palace. Lao Ku, Carson, and Ian stood solemnly gazing ahead. Behind these demon kings, there were thousands of demon commanders and tens of thousands of demon general. Although there were many people, the drill ground was completely silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The 3 high-ranked demon kings exchanged glances and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't know why the new prince had called them here at this time, but they all had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Yang Kai stood in front of the demon kings and glanced around indifferently before saying, This king has only been here for 2 days, yet he has already lost a precious treasure. This king is truly distressed by the poor atmosphere of Cloud Shadow City. Lao Ke's eyes twitched. He was the commander of Cloud Shadow City, and was in charge of everything in the city. If Yang Kai really lost something, it definitely had something to do with him. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that the thing lost was very valuable. He suddenly felt uneasy. If he didn't handle this matter well, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, may I ask what you lost and when? This subordinate is willing to personally lead a team to investigate this matter, and give your Majesty an explanation. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, that won't be necessary. The deputy commander has already found out the whereabouts of the thief. However, the thief's strength is not ordinary and he has a lot of people. Today, I called you all here to catch this thief and eliminate our Cloud Shadow City. Hearing this, Lao Ke couldn't help but glance at Boya. He saw that this woman had lowered her head and lowered her head. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He knew that the new deputy commander had been doing everything he could to fight for power with him. However, he didn't have the ambition he had when he was young. In addition, Boya's trip was justified, so he just let it be. However, he only gave half of the power, and the other half was firmly in his hands. Not having ambition didn't mean that he didn't have the desire to protect himself. However, when did this deputy commander inquire about this kind of information? How come he didn't receive any information? Not only was he puzzled, but Boya was also cursing in her heart. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do. Capturing the thief was a good excuse to lose the treasure. However, although there were many people here and many experts, could they really help? She suddenly felt that Yang Kai was too naive. He was holding a chicken feather as an arrow. She might suffer a big loss tonight. She secretly decided that if the situation turned bad, she wouldn't care about Yang Kai's life. She would find a chance to snatch the soul and escape. On the other side, Yang Kai continued, this king will personally lead this operation, so you must obey my orders. Where is the vice commander? The corner of Boya's mouth twitched. She stepped forward and said, your subordinate is here. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them immediately. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the demons in front of him. Boya braced herself and said, yes. Very good. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, let's go. The moment he finished speaking, he was the first to soar into the sky, followed by Boya. The three high-grade devil kings exchanged glances and hurriedly called for their subordinates to follow as well. In an instant, over 10,000 figures soared into the sky above the city. Although it was late, Cloud Shadow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. With the cover of the night, although there were many people, they didn't make a sound. At the front, Yang Kai had an indifferent expression, as if he was at ease. Boya, on the other hand, was restless. Her eyes darted left and right, as if she was looking for a retreat route. Behind the two, the three high-ranked demon kings' divine senses were surging. They were obviously communicating. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them even if he noticed. These three were just guessing his intentions, but they would find out soon. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a while, Yin suddenly sent a message. Our king isn't going to deal with Lai Kuang, is he? Lao Ku and Kursen were startled. They turned to look at her. Kursen asked, what did you see? Yang Kai's so-called missing treasure and capturing the thief was definitely a ruse. They weren't fools. How could they not see through it? Even if there was a treasure, it would be stored in a space ring. How could it be stolen for no reason? Lao Ku and the others thought that Yang Kai was using this to punish them and establish his authority. Later, they realized that wasn't the case. However, he didn't hesitate to mobilize so many people. He definitely had other motives. Yin sneered. Don't tell me you didn't know that Lai Kuang entered the city yesterday. Lai Kuang didn't conceal himself when he entered the city. He even contacted the three of them after entering the city to inquire about the so-called Grand Prince. How could they not know? Yin pointed forward. Lai Kuang's mansion is over there. And this direction was exactly where they were heading. Hearing her words, Kursen and Lao Ke's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that this Grand Prince might really be going to deal with Lai Kuang this time. Otherwise, Why would he act in such a manner in the middle of the night, and even use a clumsy excuse of a missing treasure? Carson frowned. If that's the case, what should we do? Logically speaking, they should listen to Yang Kai's orders. However, they weren't familiar with this Grand Prince and didn't trust him at all. If Yang Kai really asked them to deal with Lai Kuang, they definitely wouldn't be willing. Lai Kuang was a madman, and he was strong. If they really forced him into a corner, at least one of the three of them would have to die with him. Who would be willing to do such a thankless thing? Yin also frowned. She felt that Yang Kai had given them a big problem. At the same time, she was very annoyed. This guy thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had the Lord behind him? What a fool. Although the Lord had conferred him the title of Grand Prince, and was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, without enough power, who would be willing to listen to his orders? Moreover, the realm gate of the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to disappear. The entire mainland would be completely isolated within 100 years. The few of them who had been staying here were the kind of people who were unloved and unloved. They all had the potential to be fugitives. If they really forced Lai Kuang to a certain extent, only Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a while, she transmitted her voice, "Let's wait and see." Anyway, no matter what, she couldn't attack Lai Kuang. Although Yang Kai had given her some hope, that hope was too vague and not enough for her to risk her life for him. It would be best for tonight's matter to end peacefully. If it really got to a point where it couldn't be resolved, she wouldn't stand on Yang Kai's side. At worst, she would just betray the Cloud Shadow mainland and seek refuge with another lord. An upper-grade demon king would be accepted wherever he went. However, bearing the name of a traitor would make life difficult for him in the future. Clearly, Carson and Lao Ke had the same thought. They nodded and agreed with her point of view. Just as the three of them were secretly communicating, the group had already arrived above a huge mansion. Yang Kai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and looked down at the brightly lit mansion below with a mocking smile. Lao Ku and the other two looked at each other and secretly thought, as expected, this Grand Prince is so daring to attack Lai Kuang. Yang Kai pointed down and said, "The thief who stole this king's treasure is hiding here. I ask the three of you to help this king capture him." His gaze swept to the side. Lao Ku and the other two were quietly looking at him, unmoved. At the side, Boya covered her face with her hands. She was too embarrassed to continue watching. She only felt embarrassed. It was really embarrassing. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. He smiled faintly and waved his hand, shouting, "Surround him." This order caused Lao Ku and the others to frown. It wasn't that this order was difficult, but rather unexpected. They had thought Yang Kai wanted them to attack directly. If it was just to surround them, they could have cooperated. In any case, as long as they didn't directly clash with Lai Kuang's people, they wouldn't really offend him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Lao Ke nodded to Carson and Yin. Under the three's orders, the 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and over 10,000 demon general immediately spread out and surrounded the mansion below. At the same time, they secretly passed down orders that without their orders, no one was to attack. At the same time, in the main hall of the mansion below, the lights were brightly lit, and there were signs of singing and dancing. At the head of the table, there was a tall and sturdy demon king with disheveled hair, who looked like a madman. He was dressed in black and had two women in his arms. At the table below, there were more than 20 demon kings on both sides. The table was filled with fruits, wine, and delicacies. At the center of the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. The sound of wind instruments and woodwinds filled the air. At the head of the table, Lai Kuang was looking down with a face full of smiles. The two women in his arms were very good at flattering him. They served him wholeheartedly, making him even happier. Suddenly, a demon king stood up from the table and cupped his hands, saying, "Master, when shall we go and pay our respects to the Grand Prince?" As soon as he said this, the noise in the surroundings suddenly quieted down. All the demon kings stared blankly at the guy who spoke. Lai Kuang also turned his sharp gaze from the women below. His gaze was bone-chilling, causing the demon king who spoke to break out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Did I say something wrong? Could it be that the master didn't come to Cloud Shadow City to pay a visit to the new Grand Prince?" Just as he was in doubt, Lai Kuang suddenly grabbed a wine bottle in front of him and smashed it over. With a bang, the Demon King who spoke was smashed on the head. He instinctively tried to dodge, but he didn't dare to. He didn't even dare to use his devil chi to protect his body. Even though his body was strong, this hit still caused his head to bleed. The pain on his head was insignificant. What made him panic was Lai Kuang's reaction. As expected, he said something wrong again. "Is this your first day following this king?" Lai Kuang looked at him coldly. That Demon King was terrified. He hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and lowered his head. "Master, please calm down. This subordinate knows his mistake." Lai Kuang coldly snorted. "Where did you go wrong?" Chapter 3465. The Demon King's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Lai Kuang was on the verge of exploding in anger. If he didn't handle it well, he would definitely suffer. But if he knew where he was wrong, he wouldn't have spouted nonsense. At this time, he couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, someone reminded him and he quickly said, "Master, you are so mighty. That guy should be the one paying you a visit." Lai Kuang's face relaxed a little. He glared at the Demon King, too lazy to argue with him. If it were someone else, he would definitely punish them. But this subordinate of his had made a mistake in his cultivation in his early years, causing his mind to be damaged. There was no point in arguing with him. Seeing this, the Demon King smiled embarrassedly and returned to his seat. But once this topic was raised, the other Demon Kings couldn't sit still. Someone immediately said, "Master, this subordinate heard that the so-called prince doesn't seem to be very strong. Not only is his strength not high, but he's also a human." It wasn't that they didn't have any connections in Cloud Shadow City. After entering the city yesterday, they contacted many people to inquire about him. The news that Yang Kai publicly admitted that he was a human had long been spread, so it wasn't a secret. But someone who heard this for the first time exclaimed, "Human? How can he be a human? Can this news be confirmed?" "He is indeed a human. I heard that guy had some mishap in Star Territory. He accidentally became the demon race, and became the demon race. He was chased by the great emperors and false emperors, and was forced to come to demon territory. I don't know how he caught the eye of the Holy Sage, and was entrusted with such an important task. The Holy Sage doesn't know how to recognize people. The Cloud Shadow continent should be ruled by the Master. Why did she send a human over? This is ridiculous. It would be fine if he was strong enough, but his cultivation is only equivalent to a mid-tier Demon King. Sigh, the Holy Sage has miscalculated this time. The human race is deceitful and changeable. Who knows what kind of flowery words he would say in front of the Holy Sage? The Holy Sage is a woman after all." The group of people all talked at once. They all looked like they were fighting for justice for Lai Kuang, and felt that Yu Ru Meng had been blinded. "Bastard!" Lai Kuang bellowed, immediately silencing the Demon King below. He swept his dignified gaze around. "The saint has her own reasons for doing things. How can you casually talk about it? If the words of this place were to spread out, you will have to bear the consequences." It was indeed inappropriate to talk about the Lord behind his back. If the Lord knew about it, he, Lai Kuang, would be severely punished. After saying that, he snorted coldly. Lao Ku was forced to stay in the Cloud Shadow City, but Carson and Ian, those two idiots, actually rushed over to pay their respects as soon as they heard the news. What a disgrace to the demon race. But I, Lai Kuang, don't take them seriously. Do they think that they can control the Cloud Shadow mainland just because they have the Saint's edict? Wishful thinking. That's right. Our demon territory doesn't need the human race. We have always respected strength. If he didn't have the ability, how could he sit in that position? Someone immediately agreed loudly. Lai Kuang sneered and said, "I'm afraid you all don't know. A few days ago, that brat offended Master Yu Sang in the Holy City. Master Yu Sang sent an order for me to think of a way to deal with this brat. As long as I complete this task, Master Yu Sang can guarantee that I will control the Cloud Shadow mainland. With this power, I may be able to become a half-saint." The Demon Kings were overjoyed when they heard that. They all raised their heads to look at Lai Kuang and congratulated him. "Master Yu Sang thinks so highly of you. If you control the Cloud Shadow mainland, It will only be a matter of time before you become a half-saint. Ha 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 ha. Lai Kuang couldn't help but laugh, as if he could already see himself becoming a half-saint. He raised his hand and said, "It's still too early to talk about this. What we need to do now is to complete Master Yu Sang as soon as possible." Before he could finish, Lai Kuang suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, "How dare you!" With a single slap, the table was smashed to pieces. Wine splashed everywhere as he soared into the sky. With a loud boom, a hole was smashed through the ceiling of the Great Hall. Only at this moment did the demon kings in the Great Hall realize that something was wrong. There seemed to be many auras outside, and they actually surrounded this place. Without hesitation, more than 20 demon kings flew into the sky and passed through the hole. At this moment in the sky above the mansion, tens of thousands of demon race experts were scattered in all directions in an orderly manner, surrounding a large area. Lai Kuang flew up with a gloomy face. He swept his gaze around and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. A trace of obvious killing intent flashed in his eyes. Asterisk whoosh 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 star. One figure after another flew over and appeared behind him. They were none other than his subordinates. For pairs of eyes met. Yang Kai smiled and sized up the high-ranked demon king in front of him. He was indeed extraordinary. His blood energy was extremely dense and impressive. He was undoubtedly stronger than Lao Ke and the others. It seemed that Boya's information was correct. This guy was only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Lai Kuang was obviously stunned. However, after seeing Lao Ke and the others behind Yang Kai, he immediately understood Yang Kai's identity. This was that human prince? They were just talking about him. He didn't expect to meet him so soon, and under such circumstances at that. As if sensing the playfulness in Yang Kai's eyes, he knew that this guy didn't come with good intentions. He simply pretended not to know and pointed his halberd in front of him. He angrily shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Yang Kai faintly smiled. This king was conferred the title of prince by the saint, the ruler of Cloud Shadow Mainland. "Who are you, prince? Where did this prince come from?" Lai Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely. He bared his teeth and grinned. "This king has never heard of you. As for me, I am Lai Kuang. Since this guy didn't come with good intentions, today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He might as well take this opportunity to take his life. Then even if the saint investigated, he could say that Yang Kai was rude." Yang Kai tilted his head. "Lai Kuang? I remember now. This king has a subordinate called Lai Kuang, but I haven't met him. What evidence do you have?" Lai Kuang sneered. "What evidence do you want?" The group of devil kings behind him also roared with laughter. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they thought to themselves, "Is there something wrong with this human's brain? He actually wants their lord to take out evidence to prove his identity. Just the cultivation of a high-grade devil king is enough. Or is he trying to find a way out for himself?" Yang Kai nodded. "Looks like you don't have any evidence." He suddenly shouted, "Vice Commander." Boya really didn't want to bother with him. When Lai Kuang appeared, she knew that something was wrong. This guy was stronger than any other demon king she had ever seen. Moreover, he was a stone demon. His defense was naturally strong. Her archery skills might not be enough to deter him. However, she couldn't ignore Yang Kai's shout. Her soul puppet was still in his hands. She braced herself and said, "Here. Look at this person carefully. Is he the one who stole this king's treasure?" Yang Kai pointed. Lai Kuang couldn't help but frown. Stole the treasure? What the hell? Boya didn't even look at Lai Kuang. She followed Yang Kai's words and said, "There are some similarities." She didn't dare to be too sure. She didn't want Lai Kuang to hold a grudge against her. "Then it's you." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he said the last word, he rushed in front of Lai Kuang like a ghost. Lai Kuang jumped in fright. He didn't even see how Yang Kai moved. He was almost face to face with him. He instinctively circulated his demon yuan, causing his body to glow with a stone luster. He really was a stone demon. He was born with thick skin and flesh. At the same time, he threw a punch forward. Since his opponent had made the first move, he wouldn't be careless. After all, he had to kill this person tonight, so he didn't hold back in this punch. But just as he moved, he saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye. This vertical slit exuded a strange power, causing his mind to waver for a moment. However, that was all. He was a peak high-ranked demon king. His soul was incomparably powerful. Even the demon eye of annihilation couldn't affect him for long. And Yang Kai wanted this short moment. He had just used the soul-severing blade not long ago. The heaven-piercing strike still needed to be nourished, so it wasn't suitable for him to use it again. However, the blossoming lotus secret technique was activated. In an instant, Lai Kuang's vision was filled with a budding lotus flower. He couldn't see anything else. The lotus flower took root in his mind, madly absorbing the power of his soul. The petals bloomed, and Lai Kuang couldn't help but groan in pain. At the same time, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's left shoulder. Everyone was stunned. Lao Ku, Carson, Yin, and even Boya were all dumbfounded. It was only now that they reacted. They had all thought that Yang Kai had come with an army of 10,000 to borrow their strength to deal with Lai Kuang. They all had their own plans. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no such intentions? Instead, he directly attacked Lai Kuang without hesitation. Was he seeking death? Although Lai Kuang was a stone demon and wasn't as strong as the power demon, how could a mid-ranked demon king withstand a punch from him? Seeing that punch land on Yang Kai's shoulder, everyone was stunned. They all subconsciously thought that Yang Kai would die without a burial. Boya had already stood up, preparing to snatch Yang Kai's space ring as quickly as possible, and then leave this place. However, what she saw in the next moment left her mouth wide open. Lai Kuang's punch had indeed landed on Yang Kai, but Yang Kai actually didn't die. His body only tilted slightly to the side, and he took the full brunt of the punch. Immediately after, Yang Kai opened his mouth and unleashed a deafening dragon's roar. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rushed towards Lai Kuang. Lai Kuang was already tormented by the blossoming lotus secret technique, to the point where he wished he was dead. Now that he had taken the full brunt of the dragon roar secret technique, he was seeing stars and his divine sense trembled uneasily. The middle and low-ranked devil kings behind him were even more aghast as they lost their footing, and their formation was instantly broken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell. As it spun, it rapidly grew in size and enveloped Lai Kuang and himself. Chapter 3466. With a clanging sound, the mountains and rivers bell fell. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang both disappeared, suppressed by the bell. Lao Ku, Carson, and Yin were all dumbfounded. After Lai Kuang's subordinates steadied themselves, they all frowned and stared at the mountains and rivers bell with strange looks on their faces. From the looks of it, that human probably wanted to fight Lai Kuang alone with Master Lai Kuang? Otherwise, why would he use such a treasure right from the start? But where did that guy get his confidence from? Although Lai Kuang was an upper-ranked demon king, he was only one step away from half-saint. It could be said that as long as he had the right opportunity and enough time, he would definitely be able to become a half-saint. Even Lao Ku and the others, who were also upper-ranked demon kings, admitted that they were not his match. How could a mere mid-ranked demon king be so daring? He must be tired of living. Even if they thought with their toes, all the demon kings could predict what would happen next. It could only be that the human would be killed by Master Lai Kuang on the spot. There was no other possibility. One of the mid-ranked demon king glanced at Lao Ku and the others indifferently and waved his hand. More than 20 of Lai Kuang's subordinates immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the mountains and rivers bell. They clearly did not want Lai Kuang to be disturbed before the battle ended. Seeing this, Lao Ku and the others' faces darkened. They were not worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wanted to die, there was nothing they could do. However, this mid-ranked demon king's attitude of not putting them in his eyes was infuriating. But that was it. There was nothing more to it. Carson and Yin looked at each other and could not help but sigh. The human prince had only been here for a few days, and he was already killed by Lai Kuang. It would be difficult to explain to the saint. Compared to this, they were actually more worried about whether Lai Kuang would find trouble with them later. For a moment, they were deeply worried. They felt that they had been implicated by Yang Kai this time. Inside the mountains and rivers bell, there was only a space of 20 meters. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang stood facing each other, the former shaking his head and stretching his muscles, while the latter glared at Yang Kai angrily. Although his life wasn't in danger, Lai Kuang was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His expression was ferocious. Although he was angry, Yang Kai's mind was still clear. Turning his head to look around and using his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately understood his current situation and could not help sneering. Human, you're quite bold, daring to act like this. To be honest, what Yang Kai had just done was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said lightly, "You are quite bold. This king is ordered to take charge of Cloud Shadow. Since you have entered the city, why don't you come to pay your respects? Who do you think you are? You are qualified for me to pay my respects to you." Lai Kuang sneered and raised his arms. He glared and shouted, "You have offended Master Yu Sang. Do you think you still have a way out?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yu Sang has been sent to the Two-Realm battlefield by the saint. Don't you know?" This confirmed that Lai Kuang was indeed close to the Lanyuan continent. Baizhua had said before that the Lanyuan continent was Yu Sang's territory. Lai Kuang was stunned when he heard this, his eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai sneered. "Looks like you really don't know anything." If he knew something, he would not have reacted this way. Lai Kuang waved his hand angrily. "Don't talk nonsense. Master Yu Sang is deeply trusted by the saint, and is regarded as his right-hand man. How could he be sent to the Two-Realm battlefield by the saint? As for you, if you are willing to submit to me, I may spare your life today. I'll return your words to you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "I have just arrived here, and my foundation is shallow. I want to gather some help. Seeing that your cultivation is not bad, it would be a pity to kill you. If you can open your mind and let me plant my soul brand, I can spare your life today." Lai Kuang laughed. "Ignorant child, shameless boasting." He looked around and said, "You are relying on this treasure? Yes, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Although this king has not tried it, I know that it will not be easy to break it. However, your mistake is that you should not have stayed here with this king. In this space of 20 feet. If this king wanted to kill you, where can you hide?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mockingly. "I will give you one last chance. Submit or die." Lai Kuang's face turned cold and he shouted, "I want you dead." As soon as his voice fell, his demonic chi surged as he rushed towards Yang Kai. Like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage, unstoppable. Yang Kai did not seem to notice, standing in place and looking at him with a smile. Lai Kuang frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was doing, but he did not show any signs of resistance. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gathered a bit more strength and punched out with all his strength. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai suddenly raise his hand, and a large figure strangely appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Before he could see clearly what it was, a fist the size of a door came at him. The fist had not yet arrived, but it gave Lai Kuang a feeling that he could not block it. It was as if what was coming at him was not a fist, but a mountain. In a flash, Lai Kuang hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his innate divine technique, causing his body to glow with a golden light, giving off a feeling that he was invulnerable. With a loud bang, under Lai Kuang's disbelieving gaze, he was sent flying by an irresistible force. Golden light flashed wildly from his body as he slammed into the wall of the mountains and river's bell with a loud clanging sound. His internal organs and blood churning, Lai Kuang struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes trembled as he looked up, clearly seeing what had injured him. It was a Tinjiang tall stone giant. Its entire body was burning with evil flames, and its body was covered with stone spikes. An aura that made him feel fear was emitted from the evil flames. A divine spirit. There were divine spirits in the demon territory, and some of them were so strong that even a half-saint would have to retreat. Although Lai Kuang did not recognize the divine spirit in front of him, he knew that it was not something he could fight against. Excruciating pain came from his arms. His opponent's punch had already shattered his arms, and even a few of the bones in his chest had been broken. If he had not been born as a golem and had his innate magical powers, that punch alone would have been enough to shatter his body. What kind of terrifying power was that? Lai Kuang's eyes twitched, and his heart was filled with unease. Compared to the strength displayed by this divine spirit, he was more confused about how it appeared here. Obviously, there was only him and Yang Kai here just now, and this place had been sealed off by some unknown artifact, so how could it have entered? Just as Lai Kuang's mind was in turmoil, the avatar shook its head and said, "I can't use it." Although the mountains and rivers bell could change its size, this space was only 20 feet wide, and he felt that his hands and feet were tied. Yang Kai slowly walked out from behind the avatar and said with a smile, "Don't complain, just put up with it." With his current strength, dealing with Lai Kuang was a piece of cake, but if he really fought him alone, it would take some effort. His main purpose here tonight was to intimidate the Cloud Shadow demons, so it was better to finish this battle as soon as possible. If it was delayed for too long, who knew what would happen outside? Hearing this, the avatar did not say anything else and strode towards Lai Kuang. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he followed closely behind. Lai Kuang's heart was filled with danger. He knew that if he did not deal with this properly today, he would really die here. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai grasped the void with one hand, and a long spear appeared in his palm. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai roared angrily as he pushed his demonic chi and fiercely thrust the spear behind him. The power of this spear was exerted with all his strength, and it felt like it could shatter heaven and earth. A fist-sized pitch-black ball appeared at the tip of the spear. As long as he could break this treasure, he would be able to receive the help of his subordinates outside, and the situation would be reversed. Even if he could not, he would still be able to escape. This was undoubtedly his only way out. With a rumble, the mountains and rivers bell shook, but it was not damaged at all. On the other hand, Lai Kuang was pushed back by the rebounding force. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He had really underestimated the level of this treasure. His full-powered spear attack was actually unable to shake it. This was undoubtedly a Saint Artifact-level treasure. This human whose strength was only comparable to a mid-ranked demon king. How could he possess such a treasure? Even though life and death were on the line, Lai Kuang could not help but feel jealous. But at this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised his hand and pressed downwards. In an instant, an indescribable force enveloped Lai Kuang, making his body feel as heavy as 10,000 caddies, making it difficult for him to move. Not only that, strands of dark red aura uncontrollably escaped from his limbs and pores, gathering in the embodiment's large hand. What kind of damned secret technique is this? Lai Kuang turned pale with fright. He clearly sensed that his strength was being absorbed by the other through space. Although the speed was not too fast, if this dragged on for too long, his foundation would definitely be damaged. At that time, he would not be able to advance any further in his cultivation. It would be good enough if he could maintain his realm as a high-ranked demon king. Shocked, he turned his spear, wanting to break through the embodiment's secret technique. But at this moment, Yang Kai attacked from the side. His hands turned into dragon claws, and his entire body was filled with draconic might. This caused Lai Kuang's heart to pound, realizing that he had underestimated this human from the beginning. Looking over, it was as if he could see the figure of a giant dragon curled up behind Yang Kai. In his days, Yang Kai had broken through the defense he was so proud of, leaving a 5-finger mark on his body. Normally, this kind of injury would only be a small one, but under the effects of the embodiment's secret technique, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Even though Lai Kuang reacted quickly and used his demonic chi to quickly seal the wound, his momentum still fell in this short moment. Chapter 3467. As the central city of the continent, Cloud Shadow City was always bustling with noise and excitement. But tonight, the city that should have been bustling with noise was strangely quiet. The news that the city palace had mobilized more than 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and tens of thousands of demon generals to surround a mansion had spread like wildfire. Many members of the demon race had no idea what was going on, so they hid and watched from afar. However, there were some members of the demon race who knew that it was Lai Kuang's mansion. Lai Kuang had just entered the city a day ago, and now the city palace had mobilized so many people. Were they going to attack Lai Kuang? How could Clark be so bold? Or perhaps, this was all the doing of the new prince? No matter what, there would be a good show to watch tonight. Those of the demon race who had a bit of strength could feel that the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to change to night. The entire Cloud Shadow city was shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere. Outside Lai Kuang's mansion, the Mountains and Rivers Bell was suppressing a large area. Lao Ku and the others were watching from afar, while Lai Kuang's 20 Demon King subordinates were frowning. Ever since the treasure had trapped the human and Master Lai Kuang within, it had already been half the time it took to brew a pot of tea. As for what had happened inside, they had no idea. All they could hear was some vague sounds coming from within. The fact that the human could last so long under Lai Kuang's master's attack was beyond their expectations. In their minds, with Lai Kuang's strength, he would be able to quickly take down the human and escape from the treasure. But in reality, the movements inside showed the intensity of the battle. Their initial calm had disappeared, and the 20-plus Demon King's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Lai Kuang's master wouldn't meet with any mishap inside. Would he? After all, the treasure belonged to the human, but they hadn't sensed any signs of the treasure's power being activated. The bell seemed to be only used to block the outside world's view. They tried hard to cast this thought away, and firmly believed that Lai Kuang's master couldn't even deal with a human. They waited quietly. At the same time, inside the Mountains and Rivers Bell, Lai Kuang's eyes were wide open in anger as he frantically fled like a stray dog. But where could he escape to in a mere 20 zhang radius? He never thought that he would fail so miserably. At first, he didn't put the human in his eyes, but when they really fought, he realized that the human strength wasn't any lower than his own. And with the help of that strange divine spirit, Lai Kuang was beaten to the point of no return. His originally tall and sturdy figure had already shriveled up like a dried fish. His body had lost a great deal of blood essence, and this was all thanks to the Saint Spirit. He didn't know what kind of evil technique the Saint Spirit had cultivated, but it actually had the effect of devouring everything. Every time a wound appeared on his body, a large amount of blood would gush out and be devoured by the Saint Spirit. It wasn't a big deal if it happened once or twice, but once it happened too many times, Lai Kuang couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he could feel that his foundation had been damaged. His cultivation of high-grade Devil King had already dropped to mid-grade, and there was no way for him to recover. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, and there was only darkness in front of him. Seeing Yang Kai once again blocking his path and grabbing at him with his sharp fingers, Lai Kuang hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, I surrender, please spare my life, Master. Lai Kuang is willing to follow Master and serve Master with my life. If he delayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life. At this time, integrity and reputation weren't important. Saving his life was the most important thing. Yang Kai's dragon claw stopped in front of Lai Kuang's neck. He tilted his head and saw the unwillingness in Lai Kuang's eyes. He grinned. It's too late. If you surrender now, what use do I have for you? If Lai Kuang was an upper-class demon king at his peak, Yang Kai would still be interested in recruiting him. But Lai Kuang had been devoured by the Dharmakaya using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. His strength had dropped greatly, and there was no way for him to recover. There was no point in taking him in. Lai Kuang didn't cherish the opportunity he was given, and was forced into a corner. How could there be such a good thing in the world? By the time he finished speaking, Kai Yang had already made a grabbing motion. As the light flashed, the Mountains and Rivers Bell spun and quickly shrank. All the members of the demon race who were looking at this place couldn't help but perk up. Lai Kuang's 20 subordinates were even more excited. Boya's eyelids twitched. She really didn't dare to look, afraid that she would see something she didn't want to see. The soul puppet wasn't bad in Yang Kai's hands. At least in the past few days, Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her, nor did he make her do anything she didn't want to do. But if the soul puppet fell into Lai Kuang's hands, Boya was sure that her life would be worse than death. So even though she knew that the chances were slim, she still prayed that Yang Kai could create a miracle and appear in front of her alive. When the Mountains and Rivers Bell rose into the air, the sealed space was finally exposed to the eyes of the demon race. Lao Ku and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Lai Kuang's 20 or so demon king subordinates, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation and disbelief. A chill ran down their spines. Boya was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes as hard as she could, as if to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. Yang Kai really was alive. Not only was he alive, there wasn't a single wound on his body. He stood there majestically, holding a 2-meter-long spear in his hand. A shriveled corpse was propped on the tip of the spear. The corpse looked like it had been dead for countless years. It was so shriveled that it didn't even look human. But from its face and body, one could still see Lai Kuang's shadow. Its dull eyes were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. And that 2-meter-long spear was obviously Lai Kuang's demon treasure. Lai Kuang was actually dead? Everyone felt like their hearts were being hammered by a sledgehammer. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they felt like they were in a dream. How could Lai Kuang die? How could the ending be like this? Among the 4 high-ranked demon kings in Cloud Shadow Mainland, Lai Kuang was the strongest. Even if he encountered another high-ranked demon king, he would be fine. And the cultivation Yang Kai displayed was only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king. According to the human race's classification, he was only a second-order emperor realm master. It was impossible for him to kill Lai Kuang without suffering any injuries. Was it the work of that bell-shaped artifact? Although the bell didn't show any signs of releasing its power, who knew what kind of strange abilities it had? Perhaps it was the power of that bell that allowed Yang Kai to achieve this. What made these demon race even more horrified was what kind of secret art Yang Kai had cultivated to actually turn Lai Kuang into a dried corpse. It was not hard to imagine that Lai Kuang had undoubtedly suffered extremely tragic torture before his death. Even his vitality had been completely drained away. And such a secret art would undoubtedly be called a demonic art by the human race. No wonder this guy betrayed the star boundary. With such a demonic art, how could there be a place for him in the star boundary? Yang Kai held Lai Kuang's dried corpse with his spear and looked around coldly. The 20 or so demon kings gathered around him all took a few steps back. They all felt a fierce aura rush towards them, causing them to tremble in fear. Lai Kuang, how dare you steal my treasure and ruin my Cloud Shadow's reputation? You even disobeyed my orders and disobeyed my orders. This king will behead you today. Please take this as a warning. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Under the stimulation of his emperor chi, his voice spread far and wide. Almost all the demon race in Cloud Shadow City heard it clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his hand and nailed Lai Kuang's dried corpse to the top of the tallest building in the city. A strong wind blew, causing the dried corpse to sway. Its angry eyes seemed to be looking at everyone, causing the demon race members to tremble in fear. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the 20 or so demon kings around him and shouted, Lai Kuang's subordinates, you disrespected your superiors and aided the evildoer. I should have killed you all, but since you were just following orders, I will spare your lives for the time being. I will make a decision after the investigation. Waving his hand, Yang Kai looked at Lao Ku, Sun Yin and the others with a burning gaze. Take them all down. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Lao Ku and the others couldn't help but shudder. The gentle impression they had of Yang Kai when they first met him 2 days ago was completely overturned. They had thought that this human was just a sheep pretending to be strong, but who would have thought he was actually a hungry wolf? Tonight's events had instantly exposed his true colors. With Lai Kuang's example as an example, Lao Ku and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Even Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai in an extremely short period of time. How could they be a match for him? If they really angered him, their future days would definitely be difficult. Therefore, when the order was given, Lao Ku and the others only hesitated for a moment before waving their hands and saying, "Do it." In an instant, more than 40 demon kings moved out and pounced on Lai Kuang's subordinates. Lai Kuang's subordinates were still in a daze. They hadn't recovered from the shock of Lai Kuang's death. When they heard Yang Kai's harsh words, they immediately panicked. However, although their numbers weren't small, Lao Ku and the others had twice as many people as them. Furthermore, there were 3 high-ranked demon kings overseeing them. Therefore, most of the demon kings stood there with gloomy expressions, allowing Lao Ku and the others to seal their cultivations and capture them. Only 2 or 3 demon kings, who were either panicking or truly loyal to Lai Kuang, actually rose up and broke out of the encirclement in anger. They each used their own secret techniques and turned into streaks of light to escape. Fortunately, there were still thousands of demon marshals and over 10,000 demon generals surrounding them. Borrowing the slight obstruction of these demon race, 3 meteor-like arrows pierced through the air and accurately nailed the 3 fleeing demon kings, killing them on the spot. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Boya putting away her bow. After a short while, the dust settled. Everyone in Lai Kuang's residence had been captured. Perhaps they wanted to make up for their previous negligence, but this time, Lao Ku, Carson, and Yin were very cooperative. They carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Lao Ku arrived in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Great King, the 22 demon kings under Berserker Lai's command are all here. 19 of them were captured alive, 3 were killed, and 348 others below the demon king rank have been captured. Chapter 3468. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Bring them all back." Mr. Crook complied. Yin slowly walked forward and handed over a bunch of rings, saying, "My king, these are the spoils of war." Since the group of demon kings had been captured, their space rings were naturally taken as well. There were 22 of them, not one more, not one less. They all belonged to Lai Kuang's demon king subordinates. As for Lai Kuang's space ring, Yang Kai had already taken it. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand, saying, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. Take these things and divide them among yourselves. Treat it as a token of my appreciation." He didn't have much use for the items from the demon race. Taking Lai Kuang's was enough. He might as well use the rest to buy people's hearts. Tonight, he had killed Lai Kuang and intimidated Lao Ku and the others. Now was the time to give them some benefits. Yin was silent, but didn't say anything. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your reward, my king." Although there were many good things in the 20 or so demon king space rings, it definitely wasn't much for everyone. After all, they had sent out quite a few people tonight. However, this signal from Yang Kai made her feel a little more at ease. She knew that Yang Kai still needed their help and wouldn't blame them for their previous neglect. After a while, everything was sorted out. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the demons back home. Lao Ku looked back at the dried corpse nailed to a high place and couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't like Lai Kuang, he never thought that this guy would meet his end in such a way. Lai Kuang's death wasn't a big deal. But after tonight, the Cloud Shadow mainland really did have a new master. The next day, Yang Kai had just come out of the sealed world bead when he sensed several auras waiting outside. It was Lao Ku and the others. He didn't know how long they had been waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door. Lao Ku and the others entered one by one. When they came close, they cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, my king." "What's up?" Yang Kai picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He looked up at them and sneered in his heart. Although he had only been here for a few days, these people had not been so attentive to him in the past few days. They didn't even take the initiative to pay him a visit. But this morning, they all ran over together. It seemed that last night's incident had quite a big impact on them. Lao Ku replied, "Reporting to your majesty, this subordinate and the others followed your majesty's orders and interrogated Lai Kuang's subordinates overnight. We have already obtained the results." As he spoke, he handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and took the jade slip. He used his divine sense to check the information inside. There was nothing else inside, only information about the 19 captured demon kings, including their race, origin, cultivation, relationship with Lai Kuang, loyalty, and so on. Among them, 5 demon king were highlighted. Lao Ku explained from the side. Those 5 have been following Lai Kuang since they were insignificant. The shortest time they have been with him is at least 1,000 years. How does your majesty wish to deal with them? These 5 were undoubtedly Lai Kuang's most trusted subordinates, including the 3 who had been killed by Boya. Since they were his trusted subordinates, he couldn't keep them for long. In any case, he didn't care how many demon kings died here. He immediately looked up at the 3 in front of him and asked, "What do you think?" Lao Ku pondered for a moment before saying, "This subordinate feels that it's best not to keep them, lest something unexpected happens." Yin and Curson also nodded in agreement. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Since the 3 of you are of the same opinion, let's deal with them." Lao Ku's mouth twitched when he heard this. Why did it sound like he and the others wanted the 5 demon kings dead? Wasn't this just following orders? However, although he thought this, he didn't dare say it out loud. He paused for a moment before saying, "The other 14 aren't much of a problem. They don't intend to avenge Lai Kuang. Then break them up and assign them to your respective subordinates." Yes. Yang Kai took a sip of tea. Seeing that they didn't intend to leave, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "Is there anything else?" Lao Ku and the others looked at each other. In the end, Lao Ku braced himself and said, "Your Majesty, you said that you came to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the realm gates under the orders of the saint. Now that Lai Kuang has been killed, the Cloud Shadow mainland is under your control. You can also make arrangements there. When will you be leaving?" This matter was an illness in their hearts. The sooner it was resolved, the sooner they could feel at ease. Therefore, even if it was a little overboard, they couldn't help but want to urge him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "In a few days. However, before that, I have something for you to do." "As you command, Your Majesty." "Find me all the information about the Cloud Shadow Realm gates, including the ones that have disappeared. I have some use for them." This was a small matter. Although they didn't know Yang Kai's intention, Lao Ku and the others still agreed readily. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He reached out and took out an exquisite jade box. He said, "Speaking of which, I do have something to ask the 3 of you." Lao Ku and the others didn't dare. Opening the jade box, Kai Yang took out a small black pill about the size of a pigeon's egg, similar to a pill. This black pill didn't look very eye-catching and didn't have the slightest medicinal fragrance. However, if one used their divine sense to perceive it, they would be able to detect the terrifying energy it contained. However, this kind of energy wasn't something that just anyone could digest. The energy it contained was chaotic and evil. If a human were to consume it, they would instantly become the demon race. On the other hand, if a demon race member were to consume it, it would be greatly beneficial and would definitely increase their cultivation. This thing was found in Lai Kuang's space ring. There weren't many of them, only 3 of them. Each one was stored in a jade box and was placed in the deepest part of Lai Kuang's space ring. Obviously, they were very precious. Yang Kai didn't know what this thing was, but he assumed that Lao Ku and the others should know. However, to his surprise, when he took out the black pill, the eyes of Lao Ku and the others suddenly became scorching hot. Even their breathing became slightly rapid as they stared at the black pill. Yang Kai raised his thick eyebrows and asked, "What is this?" Lao Ku gulped and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty is from the human race, so it's understandable that you don't know about this thing. However, to the demon race, especially us demon kings, this thing is a great supplement. This is a myriad demon pill." "A myriad demon pill?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "This is a myriad demon pill?" Yin asked. "Your Majesty knows about the myriad demon pill?" Yang Kai said with a strange expression. "I heard someone mention it a few days ago. That bastard Yu Sang wanted to use 80 myriad demon pills in exchange for Baijua's forgiveness in Holy City." Although he had asked Baijua about the myriad demon pill that day, Baijua simply smiled and didn't say anything, leaving him helpless. He never thought that he would actually obtain it today. It was no wonder that a half-saint would use it as a bargaining chip. This thing was truly extraordinary. The energy contained within it was extremely large, comparable to an emperor pill that had formed pill clouds and been nourished for 1,000 years. Yang Kai estimated that if a low-ranked demon king were to consume this thing, it would only take a few dozen pills to advance to a mid-ranked demon king. Of course, the prerequisite was that the low-ranked demon king had enough time to digest the energy within. As for a mid-ranked demon king, consuming 400 to 500 pills would allow it to advance to a high-ranked demon king. Of course, this was only his own estimate. He didn't know the truth. Who refined this thing? Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he knew that refining this thing was definitely not an easy task. The energy contained within was too large, and only a powerful alchemist would be able to condense it. Naturally, he was interested in the person who refined this thing. With such a miraculous alchemy technique, it was likely that this person was comparable to the wondrous pill great emperors. He never thought that there would be such a person in the demon territory. Yin laughed involuntarily. "My king, You may not know this, but this myriad demon pill is formed by nature, not refined by humans. Formed by nature? Yang Kai was astonished. Indeed, formed by nature. Lao Ka nodded solemnly and explained, there are several hundred continents in the demon territory, and on 80% of them there is a myriad demon nest. Every few years, a certain number of myriad demon pills will be produced in the myriad demon nest. These pills are consumed by us demon kings, and can increase our cultivation realm and shorten our cultivation time. More or less, we have all consumed a myriad demon pill before. Yang Kai was amazed. 80% of the continents have this myriad demon nest? He was stunned for a moment before asking, then what about our cloud shadow continent? There is. Lao Ka nodded. Just like the realm gate, it is also in Lai Kuang's territory. Every time the myriad demon pills are produced, he is the one who collects them and then offers them to the saint. You are not involved? Yang Kai looked at the three people in front of him with a strange expression. Since these things were so useful to them, and they were the high-ranked demon kings of the Cloud Shadow continent, they definitely had the right to participate in the supervision. But from Lao Ku's words, this matter was actually handled by Lai Kuang alone. Lao Ku and the others immediately showed a touch of embarrassment on their faces. Carson said, My king, you may not know this, but in the past, this matter was done by us high-ranked demon kings, but ever since Lai Kuang pledged allegiance to Master Yu Sang, we have been excluded. It's easier to do things with someone backing you. Yang Kai sneered, and was about to ask them why they did not pledge allegiance to Yu Sang, but thinking carefully, it was not that they did not want to pledge allegiance, but that Yu Sang did not accept them. After the myriad demon pills were collected, Yu Sang would definitely share some of the profits as a reward. The more people he accepted, the more rewards he would naturally give. Since Lai Kuang was working for him, why would he accept others? How is this nest of myriad demons formed? Why does it exist in more than 80% of the continents? Yang Kai asked curiously. This question stumped Lao Ku and the others. They also did not know how the nest of myriad demons was formed, but since ancient times, the various continents in the demon territory were like this, and they were already used to it. Furthermore, it was normal for them to be able to collect myriad demon pills in the nest of myriad demons. If they wanted to find the reason, they would probably have to ask the half-saint or even the Saint Venerables. Seeing that they did not know, Yang Kai did not bother to make things difficult for them. He asked a few more questions about the myriad demon pills, and found out that the frequency and quantity of these things were collected was different in every continent. The Cloud Shadow continent basically only collected them once every 10 years or so. Each time, there would be dozens to hundreds of myriad demon pills, and the quantity was not constant, fluctuating. Chapter 3469. The matter of the myriad demon pill caused Yang Kai's heart to sink slightly. No wonder there were more demon kings in the demon territory than in the emperor realm in the star boundary. It turned out that such a thing existed. According to his previous estimates, a few dozen myriad demon pills were enough to promote a low-ranked demon king to mid-rank. In other words, in the Cloud Shadow mainland alone, a low-ranked demon king could be promoted every decade or so, and there would still be some left over. In the long run, how could the number of demon kings not increase? Of course, although this calculation method was too idealistic, with the myriad demon pill, the experts in the demon territory would have an easier time cultivating, and the time to grow would be shorter than in the star boundary. Why didn't the star boundary have such a good thing? Also, how did the nest of myriad demons appear? How could it give birth to something like the myriad demon pill? Perhaps Yu Meng would know the reason, but he couldn't ask her now. At this time, Yin smiled slightly and said, Speaking of which, Your Majesty came just in time. This time the myriad demon pill will be collected soon within half a year. When the time comes, Your Majesty can go and see for yourself. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he said, Since the nest of myriad demons is in Lai Kuang's territory, did he send people to guard it? Yes. Lao Ka nodded. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and said, But as far as I know, Lai Kuang has brought all the demon kings under his command to the Cloud Shadow City. Who is guarding it now? Lao Ka was startled when he heard this, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he cupped his fists and said, This subordinate will go to the nest of myriad demons to investigate. The nest of myriad demons was the most important place in every continent, and it absolutely could not be left unguarded. Since Lai Kuang had brought all the demon kings under his command, it was very likely that the nest of myriad demons was unguarded, or that there was someone else guarding it for Lai Kuang. Thinking of Lai Kuang's defection to Yusang, it was not difficult to imagine where the person guarding the nest of myriad demons came from. Now that the Cloud Shadow mainland was Yang Kai's territory, the myriad demon pills collected from the nest of 10,000 demons were naturally under Yang Kai's control. How could he tolerate others interfering? Bring more people. Carson will accompany you. Yang Kai waved his hand. Carson replied, yes. The two of them didn't delay any longer, and for the sake of avoiding trouble, they immediately bid their farewells and left. He left behind a voice that was shrouded in black gas and whose face could not be seen clearly. If my king has no other orders, this subordinate will take his leave. Bring those 5 demon king to me. Yang Kai ordered, then closed his eyes. Ying glanced at him curiously. She didn't know why he wanted the 5 demon king, but she didn't ask. She accepted the order and left. After a short while, the 5 demon kings, whose cultivation had been sealed, were brought to a room. After a night of torture, the 5 demon kings were all in a sorry state. However, at this moment, all of them were glaring at Yang Kai. Some of the more hot-tempered ones were even cursing loudly, which was extremely unpleasant to hear. They also knew that they were doomed, but they couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. So, they just wanted to vent their anger. If they could provoke Yang Kai to kill them, that would be the best. Death would be the end of all troubles. It was better than being tortured again. Waving the soldiers to retreat, he closed the door and laid down a layer of barrier. Yang Kai looked at the 5 people coldly, then stretched out his hand and grabbed them. The next moment, the space principles fluctuated, and the 5 demon kings disappeared. Then Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the room. Inside the small sealed world, in an open space, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged. Even though it was sitting on the ground, its 10-meter-tall body was still towering like a small mountain. It was looking at the 5 demon kings that Yang Kai had brought in with great interest. Yang Kai appeared and without any nonsense he raised his hand and said, "Let's begin." The embodiment nodded and formed a seal with both hands, assuming a strange posture. In the next moment, an invisible force fluctuated and enveloped the 5 immobilized demon kings. The faces of the demon kings, who were at a loss because of the sudden change in environment, changed drastically. They felt the blood essence and even Yuan Qi divine senses in their bodies become restless, uncontrollably drifting out of their bodies. As Yang Kai looked over, he saw dark red qi gushing out of the 5 demon kings' bodies and converging towards the embodiment. The embodiment inhaled and exhaled, swallowing the dark red qi into its stomach. In just a few breaths, the dark red qi became incomparably thick, and the bodies of the 5 demon kings shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, their auras plummeting. This scene made Yang Kai shudder. He secretly thought that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was really overbearing and evil. No wonder the star boundary couldn't tolerate it. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose and wasn't afraid of the many drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, when he was in the star boundary, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid letting the embodiment use this secret art inherited from the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor when fighting with others, so as to prevent others from seeing any clues. In the past, the embodiment had also devoured the chi essences of some enemies, but it was just a taste and was rarely used. Now that he was in the demon territory, he naturally didn't have too many scruples. In the battle with Lai Kuang last night, the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to torment Lai Kuang. Moreover, according to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could be used to nurture battle. When devouring the chi essences of others, it could weaken the strength of others and strengthen itself. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it was almost invincible. In the past, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had single-handedly slaughtered many great emperors in the War of Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was undoubtedly the most important contribution. Yang Kai planned to let the embodiment properly cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique in the demon territory, so as to increase its strength as soon as possible. Although these 5 demon kings were only below average, their chi essences couldn't be wasted. They could be used to nourish the embodiment. As long as there was enough energy to devour, the embodiment could quickly become stronger. In the demon territory, Yang Kai only had the embodiment as a helper. Naturally, he wanted it to be as strong as possible. The 5 demon kings were no longer in the mood to curse and shout. They resisted with frightened expressions. However, with their cultivation sealed, how could they resist the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques? Devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. In just a few dozen breaths, the 5 demon kings stopped breathing and turned into dried corpses. The embodiment maintained its posture, but the chi on its body was surging and flames were rolling. Suddenly, its body shook, and a dark aura escaped. It was the demonic chi that was purified after it digested the chi essences of the 5 demon kings. From this, it could be seen that the embodiment had a unique advantage in cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. The stone mongoose's body allowed it to purify all kinds of negative and unfavorable energy. If it was a flesh and blood body that cultivated the battle technique, even if it had the means to resolve it, it was bound to be affected to some extent. In the long run, its temperament would certainly be distorted. I've also asked about this. Yang Kai raised the 3 jade boxes in his hand and casually threw them over. With a thought, he transmitted the information he had learned to the embodiment. The embodiment caught the 3 jade boxes, raised his eyebrows and said, "Myriad demon pills? Good stuff." After saying that, he cast a spell to open the jade boxes and directly swallowed the 3 myriad demon pills together. He activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to refine them, making Yang Kai's eyelids twitch. The myriad demon pills were created by nature and contained an enormous amount of energy. Before the demon kings took them, they had to be fully prepared and then spend a lot of time to refine them. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. However, the embodiment directly swallowed the 3 pills in one gulp as if he was eating candy. If the other demon kings saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Even a high-grade demon king didn't have such boldness. The embodiment's chi was surging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a continuous stream of dark aura escaped from his body. The scene of him devouring the chi of the 5 demon kings was much better than before. After tossing and turning for an incense stick's worth of time, the embodiment slowly opened his eyes, and the flames in his eyes flickered. Yang Kai sensed it, and knew what it was thinking. He smacked his lips and said, 3,000 pills should be enough for you to reach a higher level. That's quite a lot. One had to know that the Cloud Shadow continent only collected a few hundred myriad demon pills every 10 years or so. 3,000 pills would take the entire Cloud Shadow continent hundreds or thousands of years to produce. However, if it could really make the embodiment's strength reach a higher level, it would be worth it. The embodiment now had the Holy Spirit Stone Fire origin and the Stone Mongoose's body as a foundation, so it had extraordinary strength. Its strength was stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, but slightly weaker than a half-saint. If it reached a higher level, it would be able to contend with a half-saint. Now he could only try to collect myriad demon pills. This thing could greatly shorten the growth time of the embodiment, so it was worth investing in. Yang Kai suddenly regretted being so generous last night. He didn't know if there were any myriad demon pills in the space rings of the Demon Kings, but seeing that Lai Kuang only had 3 pills left, the chances of the other Demon Kings were slim. Even if they had a chance to obtain myriad demon pills, they would have taken them immediately to strengthen themselves. In addition, Yang Kai could also capture more Demon Kings and throw them into the small sealed world bead for the embodiment to devour. Although the effect was not as good as taking myriad demon pills, it was still not bad. Leaving the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai waited quietly in his room for a while before Yin brought him a large amount of information about the world gate. Yang Kai spent an hour going through the information, pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the door. "Master!" Xiao Wu, who was guarding outside the door, hurriedly saluted, her eyes shining like stars. Yang Kai nodded gently, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look at the room beside him with a strange expression and asked, "How long have you been in there?" "What?" Xiao Wu did not understand. "Boya." Yang Kai glanced at her. Only then did Xiao Wu understand and said, "She has been here since last night." Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he hurriedly walked to the door and pushed it open. This was Li Shiqing's room. In order to make it easier to take care of her, Yang Kai deliberately arranged for her to stay in the room next to his. These days, Li Shiqing had been well behaved, perhaps because she was afraid of Yang Kai, so she had been staying in her room and not coming out. But even though she did not come out, someone went to look for her. At this moment, Boya was in her room, sitting next to Li Shiqing. Boya was holding her hand and talking about something, but no one knew what she was talking about. What made Yang Kai feel a chill run down his spine was that Boya, this slut, actually had a look of affection in her eyes. She's hopeless. Hearing the movement, the two women in the room turned to look. Li Shiqing instinctively shuddered and hid behind Boya. She was really afraid of Yang Kai to the extreme. Boya, on the other hand, let out a dissatisfied grunt, as if she was angry that something good had been disturbed. Chapter 3470. After fiercely reprimanding Boya and forcing her to leave, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Shiqing. She was sitting at the innermost part of the bed, curled up and hugging her knees. Her face was drained of blood, and she looked extremely scared. Yang Kai looked helpless. He softened his expression a little and said, "Don't interact with that witch in the future. She's not a good person." Li Shiqing shrunk her body even more and nodded almost unnoticeably. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai knew that she didn't take his words to heart. He guessed that in her eyes, he was the worst villain in the world. He couldn't say anything bad about her behind her back, so he could only stop. After thinking for a while, he casually flicked out a space spirit bead and said, "If you encounter any danger, activate the restrictive spell in this bead. It will keep you safe." He couldn't take care of Li Shiqing all the time, especially when there were many things to deal with later. It wasn't easy to get her out of the blood-fighting arena, so he couldn't let anything happen to her. A space spirit bead was enough to keep her safe. As long as her reaction wasn't too slow, she could use this bead to teleport to Yang Kai's side when she encountered an irresistible danger. Of course, the premise was that she had to be on the same continent as Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai estimated that the chances of her using this bead weren't very high, now that he had the entire Cloud Shadow mainland under his control. Once he gave the order, the Demon King wouldn't dare to disobey. Perhaps no one here would dare to attack his people. After giving the order, he strode out without waiting for Li Shiqing's reaction. Behind him, Li Shiqing looked up at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated expression. After hesitating for a long time, she put away the bead. At this moment, Yang Kai and Sound had already driven the tiger-headed chariot in a certain direction of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Half a day later, in the wilderness, the tiger-headed chariot stopped at a high altitude. Yang Kai and Sound got off the chariot, looked around and said, "Are you sure it's here?" Sound also turned her head to take a look, and then looked around for a while, as if she was measuring the location. After a short while, she came to a void and stood still, saying, "It's right where I am." Yang Kai nodded lightly, the space principles around him fluctuating as he closed his eyes, silently sensing something. Sound looked at him curiously, her eyes flashing with a strange light. However, she didn't dare to disturb him and waited quietly. After a full hour, Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly shook his head. He looked at the Sound and asked, "When did this realm gate disappear? Where does it lead to?" Previously, he had looked up the information about the realm gates of the Cloud Shadow mainland, and confirmed that what Baizhua had said before was true. There were originally 5 realm gates in the Cloud Shadow mainland, which were connected to 5 different continents. However, in the past 1,000 years, 4 of the realm gates had disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one connected to the Lanyuan mainland, which almost caused the Cloud Shadow mainland to be completely isolated. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. If he wanted to protect the last realm gate, he must first take a look at the 4 disappeared realm gates. At the very least, he must have some idea of why they disappeared. Even if he couldn't figure it out, he must at least find some clues. However, although he had tried his best, he still found nothing. There was nothing unusual here. If it wasn't for Sound's confirmation, and all the information he had looked up before pointed to the existence of a realm gate here, Yang Kai was afraid that he might have made a mistake. Sound said, the realm gate here was the first to disappear, about 1,000 years ago. The signs before it disappeared were very similar to the last realm gate. There were some signs of instability. It could have led to the Blood Flame mainland. After a pause, she asked, Your Majesty, did you find anything? Although she knew that there was little hope after seeing Yang Kai's performance, she still couldn't help but ask. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, I didn't find anything. Let's go to the next place. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed chariot. Sound naturally had no objection. She got on the chariot with Yang Kai and led the way. Half a day later, the two came to a sea territory. Below them, waves rose and fell, and the sea was boundless. Yang Kai, as before, closed his eyes to sense, while Sound waited quietly beside him. After a while, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. The fluctuation of the law of space around him became more and more violent. Sound, who had been paying attention to him, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. She realized that Yang Kai should have found something. The next moment, she saw Yang Kai suddenly open his eyes and look at the void in front of him with a solemn face. The power of space around him was wandering, and he suddenly stretched out his hands to explore the void in front of him. The speed of the advancement of his hands was very slow, as if there was great resistance in the void. What surprised Sound even more was that after advancing about half a foot, Yang Kai's hands suddenly disappeared, as if they had merged into the void. Sound couldn't help but be stunned. The power of space was so mysterious. Then she heard Yang Kai roar, "Open!" With this roar, Yang Kai's hands jerked to the sides. The next moment, the void seemed to be torn apart, and a crack appeared in front of Sound. Inside the crack was chaos and nothingness. Not only did it swallow the line of sight, but even the divine thoughts that entered it disappeared immediately. Sound, however, was extremely excited and cried out, "Your Majesty!" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her, and exerted more strength in his hands. His clothes fluttered without wind, and the crack in front of him grew bigger and bigger. When it was big enough to accommodate the two of them, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Sound's arm, and rushed toward the crack with her. In a flash, the two of them disappeared. Sound felt that the world was spinning, and her vision was turned upside down. When she came back to her senses, she had already arrived at another world. She collected her thoughts and looked down in a daze. After seeing some familiar scenery, she exclaimed, "Thunder Sky Continent." The portal that had disappeared just now was originally connected to this Thunder Sky Continent. Sound had lived in the Cloud Shadow mainland for thousands of years. In the early years, before those portals disappeared, she often came to the Thunder Sky Continent to do business. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the scenery at the exit. However, since the portal there disappeared, she had never been here again. She did not expect that one day she would see the scenery here again. For a moment, she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. She felt that it was not unreasonable for the holy sage to send him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the portal. With such means, it meant that he could really open the portal that had disappeared again, so that the Cloud Shadow mainland would no longer be isolated. "Don't be happy too early." Yang Kai looked indifferent, pouring cold water on Sound's excitement. "Look behind you." Sound was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned her head to look behind her, only to see that the crack in the void that they had passed through was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would disappear in less than 10 breaths of time. Her excitement and expectation suddenly disappeared. She was stunned and absent-minded. How could this be? Yang Kai laughed and said, "I just followed a trace of where the portal used to be and forcibly broke through the void to come here. The two continents have their own laws of heaven and earth, so they will naturally repair the interference of external forces and trace back to the source." "Then the portal," Yang Kai said. "It's too early to say this, but it's not hopeless. Since the traces of the connection between the two continents are still there, there is a way. Let's go back first." As he spoke, he turned around and tore the almost healed crack again, and returned with Sound. After a while, the two returned to the cloud shadow. Looking at the rapidly healing crack, Sound sighed in her heart. However, after experiencing such a thing, she saw a little hope. After that, the two went all the way to the other two vanishing portals, carefully investigating. It took them 2 days to finish investigating the two places. The results made Sound feel better, because the two places were in the same situation as the portal to the Thunder Sky continent. There were still some traces left, enough for Yang Kai to tear through the void and go there directly. Only the first portal to the Blood Flame continent made Yang Kai somewhat helpless. In other words, among the 4 vanishing portals, there was hope for 3 of them to reappear, but there was no hope for the first portal at all. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the 4 vanishing portals were not much different and should be in the same situation, but the place where they first investigated was somewhat different. Sound, think about it carefully. What's the difference between these 4 portals? Especially the portal to the Blood Flame continent, it's different from the other 3 portals. Yang Kai himself could not figure it out. After all, he had not been here for long, so he could only ask Sound. This was also the reason why he brought Sound out. Time. Sound pondered for a moment and proposed a possible guess. Could it be that the reason why the first portal disappeared for the longest time? It's only 1,000 years, but we can't rule out this possibility. What else? Yang Kai frowned. Sound continued to ponder. After a while, she looked up at Yang Kai and said, "By the way, the Blood Flame continent has disappeared. The portal connected to the cloud shadow is the last portal it has." Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? If he guessed correctly, this was the reason why the traces of the portal had completely disappeared. Even the Blood Flame continent had disappeared. So how could the traces of the portal remain? Sound was a little embarrassed. "I forgot." Yang Kai shook his head speechlessly, but he did not mean to blame her. Since he had figured out the reason, the next thing would be easy. In order to protect the portal, Yang Kai had to at least figure out why the portal had always existed. Logically speaking, that kind of thing should have been smoothed out under the effect of the law of heaven and earth. But in fact there were many continents in the Devil Territory. Every continent had at least 2 or 3 portals, and at most a dozen portals. It was extremely strange. So no matter what, he had to make a trip to the only surviving portal. On the one hand, he could check it out. On the other hand, he could use the unstable portal to comprehend the power of space. If he could make further progress in the law of space, that would be the best. Chapter 3471. Since he had made up his mind, Yang Kai did not delay and immediately rushed towards the only realm gate within. When he first came to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he and Baizhua had passed through this realm gate, but at that time, they did not know that this was Lai Kuang's territory. This time, Lai Kuang was already dead, and the Demon King subordinates of Lai Kuang had also been scattered, so this place had become ownerless. However, without Yang Kai's permission, Lao Ku and the other 2 high-ranked Demon King did not dare to occupy this place without permission, and could only wait for his decision. Lao Ku and Carson were nearby. Previously, Yang Kai had asked them to investigate the situation of the nest of myriad devils, and now that a few days had passed, they should have obtained some results. Halfway there, he transmitted a message to the 2. When Yang Kai arrived near the realm gate, he saw Lao Ku and Carson leading a group of Demon King waiting respectfully. Before Yang Kai arrived, they hurriedly greeted him and bowed respectfully. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai looked at Lao Ku and asked. Lao Ku cupped his hands and said, "As your majesty expected, Lai Kuang is colluding with the Blue Origin continent. When he went to the Cloud Shadow City, the nest of myriad devils was guarded by Tukuro." Seeing Yang Kai's suspicious look, Yin explained in a low voice, "Tukuro is the Demon King of the Blue Origin continent. He is a subordinate of Master Yu Sang, and his strength is not ordinary." For Yin to say that his strength is not ordinary, he should be a high-ranked Demon King. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then where is Tukuro now?" Lao Ku and Carson couldn't help but reveal awkward expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that they had escaped. However, this was human nature. Although the Blue Origin continent had extended their hands to the Cloud Shadow mainland to get their hands on the nest of myriad devils, And the myriad demon pill. They still had a half-saint as their backer. Unlike Lao Ku and the others, who were unloved and unloved, they were in an awkward situation. Even though Yang Kai's killing of Lai Kuang gave them some confidence, they didn't dare to really go against Yu Sang. Although it wouldn't take them much effort to kill Tu Qiaolua with their current strength, they would definitely get into trouble after killing him. If Yu Sang were to pursue the matter in the future, they would definitely die without a burial place. Therefore, they were only following Yang Kai's orders to take back the nest of myriad devils, and let Tukuros mind his own business. At this time, when Yang Kai asked about it, they were naturally embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to pursue the matter. He just looked at them deeply, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand and said, "Now that the situation in the Cloud Shadow mainland is settled and the nest of myriad devils is in our hands, this king will begin to investigate this realm gate, and find a way to maintain this only passage. You must cooperate with all your heart. From today onwards, this realm gate will be temporarily closed. Without this king's command, no one is allowed to enter or exit." Since he wanted to study the realm gate and find out the principle behind its continuous existence, he needed a quiet and undisturbed environment. Naturally, the realm gate had to be closed and no one was allowed to enter or exit. Fortunately, there were a lot of people here, enough to set up a defense. Yes, Lao Ku and the others respectfully responded, thinking that their good days had come to an end. The Cloud Shadow mainland had a new master, and they would no longer be free. But then again, if Yang Kai could really stabilize this realm gate and ensure that it would not disappear, it would be of great benefit to them. At the very least, they would not have to consider a way out in the future. Yang Kai said again, "Lao Ku, your subordinate is here." Lao Ku answered and stepped forward. "Go back to the Cloud Shadow City and bring Boya here." Although he had warned Li Shiqing to be careful of Boya, who knew if that woman Boya would still have designs on Li Shiqing after he left, it was better to bring her here. Moreover, he had to comprehend the secret of the realm gate, and would have no time to be distracted. He could not trust Lao Ku and the others too much. Only Boya could take on the responsibility of protecting him when he was concentrating on studying the realm gate. With the soul puppet in hand, he was not afraid that Boya would have second thoughts. Lao Ku accepted the order and left. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and turned to look at Carson and Yin. He said, "I've always wanted to ask you, can you buy the Infinite Demon's Elixir?" The Infinite Demon's Elixir was very useful for Dharmakayas, but the amount needed was too much. If it could be bought, it would save a lot of trouble. Now that he was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, it could be said that everything here was under his control. With the current situation of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still had the financial resources to buy some Infinite Demon's Elixirs. "It's possible, but it's not easy to buy." Carson frowned. "Every demon king needs it. Once they get their hands on it, they will consume it and refine it immediately." Yin also said, "In the past, every time we collected the Infinite Demon's Elixir, we could get one or two, but we never saved any and used them very quickly." After a pause, she said, "Your Majesty, do you want to buy the Infinite Demon's Elixir?" Yang Kai nodded. "I do have this idea." Yin said, "Then I advise your Majesty not to buy it. It's ridiculously expensive." "How expensive?" Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly. Yin replied, 50 to 80 million top-grade magic crystals for one elixir, and there's a price but no supply." Yang Kai could not help but grit his teeth. He had thought that the 1 billion magic crystals he had won from the blood-fighting arena was already quite valuable, but according to what Yin said, he could only buy a dozen Infinite Demon's Elixirs, and he might not even be able to buy it. And if he threw the 1 billion magic crystals to Dharmakayas to devour and refine, the effect might not be much worse than taking the Infinite Demon's Elixir. This was really bad news. It made Yang Kai suddenly lose interest in buying the Infinite Demon's Elixir. Even if he could mobilize the resources of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, he was afraid that he would not be able to buy much. Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss the two, and then he flew toward the portal. Standing in front of it, he carefully looked at it, unable to hide the shock on his face. The portal could be said to be a huge void corridor. The chaotic and nothingness aura inside was fluctuating, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Yang Kai knew that with his current attainments in space, it was impossible for him to make such a thing, but if it was to maintain its stability, there might be some ways. Gently taking a breath, he closed his eyes and used his divine thoughts to investigate the situation of the portal. Below, Carson and Ian began to disperse the demon race subordinates. With the portal as the center, they divided the troops within a radius of 30 miles, and prohibited all irrelevant people from getting close to the portal, so as not to disturb Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai cracked the secret of the portal, the demon race of the Cloud Shadow mainland could not leave through the portal. Although this move would cause some demon race to complain, it concerned the future of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, so it was useless to complain. Above the void, Yang Kai's divine thought swept through the portal inch by inch, feeling the mysterious power of space contained in it. His face was thoughtful. As he had thought before, comprehending here was indeed helpful to his understanding of the law of space. After all, such a huge void corridor had never been seen in the star world, and the various wonders contained in it were also something he had never experienced before. Just as he faintly felt that he had gained something, suddenly a fluctuation of the law of space came from the portal. This made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows. He thought it was the unstable fluctuation of the portal itself, but the next moment, a demon race suddenly appeared in front of him. The cultivation of the demon race was not too high, only in the realm of demon commander. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked to see Yang Kai face to face. He thought that someone was lying in ambush here to attack him, so he immediately rushed to the side with his demon chi. After standing firm, he saw Yang Kai looking at him coldly, and there seemed to be countless gazes fixed on him from all directions. The demon commander frowned, looked around, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Down below, there were as many as 10 demon kings eyeing him covetously, and there were many demon commanders and demon generals surrounding him within a radius of several dozen kilometers, making him feel like a sheep that had accidentally stumbled into a wolf's den. Frightened, he forced a smile to Yang Kai and asked bitterly, "Master, is there something you need?" Scram! Yang Kai waved at him in a bad mood. The demon commander felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream, quickly turning around and flying in a certain direction, only gasping for breath when he was far away. Yang Kai shouted down, "Carson!" Carson quickly flew up and cupped his fists. "Great King! Take people to the portal in the Blue Origin continent and block it. Don't let anyone pass through it." The demon commander just now should have come from the Blue Origin continent, and happened to be near the portal here. Even if it wasn't near here, once someone passed through the portal, it was bound to cause some ripples, disturbing Yang Kai. How could he comprehend the secrets of the portal? Hearing this, Carson's expression froze. This isn't good, right? That's Master Yusang's territory. We have no right to interfere. What's more, they had just chased away Tukuro a few days ago. If they took people to block the portal now, how could the Blue Origin continent let it go when they found out? A single mistake could trigger a confrontation between the two continents. Yang Kai sneered. "What are you afraid of? Yusang has already been sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint." Carson said awkwardly, "Even if Master Yusang isn't here, there are still nearly 10 high-ranked demon kings in the Blue Origin continent. We are no match for them." The Blue Origin continent had Yusang's protection, so even if the demon race's army was transferred to the two-realm battlefield, there were still more demon kings than Cloud Shadow. If a fight really broke out, Cloud Shadow would definitely suffer a great loss. Yang Kai glanced at him. "If they have any objections, let them talk to me." Carson was helpless, knowing that Yang Kai was determined to block the portal on the other side. It was useless to say more, so he could only brace himself and follow the order. After he ordered some demon kings to follow him, and went through the portal to the Blue Origin continent, Yang Kai closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The next 2 days were peaceful. No one from Cloud Shadow dared to disturb them, and everyone who wanted to pass through the portal was stopped. It was the same for the Blue Origin continent. It seemed that Carson didn't act carelessly. Boya had already come over, glaring at Yang Kai fiercely from not far away, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to her at all, or rather, he didn't notice her gaze at all. He was immersed in the portal. Naturally, he couldn't rely on Boya for his safety. Inside the sealed world bead, the embodiment had been monitoring the surrounding situation. If anyone had bad intentions, the embodiment would immediately rush out of the sealed world bead to protect himself. Chapter 3472. A few days passed, and everything was calm. In front of the realm gate, Yang Kai closed his eyes and remained motionless, but the fluctuations of the space principles on his body were constantly visible, and even seemed to be resonating with the realm gate. This made Lao Ku and Yin, who had been watching below, very surprised. At the same time, they were secretly excited and looking forward to it. The current situation showed that Yang Kai was deeply studying the secrets of the realm gate. If there was a breakthrough, he might really be able to protect this realm gate. In fact, Yang Kai had indeed gained a lot these days. He felt that his attainments in the space principles had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially when the realm gate was unstable, he could even pry into some secrets that he couldn't normally pry into, and verify them with his own experience. Every time, he would gain something. This was indeed a good place to cultivate the space principles. If it were an intact realm gate, it would definitely not have such an effect. Only this kind of unstable realm gate could help him. He didn't even think about how to protect this realm gate. Instead, he was immersed in the joy of enlightenment, prying into the mysteries of the void and absorbing the nutrients to make himself stronger. Although the demon territory and the star boundary were two large worlds, and the heaven and earth principles were slightly different, when it came to specific principles, they were all the same. The space principles were like this. A few days later, even though Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about protecting the realm gate, he had some vague ideas about how to do so. Of course, it was still too early to say if he wanted to put these ideas into practice. He needed to carefully pry into the secrets of this realm gate to have some confidence. At a certain moment, a trace of abnormal fluctuation came from the realm gate in front of him again, interrupting the state he had maintained for many days, causing him to wake up from the meditative state. He shouted with a gloomy face, "Bastard!" Lao Ku and Yin's expressions changed slightly, and they flew up together. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the two of them, his eyes gloomy. "Go and ask Kasun what he's doing. If he can't even handle such a small matter, what use does this king have for him?" The situation just now was obviously caused by someone passing through the realm gate on the Blue Origin continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the realm gate to have ripples out of thin air. Lao Ku and Yin accepted the order and hurriedly flew down. They gathered some people and prepared to go through the realm gate to the Blue Origin continent to investigate. Boya, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai with a gloating expression. Yang Kai sent her here, making her angry. Demon King. Demon King. Master. Yang Kai looked over and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that this mid-rank Demon King was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on his body that reached to the bone. He had obviously experienced a fierce battle. This Demon King was one of Master Kursan's subordinates. He had been brought to the Blue Origin continent by Kursan. The disturbance in the realm gate just now should have been caused by this person passing through the realm gate. Lao Ku-in and the others also looked over when they heard this. The former anxiously asked, "What happened?" The mid-rank Demon King took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "We were ordered by the king to go to the Blue Origin continent to seal the realm gate. The past few days were peaceful, but we didn't expect that the Blue Origin continent would suddenly send out 6 high-ranked Demon Kings with thousands of subordinates to besiege us." Under the cover of Master Kursan, this subordinate passed through the realm gate and came back to report. "I hope the king and the other masters can lend a hand and save Master Kursan." Before this subordinate returned, Master Kursan was already seriously injured. "I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer." "How dare you?" Lao Ku was furious. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai, his face filled with righteous indignation. Although he was old and didn't have the fighting spirit of his youth, it didn't mean that he wouldn't retaliate when he was bullied. Kursan was Cloud Shadow's Demon King, and could be considered his colleague. They had been together for so many years, so they had some friendship. Now that he was seriously injured, he naturally felt the cold. In addition, for so many years the Blue Origin continent had interfered with Cloud Shadow's nest of 10,000 demons, so they no longer had an income of myriad demon pills. This made Lao Ke feel resentful. Now that Yu Sang had been sent to the two-realm battlefield, Cloud Shadow had Yang Kai, the Lord King, to take care of the situation. If they were still bullied like this, it wouldn't be a demon race. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "My king, nothing can happen to Kurson. My Cloud Shadow doesn't have many high-ranked demon kings now." Originally, there were only 4 high-ranked demon kings left. A few days ago, Lai Kuang was killed, so there were only 3 of them left. If something happened to Kurson, who else in Cloud Shadow could take on the responsibility? When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already sneered. "Gather your troops and come back later. This king and Boya will go first." One of the more troublesome things about going through the Realm Gate was that after going through the Realm Gate, they would be randomly teleported. Unless they used some method to wrap everyone together, they would appear in the same place after going through the Realm Gate. However, they couldn't be accurately teleported to a specific location. So Yang Kai didn't plan to wait for Lao Ku and the others. It would take some time for them to gather the people scattered here. Kurson's situation was unclear, so he naturally had to go and take a look first. Yes, Lao Ku and Yin responded in unison, thinking that their king was indeed a lord who wasn't afraid of trouble. Originally, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would be afraid when he heard that there were 6 high-ranked demon kings causing trouble, but they didn't expect him to be so decisive. Thinking about it, this person had killed Lai Kuang in just a few days after coming to Cloud Shadow. If he was really a person who was afraid of trouble, why would he do such a thing? They didn't ask for anything else, only that they could save Kurson and protect most of Kurson's subordinates. This way, even if Yuan Qi and Cloud Shadow suffered losses, it wouldn't be too serious. Boya obviously also realized the seriousness of the situation, and didn't have the mood to argue with Yang Kai at this moment. She quickly flew up after hearing his words. Yang Kai activated his Emperor's Qi and wrapped her up, then plunged into the Realm Gate. He couldn't control where the Realm Gate would teleport him, but he could ensure that he and Boya wouldn't be separated. His vision blurred, and he had already entered another continent, the Blue Plains continent that was connected to Cloud Shadow. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot, then got on with Boya and drove the war chariot forward. The place where Kurson and the others were besieged should be where the Realm Gate between Cloud Shadow and the Blue Plains continent was located. Although he didn't know the route, the war chariot had already set the route before coming here, so this time he just had to follow the map. Presumably, this place wasn't too far away from the Realm Gate. After passing through the Realm Gate, although one would be randomly teleported to a location, generally speaking, one would be within 1,000 kilometers of the other end of the Realm Gate. It was very rare for one to be teleported to a place more than 1,000 kilometers away. No one knew why this was, but at this time, it was convenient for Yang Kai to rescue Kurson. After all, if they were too far away from the Realm Gate, by the time he arrived, Kurson's corpse would probably be cold. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, Boya couldn't help but shiver. She turned to look at him, only to find that Yang Kai had a faint smile on his face. She asked, "Master, what are you smiling about?" What was so funny about today's matter? The situation on Kurson's side was definitely worrying. If Kurson died, then Cloud Shadow would only have 2 high-ranked demon kings left. Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm laughing because Blue Plains has finally made a move." Boya was startled. "You expected this?" Yang Kai glanced at her leisurely. "Yu Sang and I have a grudge. Although he was sent to the two-realm battlefield by the Lord, he still tried everything to take my life. In the past, Lai Kuang was ordered by him. Even Lai Kuang was like this, so why would he care about the Blue Plains continent? I'm sure the demon kings on the Blue Plains continent have also received Yu Sang's orders. This time, I've placed an opportunity in front of them. If they don't cherish it, then they are pigs." The meaning of these words was clear, but Boya was confused. After thinking carefully for a while, she said thoughtfully, "You asked Kurson to block the Realm Gate on the Blue Plains continent just to provoke them?" Kurson was the demon king of Cloud Shadow, but he interfered in the Blue Plains continent's matters. If she was the demon king on the Blue Plains continent, she would not have just sat by and watched. Who could tolerate this? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I didn't purposely provoke them. This king does need to block the realm gate to maintain peace. I just predicted that they would not cooperate. Once they make a move, this king will have an excuse to make a move on them. I will use this opportunity to completely resolve the Blue Plains continent's matters. Otherwise, this king will not be able to protect the realm gate with peace of mind in the future. Boya had a strange expression on her face. Didn't you hear the Demon King's report just now? 6 high-ranked Demon Kings and 1,000 subordinates have been dispatched from the Blue Plains continent? Where did you get the confidence to provoke them? Cloud Shadow's high-end combat strength was far inferior to theirs. However, when she thought of Lai Kuang's death that night, she secretly wondered if Yang Kai's trump card was the large bell. Even now, Boya still didn't know how Yang Kai managed to kill Lai Kuang. The only suspicious thing at that time was the giant bell. After being enveloped by the bell, Lai Kuang, a peak high-ranked Demon King, died in just a few moments. Many people guessed that the reason why Lai Kuang died so quickly was due to the might of the bell. In the past few days when she was harassing Li Shiqing, she had also intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Yang Kai. She learned that he was an influential figure in the astral boundary. It was common for the weak to win against the strong. However, Li Shiqing did not know much about Yang Kai. Most of what she knew was only hearsay. Thus, she did not know how Yang Kai had killed Lai Kuang that day. Looking up, Yang Kai was no longer in the mood to talk. However, the smile on his face became even more unfathomable. This made Boya feel very disgusted. She felt that humans were just as the rumors said, treacherous and sinister. They were a race that should have gone extinct long ago. And then, Yang Kai's behavior became even more strange. The realm gate was clearly in their field of vision. It was just a few dozen li away, and they could faintly see many figures fighting there. It should be Curson and his subordinates resisting with all their might. However, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of helping them. Instead, he flew in a large circle around the realm gate. Chapter 3473. At first, Boya didn't know Yang Kai's intentions, but she quickly saw through some clues. Within 100 li, there were 3 ambushes, and each of them had a high-ranked Demon King overseeing them. Although she was only a mid-ranked Demon King, and her divine sense was not as strong as Yang Kai's, as a winged demon, she had a special eye technique that allowed her to see things that others couldn't. It was because of this eye technique that she was able to discover them. This was clearly the handiwork of the Blue Plains continent. Boya's expression was grave as she pondered. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something. She turned her head and looked towards the realm gate. She saw that Curson was leading a group of subordinates in a fierce battle with the demons of the Blue Plains continent. However, even though Carson was strong, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were 6 high-grade Devil Kings on the other side, and there were plenty of mid-grade and low-grade Devil Kings as well. They were completely surrounded, and from time to time, someone would die on the spot. Logically speaking, Curson shouldn't have been able to last until now. However, under Boya's divine sense, she found that the Blue Plains continent didn't kill Curson. Instead, they seemed to be toying with him, only surrounding him but not killing him. Curson was constantly on the line between life and death. Besieging to attack reinforcements, Boya suddenly understood. From the looks of it, the Blue Plains continent really did have plans for Yang Kai. First, they used strength that far surpassed Curson's to trap him here, and then took the opportunity to cut off the reinforcements from Cloud Shadow. It could be said that if Yang Kai, Lao Ku, and the others stepped into this encirclement without knowing what was going on, they would most likely die today. After understanding this, Boya couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. For a moment, she admired Yang Kai even more. She didn't know how Yang Kai had discovered the 3 well-hidden ambushes, but from the looks of it, he seemed to have expected it. However, even so, the situation was still extremely unfavorable for Cloud Shadow. The difference in manpower was too great. Whether it was upper, middle, or lower Demon King, the number of Demon Kings on both continents could not be compared. Even if Lao Ku and Yin came to help, they would not be of much help to the current situation. If they wanted to break out of this situation, they would have to depend on Yang Kai's methods. Boya didn't have high hopes for him, but now that things had come to this, she couldn't persuade him. She could only play it by ear. While flying, Boya suddenly noticed that Yang Kai had casually flicked his hand, and seemed to have flicked something out. Before she could take a closer look, the tiger-headed war chariot had already swept past, and was heading straight in a certain direction. In that direction, a group of demon race from the Lanyuan continent was lying in ambush. Streams of light flashed, and in just a few breaths, the tiger-headed chariot had already crossed several dozen kilometers. Yang Kai suddenly grinned at Boya, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and said, "Don't let this king down." As soon as the last word was spoken, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from the chariot, only reappearing a few kilometers away after a breath of time. His emperor chi surged wildly as his body glowed brilliantly like a miniature sun, illuminating his surroundings as he rushed straight towards the ambush. Boya's mouth couldn't help but twitch when she saw this. She had thought that Yang Kai had some kind of elaborate plan, but who would have thought that this guy would rush in so boldly and create such a huge commotion? Was he afraid that the enemy wouldn't notice him or something? How could there be such a stupid person in this world? Since the other side planned to surround the ambush and attack the reinforcements, the two of them could also take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the ambush. With her archery skills and Yang Kai's ability, as long as they were careful, it was not impossible. But now their tracks had been exposed, so there was no opportunity to speak of. But soon, Boya furrowed her brow again. She faintly felt that this was Yang Kai's goal. She immediately focused her mind, and a faint blue light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Using her eye technique, she was able to see everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Who is that? At the same time, several dozen kilometers away, a high-ranked demon king looked at the small sun rushing over and asked. Another demon king beside him glanced over and said, "It must be that human." The aura rushing over was very unfamiliar, and the energy fluctuations were only at the level of a mid-ranked demon king. Coupled with the aura that was different from the demon race, this demon king immediately recognized Yang Kai's identity. Is that the so-called Grand Prince? The high-ranked demon king raised an eyebrow and laughed with his hands on his waist. Everyone says that humans are cunning and sinister, but it seems that this is all there is to it. Today's great merit, this king will gladly accept it. Who will go and capture that human for me? Their main goal in besieging Kusun this time was to lure Yang Kai to come to their aid, but they weren't sure whether Yang Kai would come or not. If he didn't come, Kusun would undoubtedly die, which would be a huge blow to Cloud Shadow. Enough to shake Yang Kai's rule over Cloud Shadow. If he came, it would naturally be for the best, as the strength of the people here was enough to ensure that he would not be able to return. Before this, they had estimated that the chances of Yang Kai coming were no more than 30%. But in reality, this was not the case. Not long after the news of Kusun being besieged was sent back, this human actually appeared and directly rushed towards them. The high-ranked demon king was naturally overjoyed, feeling that a delicious cake had fallen from the sky. Such a good thing had actually happened to him. The opportunity was right in front of him, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. As long as he could capture this human this time, Master Yu Sang would definitely reward him handsomely. The other party was only a mid-ranked demon king. Although his momentum was impressive, his cultivation was still there, so how strong could he be? It was to the point that he didn't even have the desire to personally take action. This subordinate is willing. Immediately, 4 or 5 mid-ranked demon kings jumped out. This kind of opportunity to perform a meritorious service was right in front of them, so they naturally wouldn't easily miss it. The high-ranked demon king casually picked 3 mid-ranked demon kings and ordered them to meet the enemy head-on, regardless of life or death, as long as they brought Yang Kai back. The 3 mid-ranked demon kings gladly accepted the order, but those who weren't picked were sullen, looking at the backs of the 3 departing figures with jealous eyes. As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai and the 3 mid-ranked demon kings were rapidly approaching each other, and in just 3 breaths of time, they had already violently clashed. When a loud rumbling sound rang out, the energy in the air shook violently, and dazzling rays of light rushed out from the center of the chaos, not losing any of its momentum as it rushed in this direction. Within the light, Yang Kai was completely unscathed. His expression was calm, and there wasn't even the slightest wrinkle on his clothes. Behind him, a rain of blood was dripping down. The high-ranked demon king's smile instantly froze on his face, and he absent-mindedly looked forward. The demon race around him let out cries of alarm, and they all revealed looks of disbelief. In just a single exchange, 3 mid-rank demon kings had died without a complete corpse, and that human was completely unscathed? Those members of the demon race who were previously jealous and envious were now rejoicing in their hearts, thinking that it was fortunate that they hadn't been picked, or else their fates wouldn't have been good. In just a short moment of shock, Yang Kai had already charged into the demon race with an unstoppable momentum, and his magnificent might caused all the demon race members to turn pale, and their hearts to tremble in fear. "You're courting death." The high-ranked demon king overseeing this place finally reacted, and in a rage he reached out his hand and grabbed at the air, and a copper staff as thick as a child's arm appeared in his hand. Activating his technique, the demon chi on his body immediately rolled, and he swung the copper staff, creating a fierce wind, and smashed it down towards Yang Kai. There was nothing fancy about this attack. It was simple to the extreme. However, the power of this staff caused Yang Kai's expression to change slightly, and he didn't dare face it head-on. He hadn't been able to tell what race this high-ranked demon king belonged to before, but this staff strike was enough to confirm his origin. This was a power demon, and he was born with boundless strength. A high-ranked demon king's strength was comparable to that of the dragon race, and this was especially true for this angry attack. If Yang Kai really took it, even with his half-dragon body, he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. This staff strike seemed simple, but it had sealed off the surrounding space, leaving him no room to dodge. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only urge his space principles and use his nihility secret technique. His figure flickered for a moment before he exiled himself into the void. The staff smashed through his body, and a berserk power erupted, shattering the void, causing Yang Kai's figure to reappear, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Although he had used a self-created secret technique to avoid most of this attack's power, the remaining power still passed through the void, causing his blood and chi to roil and his breathing to become sluggish. Yang Kai wasn't having a good time, but the power demon seemed to be having an even worse time. This heavy attack, which was supposed to be a sure kill blow, had unexpectedly landed on Cotton, causing his body to sway and lose his footing. Just as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if he couldn't understand how Yang Kai could survive his attack, Yang Kai opened his hand, causing his space principles to fluctuate as he shouted, "Bind!" The surrounding space instantly turned into a formless swamp, binding the power demon's figure in place, making it impossible for him to move. The power demon's eyes widened, and a tremendous force erupted from his body, causing the void to emit cracking sounds as if it couldn't bear the pressure, and small cracks appeared all around. From the looks of it, the power demon would be able to break free in less than 3 breaths' time. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, as he looked at the power demon like he was looking at a dead man. The power demon faintly had a bad feeling, and a chill ran down his spine as he sensed an unprecedented aura of death rushing towards him. Looking up, the power demon saw a stream of light shooting towards him from several dozen kilometers away. Inside this stream of light was a several-meter-long giant arrow, its sharp aura piercing through the power demon's skin. With a thud, the stream of light pierced through the power demon's body and accurately pierced his demon heart, causing it to swell violently. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk after the first arrow. 8 more thuds rang out as another 8 arrows pierced through the power demon's body, turning him into a hedgehog. Each arrow struck a vital point, destroying the demon hearts in his body. The power demon's body stiffened in place as he looked up several dozen kilometers away, only to see a pretty figure floating in the void. The corners of the power demon's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't. The copper staff-like demon artifact in his hand slipped out, and his vitality quickly faded. Chapter 3474. A few dozen kilometers away, Boya's breathing was ragged. Her face was pale, and her chest was heaving up and down rapidly. Her hand that was holding the bow was trembling slightly. She had used her clan's secret technique to shoot that round of arrows. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect. The price she had to pay was that 30% of her demonic chi was gone. In other words, even if she was at her peak, She could only use that kind of archery 3 times before exhausting all her strength. The price wasn't small, but the result was quite satisfactory. The high-ranked demon king guarding the other side was already dead. Although there were quite a few people left, it would be difficult for them to make any waves in front of Yang Kai. A gap had been opened in the encirclement, and whether they fought or fled, Cloud Ying's side would have room to choose. She suddenly realized that joining Yang Kai's side wasn't a bad choice. With this guy's spatial divine technique and her exquisite archery skills, they could kill any high-ranked demon king that wasn't on guard. It was like this in the blood arena before, and after today's battle, the two of them were even more skilled. Taking a deep breath, Boya put away her bow and held a high-ranked demonic crystal in each hand, trying to recover as much of her strength as possible. Although they had unexpectedly destroyed one of the ambush points on the Blue Plains side, there were still 2 more. Moreover, there were still 6 high-ranked demon kings guarding the realm gate. Today was bound to be a fierce battle. At this time, she didn't want to miss any chance to recover. But at this time, she suddenly heard a violent noise from the other side, making her look in that direction suspiciously. She saw that a shocking battle seemed to have broken out 100 kilometers away. Light flickered and shadows flew. That was the location of the other ambush point on the Blue Plains continent. Was it Lao Kuan-in? Their speed was quite fast. With the two of them working together, and with Cloud Ying's current strength, they should be able to solve the problem on that side. She subconsciously used her eye technique to look in that direction, and what she saw stunned her. This was because the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Lao Kuan and even Cloud Shadow's demon race were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a stone giant that was more than 100 feet tall. This stone giant's entire body was burning with flames and covered with sharp barbs. It was unknown what divine technique it was using, but under the observation of Boa's pupil technique, an invisible layer of territory enveloped the area within a 10-mile radius. The demon race within this territory was unable to control their own blood essence. Dark red aura constantly flew out from their pores and converged towards the stone giant. This strange territory actually had the ability to devour all living things. Without a doubt, the stone giant was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Boya had seen with her own eyes how it could turn a mid-grade devil king into dust with a single slap. All of the blood essence and energy had been devoured by the stone giant, leaving behind only some residue. There was also a high-tier demon king overseeing the battle, but it was clearly not the stone giant's match. After a few breaths of time, it was completely at a disadvantage. Fortunately, its subordinates were there to protect it. Where did this guy come from? How could it be so coincidental that the demon race in the Blue Plains continent would make things difficult for it at this time? Boa had a faint feeling that this stone giant was Yang Kai's handiwork, but she still couldn't figure out how it appeared and how it silently approached the Blue Plains continent. It actually launched an attack at the same time as Yang Kai, causing the 2 ambush points in the Blue Plains continent to be nearly paralyzed. What she saw next made her even more certain that this stone giant was Yang Kai's doing. This was because the demon race's existences below the demon king's level were rapidly drying up. First, it was the demon general. Under the devouring of the invisible territory, their bodies quickly dried up. Then it was the demon marshal. This made Boa think of Lai Kuang's corpse that was hung high up in the mansion. It was very similar to what she was seeing now. So that's how it was. That night, the reason why Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai in such a short period of time was because of this stone giant. It was because it had devoured all of Lai Kuang's blood essence, turning him into a dried corpse. He died with his eyes wide open. Boa's eyes lit up. With this kind of help, no one below the half-saint level could defeat him. No wonder Yang Kai was so fearless. Just as Boa was paying attention to the battle situation of the Avatar, Yang Kai was also massacring the demon race. The power demon guarding this place was already dead. The remaining mid- and low-tier demon king and demon general couldn't stop him from killing. In just a few breaths of time, over 1,000 demon race members were utterly defeated. More than half of the demon king level existences were dead, and the demon marshal and demon general were also dead. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the remaining demon race members didn't dare to stay any longer. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Yang Kai casually killed a few of the fleeing demon race members and didn't pursue them. He collected the corpses of the demon race members and prepared them for the avatar to devour. At the same time, he turned his head and looked 100 miles away. The avatar had also made his move. It was a one-sided battle. If 4 or 5 high-tier demon kings joined forces, they might be able to somewhat restrain the avatar. However, there was only one high-tier demon king on the other side. It was impossible for them to interfere with the avatar. The avatar was released when he got out of the tiger-headed war chariot. Otherwise, with Boa's ability, there was no way she wouldn't have sensed it. Moreover, the avatar was born in the stone mongoose race and was naturally proficient in earth escape technique. He approached the ambush point from underground without leaving a trace. Such a surprise attack was indeed successful. Yang Kai lightly sneered and glanced at the realm gate. Sure enough, he saw that the demon race members were in chaos. There was no way they wouldn't have noticed the commotion on the 2 battlefields. It was obvious that they had seen something. He wasn't too concerned about Kursan's death. To him, the more casualties there were in the demon race, the better. Of course, Kursan was now his subordinate. It would be best if he didn't die. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all that the demon race would kill Kursan to vent their anger. With a thought, Yang Kai activated the law of space and disappeared from where he was. In a few flashes, he appeared beside Boa. When their eyes met, Yang Kai noticed that Boa's gaze was different from before. It wasn't as casual as before. Instead, it was more serious. He immediately knew that she must have noticed the avatar's movements. After muttering to herself for a while, Boa said, "What do we do now? Do we attack the root of the problem directly, or eliminate the last ambush point?" If they attacked the root of the problem directly, they would have to go to the realm gate and have a decisive battle with the demon race. However, there were only 2 of them now. Lao Ku and Yin hadn't arrived yet, so their chances weren't too high. Boa was more inclined towards the latter. However, now that they had caused such a huge commotion, it wasn't too likely that they would be able to catch the demon race off guard. The upper-tier demon king at the last ambush point would definitely be extremely careful. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "They have already made the choice for us." Boa was slightly startled. She looked over and saw that a team had suddenly split off from the realm gate. Under the lead of 3 upper-tier demon king, they were flying over. The demon race at the last ambush point was also rushing over. Both sides quickly gathered in one place, looking aggressive. Boa's expression changed slightly. She turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I think we should avoid them for now and wait for Lao Ku and Yin to arrive before making a decision." 4 upper-tier demon kings were working together, and there were dozens of mid-tier and low-tier demon kings under them. Even if Yang Kai's previous performance wasn't bad, he definitely wouldn't be a match for these guys. If they continued to stay here, they would only be unlucky. The only thing they could do now was to meet up with Lao Ku and Yin. Only then would they have a chance of winning. "Wait," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Wait. Wait for what?" Boa was puzzled. She watched as the demon race army in front of her got closer and closer. Her heart couldn't help but jump to her throat. Even though they were almost 100 kilometers apart, she could still feel the towering rage of the demon race army in front of her. When she thought about it, it wasn't strange. Originally, Lao Ku and his side had the absolute advantage. They had the intention of dealing with Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. However, just as they were about to clash, one of the ambush points had already been cleared out. More than 10 demon kings had died, and 1 upper-tier power demon had also died. The other ambush point also seemed to be in a stalemate, unable to provide any support. If she were the demon king of Lao Ku and Lao Ku, she would also lose face. She would definitely do whatever it took to get back at them. 100 kilometers seemed quite far, but to the demon kings, it was just a short distance. They would arrive in less than 10 breaths. Seeing that the enemy was getting closer and closer to her, Boa's mouth twitched. "What exactly do you want? Can you tell me? I don't want to die here." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words. He just stared ahead quietly. 70 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 15 kilometers. When the group of guys was only 20 kilometers away, Boa could clearly see their angry faces even without using her ocular ability. Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. He shouted, "Don't resist." Boa was stunned. She unwillingly gave up all resistance. The main reason was that the soul puppet was in this guy's hands. Even if she resisted, it would be useless. In the next instant, Boa felt herself being enveloped by spatial energy. The world spun around her. By the time she came back to her senses, she was no longer in her original spot. Instead, she appeared in another place. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Only a bead at her feet was emitting residual energy waves. This bead looked a bit familiar, and Boya quickly recognized it. Li Shiqing also had one of these beads. Apparently, Yang Kai had given it to her a few days ago, saying that if she encountered any danger, she could activate the forbidden technique in this bead, and she would be safe. Did her appearance here have anything to do with this bead? She suddenly recalled that when she was passing by this place, Yang Kai seemed to have ejected something from the tiger-headed war chariot. She didn't see it clearly at that time, but now that she thought about it, it should be this bead. Boa looked up thoughtfully. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Dozens of kilometers away, a group of 4 high-ranked demon kings led by a demon race team was ferociously pouncing forward like a tiger let out of its cage. Most importantly, these guys had their backs to her. Boa couldn't help but want to laugh. They actually dared to show their backs in front of a feather demon who was proficient in archery? They were simply seeking their own deaths. She instantly understood Yang Kai's plan, and his intention of telling her to wait. It turned out that he had been waiting for this moment. At the same time, she was terrified. That guy actually schemed to such an extent. This time the people of the Basket Plains were in for a bad time. Chapter 3475. The Demon Kings on the Basket Plains side naturally saw Boya's sudden disappearance. Although they felt that something was off, they didn't have the energy to investigate further. This was because at the same time that Boya disappeared, Yang Kai had already leapt forward to meet them. The myriad sword in his hand soared into the heavens as he raised it up high and slashed down. The massive sword aura seemed to split the heavens and earth in two, shattering the void as it slashed toward the Basket Plains side. Feeling the might of that sword, the expressions of all the demon race turned grave. They all simultaneously moved to the left and right to avoid the sword aura. With a loud boom, the earth cracked, and a fissure more than 3,000 meters long appeared on the ground. Some of the demon race that couldn't dodge in time were ravaged by the sword aura and turned to dust. When the demon kings saw this, their expressions became gloomy. Fortunately, although the power of this attack was extraordinary, only a few demon commanders and demon general were killed. The demon kings all managed to avoid it without any injuries. However, in the next moment, several streaks of light shot over from several dozen kilometers away, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart. Since Yang Kai had already made his move, how could Boya remain idle? It was rare for her to encounter a group of idiots who would expose their backs to her. Boya simply couldn't resist the urge to kill them. These arrows weren't as powerful as the 9 arrows that had killed the high-ranked demon king. It was clear that Boya hadn't used that secret technique that consumed a lot of energy, but they still couldn't be underestimated. Whether it was their speed or killing power, they were both frightening. Along the way, the arrows shot through a dozen or so demon general, and headed straight for a burly high-ranked demon king with a pitch-black complexion. The dark-faced demon king didn't expect an attack from behind at all. He was completely focused on Yang Kai's movements, and only noticed the arrow when it was about 300 meters away. His expression immediately changed, and he let out a wild roar. The demonic essence in his body churned, and he raised a pair of demonic maces in his hands. He turned around and swung them away. Ding ding dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere as he accurately blocked the arrow. However, he himself was pushed back several dozen meters by the recoil. Looking up, he saw Boya several dozen kilometers away with a cold smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture around her neck. When the black-faced Devil King saw this, his face darkened even more. However, there was no time for him to think about it because there was a fierce aura coming from behind him. This attack came at the perfect time. His blood and chi were tumbling and his Devil Yuan was unstable, so he couldn't block it with all his strength. In this life-or-death crisis, the black-faced Devil King's body shook violently as his violent demonic chi erupted, turning into a visible shockwave that swept out in all directions in an attempt to repel the enemy. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a flash of cold light. His vision turned upside down, and he saw a headless corpse standing in the void not far away. It was holding a pair of swords. Blood spurted out from its neck. Then a rain of swords fell like a waterfall and turned the headless corpse into dust. His huge head fell to the ground, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. On the other side, after Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity Boya had created to strike, he didn't even look. He slashed his sword and attacked the other high-ranked Demon King. This Demon King should have sensed the danger his dark-faced colleague was in and wanted to rescue him. But he was a step too late. He could only watch as Yang Kai tore his head to pieces. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he also felt his blood run cold. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated this human. Although the feather demon in the distance was troublesome, this human whose cultivation was only comparable to a mid-ranked Demon King was the one he needed to be most wary of. The dark-faced Demon King's example made him more cautious. Facing Yang Kai's sword, he didn't plan to meet it head-on. He slipped and retreated. But in the next moment, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Yang Kai's sword had no power at all, it was just a feint. At the same time, Yang Kai's other hand grasped a blue gourd. He didn't know what kind of artifact this gourd was, but as soon as it appeared he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai aimed the gourd's mouth at the densest part of the crowd, and poured his emperor chi into it. Wind blades visible to the naked eye emerged from the gourd's mouth, and instantly covered a large area. In just an instant, more than half of the thousands of demon race soldiers were killed or injured. Not only were the demon commanders and demon general unable to resist the power of this gourd, but even some of the low-ranked demon kings were killed. There were even 3 mid-ranked demon kings who died as a result. The demon race soldiers who were still alive were all horrified as they stared at the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand with great dread. On the other hand, Yang Kai grinned, extremely satisfied with the power of this artifact. The wind gourd was something he had obtained from the depths of Orthodoxy Temple's Forbidden Zone, before coming to demon territory. The astral wind of Orthodoxy Temple was produced by this wind gourd. In the early years, the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple used the astral wind to temper their bodies in the canyon, but no one had ever been able to reach its depths. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had intended to use this battle to test the power of the wind gourd. Now it seemed that it was quite good. Even if this artifact was not as good as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, it was not far behind. The only drawback was that it consumed too much Emperor Chi to activate, but its effects were also quite remarkable. It was especially suitable for large-scale attacks, something the Mountains and Rivers Bell could not compare to. Just as the demon race soldiers were shocked by the power of the wind gourd, the 9 arrows in quick succession appeared in the distance again. Although Bo Ya's character was not very good, she had an extremely keen intuition when it came to grasping opportunities. At this moment, the wind gourd had attracted everyone's attention, so the 9 arrows in quick succession locked onto the high-ranked demon king that Yang Kai had just forced back with a single sword strike. The 9 arrows turned into a single line, chasing after the moon and stars, instantly arriving in front of the demon king. The high-ranked demon king finally reacted, roaring in fear as he tried to cast a technique to evade. However, how could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? The moment Boya fired the arrows, he had already made his move. The law of space directly enveloped the high-ranked demon king, firmly binding him to the spot. Asterisk do. Asterisk, a series of sounds rang out. Just like the high-ranked power demon from before, this high-ranked demon king was directly shot into a hedgehog. The 9 arrows had all hit its vital points, and the demon heart in its body was completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the demon race had been killed or injured. Not to mention the demon marshals and demon general, even many demon kings had fallen, including 2 high-ranked demon kings. And the ones who had caused this situation were actually 2 people, and both of them were only equivalent to mid-ranked demon kings. All the demon race soldiers felt that they had lost face, but whether it was Bo Ya's mystical archery or the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand, these demon race soldiers were all afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. So many of them had been unable to do anything to them just now, so what was the point of having only half of them left? Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the remaining demon race soldiers scattered in all directions, collapsing into a group. Yang Kai lightly sneered. He originally wanted to stop the two high-ranked demon kings, but with a slight movement of his divine sense, he only blocked the path of one of them, allowing the other to escape. However, before that high-ranked demon king could escape far, a group of 1,000 soldiers intercepted it from the left and right. It was the too late Lao Kuo and Yin. Previously, they had been ordered by Yang Kai to gather their men, which delayed them for a while. Furthermore, there were many of them, so their speed was naturally slower. They hurriedly chased after Yang Kai, fearing that something unexpected would happen to him. However, when they arrived, they were greatly shocked. Yang Kai was not surprised. On the contrary, the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were utterly defeated, all of them fleeing in panic. What happened? Lao Ku and Yin looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect this kind of situation to occur. However, right now they did not have much time to think. Seeing the demon race fleeing in all directions, they naturally ordered people to block and kill them. Meanwhile, the two of them stared at the high-ranked demon king that was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. Logically speaking, although the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were few, they were not weak. Under normal circumstances, they might have been able to fight, but right now, these guys were truly scared out of their wits and did not have the heart to fight at all. On the contrary, the reinforcements from Cloud Shadow's side were at their peak, so as soon as they came into contact, the demon race on the side of the demon race suffered disastrous losses. Not to mention the demon generals and demon general. Even the high-ranked demon king that was intercepted by Lao Ku and Yin did not have the slightest ability to retaliate. After a few exchanges, a wound appeared on his body, dripping with blood. Adding on the fact that Boya was leisurely killing them from several dozen li away. Even if the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were not completely wiped out, only a few would be able to escape. At the same time, Yang Kai was also fighting with a high-ranked demon king. It was precisely because he sensed Lao Ku and Yin's arrival that he allowed the other high-ranked demon king to leave, leaving only this one in front of him. This one's strength was not bad, a bit stronger than Lao Ku and the others, but it was limited. When he saw that Yang Kai wanted to fight him one-on-one, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. He inwardly thought that his luck had truly changed, and the heavens had not forsaken him. In this one's opinion, no matter how outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, his foundation was only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king. If he attacked with his full strength, he might be able to take down Yang Kai. And as long as he could take down this child, he would be able to live, and even help Yu Sang subdue the entire Cloud Shadow. However, after exchanging a few blows, he sensed that something was wrong. The cultivation of this human in front of him was indeed only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king, but his battle prowess was something that even high-ranked demon kings could not compare to. He was actually at a disadvantage even when he used his full strength. The power in his opponent's body, whether it was quality or quantity, was superior to his own by a level. This was especially true for his physical strength, which was somewhat inconceivable. Every time they clashed, his arm would go numb. How was this possible? How could a mere human have such powerful strength? This kind of strength, even the descendants of saint sovereigns could not have, right? With this distraction, the situation became more and more unbearable. In an instant, several holes appeared on his body from Yang Kai's attacks, and blood flowed out. What made him feel even more terrified was that this human in front of him seemed to be at ease, and did not use his full strength at all. Chapter 3476. After a while, the situation on the basket plains became more and more unbearable. Other than the high-grade demon king who was being besieged by Lao Ku and Yin who was still struggling at death's door, the rest of the people had either fled without a trace, been killed by Boya from afar, or been intercepted by Cloud Shadow's reinforcements. The high-ranked demon king who was fighting with Yang Kai was also showing signs of weakness. He almost died a few times and was bleeding profusely. He had already sensed that his situation was not good. Putting aside the fact that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, Boa was about to come out. Once that woman targeted him, he was afraid that he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, he hurriedly used his divine sense and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. Master, please have mercy. Takaruo is willing to give up the darkness for the light and serve Master faithfully. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but his movements were not careless. Every move was deadly. He sneered and said, You are Takaruo? Lao Ke had previously reported that when Lai Kuang brought people to Cloud Shadow City, the nest of 1,000 devils was guarded by Takaruo. This demon king was also a high-ranked demon king from Basket Plains continent. However, when Lao Ku and Yin brought people over, they let him escape. So it was this guy. What a coincidence. For him to beg for mercy at this time. It was obvious that he felt powerless. If he did not beg for mercy, he would only be waiting for death. Looking at him indifferently, Yang Kai chuckled and said, Give me a reason to spare your life. Takaruo resisted with all his might while continuing to send a message. After this battle, Basket Plains will definitely not be able to resist Master's might. Blue Plains continent will also be under Master's control. However, as far as I know, Master only has 3 high-ranked demon kings. How can 3 high-ranked demon kings guard the territory of 2 continents? Takaruo is not talented, but I am willing to share Master's burden. Kai Yang chuckled. What you said is very reasonable. Hearing this, Takaruo was delighted. He thought that Yang Kai was going to agree, but Yang Kai looked at him coldly and mocked. Aren't you afraid that Yu Sang will find trouble with you? Changing sides at the last moment is very hateful. Takaruo's face could not help but turn pale. Yang Kai's words were what he was most worried about. There was no problem in begging Yang Kai for mercy at this time, but the key was whether Yu Sang would settle accounts with him after learning about this. Yu Sang was a half-saint, and if he really wanted to take Yang Kai's life, Yang Kai was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to protect him. However, he had obviously thought of this a long time ago, so he naturally had an excuse. He immediately replied in a serious voice, Lord Yu Sang has already been sent to the 2-realm battlefield. Obviously, he has done something wrong and angered the Saint Sovereign. Not to mention whether he can return. Even if he can, who knows when it will be. Moreover, Master was conferred the title of Prince. Obviously, Master Yu Sang values you more than Master Yu Sang. Master Yu Sang must have some misgivings. After pausing for a moment, he smiled bitterly. The most important thing is that if Master does not spare me today, Takaruo will be buried here. Therefore I beg Master to show mercy. Takaruo will be willing to follow Master's orders in the future. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He snorted. You are quite sensible. Takaruo's words were sincere, and what he said was the truth. If he could not persuade Yang Kai to spare him today, he would definitely die. Instead of worrying about whether Yu Sang would come after him, it was of course more important to stay alive. Moreover, Yang Kai did not intend to kill him. Although he hoped that more people died in the demon race, as Takaruo said, after today, the Blue Plain continent would be under his control. However, he only had 3 high-ranked demon king. How could he guard the vast territory of 2 continents? Subduing him could also make up for the lack of manpower. This was also the reason why he did not kill him. Otherwise, even if Takaruo was a high-ranked demon king, Yang Kai could have taken his life with his current ability. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, It is not impossible to let you live, but you need to open your knowledge sea and let this king plant the divine soul brand. Tu Qiaoluo was different from Lao Ku and the others. Lao Ku, Kusun, and Yin were relatively clean, and Yang Kai had Yu Rumeng's orders, so he wasn't worried that they would do anything to harm him. However, Tu Qiaoluo was Yu Sang's subordinate, so how could Yang Kai feel at ease if he didn't place his soul brand on him? Once the divine soul brand was planted, Takaruo's life would be in Yang Kai's hands, and he would not be able to resist in the future. This was even more tragic than Boa being controlled by Soul Puppet. Therefore, when he said this, Takaruo's expression changed greatly. He said bitterly, Master, there is no need to plant the divine soul brand. I am willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that I will not be disloyal to Master in the future. Yang Kai snorted. If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? You can think about it carefully. This king is not in a hurry. Takaruo's face twitched. He thought to himself, You are not in a hurry, but I am. At this moment, the feather demon dozens of miles away had already drawn his bow and aimed at him. He could shoot the fatal arrow at any time. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Takaruo could clearly feel the threat of death coming from dozens of miles away. He wanted to dodge, but Yang Kai was suppressing him. He could not dodge at all. While he was hesitating, the aura dozens of miles away became more and more condensed. It seemed that the arrow was about to be shot at him. Knowing that it would be too late if he continued to hesitate, Takaruo clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I will do as Master says. This subordinate will follow Master's lead in the future. I hope that Master will treat me with sincerity. You will know what this king's character is like in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and turned around, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Boya's attack path, allowing Tu Qiaoyuo to relax. Staring at Yang Kai for a moment, Tu Qiaoyuo let out a sigh and opened his knowledge sea. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately used his divine sense and planted his own brand in Takaruo's knowledge sea. The two secretly reached an agreement here, but their hands did not stop. They were still fighting, mainly because they were afraid that the demon kings at the realm gate would see through them. After the brand was planted, a trace of imperceptible depression flashed across Takaruo's face. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Master, this subordinate can help you subdue 2 more people. What do you think of this, Master?" "Why 2 people?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. There were still 3 high-ranked demon kings left at the realm gate. At this time, they were also looking at this side. Kurson and his subordinates had been captured. Kurson and the others were not their opponents. The only reason they could hold on until now was because they were merciful. Seeing that the situation here was not good, the demon kings who were still at the realm gate naturally used their full strength. As early as when Lao Ku and Yin appeared, Kurson had already become a prisoner. They obviously wanted to use Kurson as a bargaining chip to have a good talk with Yang Kai. Takaruo said, "One of them is Yu Sang's confidant. I am afraid it will not be easy to subdue him. Instead of keeping him alive, it is better to kill him directly." Yang Kai chuckled and looked at him meaningfully. With the Divine Soul brand, how could it not be easy to subdue him? No matter how loyal that demon king was to Yu Sang, as long as the Divine Soul brand was planted, he would be Yang Kai's man. Takaruo's suggestion was probably not entirely as he said. Maybe he already had a grudge with that demon king and wanted to use Yang Kai to get rid of him. However, Yang Kai did not intend to investigate further. Even if Takaruo really had the intention of intimidating Yu Sang, if there was really one of Yu Sang's confidants over there, it would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed in Takaruo's eyes, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess. He smiled slightly and said, "Do you have any life-saving means?" Takaruo was startled, but soon understood Yang Kai's intention and quickly replied, "Yes." "Then use it." Yang Kai gently nodded. "But be careful, don't get shot to death by that woman Boa." Takaruo's face twitched, thinking that if he really died because of this, he would be wrongly accused. However, he also knew that Yang Kai could not warn Boa now, so he could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. He immediately shouted, and a mist of blood spurted out of his pores. His entire body turned into a red light and quickly fled toward the realm gate. With 2 whooshing sounds, streams of light shot out from dozens of miles away. Just as Yang Kai expected, Boa brazenly shot arrows. These 2 streaks of light were powerful, and they were launched later but arrived first. However, after Takaruo had executed a life-saving secret technique, he managed to dodge one of the arrows by a hair's breadth, but the other arrow nailed into his thigh, directly piercing a bloody hole in his thigh, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, this kind of injury was nothing to Takaruo. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover, and if he missed this opportunity, Boa would not be able to kill him again. "Master." Not far away, Lao Ku and Yin led many elites of Cloud Shadow over. They cupped their fists and carefully examined Yang Kai's condition. After confirming that there were no injuries, they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the high-ranked demon king that they had intercepted before, Boa had already secretly shot and killed it. "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded, and leisurely looked toward the realm gate. He saw that Takaruo had already met up with the demon race there, and was saying something to them, causing a commotion. With a chuckle, Yang Kai looked at the embodiment side. The commotion there had also subsided, and none of the demon race that had been lying in ambush there had escaped. It was a true annihilation. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, all the demon race had turned into dried corpses. At this time, the embodiment was hiding under the ground, quietly approaching the realm gate. After a few breaths of time, Boa valiantly flew over. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if she had met him for the first time, and asked, "That guy was turned over by you?" Yang Kai glanced at her. "You saw through it?" Boa sneered. "If not, why would you deliberately block my attack?" She was not a fool, and naturally could see some clues. Moreover, she had already noticed that the divine thoughts between Yang Kai and Takaruo were surging. She did not know what they were secretly communicating with each other, but it was not difficult to guess this point. Chapter 3477. Yang Kai said in realization, "So you did it on purpose?" Since Boya was able to see through Tu Qiaoluo's defection, then the two arrows from before were obviously just for show. It wasn't a mistake. However, this gave Yang Kai a deeper understanding of her archery skills. Even after Tu Qiaoluo used his life-saving secret technique, Boya was still able to accurately shoot through one of his legs. It was obvious that this woman's archery skills were superb. Boya snorted. "This is more realistic, isn't it?" Yang Kai did not comment. He only paused for a moment before walking forward and saying with a smile, "Let's go meet them." Thousands of people followed behind, valiant and spirited. At the realm gate, the many members of the demon race had bitter and unwilling expressions. This was especially true for the high-ranked demon king in the lead. His face was twisted to the point of being sinister. This time they had planned an ambush, thinking that they would be able to get rid of Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that they would be beaten to a pulp by the enemy, suffering heavy losses? In today's battle, whether it was the early planning or the later confrontation, there were no problems. In terms of numbers and strength, Cloud Shadow's side was several times stronger than Cloud Shadow's side. No matter how one looked at it, Cloud Shadow had the upper hand. However, in the end, Cloud Shadow had obtained a complete victory and Cloud Shadow had suffered heavy losses. Of the 9 high-ranked demon kings, only 4 had survived. As for the other mid-rank and low-ranked demon kings, there were more than a dozen of them dead. The number of demon generals was innumerable. This kind of result made everyone on Cloud Shadow's side feel ashamed. And the main culprit behind all of this was actually a human, a feathered demon. They no longer had the advantage of being the first to arrive. On the contrary, the enemy's army was gathered and their morale was high. If they were not careful, they might really be wiped out here. Fortunately, Cloud Shadow still had captives on hand, so it was not impossible for them to make a comeback. Seeing Yang Kai leading the Cloud Shadow army towards them, a commotion broke out at the realm gate. The high-ranked demon king in the lead shouted loudly, calming the hearts of the people. They still had 4 high-ranked demon kings, so they still had the strength to fight. As long as they could make Yang Kai and the others retreat, they would be able to protect Laoyuan. When Master Yu Sang returned from the two-realm battlefield, they would naturally be able to regain their face. As for whether Yu Sang would punish them for what happened today, it was no longer within the scope of their consideration. Some physical pain was better than dying here. After a short while, Yang Kai led the Cloud Shadow army to a place 1,000 feet away from the portal. The army stopped, and a group of Cloud Shadow army elites lined up behind them, glaring fiercely at the portal. The silent and austere pressure caused the demons of Laoyuan to involuntarily tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. Their expressions changed. One careless move had caused the position of the host and the guest to change. This was truly a great humiliation and mistake. The confrontation only lasted for a few breaths, but the demon race on Laoyuan's side was somewhat unable to bear the tense atmosphere. The high-ranked demon king in the lead placed one hand on Kursan's head, and the demonic chi in his palm surged, as if he could take Kursan's life at any time. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression and said, "Human, this king feels that we can sit down and have a good talk." Yang Kai could not help but sneer, and looked at the other party with ridicule. Talk? What talk? What do you have to talk to this king? The high-ranked demon king coldly snorted, and the demonic chi in his hand moved, immediately causing Kurson to reveal a painful expression. He said seriously, "How about using his life to talk to you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly refused, not interested. Kurson's eyes immediately revealed a look of despair. The high-ranked demon king was not surprised at all, and only ridiculed. "You don't care about his life or death at all. In any case, he is still your subordinate." Yang Kai snorted. This king's subordinates should have the awareness to sacrifice their lives for this king, and disregard life and death. If they are timid in their actions, what use is there for this king? He then stared at Kurson and said, "Don't worry, this king will kill them all and bury them with you. Not a single one will be left alive." When these words were said, the demons of Laoyuan were in an uproar, and all of them revealed a look of horror. When the high-ranked demon king heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that he was playing for real. For a moment he did not know what Yang Kai was thinking. Although he could easily take Kurson's life, he would have no bargaining chips in his hands. When the time came, he could only meet with weapons. And with the current morale and strength of his side, if it really reached that point, more than half of the people present would die, and he himself would have no chance of survival. Gritting his teeth, he said in a sinister voice, "If that is really the case, then no one will have an easy time today. If you want to fight, then go ahead and try. Let's see if this king can take you all down with him." Having said this, he could only advance in order to retreat, hoping that Yang Kai would make a wise choice and give him a chance to talk. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only laughed sarcastically. "Take you all down with him? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." His face sank and he shouted, "Kill." When the word kill came out, the high-ranked demon king's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically. This guy in front of him really did not care about the lives of his subordinates. This was clearly not giving them a way out, and Kurson could not help but close his eyes, as if he was waiting for his death. With a chi sound, Boya, who was hiding in the dark, took the initiative to shoot an arrow. Her target was the high-ranked demon king, and in an instant, he felt the aura of death. He instinctively raised his hand and placed Kurson in front of him, wanting to use Kurson as a shield to block this terrifying attack. But just as he moved, a violent demonic aura surged behind him, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from his back, causing his internal organs to tumble. His body staggered forward, and blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. He immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tukuro!" Although he did not look back, he knew who had attacked him from behind. After being together for so many years, he could not be more familiar with Tukuro's demonic aura fluctuations. A thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely understood that Tukuro had betrayed him long ago. Otherwise, why would he attack him at this time? So that was it. Escaping back here using a secret technique, and getting hit by an arrow was just a disguise to make him lower his guard. The hatred in his heart could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. And after Tukuro blasted out his palm, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he anxiously transmitted a message to the other 2 high-ranked demon king. "Don't attack, I'm running out of time, I guarantee that you won't die." These 2 were originally at a loss for what was happening in front of them, but after hearing Tukuro's words, they immediately understood the cause and effect. They only hesitated for a moment before dispersing their demonic aura. At the same time, like Tukuro, they also retreated to show their sincerity. However, both of them let out a long sigh, and a complicated look appeared in their eyes. At the same time, Boya's arrow was already in front of them. Seeing that Kurson was about to be killed by this arrow, the arrow strangely made a turn, swept past Kurson's neck, and directly blasted into the shoulder of the high-ranked demon king behind him. Flesh and blood exploded, and half of the high-ranked demon king's shoulder was almost flattened. The violent power caused his body to lean back slightly. Before he could react, Yang Kai had already pounced over and grabbed Kurson from his hand. Without even looking, he directly threw Kurson behind him. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and sent out a palm strike. Flowing time, Great Emperor. withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. At this moment, time seemed to stop for a moment. When everyone regained their senses, they only saw the high-ranked demon king spurting blood from his mouth after being hit by Yang Kai. His aura was weak. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk 3 arrows flew over, and Boya, who was hiding in the dark, once again made her move. With incomparable precision, the 3 arrows pierced into the enemy's body, causing blood to splatter all over the sky. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. Whether it was the demon race or Cloud Shadow, except for a few people who were mentally prepared, everyone else was shocked. After releasing the flowing time Great Emperor, like a shuttle, Yang Kai didn't make another move. He only watched with a cold expression. He knew that there was no need for him to make a move. There was someone who wanted this guy to die here more than him. Sure enough, after Boya released the 3 arrows and heavily injured the high-ranked Demon King, Tokuro immediately roared, "Attack!" He didn't care about the aftereffects of using the secret technique, and desperately urged his Demon Yuan to rush toward the high-ranked Demon King. The other 2 Demon Kings who had been watching with folded arms also followed closely behind, attacking their former comrades at the same time. Lao Ku and Yin were dumbstruck as they watched from the side. They suddenly realized that there was nothing for them to do here. First, they were ambushed by Tokuro from behind, then they were hit by Yang Kai's divine technique, and then they were hit by Boya's 3 arrows. The high-ranked Demon King was already heavily injured. Now that Tokuro and 2 other high-ranked Demon Kings had joined forces to attack it, how could it possibly win? This Demon King knew that he was going to die, so he didn't have any intention of begging for mercy. He just used all his strength, looking like he wanted to drag someone down with him. However, it was impossible for Tokuro and the others to give him this opportunity. They were very cautious and didn't act rashly. They would rather miss a good opportunity than risk their lives. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the dust settled. Tokuro was gasping for breath, his face was pale, and there was a lingering fear in his eyes. However, he forced himself to stay alert and cupped his fists, saying, "Master, fortunately I didn't disappoint you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, gently nodded and said, "Not bad." He then turned his head and looked indifferently at the other 2 high-ranked Demon Kings. These 2 already had no way out when they joined forces with Tokuro, so they naturally knew what to say at this moment. They both said, "We are willing to submit to Master. We hope that Master can disregard our former enmity and give us a chance to redeem ourselves." Yang Kai said indifferently, "That depends on your sincerity." These 2 high-ranked Demon Kings looked at each other, thinking that they had already shown their sincerity. Yu Sang's henchmen were killed by them and Tokuro. Now, other than submitting, what else could they do? Tokuro had an awkward expression on his face. He coughed lightly and transmitted his voice to them. When the 2 Demon Kings heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Tokuro in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Tokuro's face turned slightly red, and he transmitted his voice to them again. After a while, these 2 Demon Kings cupped their fists bitterly and said, "We are willing to let Master plant the brand of Divine Soul. From now on, wherever Master points, we will follow." At the same time, they cursed in their hearts, "Fuck, I've boarded a pirate ship. If I had known earlier, I would have fought with all my might. Maybe I would have had a chance to survive." Chapter 3478. However, since things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. If they wanted to live, they could only offer their loyalty. At the same time, they blamed Tokuro in their hearts for not making things clear earlier. If they had made things clear earlier, they might not have turned traitor. Instructing the 2 Demon Kings to open their knowledge seas, Yang Kai placed his soul brand in each of their knowledge seas one by one, the cold look on his face finally disappearing, replaced by a warm and friendly one. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to hold back. Lao Ku, Kusun, and Yin also came up to congratulate him. However, they were a little worried in their hearts. Although Yang Kai was conferred the title of Imperial Prince, and seemed to be highly valued by the Saint Master, the Saint Master had sent him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the World Gate. Now that this guy had taken down the basket planes and led them to kill so many Demon King level masters, they did not know if the Saint Master would blame them if he knew. In the demon territory, although the demon saint had conflicts with each other, causing the continents under the demon saint to be hostile to each other, this was already considered an internal conflict. Whether it was the Cloud Shadow mainland or the Basket Plains, they were all Yu Meng's territory. Especially when the war between the demon territory and the astral world had broken out, it was time to eliminate all internal conflicts and work together to fight against the outside world. Moreover, even if the Lord would not blame him, what about Yu Sang? Yu Sang was indeed sent to the two-realm battlefield, but the Basket Plains was his territory after all. When Yu Sang returned, the Basket Plains would not be settled peacefully. Lao Ku and the other two were worried, but they couldn't say anything at this time. Although Yang Kai was partly responsible for this incident, ordering Ku-sun to block the Basket Plains boundary gate was an act that had crossed the line. Basket Plains' response was simply too excessive. Otherwise, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. Since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Yu Sang's trusted aide had been eliminated, and the remaining 3 high-ranked demon kings, Tukuro had also been implanted with the Divine Soul brand. The others naturally did not have any thoughts of resistance. In any case, the rafters that stuck out would rot first. With Tukuro and the other demon kings in front of them, they had nothing to fear. After a single battle, the entire Grapple Plains had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. This was something that the Grapple Plains would never have thought of. Yang Kai was not prepared to get involved in the matter of Laoyuan. He ordered Tu Chaluo and the other 2 to take care of it themselves. He only wanted to maintain the stability of the realm gate. He then ordered everyone to collect the corpses of the Demon King and throw them into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour. Although these Demon Kings were already dead, there was still a lot of energy left in their bodies that hadn't been released yet. It would be useful for the avatars to devour them. As for the spoils of war, Yang Kai kept most of them and gave the rest to Lao Ku. The demons were very grateful and felt that their king was very generous. After dealing with all the matters, Yang Kai brought everyone back to Cloud Shadow to continue his mission. Time flew by and 2 months passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been comprehending at the Realm Gate. Laoyuan and Cloud Shadow were both under his control. The Realm Gate was completely sealed off, so naturally, no one would disturb him. After 2 months of comprehension, Yang Kai had gained a lot in terms of space principles. However, he didn't make much progress in protecting the Realm Gate, so he didn't really care. As for Yang Kai's seizure of Laoyuan, it also caused a big disturbance in the Holy City. Bai Zhua had said before that in the demon territory, the strength of a demon saint and half-saint was directly related to the number of territories they occupied. This was not only because the territories they occupied could provide some mysterious luck to the half-saint and demon saint, but more importantly, it was because of the myriad demon pills produced by each continent. The more territories they occupied, the more myriad demon pills they would be able to obtain. The same went for the number of experts under their command. Laoyuan continent was originally Yu Sang's territory. Now that Yang Kai had seized Laoyuan continent before Yu Sang returned, it could be said that he didn't have the right to do so. He even killed 6 high-ranked demon kings and dozens of mid-rank and low-ranked demon kings, greatly weakening Laoyuan continent's strength. This caused many half-saint guards to be dissatisfied with him. Yu Meng's side had received complaints from the half-saint more than once. They wanted Yu Meng to punish Yang Kai as a warning to others. Of course, Yu Meng wouldn't do that. However, with so many half-saint complaining about this, she couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, it would affect her prestige. A month after Yang Kai seized Laoyuan continent, Yu Meng sent someone over and fiercely reprimanded Yang Kai. She said that Yang Kai's Laoyuan continent wasn't his territory, and that he shouldn't do such a thing. She also said that Laoyuan continent's power had been greatly weakened, but there was no suitable person to take charge of it. She asked Yang Kai to temporarily take charge of Laoyuan continent's affairs and wait for Yu Sang to return from the two-realm battlefield. When the news spread, the half-saint felt that it was inconceivable. They felt that the half-saint was a little too biased towards this human. She said that she would wait for Yu Sang to return to Laoyuan continent, but who knew when Yu Sang would return, and whether he would be able to return alive? The war in the star boundary was intense. It wasn't impossible for a half-saint to fall. However, since Yu Meng had already taken a step back, they couldn't force her too much. This matter was left unsettled. They couldn't use Yang Kai's matter to make an example out of Yang Kai. Instead, they helped Yang Kai to take over Laoyuan continent. This made the half-saint re-evaluate Yang Kai as a human. Yang Kai himself didn't take this matter to heart. In the past 2 months, other than cultivating at the Realm Gate, he had sent people to various continents to gather information. Now that he had people from 2 continents at his disposal, he had sent over tens of thousands of spies out. His main mission in the demon territory was to bring back the Great Emperor's bright moon, but he hadn't made any progress so far. Previously he had asked Yu Meng, but she wasn't too sure either. Now that she knew the whereabouts of the Great Emperor's bright moon, Yang Kai didn't want to ask her, lest she became suspicious. He couldn't ask anyone else either, so he could only rely on himself for Bright Moon's matter. He sent the spies out to gather information about the abnormal situation in various continents in the past year, especially during the period when Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. He hoped to infer Bright Moon's location from these clues. One day, Yang Kai was comprehending the principle of space transformation at the Realm Gate, when sound suddenly flew over from afar. She exchanged glances with Kurson, who was guarding the place, and their divine thoughts surged as they communicated for a while. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. When sound came over, he was aware of it, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now looking at her in Kurson, it seemed that something big had happened. "Your Majesty." Sound cupped her hands slightly and said with a slightly excited voice, "The nest of 1,000 devils has been a little abnormal recently. The demonic chi is surging. I'm afraid that the 1,000 demons pill is about to take shape." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an excited expression. "Are you sure?" Sound smiled and said, "Most likely. Usually as long as there is this abnormal movement, we can collect it within a month." "Very good, let's go and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested. He had been to the nest of 1,000 devils once before, but it was just a dark pit with nothing special. According to Lao Ku and others, the nest of 1,000 devils was usually like this, and there would only be some changes when the 1,000 demons pill was about to take shape. Yang Kai was very concerned about the 1,000 demons pill. This pill was useless to him, but it was very beneficial to the Dharmakaya. It was just that the Dharmakaya needed too many pills, and the 1,000 demons pill was only collected once every 10 years. The cloud shadow could only collect dozens to hundreds of pills each time. With the 1,000 demons pill alone, the Dharmakaya needed 3,000 pills to progress further. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With the 1,000 demons pill this time, the Dharmakaya could also shorten the growth time. When Yang Kai first came to the Cloud Shadow mainland, Lao Ku and others said that within half a year, the 1,000 demons pill should be ready to be collected. Counting the days, it should be about the same time now. When Yang Kai brought Carson and Sound to the nest of 1,000 devils, they saw the demonic chi soaring to the sky, and the demonic clouds rolling. The originally ordinary pit now seemed to have a life of its own, and was constantly moving. Lao Ku stood not far away from the nest of 1,000 devils, looking excited and expectant. For many years, ever since Lai Kuang joined Yusang, they had not participated in the collection of the 1,000 demons pill. Every time the 1,000 demons pill took shape, the Basket Plain mainland would send people to collect it, and then directly send it to Yusang, who would then pass it to the Holy Sage. Originally, every time they collected, they would be given 1 or 2 pills, and the rest would be given to the Holy Sage. However, all these years, the 1,000 demons pill that originally belonged to them had gone into Yusang's pocket, which made them angry and helpless. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Lao Ku immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "My king! How's the situation?" Yang Kai looked over and saw that every time the nest of 1,000 devils swallowed and spat out, a large amount of atmospheric energy would be sucked into the pit, and because of this, countless tornadoes would be formed. The scene was terrifying. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The last time he was here, there was nothing unusual. He did not know what the nest of 1,000 devils was like, and why it existed in almost every mainland of suitable size. He had inquired about this before, and knew that the nest of thousand devils did not exist in the beginning of the demon territory. It was formed later, and there were many theories about when it was formed. The most popular theory was that the nest of thousand devils suddenly appeared 1,000 years after the demon territory became a fragment of the mainland. He did not know what the nest of thousand devils had to do with the collapse of the demon territory. Looking at the situation, the harvest this time should not be small. There should be at least 70 to 80 pills, or even 100 pills. Lao Ku replied with a smile, looking like an old farmer who had finally reaped a harvest after a year of hard work. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for being so happy. After interacting with Yang Kai for the past few months, he found that Yang Kai was quite good. This time, when he collected the myriad demon pills, he would definitely share some with them. Not to mention the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings. The high-rank demon kings would at least be able to obtain one as a reward. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. You can even tell how much we can harvest. Lao Ku replied, I've seen a lot, so naturally I can make some judgments. Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned his head to look around. He saw that many members of the demon race were sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating their qi and cultivating. He asked thoughtfully, Is it beneficial for you to cultivate nearby? He nodded and said, My king is right. Every time the nest of myriad devils moves, the yuan qi of heaven and earth will gather. At this time, cultivating in this area is several times more efficient than usual. Naturally, no one is willing to waste such an opportunity. Chapter 3479. After listening to Yin's explanation, Yang Kai nodded slightly. The current situation of the nest of myriad devils was akin to a whale devouring the yuan qi of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, turning this place into a holy land for cultivation. In the following days, this phenomenon became more and more obvious. The yuan qi gathered from all directions grew stronger by the day. With the nest of myriad devils as the center, within a radius of 10 li, countless demon race members sat cross-legged, silently circulating their secret arts, eagerly increasing their strength. Lao Ku-in and Carson took turns to guard the nest of myriad devils, while the other two searched for a good place to sit cross-legged and circulate their secret arts. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had nothing to do. Although the cultivation conditions here were good, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the territory was not suitable for him. After observing for a few days, there were no signs of the myriad demons pill taking shape. The initial surprise disappeared, and instead he became a little bored. He might as well stay at the realm gate and comprehend the law of space. But if he left now, he might have to come back soon, so he could only wait patiently. Staring at the nest of myriad devils devouring the surrounding yuan qi, Yang Kai thought that if he threw his avatar in, he should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The cultivation efficiency of many demon race members increased by several times here, and the avatar had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret arts, so the effects would be even better. Once this thought appeared, he could not help but want to throw his avatar in to test the effects. Looking around, he found that Lao Ku was standing guard not far away. The other demon race members in charge of monitoring the surroundings had also scattered, so no one was paying attention to him. Immediately, his figure flickered and disappeared. In order to avoid any flaws, Yang Kai directly went to a place 100 li away from the nest of myriad devils, found a deserted place, and released his avatar. With a single thought, the embodiment understood Yang Kai's intentions. Its huge body silently sank into the ground, approaching the nest of myriad demons from underground. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to the nest of myriad devils. Lao Ku glanced at him curiously, but did not dare to ask anything. Yang Kai put on a bored expression and sat down cross-legged. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact he was paying close attention to the movements of the Dharmakaya. Thousands of feet below the ground, the embodiment quickly moved forward. The soil and gravel couldn't hinder it in the slightest. After a short while, it approached the nest of myriad demons. After pausing for a moment, it broke through the last layer of defense and entered the nest of myriad demons. Just as it entered, Yang Kai's expression brightened. The Dharma body was formed by a strand of his spirit that entered the body of the stone mongoose, so he could feel everything that happened to the Dharma body. At this very moment, The originally ordinary nest of myriad devils was actually a sea of brilliant colors. It was as if the entire nest of myriad devils had turned into a living creature that was incessantly stirring. Every time it stirred, it could devour a huge amount of yuan qi. Not only that, Yang Kai also faintly sensed that something else had been devoured by the nest of myriad devils. However, because of the layer of embodiment between them, he couldn't tell in detail. Fortunately, the embodiment didn't cause any abnormalities when it entered the nest of myriad devils. Otherwise, it would have been exposed. After a short pause, the avatar headed straight for the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils. The deeper he went, the more outrageous the energy stored inside became. There were even fist-sized tumor-like existences on the walls of the nest of myriad devils. As the nest of myriad devils vibrated, they moved up and down as if they were beating hearts. These fist-sized tumor-like objects were neither flesh nor stone. They looked very strange, but Yang Kai could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within them. For the time being, he couldn't figure out what these tumor-like objects were, so the embodiment didn't dare to rashly touch them. After a while, the avatar arrived at the lowest level of the nest of 1,000 devils. This was a huge space filled with an unimaginable amount of yuanli of heaven and earth. The yuanli of heaven and earth that had gathered here had almost condensed into a solid form. Even the walls of the cave were filled with water droplets. After finding a spot, the embodiment sat down cross-legged and activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. His huge body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing the yuan qi in this place. After a while, Yang Kai, who was resting with his eyes closed outside, smiled. The truth was just as he expected. The effect of cultivating in the nest of myriad devils was surprisingly good. If the cultivation speed of Lao Ku and the others was several times faster than usual, then the speed inside the nest of myriad devils might be several dozen times, or even 100 times faster. Perhaps only the embodiment could achieve such a terrifying efficiency. If it were anyone else, even if they had such conditions, without the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, they wouldn't be able to devour much yuan qi. They would only waste the opportunity. As time passed, the yuan qi accumulated in the nest of myriad devils didn't decrease at all. However, the rate of increase decreased by a lot. After all, the embodiment's devouring speed wasn't slow. Through the embodiment, Yang Kai continued to observe the situation inside the nest of myriad devils, wanting to pry into the secrets of this place. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to sense something and couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This caused Lao Ku, who was standing guard nearby, to quickly turn his head and glance at him. After observing for a long time, and seeing that Yang Kai didn't make any other movements, he looked away. Yang Kai didn't notice Lao Ku's attention at all. At this moment, he was completely immersed in investigating the situation inside the nest of myriad devils. Previously, he had felt that every time the nest of myriad devils devoured yuan qi, it seemed to be devouring something else besides the vast amount of yuan qi. Now this feeling was becoming more and more obvious. However, after careful investigation, he still couldn't find anything. This left him puzzled, wondering if he had made a mistake. At this moment, the nest of myriad devils shook again. Yang Kai hurriedly paid close attention to it through the embodiment, and this time he finally found some clues, causing his expression to shake. In order to confirm whether or not there was anything wrong with his observations, in the following days, every time the nest of myriad devils shook, he would pay close attention to it. After a few days, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. After these days of observation, he finally understood why the myriad demon pill had such a powerful effect. This was not because the nest of myriad devils had devoured a large amount of the yuan qi. This was only one of the reasons. The biggest reason was that the nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring the energy of all living beings on this continent. This kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Even Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything strange before. If not for the embodiment's perception in the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils, he wouldn't have noticed. In the Cloud Shadow continent, the demon race numbered in the hundreds of millions. The nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring their energy. If this continued, How terrifying would the gathered energy be? However, as Yang Kai had observed, this kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Moreover, it didn't harm the foundation, so even those demon kings didn't notice it in the slightest. The energy of each living being devoured by the nest of myriad devils was insignificant. However, if all this energy was gathered in one place, it would form the embryonic form of the myriad demon pill, the root of the myriad demon pill. At this moment, the yuan qi of heaven and earth that was being devoured could help this root blossom and bear fruit. This was the fundamental reason why the myriad demon pill could contain such a huge amount of energy. This was probably something that only the 12 demon saint knew about, but had never publicized. Even those half-saints should know about it. This discovery made Yang Kai feel that it was inconceivable. According to the current situation, the nest of myriad devils seemed to have a life of its own. It gathered the insignificant energy of hundreds of millions of living beings into one place to form the myriad demon pill, and then created countless powerhouses of the demon race. Just as he was pondering, there was another abnormality on the embodiment side. For some reason, the embodiment had a faint connection with the nest of myriad devils, which made Yang Kai feel as if the entire Cloud Shadow mainland was under his control. Sensing it, Yang Kai's spirit was lifted. He clearly sensed that there was an additional ball of white light in the nest of myriad devils, which was constantly hovering around the embodiment. It was the existence of this white light that allowed the embodiment to have such a strange connection with the nest of myriad devils. Carefully examining it, he saw that within the white light was a continent map that had shrunk countless times. It was the shape of the Cloud Shadow mainland, and traces of the power of law were overflowing from it, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. Origin. Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Although this was the first time he had seen this thing, he felt that it was very similar to the origin. Back when he was in the Stars territory, he had refined the origin of the Stars territory. Naturally, he was no stranger to this kind of thing. Could this be the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland? There was actually the existence of the origin in the fragment of the Devil territory. This greatly surprised him. He had thought that since the Devil territory had collapsed into countless fragments, even if there was an origin, it should have been annihilated. But what he saw in front of him subverted his understanding. The origin of a continent was obviously the foundation of the continent. As long as he could refine this origin, he would really be able to completely control this continent and become the master of this continent. Yang Kai didn't know why this origin had mysteriously appeared, but he knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If the embodiment could really refine this origin, then the Cloud Shadow mainland would really be his territory in the future, and not just a title given by Yuramung. The embodiment obviously also realized that this was an opportunity. There was no need for him to communicate with Yang Kai, and he had already begun to try to accept and refine this ball of origin. The origin showed no signs of rejecting the embodiment at all. Since it had appeared on its own, it was obviously attracted by some kind of force. Yang Kai guessed that it should be the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, performed by the embodiment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was called an evil technique in the astral world, and it was not tolerated in the world. But it was exactly what the Devil territory wanted. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperors could be born in the Devil territory, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Therefore, without much effort, the embodiment accepted the origin, swallowed it into his stomach, and performed a spell to refine it. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that the connection between the embodiment and the nest of myriad demons, as well as the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, had become closer. And this close connection further confirmed his previous observation. The nest of myriad demons was really devouring the power of the billions of creatures in the entire continent, and transforming these powers into myriad demons' pills. Then, unintentionally, the embodiment devoured the vital energy of heaven and earth gathered in the nest of myriad demons, while refining the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Yang Kai observed for a while, and then he calmed his mind. Chapter 3480. There was no need to pay attention to the embodiment anymore. Yang Kai opened his eyes and found that the person on duty had been replaced by Yin. He immediately beckoned her over, and asked her about the continent source in the demon territory. Who would have thought that this matter was not a secret at all? Yang Kai felt that he was making a big fuss over nothing. According to Yin, the reason why those half-saint could surpass ordinary demon kings was because they had refined the continent source. It could be said that every half-saint was the true master of a continent. For example, the quintessence of Blue Sea continent had been refined and absorbed by Yu Sang a long time ago, and it was the same for all the other continents that possessed a master. However, because the quintessence of these continents was very weak in tolerance, even a half-saint could only refine and absorb a single quintessence. When Lai Kuang joined Yu Sang, he was promised that Yu Sang would help him refine the Cloud Shadow mainland source. Once Lai Kuang succeeded, he would have a great chance of becoming a half-saint in the future. This was good news for Yang Kai. He had deeply experienced the convenience of being the master of a continent when he was on Shadowed Star. Now that the embodiment had become the true master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he would be recognized and protected by the heavens and earth on this continent. It could be said that the road to becoming a half-saint was paved in front of him. As long as he accumulated enough strength, becoming a half-saint was a foregone conclusion. During this trip to the demon territory, Yang Kai did not complete his business and did not reap many benefits. Instead, he fought for a future for the embodiment. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow, and it had turned into a shade. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yin obviously misunderstood something. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Your Majesty is from the human race, and the power you cultivate is different from ours. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to refine the continent source. Moreover, Lai Kuang has been searching for the Cloud Shadow mainland source for many years, but to no avail. Unless you are really blessed by this continent, it is impossible for you to refine it." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I'm just asking casually." Inin retreated doubtfully. The following days were peaceful, but after 8 days, there was a sudden change in the nest of myriad devils. The entire nest of myriad devils was in turmoil, and the yuan qi that had been sucked in by the nest of myriad devils was being sucked in and spat out in a frenzy, causing the yuan qi to surge into the clouds. It was as if a rain of yuan qi had fallen from the sky. Lao Ku and the others also woke up from their cultivation. They gathered around Yang Kai excitedly. This meant that the infinite demon's pill was about to take shape and could be harvested. Sure enough, half a day later, when everything calmed down, the nest of myriad demons was completely silent. Lao Ku cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill has been formed. Please extract it." Yang Kai gently nodded and led Lao Ku and the others forward. The embodiment also quietly left at the same time he entered the nest of myriad devils. It had already refined the Cloud Shadow origin, so it was now the true master of this mainland. With a single thought, it could go anywhere, so it naturally wouldn't reveal any flaws. This wasn't the first time Yang Kai had entered the nest of myriad devils. When the embodiment entered earlier, he had been following it with his divine sense, so he was naturally familiar with the place. After walking for a short while, they arrived in front of a cave wall. There was a tumor-like thing on the wall, which was exactly what the embodiment had seen before. Lao Ku pointed at the tumor-like lump of meat and said, "Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill is inside. You only need to touch it lightly to extract it." He also knew that Yang Kai didn't understand these things, so he explained it to him. Only then did Yang Kai understand what these strange tumor-like things were for. It turned out that the myriad demon's pill was growing inside. He didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to touch the tumor-like thing. When his hand touched the tumor-like thing, it bloomed layer by layer like a flower, and a myriad demon's pill about the size of a longan fell to the ground. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the pill in the palm of his hand. He took a closer look at it and immediately raised his eyebrows. 3 pairs of burning eyes stared at him from all directions. Lao Ku suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Why does the myriad demon's pill this time feel smaller than before?" It wasn't just smaller, it was smaller by a whole circle. Such an obvious thing was naturally noticed by the other demon kings, and they immediately revealed suspicious expressions. In the past, they had collected infinite demonic pills many times. Although the size was different each time, it was basically the same. This situation had never happened before. This small one was too obvious. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew where the problem was. The embodiment must have swallowed too much world energy before, causing the formation of the myriad demons pill to be affected. If this was the case, then there might be more than one small pill. Yang Kai didn't say anything. In any case, Lao Ku and the others didn't know the reason, so he simply said, "You can collect all of the myriad demons pills." He was just here to try something new. So naturally he wouldn't really collect every single myriad demons pill. Lao Ku and the others received this order, and immediately headed deeper into the myriad demon cave. About half an hour later, Lao Ku and the others returned, their expressions somewhat surprised as they handed a space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Great King, there were only 67 myriad demons pills collected this time." 67? Yang Kai pretended to look at him in surprise. Sweat seeped out of Lao Ku's forehead as he said somewhat guiltily, "I don't know what's going on, but there seems to be something wrong with the output this time. Not only is the quantity much less than what I predicted, but the size is also smaller." Ku-sun and In also nodded to the side. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Lao Ku immediately said, "Great King, subordinate is willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that there is absolutely no embezzlement. All of the myriad demons pills collected this time are here." He thought that Yang Kai was suspecting him of embezzling and quickly explained nervously. Although Yang Kai knew the reason and understood that Lao Ku couldn't be lying, he still glanced over at Ku-sun and In with a gloomy expression, and had the two of them also swear in the name of the great demon god. Lest Yang Kai misunderstand, Yang Kai nodded and said, "It seems that there really was an accident. Can you guess the reason?" Lao Ku and the others all looked at each other and shook their heads. They were also feeling quite strange. The myriad demon cave was obviously quite impressive, so they had estimated that it would produce at least 70 to 80 or even 100 myriad demons pills, but in fact, the number harvested was very different from what they had previously estimated. "Forget it," Yang Kai pretended to be generous and waved his hand. "If it's 67 then so be it." After a pause he asked, "How do you usually distribute the myriad demons pills after collecting them?" Lao Ku replied, "When we were in charge of collecting them before, we would offer them all to the Holy Senior, but the Holy Senior would give us a few pills as rewards. Us high-ranked demon kings can probably get 1 or 2 pills, while the other mid-rank and low-ranked demon kings are rewarded with some demonic crystals depending on their cultivation. Later on, Lai Kuang was the one who collected them, so there was nothing for us to do." Yang Kai nodded and took out 6 myriad demons pills from his space ring, giving 2 to each of them. "As for the others' rewards, you can decide for yourselves." Lao Ku and the others were overjoyed. They had thought that with such a small harvest this time, there would definitely be no share of myriad demons pills for them, but Yang Kai had actually rewarded each of them with 2 pills. This was simply a show of kindness, so they quickly thanked him loudly, all of them beaming with joy. Carson said, "My king, the myriad demons pills in Cloud Shadow have been collected, and the basket planes should be almost done. Do you want me to go and take a look?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, when the time comes, send the myriad demons pills you collected to me." Although he had planted the soul brand on Tu Qiaoyuo and the others and controlled their life and death, who knew if they would secretly embezzle? It was one thing to reward them, but another to fill their own pockets. With Carson there, even if Tu Qiaoyuo and the others had the intention, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. As for the matter of sending the myriad demons pills to the Holy Senior after collecting them, Yang Kai had already neglected it, and presumably Yu Rumeng wouldn't mind. "Yes," Carson cupped his hands and replied. Now that the myriad demons pills had been collected, Yang Kai naturally had to return to the Realm Gate. After such a long time, he only had a vague idea of how to maintain the Realm Gate, and had not made any substantial progress. However, after returning this time, he had made rapid progress. The main reason was that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of Cloud Shadow, and had become the master of this land. With the help of the Dharmakaya, Yang Kai could easily see the reason for the instability of the Realm Gate, the assimilation of the law of heaven and earth. Just like how after Yang Kai tore the space crack would soon disappear, and the law of heaven and earth would repair the flaws and loopholes between heaven and earth, returning everything to its original state, and the Realm Gate was no exception. However, the Realm Gate was too big, And even if the law of heaven and earth wanted to assimilate it, it wouldn't be easy. If the realm gate was stable, it wouldn't be like this. But once there was a problem, it would be assimilated by the law of heaven and earth within a limited period of time and return to nothingness. Since he had found the reason, it wouldn't be difficult to solve it. Yang Kai tried for a long time, before he finally found a reliable solution. With his own attainments in the law of space, he eliminated the influence of heaven and earth on the realm gate, stabilizing it. However, this method only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Perhaps the realm gate would be stable for a few years, but it definitely wouldn't be stable for long. Yang Kai estimated that within 1,000 years, it would have problems again. If he wanted to solve it completely, his attainments in the law of space would have to be further improved. However, Yang Kai couldn't care so much about what would happen after 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of this land, he wouldn't have cared so much about this matter. After this realm gate was stabilized, Yang Kai didn't stay idle. Since he had already done so, he might as well restore the other realm gates that had disappeared. In case Yusang really returned from the two-realm battlefield one day, and he was stuck in the Cloud Shadow land. As long as he restored the other realm gates, even if Yusang returned, he could escape through the other realm gates. The other realm gates had disappeared long ago, and it wouldn't be easy to restore them. Fortunately, Yang Kai already had experience. Even if it was a little troublesome, it wouldn't deviate from the original principle. This time there was no need to seal the realm gates. Even Lao Ku and the others were sent back by him, and he went alone to the places where the realm gates had disappeared. Chapter 3481. A month passed quickly, and Yang Kai finally repaired the second world gate. This world gate was connected to the Thunder Sky continent, which was also the continent that Yang Kai and Sound had torn space to go to. The reason why it took so long was mainly because this world gate had long disappeared. Although there were some traces left, it still took a lot of effort to repair it. This time, Yang Kai did not ask Dharmakaya for help, and completed it himself. With this experience, it would not be difficult for Yang Kai to repair other world gates. However, he did not intend to repair other world gates. The main reason for repairing this one was to guard against Yusang. Now that he had a way out, why would he repair other world gates? It would benefit the demon race. Anyway, the existence of two world gates was enough to ensure that Cloud Shadow would not disappear. And Dharmakaya, the master of the continent, would not have any worries. After recuperating for half a day, Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow City. When he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and turned to look in one direction, with a thoughtful look on his face. After a short while, he seemed to have made a decision and rushed in that direction. In the wilderness, Yang Kai floated in the void, with his eyes closed. This was the place where the world gate that connected to the Blood Flame continent was located. It was also the first of the 5 world gates to disappear from the Cloud Shadow continent. Last time, when Yang Kai and Yin investigated the world gates together, this was the only place where they didn't find anything. There were still traces left in the other places, enough for him to determine the location and tear space. The reason why he came here was also on a whim. Now that he could repair the world gates that still had traces left, he did not know if he could do it here, so he naturally wanted to give it a try. If he could repair the world gate here, then he could find the Blood Flame continent, and even all the lost continents in the territory of the demon race. Of course, he would not be so kind to the demon race. Even if he succeeded, he would not announce it to the public. At most, he would secretly go to the lost continents to find some benefits. In addition, he had to prevent himself from being exposed in the future. He could use this to negotiate with the demon race, and even use this to exchange the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. To the demon race, the return of the many missing continents was much more valuable than killing the great emperors of the astral plane. However, what disappointed him was that even though he had successfully repaired the realm gate twice before and his attainments in the law of space had deepened during this period of time, he still didn't find anything here. It was impossible to detect any trace of the realm gate's existence. In desperation, Yang Kai used his divine sense to communicate with his embodiment in the small sealed world bead, opened its entrance, and used its power to investigate the surrounding void, but still found nothing. It seemed that there was really no other way. Young Kai was not disappointed. He came here on a whim and did not have much expectations. Now that there was no harvest, he could just go back home. Just as he was about to leave though, the embodiment suddenly sent him a divine sense message. Young Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly investigated the small sealed world bead. At this moment, beside the embodiment, Return to Ruins was jumping up and down, its black eyes staring at the entrance, as if it could see the outside world. Its eyes flashed with excitement, and even its big tongue was hanging out, dripping with saliva. When he was preparing to come to the demon territory, Young Kai made a special trip back to the High Heaven Palace to bring Return to Ruins with him. But during this time, he left it in the small sealed world bead and ignored it. Young Kai never thought that it would act so strangely at this time. Return to Ruins was a strange beast in the demon territory, and it survived by devouring the demon race and the demonic chi. Now that it was acting so strangely, did it discover something? Young Kai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly let it out. As soon as it appeared, the ultimate rushed off excitedly into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A few breaths later, it rushed back from a faraway place. It repeated this many times, but it did not diminish its excitement. It was like a wanderer who had returned home after many years, and was using this crazy running to vent the excitement in its heart. Young Kai was dumbfounded. He thought that Return to Ruins would discover something, but who knew that this guy only sensed the aura of the demon territory? Young Kai did not stop it. Although it only had a trace of Return to Ruins bloodline, and strictly speaking, it was not a true Return to Ruins, but to some extent, the demon territory was indeed its hometown. After letting it run wild for a while, Return to Ruins calmed down and returned to Young Kai's side, running around at Young Kai's feet. At a certain moment, it suddenly stopped, sniffed, and then opened its bloody mouth, biting down on the void. Young Kai clearly heard a crunching sound, and a black hole was bitten into the void in front of him. For a moment, Young Kai was dumbfounded. He stared at the hole in a daze, then lowered his head to look at Bow Wow at his feet, unable to recover for a long time. He had already seen through the various strange abilities of Return to Ruins. Although this guy looked small and cute, it was actually an extremely terrifying fierce beast, especially for the demon race. It could even swallow a master at the level of the Demon King in one bite. On the contrary, it could not do anything in the Emperor Realm. Feng Ming was only a second-order Emperor Realm master, so it could still escape after being swallowed by it. But Young Kai did not expect this little guy to be able to bite off a piece of the void. Under his perception, the void that was bitten off by it had clearly collapsed. Even with the power of this world, it would not be easy to repair it. It would take at least a few days to restore it to its original state. It had not done this in the star boundary. Could it be because this was the demon territory? Return to Ruins could restrain the various powers of the demon race. Perhaps it could also restrain the principles of the demon territory. But it was not over yet. A few more cracking sounds were heard, and the hole in front of him became much bigger. Young Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he had known this would happen, he would not have bothered to repair the world gate. He would have just thrown it out and let it bite a few more times. Its bite could destroy the principles, and it would be enough to maintain the damage for a long time without disappearing. It would then form another world gate. Just as he was about to reprimand it and take it back, the embodiment suddenly exclaimed and quickly stopped him. "Don't touch it." Young Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" The embodiment said in a serious voice, "I seem to have sensed the aura of another continent." As soon as this was said, Young Kai was shocked. This place was originally the world gate that connected the Cloud Shadow mainland and the Blood Flame mainland, but because the world gate had disappeared for too long, all traces of it had disappeared. Even the Blood Flame mainland had disappeared from the demon territory. If the embodiment really sensed the aura of another continent, it meant that there were traces to be found, and that continent was undoubtedly the Blood Flame mainland. This was really a glimmer of hope. Young Kai looked solemn and hurriedly used his heart to sense, but he could not feel the aura of another continent as the embodiment said. But this was not surprising. The embodiment was now the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, so its perception here was naturally countless times stronger than his. It was something that he could not compare to. With its reminder, Yang Kai could not help but be excited and look forward to it. He turned his head and looked around. Raising his hand, he released the embodiment from the small sealed world. With a slight thought, the embodiment immediately used the power of the master of a continent to completely isolate this place from the outside world. In this way, no one would be able to enter this 100-kilometer range. Even if there were any secrets here, they would not be exposed. Kacha 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 sounds rang out incessantly as the void of end continued to gnaw at the void in front of it. Not long after, a black hole about 10 feet in diameter appeared in the void. Yang Kai still did not sense anything, but the embodiment's perception was getting more and more obvious. There was indeed the aura of another continent faintly coming over, which had a subtle impact on this continent. I really found the blood flame mainland. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. In his mind, he recalled some of the information he had read before and Yin's explanation. The last gate of the blood flame mainland disappeared 1,000 years ago, but before the gate disappeared, all the Demon King level masters on the continent had withdrawn in advance. Even some demon commanders and demon general had left the blood flame mainland. It could be said that in the current blood flame mainland, there was not a single Demon King level master, so Yang Kai was not worried that he would encounter any danger if he really went to the blood flame mainland. However, the population of a continent was enormous. Even if the Demon King and a considerable number of demon commanders and demon general had withdrawn in advance, there would definitely be a large number of demon race left there. He did not know how they had lived in the past 1,000 years, and whether the disappearance of the gate of the world and the isolation of the continent would have any effect on them. In addition, there was the storage of the entire continent. The masters of the demon race could withdraw in advance, but the resources of the continent could not be taken away. After finding the blood flame mainland, Yang Kai was equivalent to sitting on the resources of the entire continent. The resources of the demon race were useless to him, but the embodiment did not reject them. Especially now that the embodiment had become the Cloud Shadow Master, under the influence of the Cloud Shadow origin, his huge body became demonic chi, which was similar to a real demon race. He could even secretly occupy the blood flame mainland, and use the power of the entire continent to stir up the situation in the demon territory, diverting the attention of the demon territory. If he could find the blood flame mainland, it would mean that he could find more continents. At that time, he would have the power of dozens of continents in his hands. He might even be able to challenge the demon saint. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. At this moment, he finally felt an aura that did not belong to the Cloud Shadow mainland from the black hole in the void. As the embodiment said, this was the aura of another continent, and it was escaping through the void. If even he could feel it, it meant that the boundary between the two continents had become extremely weak. As long as he put in a little more effort, he could break it open. In fact, this was indeed the case. After Return to Ruins took a few bites, a huge suction force silently came from the void in front of him, as if a layer of invisible barrier had been broken through. The vigorous aura of a small world rushed toward him. Return to Ruins was not careful and was directly sucked in. His face was full of fear and uneasiness. Yang Kai and the embodiment looked at each other and stepped in together, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 3482. His vision turned upside down, and the scenery in front of him changed. When Kai Yang regained his senses, he had already appeared in another world. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. There was no doubt that this was another continent. It must be the Blood Flame continent, which was adjacent to the Cloud Shadow continent. However, the scene here was a little different from what he had imagined. The whole world gave people a feeling of death and silence, without the slightest bit of vitality. The place where he could see was a wasteland. Not only was there no trace of living creatures, but there were also no plants. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and the wind was whistling constantly, rolling up tornadoes and smoke. The momentum was terrifying. Just from what he could see, there were hundreds of tornadoes raging madly, destroying everything in their path. Is the Blood Flame continent's environment so bad? Although Yang Kai knew that the environment of every continent in the demon territory was different, in general, most of the continents had pleasant conditions and were suitable for living. However, if the Blood Flame continent was like this everywhere, then the demon race here would not be able to survive. Obviously, the embodiment also saw this point. They looked at each other and were a little surprised. They didn't know whether the Blood Flame continent was born like this, or what happened later. However, since they were here, they naturally had to check it out carefully. Putting the return to ruins on his shoulder, he rushed forward side by side with the embodiment. Although the tornadoes along the way were terrifying, they didn't have much of an effect on them. Not long after, a huge ruin suddenly appeared in front of them. It covered an area of about 1,000 miles. Looking from afar, it looked like the outline of a city. However, when they got closer, Yang Kai found that the city was deserted. The whole city was covered with yellow sand, and there was not a single living person in such a big city. Scanning the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai frowned. His figure flickered and he came to a certain place. With a wave of his hand, an object was pulled out from the ground. This was the corpse of a member of the demon race. It was unknown which race she came from, but it seemed to be the corpse of a woman. She had died a miserable death. Although there were no external injuries, it seemed that she had suffered a great deal of torture before she died. Her essence had been completely devoured, just like Lai Kuang's death. He had become a dried corpse and had been buried under the yellow sand for many years to preserve his corpse. Now that it was exposed to the wind, it immediately turned into fine powder. Even the bones were shattered. On the other side, the embodiment also took several corpses from the ground. They were just like the corpses of the female demon race. All of them were in a shriveled state. It was unknown who had devoured their spiritual essence. There was no need to investigate any further. All the demon race in this city had probably died in this manner. Moreover, since there was a city here, it meant that the original environment was not so bad. Otherwise, how could the demon race survive here? The yellow sand and the tornado should have appeared later. Did the demon race also have someone who practiced the battle technique similar to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the scene here. But what was the matter with the environment here? For a moment he could not understand. He could only continue to move forward with the embodiment and investigate along the way. After an entire day, the scenery in front of them did not change at all. Instead, they found the ruins of several cities, big and small. But without exception, they were all in the same situation as they first discovered. All the members of the demon race were dead, and all the corpses of the demon race had become dried corpses. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. If the demon race had really practiced the battle technique similar to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it would be impossible for them to do such a thing. Before the last world gate of the blood-red continent disappeared, the Demon King had already evacuated in advance. The strongest one left behind was only at the level of Demon Commander. How could they have the ability to massacre the entire city? To do such a thing, they had to be at least an upper-grade Demon King. But why would an upper-grade Demon King still stay here? Just as he was pondering, the embodiment suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Yang Kai was startled awake. He looked up and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that the void in front of him was actually separated. A huge void gully lay in front of him. The gully was filled with a violent energy tide that could destroy heaven and earth. On the other side of the gully, 100 miles away, the shadow of another continent was faintly discernible. He and the embodiment actually ran to the edge of the blood-red continent. But that's not right. The blood-red continent's surface area was not small. It couldn't be just this scale. He and the embodiment had only been here for a day, and there were delays along the way. How could they have flown to the edge of the continent? Looking at the continent in front of him, it seemed to be of the same origin as the continent he was in. Yang Kai suddenly realized, the blood-red continent has collapsed. The continent in front of him was obviously a fragment of the blood-red continent, just like the one under his feet. But what kind of power could actually cause a continent to collapse and turn into countless fragments? But thinking about the situation in the entire demon territory, it made sense. Relatively speaking, the current situation of the blood-red continent was a miniature version of the entire demon territory. It was just that there was no life here. Could it be that the disappearance of the last world gate caused the blood-red continent to separate from the demon territory? This was also possible. If it was really because of this reason, it could explain the harsh environment of the blood-red continent. If the demon territory was compared to a person, then every continent in the demon territory was an organ of this person. The blood-red continent was separated from the demon territory due to the disappearance of all the world gates, causing the entire continent to collapse and evolve into the current state. If a person's hand was chopped off, then the hand would wither and decay. This was the best description of the blood-red continent. Thinking about it, young Kai was shocked. If this guess was true, then the future of the demon territory was worrying. A person could survive without a hand or even limbs, but what if all the internal organs were to disappear one by one? The continents that disappeared one by one were equivalent to an organ in the demon territory. Once enough continents disappeared, it would affect the survival of the entire demon territory. Could the demon race invading the star boundary be related to this? With the disappearance of the demon territory, the demon race had no place to stay. Naturally, they had to find a new place to stay, and the star boundary was their target. Thinking about this, young Kai's face turned pale. If his guess was true, then the demon territory wouldn't be as simple as an invasion. It would be an irreconcilable situation with the star boundary. There was a limit to how many creatures the star boundary could accommodate. The demon race's population was huge, and the star boundary might not even be able to accommodate them, let alone leave a place for the creatures of the star boundary. No wonder the demon saint agreed to the great emperor's suggestion so easily, forbidding all the great emperors from interfering in the war of the two realms. Firstly, they were afraid that too much power would destroy the stability of the star boundary. Secondly, they probably wanted to use this opportunity to reduce the population of the demon race. All kinds of thoughts flashed through young Kai's mind, and the expression on his face kept changing. The embodiment didn't stay idle, and had already brought him through the void ravine that stretched for hundreds of miles, arriving at another fragment of the continent. Only then did young Kai restrain his thoughts. There was no point in thinking about this now. Even if he guessed right, so what? He still couldn't stop the invasion of the demon territory. For now, he should first understand the situation of the Scarlet Blood continent. He originally hoped that the Scarlet Blood continent would bring him some benefits, but now, it seemed that this continent had withered and declined after leaving the demon territory. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from it. After another day of investigation, the situation was exactly the same as before. This fragment of the continent was also deathly silent. Young Kai was in a daze, but the embodiment seemed to have discovered something. He stared at Young Kai and softly said, "Nest of 1,000 demons." Young Kai was startled for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the embodiment's words made sense. If it weren't for his discovery in the nest of 1,000 demons, he might not have thought of this. But because he had discovered some secrets in the nest of 1,000 demons, coupled with the miserable state of the mummified corpses, young Kai felt that the culprit behind the extinction of the demon race was the nest of 1,000 demons, and not some demon race expert who had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. The nest of 1,000 demons was constantly devouring the essence of the demon race on the continent. It was just that the speed of devouring was insignificant, and it didn't have any effect on the demon race, so no one noticed it. But what if it erupted with an extremely powerful force? That would be equivalent to using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique on the entire continent. The consequences would be extremely terrifying, and it was also in line with the death of the old demon race. Find it. Young Kai spat out a word, and immediately split up with the embodiment to search for the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent. If they could find something in the nest of 1,000 demons, it would mean that their guess was correct. However, the Scarlet Blood continent had collapsed into fragments. Not to mention that Young Kai didn't know where the nest of 1,000 demons was. Even if he did, he would have to search for it carefully. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Lao Ku and the others to collect information on the Scarlet Blood continent. With some information, it would be much easier to search for it blindly. He could only hope that the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent hadn't been destroyed by the changes in the world. Searching one fragment after another, it took Yang Kai a full 3 days before he finally found the myriad demon cave on a fragment of a continent. This was all thanks to the return to ruins. Its sense of smell was extremely sharp, and it was also very sensitive to things related to the demon race. If it wasn't for its reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to find the nest of 1,000 demons that was buried more than 10 feet underground. Casting a spell to lift up the ground, he immediately saw a hole in front of him. However, this hole was also buried by yellow sand. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to clear it out, and he went all the way down. After a few turns, there were finally no more obstructions. The nest of 1,000 demons here was similar to the one in Cloud Shadow. Although the light in the cave was dim, it didn't affect Yang Kai. After walking for a while, Yang Kai found a tumor-like thing on the wall of the cave. It was neither flesh nor stone, and looked like a fruit. Chapter 3483. The things inside these tumors were naturally myriad demon pills. Yang Kai was certain of this. However, what surprised him was that the cave wall in front of him was full of these myriad demon pill tumors, densely packed together. At a rough count, there were at least a few dozen of them. Why are there so many? Although the nest of 10,000 devils on Cloud Ying's side was also in a similar situation, there were obviously fewer of them. They were all separated by a certain distance, and definitely wouldn't be densely packed together like this. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on, Return to Ruins, who had been crawling on his shoulder, rushed over excitedly, pounced on the cave wall, and with a roll of its tongue, half of the tumors disappeared. With a gudong sound, a large lump appeared on its throat before it rolled into its stomach. With another roll of its tongue, the rest of the tumors disappeared as well. Yang Kai's face darkened. He had been hoping to obtain more myriad demon pills for his embodiment, so it could become a half-saint as soon as possible and become his most powerful ally, but Return to Ruins had given it a taste of its own medicine. Return to Ruins liked to devour the demon race. And since these myriad demon pills were formed from the essence of the demonic chi, they were naturally favored by it. Dozens of myriad demon pills were gone just like that, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely distressed. Quickly reaching out and grabbing this evil creature, ignoring its howls and protests, he directly threw it into his sealed world bead, giving him some peace and quiet. Turning his head to look at the bare cave wall, Yang Kai's face twitched fiercely, hoping that there would be more myriad demon pills in the 10,000 demon nest instead of all of them growing outside. Calming himself down, Yang Kai walked deeper, and after a short time, he smiled happily again. Sure enough, there were even more myriad demon pills here. Just like what he saw just now, they were densely packed together, and there were dozens of them. With his previous experience of collecting myriad demon pills, Yang Kai reached out and touched one of the tumors, causing it to blossom like a flower. A round, rolling myriad demon pill fell out and was quickly caught by him. Just as he was about to stuff it into his space ring, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something else and carefully examined the myriad demon pill, his thick brow rising as a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that the myriad demon pills here were larger than the ones he had obtained before, and their quality seemed to be better as well. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai didn't plan to investigate. In any case, the better these myriad demon pills were, the more useful it would be for his embodiment. As he walked deeper in, Yang Kai could be described as having a great time collecting myriad demon pills. The scene inside the myriad demon cave was beyond his imagination. Almost every 10 meters or so, he would find a large number of myriad demon pills, ranging from 20 to 30 at a time to 40 to 50 at a time. The number of myriad demon pills collected by Clouding could not compare at all. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the deepest part of the myriad demon cave. This was the end of his journey, and there was no way forward. All the myriad demon pills he had encountered along the way had already been collected. Taking out his space ring and counting, Yang Kai found that he had actually collected more than 1,400 myriad demon pills. If he counted the ones that had been eaten by Return to Ruins at the beginning, then the number of myriad demon pills produced in this myriad demon cave was almost 1,500. This number gave Yang Kai quite a fright. Although he had somewhat expected this from the beginning, So many myriad demon pills still shocked him. According to normal calculations, since the blood flame continent had disappeared for 1,000 years or so, even if myriad demon pills were produced once every 100 years, only 10 batches would be produced every 1,000 years. Each batch would produce a few dozen pills, so 10 batches would only produce a few hundred pills. This number was much lower than 1,500. However, Yang Kai knew that the myriad demon pills here were not produced under normal circumstances. Instead, the blood flame continent had undergone a mutation, and the myriad demon cave had suddenly erupted with a powerful force, swallowing all the life forms on this continent. Of course, if the essence of the entire blood flame continent's demon race was converted into myriad demon pills, it would definitely be far more than 1,500. 15,000, or even 150,000 would be difficult to measure. However, this continent was originally a withered part of the demon territory, so the myriad demon cave was likely unable to function normally. Being able to produce 1,500 high-quality myriad demon caves was already a stroke of luck. Asking for more would be somewhat insatiable. When Yang Kai walked out of the myriad demon cave, his embodiment was still nowhere to be seen. There was no need to look for it though, as there was a subtle connection between them. If it couldn't find the myriad demon cave, it would definitely come looking for him. As for the continent under his feet, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before he made up his mind. Raising his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. Forming a series of seals, the sealed world bead burst out a cloud of smoke and turned into a huge monster that covered the sky. It looked like a fat fish, but only the outline of a fish with no facial features. Instead, it had a bloody mouth that could swallow the heavens and earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. The bloody mouth opened, aimed at the continent under its feet, and bit down. With a cracking sound, a large piece of the continent disappeared. The sealed world bead underwent a mutation when Yang Kai returned to star territory in the past. It could now transform into a behemoth that could swallow planets. In the territory of the Great Desolation Star, 3 cultivation stars were swallowed by it, causing the space inside the sealed world bead to become extremely vast. So far, the creatures of those 3 cultivation stars were living peacefully inside the sealed world bead. Since the blood flame continent no longer had any living creatures and had been reduced to fragments, it was perfect for the sealed world bead to swallow. After all, there were still remnants of the demon territory's world principles here, which were still very useful to the perfection of the sealed world bead's internal space. Since the blood flame continent could no longer return to the demon territory, it naturally couldn't waste such a huge resource. As the sealed world bead bit down, the fragment of the continent under his feet shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared into nothingness, turning into an endless void that caused one's heart to palpitate. In just a few days, this fragment was completely swallowed up by the rolling sealed world bead, leaving nothing behind. Under Yang Kai's control, the rolling sealed world bead then targeted another fragment of the continent next to it. The embodiment finally came over, obviously also aware of the movement here. After just a glance at the rolling sealed world bead, he understood what was happening. Taking the space ring Yang Kai threw to him, he swept it with his divine sense and immediately exclaimed, "So many!" Obviously, he was also shocked by the huge number of myriad demon pills. According to Yang Kai's previous estimation, 3,000 myriad demon pills were enough to allow the embodiment to truly become a half-saint. With this, he had already achieved half of his goal. If he could find a place similar to the blood flame continent, he would be able to completely gather the cultivation resources needed for the embodiment to become a half-saint. A lot of continents had disappeared in the demon territory over the years, and the blood flame continent was just one of them. Now that he had the help of the Return to Ruins, it would be very easy to find other lost continents. Yang Kai had already made up his mind. After he finished his business here, he would search for other lost continents and collect myriad demon pills. When the embodiment became a half-saint, it would be much easier for him to act in the demon territory. Could it be that this was his opportunity? Before coming here, the Heavens Revelation's great emperors, Chu Tianji, had once told him that in the demon territory, he had an opportunity and a tribulation. Yang Kai still had some trust in the words of the Heavens Revelation's great emperors. Since they were called Heaven's Revelations, they naturally had their reasons, but if this was the opportunity, what was the tribulation? Could it be that his intentions were exposed and he had a falling out with Yu Rumeng? In the demon territory, becoming an enemy of a demon saint was a great tribulation. It would take a certain amount of time to roll and devour the fragments of the blood flame continent, so Yang Kai alone could take care of it. The embodiment had already returned to the mysterious small world to devour and refine the myriad demon pills. The myriad demon pills he obtained from clouding last time had long been devoured by him. This time he obtained more than 1,400 pills from the blood flame continent. Even if the embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it would take him at least 2 months to completely refine them. Although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was powerful, it was not omnipotent. There was always a limit to what it could bear. If it swallowed too many myriad demon pills at once, it would need time to digest them. Only then would it be able to maximize the effects of the myriad demon pills. More than 20 days passed in a flash, and the rolling finally finished devouring the blood flame continent. Not only did the space inside the sealed world bead expand by a lot, it even gained some world principles from the demon territory. The passage he came in from before had disappeared. It was probably assimilated and repaired by the world principles in clouding. Fortunately, he had the return to ruins and released him. He let him search for traces and bite out a passage in the void. Only then was Yang Kai able to return to clouding. After identifying the direction, he rushed all the way to Clouding City. When he entered the city and entered the palace, the demon race guards all bowed respectfully. As soon as he took office, he killed Lai Kuang with lightning speed. Even now, Lai Kuang's dried corpse was still hanging at the highest point of his residence. No one dared to put it down. After that, he led the demon race here to fight against La Yuan. He defeated the strong, killed 6 high-ranked demon kings of La Yuan, completely subdued La Yuan, and repaired the realm gate with his own strength. He maintained the stability of the realm gate and protected the clouding mainland from falling. Everything that happened in the past few months was shocking. Even if they did not personally participate in the demon race in the palace, they had heard about it. How could they not be respectful? To the demon race, having a strong and powerful boss was also a source of pride. He did not see Lao Ku and the others, and did not know what they were busy with. Yang Kai did not plan to look for them either. He called Xiao Wu over and instructed her to prepare warm water. He wanted to take a bath and change his clothes. He had been running around outside for the past few days, so he was a little travel-worn. He wanted to take this opportunity to think about his next plan. After a while, he was in a huge pool. The water temperature was moderate, and the pool was filled with flower petals. The fragrance was pleasant. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the pool and soaked his body in the water. He placed one hand on the edge of the pool, and the other hand casually took out jade slips from the side and checked them. These jade slips were handed to him by Xiao Wu just now. She said that the spies sent out from the 2 continents had gathered all the information and gathered it in her hands. However, because Yang Kai was not around, she could only keep it for the time being. Yang Kai did not specify what the spies were looking for. He only instructed them to report everything big and small to him. After all, this was related to the great emperors of Bright Moon. He did not dare to be careless. He only hoped that he could find some clues from the information and see if there were any traces of the great emperors of Bright Moon's whereabouts. Chapter 3484. Looking through the jade slips one by one, Yang Kai found that most of them were trivial matters. Occasionally, there were some major events, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, through the information gathered in these jade slips, Yang Kai had some understanding of the internal strife in the demon race. The demon race had never been a peaceful race. Even though they were still at war with the Star Realm, their internal strife was not peaceful. On the contrary, the flames of war were incessant. Today, the demon king of this continent and the demon king of another continent had a dispute. Both sides had gathered a large number of troops to attack each other. Tomorrow, the demon king of that continent would find helpers to take revenge. In short, some places were in complete chaos. This made Yang Kai more and more convinced that the demon race had too many people. The demon saint intended to use all kinds of methods to whittle down their numbers. Otherwise, they could just throw all of these demon race members into the two-realm battlefield. Only one of the jade slips revealed information that he was somewhat concerned about. The information recorded in this jade slip was about a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. This continent originally had 6 world gates that led to 6 different continents. However, 4 of the world gates suddenly disappeared a year ago. Not only that, the exits of the remaining 2 world gates were heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. At first glance, there was nothing strange about this information. In the past 10,000 years, the disappearance of the world gates of the continents could be found everywhere. Many continents had disappeared from the map of the demon territory because of this. In the eyes of those who did not know the truth, the Eternal Heaven Continent would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he read it. Although the time recorded in this information was not too certain, it matched the time when the War of the Two Realms broke out. In other words, the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent also fell into the demon territory at that time. And the sudden disappearance of 4 world gates was clearly too abnormal. Looking at the world gates that disappeared in the demon territory, all of them first had some abnormal reaction, and then slowly disappeared. However, the 4 world gates of the Eternal Heaven Continent seemed to have strangely closed up overnight, and disappeared without a trace. This situation could only mean that there was an external force that interfered with these 4 world gates, or even an extremely powerful force that caused these 4 world gates to collapse. And to be able to have such a powerful force, it could only be the demon saint. In other words, it was very likely that the demon saint had made a move in the Eternal Heaven Continent. The only ones who could exchange blows with the demon saint were the great emperors of the great emperors, of course. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai almost had a complete train of thought in his mind. At that time, the 4 great emperors had become the demon race's territory to investigate together, but they had fallen into the demon saint's ambush. The great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent sacrificed themselves for a righteous cause, delaying the mini demon saint with their own strength, allowing Iron Blood and the others to escape to the star boundary. Then, they retreated as they fought, all the way to the Eternal Heaven Continent, and finally fought a life-and-death battle with the demon saint on the Eternal Heaven Continent. If this conjecture was true, then the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent must have fallen into the Eternal Heaven Continent. As for whether they were alive or dead, it was unknown. However, the Bright Moon Continent was the great emperor's, and was recognized by the star boundary. If something really happened to them, the star boundary would certainly change. In addition, the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations had once said that the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent still had a chance of survival. Therefore, Yang Kai felt that the Bright Moon Continent wasn't dead, but should be trapped. The Eternal Heaven Continent, huh? Yang Kai tightly grasped the jade slip with an excited expression. After being in the demon territory for such a long time, he had finally found some clues. His efforts hadn't been in vain. He promptly took out the map he had bought before and checked it. After seeing the location of the Eternal Heaven Continent, he couldn't help but frown. This Eternal Heaven Continent wasn't in Yu Meng's territory. This made things a little difficult for him. If the Eternal Heaven Continent was Yu Meng's territory, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sneak in with the help of the space law with his title as a prince. But now that the Eternal Heaven Continent was in the territory of another demon saint, things were a little difficult. After all, he was a human. Yu Meng valued him so much that she didn't hesitate to use the heart imprint secret technique to bring him back to the demon territory. However, it didn't mean that other demon saint also thought the same. If he rashly ran into someone else's territory and was accidentally killed by them, he would become a laughingstock. But no matter what, he really had to make a trip to the Eternal Heaven Continent. At the very least, he had to figure out whether the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent were there or not. If they were, then he had to think of a way to rescue them. If they weren't, then he had to continue to inquire for information. But before that, it would be best to let his embodiment advance to half-saint. At that time, his safety would be somewhat guaranteed. Just as he was pondering, a burst of footsteps came from behind him. Young Kai wrinkled his brows and put away the jade slip and map somewhat unhappily. He thought to himself, why is this Xiao Wu so insensible? I clearly ordered not to let anyone in. He turned his head to look back, and was slightly startled. The person that had arrived wasn't Xiao Wu, but a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure, a charming appearance and red lips. This woman was probably a snow devil. She had long silver hair that hung loosely down to her buttocks, and her skin was whiter than snow. She wore a pure white dress, and she gave off a pure and holy feeling. This kind of pure and holy dress formed an extremely strong visual conflict with her charming and enchanting figure, giving people a kind of surprise that was neither pure nor demonic. Young Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He was secretly baffled. Is there such a person in the palace? Why haven't I seen her before? But judging from her posture, she seemed to be just a maidservant. She was walking over with a tray, on which there was a cup of crimson blood wine, and a bunch of grape-like spirit fruits. Their eyes met, and the woman smiled, making the world lose its color in an instant. Only this smile was enough to make Young Kai's mind fall into a trance. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus emitted a cool aura that woke him up abruptly. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his heart and Young Kai's face sank. He slapped the pool of water and under the stimulation of his emperor chi, turned the pool of water into countless tiny droplets that flew toward Snow Demon. Each droplet was supported by Young Kai's emperor chi, and was incredibly heavy. A trace of surprise flashed across Snow Demon's beautiful eyes, obviously not expecting Young Kai to recover so quickly and react so quickly and decisively, directly attacking her. Seeing the countless droplets approaching, Snow Demon smiled and raised her hand, causing the tens of thousands of droplets infused with Emperor Chi by Young Kai to strangely float in front of her, as if frozen in place. When she looked again, Young Kai had taken advantage of the moment her sleeve blocked his vision to leap into the air, his aura surging as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Snow Demon's face warmed. Young Kai's action had undoubtedly made her a little angry, so she gently raised her jade-like palm to meet his attack. With a loud bang, a shockwave swept out, causing the tables in the room to crash and the pool of water to churn. Young Kai was surprised, realizing that he had underestimated this woman. Even if he did not use his full strength, that palm was not something an ordinary demon king could casually take. The fact that the other party could block it so easily showed that she was at least a high-ranked demon king, or even a half-saint. If it was a month ago, Young Kai might have been a little afraid. He had no way to resist the might of a half-saint. But now that his embodiment had become the master of Cloud Shadow, his embodiment had a unique advantage on this continent. Even if the other party was really a half-saint, he was not afraid. If she provoked him, he would release his embodiment and guarantee that he would beat her until even her mother couldn't recognize him. When the time came, he would let her know how strong he was. When he landed, Young Kai had already summoned his myriad sword and pointed it at Snow Demon. With his nose in the air, he shouted with an insufferably arrogant look, "Who are you, lowly slave?" Snow Demon's unhappy little face suddenly fell, and the plate in her hand trembled slightly. Obviously, she was very angry. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Young Kai and said indifferently, "What did you say?" The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She seemed to be smiling, but in fact, there was not the slightest hint of a smile. "You should have heard what I said. Quickly tell me your name, and I will spare your life." Young Kai coldly snorted before taking out a set of clothes from his space ring, and wrapping them around his waist to cover his vitals. He had been completely naked before, but there was nothing he could do about it. This woman had come too suddenly, so he hadn't had time to put on any clothes. No matter what the other party's intentions were, just the fact that she had entered uninvited was enough to make Young Kai hostile. He did not remember having such a female demon king under his command. The other party's strength was not weak, so she was obviously not from the Cloud Shadow continent, or even the Blue Origin continent. It was ridiculous that this lowly slave disguised herself as a maid and approached him. He did not know what her purpose was. "You have guts, daring to speak to this queen like this." Snow Demon was obviously on the verge of exploding in anger, but she inexplicably laughed again. "You also have guts, daring to barge in when a man is bathing." Aren't you afraid that something will happen between a man and a woman alone? As he spoke, he deliberately looked up and down, as if he wanted to use his eyes to do something to her. Snow Demon faintly asked, "What do you want to happen?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, whatever happens will happen." Snow Demon looked at him strangely for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Although she looked pure and holy, that didn't mean she couldn't understand Yang Kai's words. On the contrary, this kind of giggling made her seem even more charming. "What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Yang Kai looked at her with his nostrils and cursed in his heart. Why were all the women in the old demon's territory so bold and unrestrained? Yu Meng was like this, and this snow demon was also like this. He was now almost naked, but she did not know how to avoid suspicion. After a long while, Snow Devil stopped smiling and slowly shook her head. Her beautiful hair fluttered behind her back like a silver fairy. "I was going to punish you severely, but seeing how interesting you are, I'll just give you a small punishment as a warning." After a pause, she tilted her head to look at Yang Kai and said, "But then again, if Yu Meng knew that you were teasing this queen like this, do you think she would teach you a lesson?" Yang Kai frowned and said arrogantly, "It's not certain who will teach who a lesson, but your tone is as big as your guts." Chapter 3485. Seeing Yang Kai act so arrogantly, Snow Demon was taken aback. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't even put Yu Meng in his eyes. Her beautiful eyes carefully examined Yang Kai before a look of realization appeared on her face and she said in shock, "She's really willing to spend so much on you." Yang Kai was baffled by these words, but before he could think about it, Xiao Wu stumbled in from outside the door, followed by Li Shiqing, who lived next door. Obviously, she had also heard the commotion, and ran over to take a look. However, when she saw Yang Kai's nearly naked body, Li Shiqing quickly covered her eyes and turned around. Crash. 2 rows of soldiers rushed in from outside, led by Lao Ku, filling up the room. Just now, although Yang Kai had only fought with Snow Demon for a short time, the noise it had caused was not small. If Lao Ku hadn't noticed this, then he would have been too negligent. After all, he was the city palace's commander. "Great King, what happened?" Lao Ku asked in alarm. Yang Kai immediately cursed. "A bunch of trash, someone has sneaked in and you don't even know? What does this king need you for?" Even if the snow demon was a half-saint and Lao Ku wasn't her match, allowing her to break into his room was still a big mistake. At the very least, he should have noticed. Only then did Lao Ku notice that there was an enchanting woman with silver hair in the room, causing sweat to appear on his forehead as he cupped his fists and said, "Please calm your anger, great king." Raising his head again, he stared at Snow Demon's back with eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, "What are you standing around for? Take her down." Just now, he hadn't been able to test the depths of this woman's strength, but now he could use Lao Ku to test her. Lao Ku immediately obeyed, suppressing his anger as his demonic chi surged, and he slammed his palm towards Snow Demon's shoulder. Halfway through, his palm turned into a claw, obviously intending to capture her first. Although Lao Ku was old, he was still a high-ranked demon king. However, Snow Devil seemed to have not noticed. She still stood there calmly, and then slowly turned half of her body. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at Lao Ku, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile as she quietly looked at him. When their eyes met, Lao Ku's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The aura of a high-grade devil king burst out like snowflakes under the blazing sun, instantly disappearing without a trace. His palm abruptly stopped when it was less than 3 inches away from Snow Devil's slender palm. The strong wind brought about by the palm blew Snow Devil's hair, causing her snow-like hair to flutter in the wind. Time seemed to stop. The sweat on Lao Ku's forehead became even denser, converging into bean-sized beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Wu couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands as she looked at Snow Demon's face in shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Lao Ku. He suddenly felt that the situation had become a little complicated. He could clearly see fear in Lao Ku's eyes. Lao Ku knew this woman? What was her background? She could actually make a high-ranked demon king feel fear. Was it really as he had guessed, a half-saint? While he was still in shock, Lauke had already hurriedly retracted his hand and knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Lauke greets the Holy Sovereign." In an instant, the demon race soldiers who had been eyeing Snow Demon covetously also knelt down. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Snow Demon in front of him in disbelief. Holy Sovereign? He had clearly heard what Lauke had called this woman. In the entire demon territory, the title of Holy Sovereign was only given to the 12 Holy Sovereigns who stood at the peak. Even the half-saint subordinates didn't have the qualifications to be called Holy Sovereign. This woman was actually a demon saint? Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't good. He had originally thought that the person who had come was at most a half-saint. Now that he had joined forces with his embodiment to occupy Cloud Shadow, he didn't need to be too afraid of a half-saint. However, if the other party was a demon saint, then the situation would be completely different. Even with the convenience of Cloud Shadow and the embodiment being the master of Cloud Shadow, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. If she was a demon saint, she should have just revealed her identity. Why did she have to sneak in as a servant girl? No wonder Lauke and the others didn't discover her. It would be strange if a demon saint had entered this place. However, in any case, this matter would be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai didn't know why the demon saint had come to Cloud Shadow, but it was obvious that she had come for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have quietly approached him. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, otherwise he would have fallen into the other party's trap. The situation was worrying. After Lauke called out the two words Holy Sovereign, Yang Kai's eyes drifted left and right, looking for a way to escape. At this time, he had already made a decision in his heart. He immediately urged the law of space to escape from here. No matter what the other party's intentions were, a demon saint wasn't something he could fight against right now. If he really fell into the hands of the other party, he was afraid that even death would be an extravagant hope. She wasn't like Yu Meng. Yu Meng had the Heart Seal secret technique to restrain him. No matter how he treated her, Yu Meng wouldn't really do anything to him. This woman's mental state didn't seem normal. Who knew if she had prepared some kind of torture waiting for him? But just as he urged the law of space, Snow Demon suddenly looked back and said with a smile, "Where do you think you're going?" Saying so, she gently raised her hand and flicked her finger in the direction of Yang Kai. Heaven and earth were imprisoned, and the law of space collapsed. Yang Kai, whose figure had just drifted a little, was suddenly pulled back from the void. With a bang, he felt a pain in his head. In an instant, he saw stars and his vision turned upside down. His whole body was sent flying backwards, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. When Kai Yang stood up again, he grimaced in pain. Reaching out to touch his forehead, he was shocked to feel a large bulge. Looking up, he saw Snow Demon smiling at him, a mischievous look on her face as she walked towards him, step by step. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. "If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists, all right?" Snow Demon smiled sweetly, a very moving sight, but Yang Kai felt that this smile was more sinister than anything else. He smiled bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, what an unlucky year. While he was staying in the city palace, a demon saint had actually come knocking on his door. Now the only one who could save him was Yu Meng, but that woman was still in the Phantom Continent, hundreds of millions of kilometers away. By the time she received the news, his bones would have already turned cold. Using our mouths and not our fists, Snow Demon pursed her lips into a smile, causing her red lips to become even more lustrous. "You really are a gentleman. Did you enjoy scolding me just now?" Speaking up to this point, her voice had already become somewhat cold. That cheap slut had really angered her. She was one of the 12 dignified demon saint, so when had she ever been insulted like this? Even when Yu Meng was scolded by him, she still had to pester him, let alone a strange woman. Yang Kai solemnly said, "What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope Holy Senior won't take it to heart." In other words, if Holy Senior was bathing in the fragrant soup, and someone suddenly came in without invitation, how would Holy Senior react? When Lauke, who was half kneeling on the ground, heard this, his back was immediately drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, this king really dares to say anything. This holy senior is a woman, but he actually dares to mention the matter of bathing in the fragrant soup in front of her. Snow Demon lightly said. Naturally, I would kill you and then extract your soul, making you suffer for eternity. But how can you be compared to this holy senior? Don't worry, this holy senior won't kill you. At most, this holy senior will just rip off your tongue. Young Kai bared his teeth. Seeing that not only did Snow Demon's aura not decrease, but it also increased as she approached him. He knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. Immediately, evil thoughts rose in his heart, and he became angry. Although this king's strength is not as strong as yours, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for the holy senior to rip off my tongue. If the holy senior insists on doing this king can only fight to the death. He held the myriad sword in front of him, and his expression suddenly became as calm as an ancient well. Snow Demon chuckled. Now this is interesting. If you don't resist, this holy senior won't be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content. Fuck you, Young Kai cursed in his heart. Today's matter was purely undeserved. If Snow Demon did not sneak in, there would not be so many troublesome matters. Seeing this woman approaching step by step, Young Kai hurriedly restrained his thoughts, and did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Heaven and earth buzzed, and everyone in the room felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those demon generals and demon general with lower cultivation even had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Snow Demon and Young Kai were getting closer and closer, and the demon saint's aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind. Young Kai, have you had enough? As soon as this was said, Snow Demon, who was almost in front of Young Kai, finally stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and smiled gently. You finally showed up? Are you afraid that I will really rip off your man's tongue? The voice said coldly. You can try. Young Kai showed a look of surprise as he looked through the gap in Snow Demon's neck, and found that the person who had just spoken was none other than Xiao Wu, who had followed him from the Phantom Continent to Cloud Shadow. However, at this moment, the maidservant Xiao Wu, who had always obeyed Young Kai's every command, had a completely different temperament. Although her face was covered in scars, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from her body, causing her to become incomparably dignified. Her eyes were filled with anger, as if she was standing in the clouds, overlooking all living beings. Yu Meng? At this moment, the aura exuding from Xiao Wu was surprisingly Yu Meng's aura. Young Kai's mind flashed, and he immediately realized what was going on. Soul descent. He had encountered this kind of thing with the guard by Yao Lin's side. Breaking through the seal of space, a wisp of the great emperors of the serene soul descended. At this moment, Xiao Wu's situation was exactly the same as the guard by Yao Lin's side. Obviously, a wisp of Yu Meng's soul had descended on her. Chapter 3486. Only now did he understand why Yu Meng felt at ease coming to Cloud Shadow Continent alone, and even let Xiao Wu follow him. Young Kai thought that Yu Meng wanted Xiao Wu to be her personal servant and monitor him so that he wouldn't fool around outside, but now it seemed that Xiao Wu was the carrier prepared for today's soul descent. Soul descent was not easy, and it was not as if as long as one was strong enough, one could simply descend into anyone's body. There must be a variety of secret techniques in advance. If not for this Snow Demon called Bei Liemo coming here today and pressuring her step by step, Yu Meng obviously would not have shown up. Young Kai even suspected that this Bei Liemo did it deliberately, otherwise, with her ability, if she really wanted to teach him a lesson, why would she go through so much trouble? The one she really wanted to find was Yu Meng, and threatening Young Kai was just one of her methods. If she wanted to find Yu Meng, she could have just gone to Phantom Continent's holy city. Young Kai cursed in his heart. Bei Liemo chuckled and said, not to mention just a wisp of soul. Even if your body was here, do you think this senior would be afraid of you? Both were demon saint, so Bei Liemo really was not afraid of Yu Meng. Turning her head, she looked at Young Kai with a smile and said, I'll pull out his tongue and break his teeth now. You dare. Yu Meng shouted. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, this senior will not leave a single chicken or dog in your proud snow continent. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Mo stared at Yu Meng in a daze, a look of disbelief on her face. After a while, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, almost to the point of tears. Yu Meng looked at her coldly, then glanced at Yang Kai worriedly. Yang Kai shrugged, only thinking that Bailey Mo's nerves were really abnormal. A dignified demon saint could actually have such violent mood swings. After a while, Bailey Mo's laughter subsided, and she looked at Yang Kai with interest and said, "I was just a little suspicious at first. I didn't expect it to be true. Did you really use that secret technique on him?" "None of your business." Yu Meng coldly snorted. Bailey Mo sighed. "The secret of the heart seal is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You've invested too much in him. Is it worth it?" Yu Meng still said, "It's none of your business." Bailey Mo nodded slowly, as if she didn't care at all. She even reached out her hand and lifted Yang Kai's chin. Kai Yang's face was filled with disgust, but due to the situation he couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn his head and shake off her teasing. His face was blank, he felt like the roles had been reversed. Shouldn't he be the one teasing her? Bailey Mo snorted. "You have quite the temper. Don't think that Yu Meng can save you. She's just a strand of her divine soul. She can't do anything to me." Yang Kai sighed and said, "If you guys have something to talk about, just don't involve me." Bailey Mo snorted. "I like to involve you." Saying so, her jade hand gently hooked around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist, but an irresistible force passed from her jade hand, instantly making him unable to move. In the next moment, her jade hand pressed down and Yang Kai lowered his head, burying his face in a very soft and fragrant place. Staring with wide eyes, he could even see a white ravine with the help of the weak light. Damn, what's going on? Yang Kai was stunned. Instinctively, he took a deep breath. His mouth and nose were filled with that sweet and sticky smell, making him linger on and forget to return. His blood vessels were swelling. "You court death." Hearing Yu Meng's gritted teeth roar, Yang Kai didn't even need to look to imagine her angry appearance. She could tolerate Yang Kai, Su Yan, and the others running amok. She could even tolerate Yang Kai indulging in debauchery outside, but she absolutely couldn't tolerate Bei Emoli taking liberties with Yang Kai. This woman was her natural enemy. They had been enemies for tens of thousands of years, and had always been entangled with each other. Over the years, they had both won and lost. At this time, she didn't hesitate to tease Yang Kai. It was nothing more than a show of force. Otherwise, how could a dignified demon saint act so absurdly? Bailey Mo ignored her and simply whispered into Yang Kai's ear. "Little brat, what that woman Yu Meng can give you, this senior can also give you, and even better. How about you come with me?" Yang Kai said in a muffled voice. "Nothing much. Meng and I are in love with each other. The heavens and earth can bear witness to our unswerving loyalty. How can a woman like you try to sow discord between us with just a few words?" Bailey Mo sneered. "In love with each other, in love with each other? Not necessarily, right? Do you know what kind of secret technique she used on you? She's a succubus demon. What you're feeling right now is fake, it's the effect of that secret technique. If you come with me, I can help you dispel that secret technique." Yang Kai thought to himself. Father already knew. Moreover, that bullshit secret technique was already broken by me. Why would I need you to give me advice in hindsight? Immediately he refused without hesitation. "No need, we're very good. It's like this now and it will be like this in the future. Meng and I will love each other forever. Even when the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, our hearts will never change." On the other side, when the furious Yu Meng heard this, most of her anger disappeared in an instant, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. Bailey Mo snorted. She also knew that under the effect of the secret technique, whether it was Yang Kai or Yu Meng, both of them would view each other as the most important person in each other's lives. It was impossible to move them with just a few words. However, she had managed to grab hold of Yu Meng's little tail with great difficulty, so she was a little unwilling to let go just like that. Yang Kai then said, "As for you, I advise you to hurry up and leave, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Although this position was pleasurable, it was really embarrassing. being pressed on the chest by a woman and unable to move. Even if the other party was a demon saint, it would only make him a laughingstock if word got out. Oh, Bailey Mo didn't have any intention of teasing him and was about to let go. But when she heard this, she calmed down and said with a smile, "What are you going to do to this senior?" After a strange muffled groan, Bailey Mo hurriedly retreated, a touch of red appearing on her white face as she glared in front of her. Just now, this man had mercilessly bitten her, and although it wasn't a vital place, it still bit her chest. "I warned you." Yang Kai looked at her and sneered. Bailey Mo's face was cold as ice as she gloomily said, "You are courting death." Murderous intent filled her eyes as her hair fluttered without wind. Behind her, Yu Rumming said indifferently, "I'm not afraid to tell you, this senior has already set off for Proud Snow Continent. If you don't want Proud Snow Continent to be destroyed by this senior, you'd better behave yourself." If it was another continent, Bailey Mo might not care too much, but Proud Snow Continent was the place where she made her fortune and was incomparably important to her. This trip to find Yang Kai was also because of Proud Snow Continent. If Yu Rumming really destroyed Proud Snow Continent, it would have a huge impact on her. Bailey Mo knew that with Yu Rumming as a hindrance, there was no way she could do anything to Yang Kai unless she was prepared to completely shed all pretense of cordiality. She couldn't help but coldly snort, gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai. "I'll deal with you later." Withdrawing her murderous intent, she turned to look at Yu Rumming and said, "Let's talk." "What do you want to talk about?" Yu Rumming looked at her and asked. Bailey Mo smiled gently. Then her divine sense surged as she communicated with Yu Rumming. No one knew the content of the conversation between the two demon saint, but from the changes in the expressions of the two, it was obvious that some dispute had occurred and finally reached a certain degree of compromise. After a long time, Bailey Mo said, "Then it's settled." Turning to look at Yang Kai, she smiled and said, "This senior will wait for you." Finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves and walked away. "Psycho," Yang Kai muttered, reaching out and rubbing his forehead. Just now he had been flicked by that woman, causing a big bump to appear on his head, which had not disappeared yet. That woman was really heavy-handed. If it had been someone else who had been flicked by her like that, they would have lost half their life. "Everyone leave." Yu Rumming raised her hand. Lao Ku and the others quickly obeyed and retreated. After the door closed, Yu Rumming looked at Yang Kai and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai's face was filled with lingering fear as he slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but that woman, what's the situation?" Yu Rumming sighed. "She came to you for help." Yang Kai sneered. "Then I don't see the slightest sincerity." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Realm gates?" If there was anything he could help the demon saint now, it would be to repair and maintain the realm gates. His actions in Cloud Shadow would certainly not be hidden from the observation of those who were interested. Cloud Shadow now had 3 realm gates, 2 of which were repaired by Yang Kai. Yu Rumming had also said before that many realm gates in the demon territory were abnormal. Yu Rumming's territory was like this, and the other demon saints' territories were also the same. Since Yang Kai had the ability to repair them, he would naturally be targeted by those demon saint. It was just that Bailey Mo's territory was very close to Yu Rumming's territory, so she was the first to come. In other words, even if there was no Bailey Mo today, there would be Nanli Mo and Dongli Mo in the future. Yu Rumming nodded and said, "It is the realm gate. She wants you to go to her territory and repair the disappeared realm gates and stabilize the other realm gates." "You agreed?" Yang Kai frowned. Yu Rumming sighed. "What can I do if I don't agree? This kind of thing will happen sooner or later." Although she asked Xiao Wu to follow Yang Kai to prevent something like today from happening, she also knew that since Yang Kai had this ability, he would attract the attention of other demon saints sooner or later. Instead of letting those demon saints join forces to pressure her, it was better to plan early. Moreover, Yang Kai had this ability to rely on, so no one in the demon territory would dare to take his life. What price did she pay? Yang Kai asked. 5,000 million demon pills. Oh, what a big deal. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said unceremoniously, "Give me half." Chapter 3487. Yu Rumming laughed and said, What do you want the million demons elixir for? Although Yang Kai had become the demon race in the astral world, and had a demonic nature, the million demons elixir should be useless to him. Taking it would only harm him. Why do you care? Just tell me if you will give it to me or not. Yu Rumeng knew about the existence of the embodiment, but at this time, he did not intend to tell her in detail, lest she think too much. But then again, the cloud shadow was Yu Rumeng's territory. The embodiment had now refined the origin of the cloud shadow, and became the master of this continent. If her original body really came here, she would definitely find some clues. After all, the demon saint was not so easy to deceive, but now she was just a wisp of her divine soul. So Yang Kai was not worried about the matter being exposed. Yes, I will give it all to you. Although 5,000 million demons elixir was not a small amount, almost equivalent to the total harvest of hundreds of continents, Yu Rumeng really did not take it seriously. She had been a demon saint for many years, and had accumulated countless million demons elixir in her hands. While speaking, Yu Rumeng glanced at him, which made Yang Kai shudder involuntarily and look away. If Yu Rumeng was herself, this posture would definitely be pleasing to the eye and make people restless. The key was that the object of her soul was Xiao Wu. This girl's figure was not bad, but the crisscrossing scars on her face like centipedes were really disgusting. Yang Kai did not dare to look at her. Who knew that Yu Rumeng would not let it go? She walked directly to him, grabbed his collar with one hand, stared up at him, and gritted her teeth. Why don't you look at me? Do you think I am ugly now? Yang Kai quickly glanced at her and quickly looked away. This is Xiao Wu's face, not yours. What does it have to do with you whether it is ugly or not? Yu Rumeng said angrily, well, you stinky men are really the same. When you see a beautiful woman, you can't bear to look away, but when you see an ugly woman, you disdain. If I become so ugly one day, won't you not even want to look at me? How could this matter be tangled up? Yang Kai really didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop messing around. You're a grand demon saint. Who can ruin your appearance? Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and said, I will scratch my face now and come to you immediately. I'd like to see how you react. Yang Kai originally didn't want to pay attention to her. This woman was clearly pestering him endlessly, but thinking that if he ignored her, she might really do such a thing. At that time, there would be no end to this matter. Sighing in his heart, he lowered his head and looked in front of him. At this moment, his eyes became tender and sweet. He said in a low voice, Rumeng, no matter what you become, my feelings for you will never change. What I said just now was not for Bei Liemo to hear, but my words from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, Yang Kai grabbed one of her hands and placed it on his chest, as if letting her touch his conscience. After speaking, he slowly and firmly leaned over, his eyes fixed on her. Yu Rumeng didn't move, as if she was stupid, but her violently trembling eyes and eyelashes showed the fluctuations of her inner emotions. Just when Yang Kai's lips were about to touch hers, Yu Rumeng suddenly turned around and stepped back from him. Biting her red lips, she said, Little Wu, you also want to kiss me? You really have no taboos. Yang Kai smiled slightly. At this moment, he felt a little gentle like jade. Since your divine soul has descended, then the one standing in front of me is not Little Wu, but the person in my dreams. He secretly exclaimed in his heart. That was close. I almost made the play real. Fortunately, he was sure that Yu Rumeng wouldn't let him have any intimate contact with other women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Sure enough, it was useful to take risks. However, this last sentence had undoubtedly completely defeated Yu Rumeng's psychological defense. At this moment, the dignified demon saint showed a shy expression like a little girl. She said in a happy and angry tone, You still have some conscience. Seeing that you performed well, I won't argue with you about what happened just now. Yang Kai was at a loss. What happened just now? Yu Rumeng glared at him. Don't you know what happened? Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was referring to the matter of Bei Liemo pressing him on her chest. He immediately complained. You can't blame me. She is a demon saint. If she really wanted to deal with me, I couldn't resist. Humph. Yu Rumeng curled her lips and squinted at Yang Kai. Did you feel good? Yang Kai immediately showed a warm expression. This is the shame of this king's life. Sooner or later, I will make her pay the price. He said it as if it was true. In fact, it felt quite good. Alright, I said I won't bicker with you, so I won't bicker with you. But you really have to be careful of that bitch. Although I agreed to let you go to her territory to repair the world gate, she definitely won't give up so easily. She and I have always been on bad terms, so don't fall into her trap. Yang Kai frowned and said, Can I not go? He had just obtained some clues about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Originally, he wanted to go to the Eternal Sky continent as soon as possible. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? He didn't know if the Eternal Sky continent was in Bailey Mo's territory. If it was, he could go there. If not, it would be a waste of time. Bailey Mo's territory bordered Yu Ruming's territory. On the map, the Eternal Sky continent was very far away. Yang Kai estimated that the chances of the Eternal Sky continent being Bailey Mo's territory were very slim. Yu Ruming smiled bitterly and said, You can't avoid this matter. The reason why I tried so hard to bring you back to the demon territory was because of the Realm Gate. If the other demon saint knew about your ability, how could they abandon you? You will have to work harder. For a long time in the future, you may be running around the various continents in the demon territory. As for your safety, you don't have to worry too much. With me here, they won't do anything to you. At this point, Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't resist. However, Yu Ruming's next words made his eyes light up. If it was as she said, and the other demon saint valued his ability to repair the Realm Gate, then he would be able to enter the Eternal Sky continent sooner or later. However, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. If it was delayed too long, it wouldn't be good if something happened to Bright Moon. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai asked, Then when should I go to Bailey Mo's place? Yu Ruming said, In a few days. First, you should deal with the Realm Gate in my territory. By the way, now that you have a way to repair the Realm Gate, and can even reopen the Realm Gates that have disappeared for many years, do you have the confidence to find the missing continents? Yang Kai shook his head and said, The reason why those Realm Gates can be repaired is because the connected continents still exist. There are some traces that can be found, but I can't do anything about the missing continents. These words weren't all lies. With his own strength, he really couldn't find the missing continents. However, if he had the help of the Return to Ruins, then it would be different. Only he knew the situation of the Blood Flame continent. Perhaps even Yu Ruming and the other demon saint didn't know that once the continents disappeared, the plates that were separated from the demon territory would completely collapse and all life would be extinguished. Even if he could find them, it would be meaningless. However, he didn't give her a definite answer and continued, Perhaps when my attainments in the law of space are deeper, I will have some ideas. Yu Ruming wasn't too disappointed by this and only tried her best to say a few words to Yang Kai, and didn't ask any more. After that, Yang Kai asked her a few more questions about the two-realm battlefield, and learned that the battle there had escalated. The half-saint and false emperor frequently appeared on the battlefield and fought to the death. Both sides had suffered casualties. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble. It hadn't been long, but the battle was already so intense. If it continued for a few more years, he didn't know if the astral territory would be able to hold on. Before coming to the demon territory, he wasn't too clear about the strength of the demon territory. However, after coming to the demon territory, he discovered that the number of top experts in the demon territory was much higher than in the astral. Even if both sides suffered losses, the demon territory wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Once the demon saint and the great emperor stepped onto the battlefield, the final battle would begin. There was still time. Yang Kai was worried. He didn't know what he could do in the demon territory, and how he could help. Even if he could borrow the power of Cloud Shadow to stir up the situation in the demon territory, the power of an entire continent couldn't shake the foundation of the demon territory. Yu Ruming had already left. Yang Kai carried the unconscious Xiaowu back to her room. Soul Descent still had some side effects on Xiaowu. Although Yu Ruming had restrained her strength to the greatest extent, the divine soul of the great devil saint was not something Xiaowu could withstand. Therefore, after Yu Ruming left, Xiaowu fell limply to the ground. Young Kai didn't doubt that if Yu Ruming had really fought with Bai Liemo just now, regardless of the outcome, Xiaowu would have undoubtedly died. After settling Xiaowu down, he walked out of the room and saw Li Shiqing standing timidly at the door. Their eyes met, and Li Shiqing's expression was a little complicated, and also a little fearful. "What's the matter?" Young Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, after a while, she didn't make the slightest sound. Young Kai was impatient and turned to leave, but he didn't expect her to suddenly grab his sleeve. Young Kai sighed and said, "If you have something to say, say it. If you don't bother me. I have enough things to do today." Li Shiqing mustered up her courage and said, "Can I follow you?" "Follow me? Follow me where?" He couldn't let her hear what he said to Yu Ruming just now. What did she mean by that? "I mean, when you go out in the future, can you take me with you?" Li Shiqing looked up at him, and then quickly lowered her head. Young Kai frowned, thinking, "What can I do with a little doormat like you?" It was because of this reason that he had left her in the city palace. Just as he was about to refuse, his heart suddenly moved, and he looked up at the corner of the corridor. Over there, Boya's head quickly shrank back. Young Kai looked at Li Shiqing thoughtfully, and suddenly understood why she had made such a request. She couldn't stand Boya's harassment anymore. "Get over here." Young Kai looked up at the corner. "Why are you sneaking around? Do you think I'm blind?" Chapter 3488. After being exposed by Young Kai, Boya had no choice but to walk over unwillingly. She squeezed out a smile and greeted him. "What a coincidence, you're here too." Young Kai stared at her and pointed at Li Shiqing, saying, "Stay away from her in the future. If you dare to disturb her again, I'll break your legs." Boya's face turned pale and she said angrily, "Don't go too far. This is my freedom. Who are you to control me?" Young Kai sneered and didn't say anything. He took out the soul puppet slowly, bent his finger, and pointed it at the soul puppet's forehead. As if he was about to flick it, Boya immediately covered her forehead with her hand and took a few steps back. She said with fear in her eyes, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over." "Do you remember what I said?" Young Kai asked seriously. Boya looked unwilling, but she could only nod. Young Kai then turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, "Come find me if you have any problems in the future." Li Shiqing gave an "oh" and showed a grateful expression. Young Kai waved his hand and left, leaving Boya looking at Li Shiqing with a bitter face. Her eyes were filled with despair, and she was about to cry, but she only received an apologetic smile. After returning to his room, Young Kai studied the map of the demon territory again. He looked at the place where the realm gate connected to the Eternal Heaven continent was. He also called Lao Ku and asked him some questions. Only then did he have some clues. The next day he set off alone. Since he had promised Yu Ruming to deal with the realm gate in her territory, Young Kai naturally didn't want to delay. The war in the two-realm battlefield had escalated, and the final battle between the human and demon races could come at any time. There wasn't much time left for him and the great emperors. Yu Ruming controlled as many as 50 to 60 continents, and nearly half of them had half-saint overseeing them. In other words, Yu Ruming alone had 20 to 30 half-saint subordinates. Bai Zhuo and Yu Seng were only two of them. If Yu Ruming alone was like this, then the other 11 demon saint subordinates were similar as well. In the entire demon territory, there were nearly 300 half-saint level powerhouses. This was an extremely terrifying number. Young Kai didn't know how many fake emperors there were in the astral boundary, but it was impossible for there to be so many of them. It would be a miracle if there were even half of the fake emperors here. Every half-saint was the master of a continent. Of course, among the many continents, there were also ownerless lands like Cloud Shadow, which accounted for almost half of the total. However, these ownerless continents always had the opportunity to give birth to a new half-saint. This was why Bai Zhuo had said that the number of territories one had was directly related to the strength of a demon saint. This wasn't just because the more territories one had, the more myriad demon pills they could obtain. A considerable part of the reason was the number of half-saint subordinates they had. Young Kai finally understood why Bai Zhuo was so friendly to him at that time. He even didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yu Sang to protect his safety. Of course, it was because of Yu Rumeng, and also because he didn't get along with Yu Sang, but more importantly, he needed to use Yang Kai's law of space. As a half-saint, Baizhua also had his own continent. The situation of his continent was almost the same as that of Cloud Shadow. Most of the world gates had disappeared, and only 2 were left. One of them was extremely unstable, and no one had dared to enter or leave through that world gate in the past 100 years. Since he needed Yang Kai's help, he naturally had to treat Yang Kai with special respect. Cloud Shadow was an ownerless land, so Yu Rumeng let him come here first. There must be the intention of letting Yang Kai experiment with Cloud Shadow. If Yang Kai could really repair the world gate, it would be great. If he couldn't repair it, even if the last world gate was destroyed, it wouldn't be a big loss. Anyway, the last world gate in Cloud Shadow would disappear within 100 years, so it didn't make much difference if it disappeared earlier or later. Now Yang Kai's performance in Cloud Shadow could be described as amazing. Not only did he maintain the stability of the last world gate, but he even repaired the 2 world gates that had disappeared. Only then did Yu Rumeng feel relieved and let him work hard. Nearly 1/5 of the continents under her control had more or less problems with the world gates. In serious cases, the world gates had disappeared, and in minor cases, the world gates were unstable. They all needed the help of Yang Kai. Before leaving, Yu Rumeng told him the locations and names of these continents. She also said that she would let each continent fully cooperate with him and satisfy any request he had. Therefore, Yang Kai's trip could be said to be extremely smooth. Every time he arrived at a continent, he would be warmly received. He even got to know several half-saint who were overseeing their own continents. Since they had a request, these half-saint naturally wouldn't put on a high and mighty attitude like Yu Sang. What's more, Yu Rumeng seemed to value Yang Kai very much. Yu Sang only had a small conflict with Yang Kai, but was sent to the 2-realm battlefield by Yu Rumeng, and was not allowed to return without imperial orders. With Yu Sang as an example, how could they dare to be careless? They even guessed that this human who was proficient in the law of space was the Lord's gigolo. Although their lord was born as a succubus demon, her reputation was still very good. They had never heard of any strange rumors about her with the opposite sex. Suddenly, she favored a human so much. It was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't think too much. However, in this way, it was convenient for Yang Kai to do things. Everywhere he went, his requests were met. Many half-saint called him brothers. Those demon kings who didn't have a half-saint overseeing the continents didn't dare to slight him. They practically treated him like a grandfather. The name of Prince Yang Kai was also widely spread in Yu Rumeng's territory, so that the demon race at the bottom had heard of him. It took Yang Kai a full month to deal with the realm gates of more than 10 continents. During this time, he also secretly found 2 other continents that had disappeared. Including the Blood Flame continent, 3 continents had already been swallowed by the sealed world bead. There were more than 3 continents that had disappeared from Yu Rumeng's territory. According to the information obtained by Yang Kai, there were 6 continents. However, the other 3 continents needed to be entered through different continents. Currently, the realm gates of the 3 continents had no problems, so Yang Kai couldn't casually enter to avoid arousing suspicion. After the sealed world bead swallowed 2 more continents, its area expanded again. Moreover, the law of heaven and earth within the demon territory had become much more dense and condensed. Yang Kai even suspected that if it swallowed more continents, the sealed world bead would become another demon territory. The only thing that Yang Kai felt was a pity was that he didn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill from these 2 continents. It was because these 2 continents had disappeared for too long, and even the nest of myriad demons had collapsed. Naturally, he couldn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill. Yang Kai originally thought that he could obtain the omnipotent demon pill enough to promote his Dharmakaya to a half-saint, so he was slightly disappointed. As soon as he returned from the disappeared continent, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction. Before he could move, he saw a stream of light rapidly approaching him from afar. The stream of light was like a flash of lightning, and its speed was somewhat ridiculous. Before it even arrived, a terrifying pressure had already hit him in the face. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked back at the void that was bitten by the return to ruins, and thought to himself, "This is bad." Because he wanted to search for the disappeared continent, Yang Kai ordered the demon kings of this continent to scatter around 100 miles away. He didn't let them come forward, and only told others that he was trying to repair the realm gate here. In any case, they wouldn't know what he had done here. It would only take a few days for the gap that was bitten by the return to ruins to automatically repair itself. At that time, there would be no trace of him at all. Who would have thought that someone would actually come over at this time? Moreover, judging from the aura, it was surprisingly a half-saint. Didn't the half-saint of this continent already go to the two-realm battlefield? Could it be that he had coincidentally returned at this time? It was definitely too late to cover up his tracks now. The other party had probably already discovered the situation here. As his thoughts raced, Yang Kai made a decision. Using the law of space, he reached out and punched the gap in the void. The law of space surged, causing the void to become even more chaotic and formless. Although this move couldn't completely cover up his tracks, it could make it difficult for others to see clearly. With a whoosh, the stream of light stopped 100 feet in front of Yang Kai, revealing a tall figure. He glanced curiously at the gap in the void, before sizing up Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Are you brother Yang Kai?" During this period of time, he was used to calling the half-saint brothers, so he didn't have much of a reaction to the other party calling him Yang Kai. He nodded and said, "That's me. May I ask who you are?" As soon as the other party appeared, he knew that this half-saint wasn't the master of this continent. According to his understanding, the master of this continent was a female half-saint, and the newcomer was a man. Who was this guy? Why did he come here? Yang Kai was full of doubts. The demon race smiled slightly and said, "Sure enough, it's Brother Yang. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. I am half-saint Baiya, a subordinate of Holy Senior Bai Liemo. I am here to welcome Brother Yang to Proud Snow Continent under the orders of Holy Senior." Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. It turned out that this person was a subordinate of Bai Liemo. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Bai Liemo. Although this woman was a demon saint, her actions were somewhat absurd. If it weren't for Yu Ru Meng's soul descending last time, he might have suffered a big loss at her hands. However, the other party was polite, so Yang Kai couldn't show a sour face. He could only cup his hands and reply, "So it's Brother Baiya." After a pause he laughed and said, "It seems that Holy Senior Bai Liemo's temper is quite impatient." Yu Ru Meng had clearly discussed with her that he would go to her territory after dealing with the matters here, but she still sent a half-saint over. To put it nicely, it was to welcome him, but to be realistic, it was to escort him. This made Yang Kai very unhappy. How could Baiya not understand the meaning behind Brother Yang's words? He smiled and said, "Since Brother Yang has the ability to repair the realm gate, Brother Yang is naturally valued by Holy Senior. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me." After a pause he said, "Not only Holy Senior, my brothers are also looking forward to Brother Yang's arrival." The brothers he mentioned were naturally referring to the half-saint like him. Everyone was carrying a sedan chair. Since a half-saint was so polite, what else could Yang Kai say? He could only smile and say, "Brother Baiya is too serious. Since the two Holy Seniors have an agreement, this king will do his best." Baiya glanced at the void gap and frowned. "Brother Yang, have you dealt with the matters here?" "It's almost done. It will take a few more days." He had to wait until the void here was completely closed before he could leave. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Chapter 3489. A few days won't hurt. Baiya smiled slightly and looked at the gap in the void again. "I have long heard that Brother Yang has a very deep understanding of the law of space. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became solemn as he carefully identified his position, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he asked, "If I remember correctly, the mainland this world gate was connected to has long since disappeared. Could Brother Yang be able to find it?" The law of space in the gap in the void was surging strangely, as if it led to a mysterious place. Even though Baiya was not proficient in the law of space, with his cultivation level as a half-saint, he could see some clues. It was no wonder that the Lord valued this human so much, and even asked him to come and meet him personally. When Baiya first received this task, he was very tired of it. To think that he, a half-saint, had to travel hundreds of millions of miles just to meet a human. Even if this human was very capable, the Lord thought too highly of him. However, he could not disobey Bailey Mo's order, so he could only come here reluctantly. Now it seemed that this human did have some skills. If he could really find the missing continent with the law of space, he would not mind suffering a little. Yang Kai smiled when he heard this and said calmly, "I can't do it for the time being. I am just trying to do it under the Lord's order. Although I have some clues, I still can't determine the coordinates of the continent on the other side of the void." Coordinates of the void? Baya showed a doubtful look. Yang Kai explained with a smile. Although the continent disappeared and was swallowed by the void, it must exist somewhere in the void. It's just that it is difficult for humans to reach it. If we can determine its position in the void, we will have a chance to find it. With the help of many space secret techniques, we may be able to reopen the realm gate. Its position in the void will be its coordinates. Baya nodded doubtfully. Although he was a half-saint, he still did not know much about the law of space. He could not tell if Yang Kai was talking nonsense or not. He gently nodded and said, "Brother Yang is very talented." If his words just now were perfunctory, then his praise at this moment was more sincere. It was already shocking enough to have a chance to find the missing continents. If Yang Kai could really do this, he would definitely be a hero in the entire territory of the demon realm. Perhaps he could even get the recognition of that person. By then, even if he was just a human, he could not be ignored. He had already made up his mind that even if he couldn't be friends with him, he definitely couldn't be enemies with him. If Brother Baya has nothing else to do, you might as well go to Clouding and wait for me for a few days. After a few days, I will return to Clouding, and we will set off together. Baya was slightly startled, but since Yang Kai had already said so, he naturally could not shamelessly stay, so he smiled and nodded. "All right, then I will be waiting for Brother Yang." "Please." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Watching Baya leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. If Baya had been a little suspicious and insisted on entering the void gap to investigate, the things he tried to hide would have been exposed. Fortunately, this guy did not seem to want to offend him, so he was able to pass smoothly. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem. In Yu Ru Meng's territory, Yang Kai could mobilize all the resources available to him to protect him, but if he went to Bailey Mo's territory, he wouldn't have any sense of security without his own people on guard. This was also the reason why he had the bright idea to ask Baya to go to Clouding and wait for him. He had to go back to Clouding first and bring some people out with him so that it would be convenient for him to do things. After waiting for a few days, Yang Kai finally set off and returned to Clouding mainland when the heaven and earth law in the territory of the demon realm had completely repaired the void gap. Driving the tiger-headed chariot, he passed through several realm gates and finally returned to Clouding City. Without further ado, he summoned Celestial Resonance. After giving some instructions, Celestial Resonance left with the order. Baya had been here for a few days and was carefully received by Lao Ke. When she saw Yang Kai return, she quickly came out to greet him. They chatted for a while, and the faint urging in her words made Yang Kai feel funny. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not need to delay. Even if Baya did not urge him, he was in a hurry to go to Bei Limo's territory. After a while, Ying came back and whispered a few words to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go." Walking out of the palace, there were already thousands of demon race gathered outside. Among them there were nearly 50 middle and low-ranked demon king, and the rest were all demon commanders. There was not a single demon general. Baya looked at Yang Kai curiously. He did not know what Yang Kai meant by gathering so many demon race at this time. Could it be that he wanted to bring them to the proud snow continent? Yang Kai obviously saw his doubts. He smiled and said, "Brother Baya, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but I need some people to repair the realm gate. These people are used to cooperating with me, so it's easy to use them. I'm afraid that it will delay the progress, so I have to bring them with me." Baya said with a strange expression, "Brother Yang can make the decision for this kind of thing. I don't think the Saint Master will refuse." He said that he did not trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but it was obvious that he did not trust him. "But you are going to the proud snow continent. What's the use of bringing these guys with you? If the Saint Master really wanted to harm you, not to mention a few thousand people, even tens of millions of people would be useless. He did not know what this person was thinking. However, Baiya did not want to say much about this kind of small matter, so he simply followed Yang Kai's instructions. Yang Kai turned to look at Lao Ku and Carson and said, "When I'm not here, you must take good care of Cloud Shadow. If anyone dares to harm Cloud Shadow, inform me immediately." He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid that Yu Sang would suddenly return from the two-realm battlefield. Although this possibility was very small, it was still necessary to guard against it. Lao Ku and Carson naturally agreed respectfully. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." After that he nodded slightly at Baiya, and the two flew out side by side. Many middle and low-level Demon King followed closely behind, followed by the demon commanders. After a while, they formed a long line which attracted the attention of countless demon race in Cloud Shadow City. They did not know what was going on in the palace. After flying for a while, a demon commander suddenly rushed up from behind using a secret method. He stopped beside Een and said a few words to her through telepathy. Een nodded slightly and waved him away. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Een said, "Your Majesty, you'll know when you see what's behind us." Yang Kai looked back and saw that more than 10 miles behind the large group, a white light was following them unhurriedly. In the light, a graceful figure was faintly discernible. This scene made Yang Kai's teeth ache. He thought to himself, "What's the matter with this girl? Why is she following us?" But no matter what, since she had followed them, he could not ignore her. He immediately stopped and said to Baiya, "Brother Baiya, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." Baiya obviously also noticed the situation behind them. She smiled meaningfully and said, "No hurry, Brother Yang, do as you please. Why did you rush me just now if you're not in a hurry?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart, then turned and flew back. As soon as he stopped, the thousands of demon race also stopped in midair. The people following them also had to stop. Approaching them, Yang Kai stared at Li Shiqing and asked, "Why are you following us?" Li Shiqing lowered her head and said, I don't want to be alone." No matter how bad Yang Kai's attitude towards her was, she was still a human. Moreover, he was the only human in the demon race's territory other than her. Compared to the demon race, she was naturally more willing to stay with Yang Kai. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai was both amused and annoyed. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Forget it, since you're already here, let's go together." The main reason he brought Xiaowu along this time was that he was really worried about Bai Liemo. With Xiaowu by his side, even if there was any danger, Yu Rumeng could use soul descent at any time. In the past few days, Li Shiqing and Xiaowu had occasionally communicated with each other. Although they were not very familiar with each other, at least they were not strangers. Now that Xiaowu had left, Li Shiqing had no one to talk to in the entire Cloud Shadow City. For someone of her character, staying in Cloud Shadow City was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Even if Lao Ku and the others did not dare to be rude to her, they would still be afraid. Not having expected Yang Kai to agree so readily, Li Shiqing's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help bursting with joy as she stared at him, a trace of gratitude flashing across her eyes. Kai Yang continued, "But you must be obedient, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Taking advantage of the situation, he put on a ferocious look, scaring Li Shiqing into nodding her head like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, looked her up and down, and asked, "Won't you be affected by rashly urging your strength?" After all, this was demon territory, and the surrounding world essence Qi was constantly eroding her protective emperor Qi. Once she consumed too much of her strength, she would inevitably be affected. If she was really eroded by the demonic Qi, it would not be a small problem. Li Shiqing whispered, "I'll be careful." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Do you still have source crystals and pills?" "Yes, you gave me a lot, but I only used a little." Li Shiqing raised her head and summoned the courage to smile at him, but her smile was extremely stiff. "Remember to look for me when you're almost done," Yang Kai said before wrapping her in his Emperor Qi and flying forward with her. Li Shiqing was a little flattered, and suddenly found that Yang Kai didn't seem so fierce after all. On the other side, seeing Yang Kai return, Baiya smiled faintly, looking at Brother Yang's luck with women. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him, and simply flew past him with Li Shiqing, taking Xiao Wu with them. Behind them, Baiya secretly gritted her teeth and moved her red lips a few times. Although no sound came out, there was no doubt that she was cursing something. With thousands of people marching, it was naturally impossible for them to travel too fast. After a full day, they finally saw a world gate in the distance. Baiya showed a puzzled look and quickly caught up with Yang Kai, asking, "Brother Yang, why did you go this way? This place should be quite far from the proud snow continent. We should have gone through another world gate." Chapter 3490. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Passing through the other realm gate is indeed closer, but this king still has some things to deal with here. Brother Baiya, please don't be impatient." Hearing him say so, Baiya could only gently nod. In any case, his task was to take Yang Kai to the proud snow continent as soon as possible. A little delay and a long detour didn't matter much. The team of several thousand people had just passed through the realm gate and entered the Blue Origin continent when a large group of people suddenly came from the distance. The two leading demonic chi were both high-ranked demon kings. Then, the number of demon races troops was almost the same as this group, and they rushed straight to this side. As soon as the two sides met, the two leading demonic chi clasped their hands and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Looking at Baiya, they quickly looked serious and bowed. "Greetings, Master Baiya." They were puzzled and didn't know how Yang Kai got together with Baiya. They naturally knew that Baiya was one of the half-saint subordinates of Holy Sage Bailey Mo. Her relationship with Yu Sang was neither good nor bad. They couldn't be considered friends, but they occasionally had some contact. The two who came were naturally the high-ranked demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. One of them was Tukuro, and the other was called Baza. They also received a message from Clouding, so they hurriedly gathered their troops and rushed over to join Yang Kai. They didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. At this time, when they saw Baiya and the elite demon race behind Yang Kai, they more or less misunderstood. They thought that he was going to attack some continent, and couldn't help but feel a little pressured. Baiya gently nodded and didn't say much. Although a high-ranked demon king was not bad, he really didn't need to care too much about it. He was just a half-saint. Yang Kai didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said, "Follow." Without stopping, they continued to fly forward. The team of several thousand people suddenly expanded to over 10,000 people. There were more than 100 demon kings, and although there were fewer high-ranked demon kings, there were still 3 of them. Under the command of Tukuro and Baza, the demon race on the Blue Origin continent quickly gathered with the Cloud Shadow Demon. These 2 demon kings came to Yin's side and quietly asked a few questions. After learning that Yang Kai actually had the ability to repair the Realm Gate, he was valued by Holy Sage Bailey Mo and specially invited him to deal with the realm's Realm Gate, Tukuro and Baza. They thought that they were really going to start a war with some continent, but it turned out that they were only going to repair the Realm Gate. This lineup was a bit too big. Was there a need for this? Not only the 2 of them couldn't figure it out, but Baiya also couldn't figure it out. Looking back at the team of over 10,000 people, she thought that those who didn't know would think that Yang Kai was going to send troops to the proud snow continent, which was disadvantageous to the Holy Sage. It turned out that he was referring to this when he said that he was going to deal with something. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shuttling through the Realm Gate, they passed through one continent after another. Although the scale of the march of 10,000 people wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. It made several continents along the way a little nervous. 2 days later, when Yang Kai plunged into a Realm Gate, an ice-cold aura hit him in the face. Looking around, he couldn't help but be stunned. The continent in front of him was a world of ice and snow. It was a scene of pure white without a trace of impurities. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and the hot air exhaled from the mouth and nose could be clearly seen. In the distance, a few mountain ranges rose and fell, like a few enchanting white dragons. Between the mountains, clouds tossed and turned, and it was a magnificent sight. The undulating white world was vast and boundless. Coming to this world, it was as if his body and mind had been purified. There was no need for Baiya to explain more. Yongkai also knew that they had arrived at the proud snow continent. Bailiemo was born as a snow demon, so she liked this kind of cold environment the most. This was somewhat similar to the second elder of the dragon race, Wuxia. Her ice snow island was like this scene in front of him, but it was just an island, so naturally, it wasn't as majestic and beautiful as the whole continent. Behind them, the team of over 10,000 people arrived one after another through the realm gate, and those who had just arrived here were a little dazed. Xiaowu was not stingy with her praise. What a beautiful place. Li Shiqing nodded vigorously at the side. Baiya smiled at Yongkai and said, "Brother Yang, what do you think of this place?" It's beautiful, it's beautiful. No wonder Saint Senior Bailiemo can rise here." Baiya smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. The proud snow continent is closely related to Saint Senior, so Baiya sincerely asks Brother Yang to help Saint Senior solve her problems." "It's my duty," Yongkai responded readily, but in his heart, he was a little disapproving. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to secretly go to the Eternal Heaven continent, who would be willing to come to this place? He couldn't wait to see the destruction of this continent. Maybe he could shake the foundation of that bitch Bailiemo. However, on the way here he also checked a little. Although the Eternal Heaven continent was not in Bailiemo's territory, but in the territory of another demon saint, it was not impossible to enter. The realm gate in the Eternal Heaven continent was connected to a continent under Bailiemo's command. If he could use that continent as a springboard, he would definitely have a chance to sneak into the Eternal Heaven continent. He just didn't know if there was a problem with the realm gate of that continent. If there was, it would be convenient for him to do things. Baiya naturally didn't know what he was planning, but seeing him agree so readily, she couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Yang, please come with me." Saying so, she led the way. Everyone followed closely. The proud snow continent was not small. Generally speaking, the area of the continent where the demon saint resided would not be too small. Moreover, the yuan qi between heaven and earth was also very rich. If the entire territory of the demon saint was divided into 3 classes, then the proud snow continent and the phantom continent belonged to the upper class, or even the upper class of the upper class. The cloud shadow continent belonged to the middle class, and the blue origin continent should be considered to be in the upper middle class. They walked quickly all the way until a day later, when a towering and huge building appeared in the distance. Before they even got close, a vigorous aura had already hit them in the face. Moreover, under the refraction of the sunlight, the building was actually emitting a colorful light, which was magnificent and magnificent. Yongkai was slightly surprised. Only after using his eyesight to look did he discover that the building was actually a huge ice palace. The whole structure was completely carved out of blocks of ice. The colorful light was all refracted by the sunlight that soaked the ice, making the ice palace look like a fairyland. Baiya pointed to the front and explained, "That is the proud snow ice palace of the Lord. The Lord has been waiting for a long time. Brother Yang, follow me directly to see her." "Thank you, Brother Baiya." After a while, everyone arrived at a distance of 10 miles in front of the ice palace. Baiya paused and looked at Yongkai a little hesitantly. "The Lord does not like to be disturbed by too many people. Brother Yang, look at your subordinates." Yongkai turned around and shouted, "Stay here and rest." Even if Baiya did not say that, Yongkai did not intend to bring all of them into the ice palace. Although he did not like Bailimo, he still knew the basic etiquette. Moreover, now that he was in her territory, it was better to be honest, lest she find fault with him. Although she had a request, she would not really do anything to him, but she could still do something to make him feel uncomfortable. In Tukuro and the rest nodded in agreement. Baiya then led Yongkai and continued to fly forward. After entering the ice palace, Yongkai was a little surprised that there weren't many servants here. At the very least, compared to such a large place, the number of servants was far too small. In addition to some necessary guards, there weren't many maids walking around. However, the scenery in the ice palace was still very beautiful. The surrounding walls and the underground walkways were all made of crystal clear ice. There was not a single gap. Yongkai wondered if the entire ice palace was made by Bailimo by hollowing out a huge block of ice. There were also some white ice flowers on the ice walls. and the whole ice palace was exuding a faint fragrance. Not only that, but there were also some strange colors flashing through the ice walls from time to time, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai looked around, and although he was already past the age where everything was new to him, he still couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this place. He thought to himself, women are still women, whether they are demon saints or not, they are always very fond of beautiful things. Even their own residence is so special. But then again, although this was an ice palace, it did not feel cold. Instead, it felt warm. He did not know why. While he was looking around, Boya, who was leading the way, had a cold expression on his face. He quietly sealed his pores, and even his breathing temporarily stopped. After walking for a short while, Baya suddenly stopped at the door of a room. She cupped her fists and said, Baya is here to bring Yang Kai to see the Lord. Only then did Yang Kai realize that they had arrived at the place. He immediately stood behind Baya. The door was not closed tightly. There was a gap of a few fingers wide. There was some movement inside, but it could not be heard clearly. After Baya finished speaking, a woman's voice came from inside. Baya is back? Bring him in. In the entire Aoshua continent, only Bei Liemo dared to call Baya by her name. However, this woman's voice at this moment was extremely languid, completely devoid of the coldness from the last time they had met. This kind of languidness gave Yang Kai an indescribable feeling. When Yang Kai heard this, it was as if there was a small invisible hand grasping his heart, causing it to suddenly jump. Damn it, I knew this woman was up to no good. Last time, she suffered a loss at my hands. Oh no, at my mouth. This time, I will definitely get back at her. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He was secretly vigilant. Baya turned around and gestured to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, please. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in, his eyes widening as he tried to see what kind of trap Bei Liemo had set for him. But when he looked around, he was greatly disappointed, because there was no one in front of him. Instead, there was a door to the side. Bei Liemo should be inside. Without any delay, he did not need Baya to invite him in. He raised his head and opened the door curtain. He plunged in. Behind him, Baya looked at him with pity. Chapter 3491. Yang Kai greets. Following the principle of being careful, Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting as soon as he entered, so as to not give Bei Liemo a chance to find fault with him. However, halfway through his words, he couldn't continue. His eyes widened even more as he stared in front of him, dumbfounded. On the soft couch in front of him, a graceful body was lying lazily. She was wearing a translucent chiffon dress, and the beauty inside was faintly discernible. Although the dress was called chiffon, it was actually a piece of silk-woven fabric. It barely covered some of her vital parts, but the scenery in front of her chest was exposed. Almost half of her chest was exposed, and her exquisite collarbone and slender neck were in full view. Her two beautiful legs were dazzling, and her dress was directly parted to her buttocks. With a casual glance, one would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside, but they couldn't see it, which made one's heart itch. When he heard that languid yet seductive voice just now, Yang Kai had already mentally prepared himself. He knew that Bei Liemo would definitely tease him, and if a woman wanted to tease him, her body was nothing more than an asset. Coupled with her supreme status as one of the 12 demon saints, she could definitely arouse a strong desire to conquer any man, making his blood boil and making it difficult for him to restrain himself. But when he saw the scene in front of him, Yang Kai was still a little surprised. This girl was too willing to spend her capital. You are a demon saint, so is it okay for you to dress so indecently? If you want to wear it, you should wear it secretly. Baya and I are both men. Even Yu Rumeng, a succubus demon, didn't wear it like this. If the last time he saw Bei Liemo, she was a perfect combination of holiness and charm, then at this moment, she was completely devoid of holiness. Every part of her body was extremely seductive. This made Yang Kai wonder if this person in front of him was the same pure and flawless Bei Liemo he had seen last time, wearing a pure white dress. If that was all, it would be fine. But this woman was surrounded by 4 or 5 other women. These women were all heavenly fragrances, and their appearances could turn the world upside down. They were all dressed similarly to her, wearing chiffon dresses that covered half of their bodies. At this moment, Bailey Mo's head was resting on a woman's slender thigh. The woman's head was lowered, and she gently exhaled a weak breath from her mouth. It swept over Bailey Mo's earlobe and neck inch by inch, causing Bailey Mo to squint her eyes and let out a soft moan. Only then did Yang Kai understand that the faint movement he heard outside was this. On the other side of the soft couch, there was another woman. Her pair of delicate hands gently stroked Bailey Mo's thigh, as if she was playing with the most exquisite piece of art in the world. Her movements were careful, and her expression was joyful. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that one of her hands had reached the base of Bailey Mo's thigh. The remaining 3 women surrounded her on the left and right. They were either stroking her sensitive parts or licking her earlobe. They were doing their best to please this demon saint. Their every movement, coupled with the weak sounds in the room, were almost at the peak of seduction. Even if Yang Kai was mentally prepared, the scene in front of him was like a bolt of lightning. He was a little dazed, and his throat instantly became dry. He thought to himself, "You fucking reincarnated into the wrong body. You should be the succubus demon. Compared to you, Yu Rumming was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. What a disgrace to the name succubus demon. If you have the guts, why don't you find a few men here? What's the point of having a few women here?" Turning his head to glance at Boya, Kai Yang saw that this fellow had his head lowered, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation. Kai Yang sneered in his heart, knowing that this fellow didn't have the guts to look at these things. He understood Bailey Mo's plan, so no matter how shocking the scene in front of him was, Yang Kai quickly recovered and coughed lightly, then said again, "Yang Kai greets the Holy Senior." Bailey Mo turned a deaf ear to these words. Perhaps she wanted to show off her strength to Yang Kai, or perhaps she wanted to deliberately leave him hanging here, but she simply continued humming softly under the care of the other women. Yang Kai shouted again, this time deliberately circulating his emperor's qi, causing the surrounding ice walls to rustle. This caused the women to glare at him angrily. Even Baya was sweating and quietly reached out to tug at the corner of his clothes. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since the Holy Senior is busy, I won't disturb you any further. When the Holy Senior is free, this king will come and visit again." After saying so, he turned around and left without hesitation. Originally, this woman had something to ask of Yang Kai. Previously, she had run to Clouding and forced Yu Rumeng's soul to appear and negotiate with him. This time, he had come to help her, but she still had ulterior motives, so Yang Kai was too lazy to serve her. If it weren't for his strength being inferior to hers, Yang Kai would have already turned this ice palace upside down. "You're already here and you still want to leave?" On the soft bed, Bailey Mo finally opened her eyes. She had no choice but to open her eyes. If Yang Kai really left, she would definitely be covered in dirt. Yang Kai stopped and turned back. "Seeing that the Holy Senior is busy, I really don't want to disturb you. What else can I do but leave?" Bailey Mo snorted coldly, "Such a bad temper. Didn't Yu Rumeng teach you the rules of the demon territory?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes and raised his nose to the sky. "I'm just like this. If the Holy Senior doesn't like it, please allow me to take my leave for now." "How dare you?" Before Bailey Mo could speak, a woman beside her suddenly shouted, her demon chi rolling. Only then did Yang Kai discover that this woman was actually a high-ranked demon king. Yang Kai glanced at her, but didn't take her words to heart. Instead, he turned to Bailey Mo and said, "You have to understand that it wasn't me who wanted to come here. It was you who invited me here. The Holy Senior doesn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality, so why should this king stay here and embarrass himself? I asked the Holy Senior to allow me to return to Cloud Shadow mainland." The cold sweat on Baya's forehead increased and she whispered, "Brother Yang, the Holy Senior didn't mean to disrespect you, but at this time every day, the Holy Senior is..." Bailey Mo waved her hand and said, "There's no need to explain, he's right, this Holy Senior has indeed neglected him." After saying so, she gave a look to the side. When the female demon king who scolded Yang Kai saw this, she quickly moved a chair from the side and placed it diagonally opposite the soft couch. Bailey Mo didn't move. She just pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Sit down." Yang Kai thought for a moment, then obediently walked back and sat down. The main thing was that he definitely couldn't leave, and if he continued to pester Mo, he would definitely anger her, and then he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Baya saw this and couldn't help but feel relieved. She cupped her hands and said, "Holy Senior, Brother Yang is here, this subordinate will take his leave first." "Go." Mo closed her eyes again and said faintly. Baya lowered her head and stepped back step by step until she was out of the inner room, then turned around and strode away. After a short while, she left the ice palace, turned into a stream of light, and rushed in a certain direction, with a sense of urgency. When Yin saw that she had come out, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, she immediately moved to stop her master, cupped her hands and said, "Baya master, may I ask my king?" "Go away." Baya waved her hand, and a strong force swept Yin aside, and without stopping, she left in a flash. Yin was shocked, and then she felt a little scared. Although she didn't know why Baya was angry, there was obviously something wrong with Baya's state just now. Her pair of eyes were actually red, and there was a trace of obvious desire in them. Although she didn't know much about Baya, she knew that with Baya's strong cultivation, even if she really had any desire for women, she wouldn't show it so obviously. Moreover, Baya definitely didn't lack women around her, so there was no reason for her to show that kind of expression. What's going on? Yin was confused. 100 miles away from the Ice Palace, there was a huge city, just like the holy city of the Phantom Continent. This city was the holy city of the proud Snow Continent. It only took Baya a few breaths to arrive here. She rushed directly into her mansion, and after scanning with her divine sense, she went straight to the residence of one of her favorite concubines, and kicked the door open with a bang. The concubine was grooming herself in front of the mirror, feeling sorry for herself. Suddenly, she heard the noise and looked angry, but when she saw who it was, she immediately showed a joyful expression. She got up and said, "Master, why are you here?" Before she could finish her words, Baya bent down, picked her up, and threw her directly onto the big bed, causing her to cry out in surprise. The next moment, she felt a pair of big hands moving around her body, tearing her clothes. A moment later, gentle moans came out from the room, and they continued to ring out without end. 2 hours later, the concubine fell into a deep sleep, but more women came in from outside one after another. On the bed, Baya seemed to have gone crazy, showing no tenderness to the fairer sex. He showed the full strength of a man, galloping and whipping. In just one day, he made the dozen or so concubines living in this mansion enjoy the pleasures of fish and water, truly achieving a fair share of the benefits. It was not until a day later that Baya felt the scorching heat in her body slowly disappear. She turned her head to look at the bed. More than a dozen delicate bodies were lying on the bed, and each of them had more or less bruises, which were undoubtedly masterpieces left by him. Sighing softly, she floated up and waved her hand, rolling up the bedsheet to cover the seductive scene on the bed. She walked to the window and looked up in the direction of the Ice Palace. There was still lingering fear in Baya's eyes. Even she, a half-saint, couldn't bear it. She didn't know how Yang Kai was doing now. Maybe he had died on the belly of one of the women. Ice Palace. Just after Baya left, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill in his mind. He couldn't help but blink, and then he became furious. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that he had definitely been tricked. Perhaps it was a secret technique, or perhaps it was a drug, and it should be related to the divine soul, which triggered the soul cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus. A secret technique or drug that could trigger the soul cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus, without him noticing, was definitely not a trivial matter. Thinking back to the subtle feeling he had just now, Yang Kai was almost certain that it was a kind of charm or aphrodisiac, and its effect was undoubtedly to make him fall in love. And judging from the situation, the latter was more likely. Chapter 3492. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Mo, this cheap slut, had dressed so indecently. Not only was she trying to seduce him, but she had even used an aphrodisiac on him. This was no different from trying to kill him. She was simply too shameless. Yang Kai had some guesses as to why she did this. First, he had bitten her a month ago in Cloud Shadow City. At that time, Yuru Meng was present, and she was the one who took the initiative to provoke him, so she couldn't do anything to him. However, she was a dignified demon saint, so how could she let it go so easily? She didn't do anything at that time, but instead waited here for him. Second in name, he was Yu Rumeng's man, and there was a heart seal secret technique between them. She and Yu Rumeng were not on good terms, so she naturally wanted to use him to humiliate Yu Rumeng. If he really made a fool of himself here today, Yu Rumeng would lose face. Thinking so, Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. You brought this upon yourself. The faint sounds of debauchery continued intermittently, and the women serving Bei Li Mo were undoubtedly unable to control themselves. Their breathing was rapid, and their faces were flushed. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because they were also affected by the aphrodisiac, but they all looked at Bei Li Mo with strange expressions. After Yang Kai sat down, Bei Li Mo didn't have any intention of speaking, simply treating him as air. At first, Kai Yang was sitting upright, his back straight, his hands on his knees, his eyes looking straight ahead. However, as time passed, he would occasionally raise his eyes to look at the beautiful places of the women in front of him, especially Bei Li Mo's body. His breathing slowly became rapid, and his eyes became bloodshot. Although these little movements were extremely subtle, almost without a trace, how could they escape Bei Li Mo's observation? Even if she closed her eyes, Yang Kai's every move could not escape her perception. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she couldn't help but reveal a hidden smile. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yang Kai became bolder and bolder. After a while he opened his eyes wide and looked forward brazenly. His Adam's apple moved occasionally as he swallowed his saliva. It had to be said that the scene in front of him was very pleasing to the eye. Even though Yang Kai knew Bei Li Mo's intentions and had used the soul-warming lotus to eliminate the effects of the aphrodisiac, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. His reaction and expression were very realistic. Suddenly, Bei Li Mo let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like the stars in the sky, bright and dazzling. Stretching her arms and twisting her waist, she changed her position and continued to lie down with her side facing Yang Kai's direction. This position made her pair of jade peaks look even more majestic and magnificent. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she had just remembered that there was someone else in the room. She lightly said, "Don't neglect the guest." As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. As soon as she said this, the female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai immediately walked out from beside her. With light steps, she walked in front of Yang Kai and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Her hands wrapped around Yang Kai's neck as she looked at him with a smile. Her soft body was in his arms, and her amazing elasticity came from her thighs. The tip of his nose was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked at Bei Li Mo hesitantly. "Holy sage, this isn't very good, right?" Bei Li Mo looked up and lazily said, "What's not good about it?" Yang Kai looked embarrassed and said, "Holy sage, why are you asking when you already know the answer? Between me and Yu Rumeng, that hee-hee, you know. Are you afraid of her?" Bei Li Mo looked at him teasingly. Yang Kai immediately sneered. "This king is a 7-foot-tall man. Why would I be afraid of a woman? Moreover, it's not a matter of whether I'm afraid or not. It's just that I feel that being with another woman behind her back." He glanced at the woman in his arms. This female demon king was undoubtedly under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Her breathing was hot, and she sat in his arms restlessly twisting her tender body. She even took the initiative to grab one of Kai Yang's big hands and place it on her chest, lightly biting her red lips and moaning. Kai Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "I'm sorry for her." Although he said this, his big hands rubbed hard, causing the female demon king to fall into his arms. Bei Li Mo chuckled. "In the end, you're still afraid of her. Don't worry, they won't tell anyone about what happened here, and this holy sage won't tell anyone about it either. She won't hear about it. You don't have to be too restrained. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? This holy sage invited you to help me repair the realm gate, so naturally, I won't treat you badly." Yang Kai licked his lips and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your kindness, holy sage." He looked down at the female demon king in his arms and stroked her up and down with his big hands, causing the female demon king to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's eyes were like a wolf's as he casually said, "But seriously, holy sage, don't think that this king is afraid of Ru Meng just because her cultivation is not as good as mine. This king really isn't afraid of her. It's not like I haven't hit her before when she doesn't listen to me." Bailey Mo was looking at the show in front of her with a teasing look, but when she heard this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but brighten up. She said in surprise, "You've hit her before?" Yang Kai proudly said, "Not just once." His appearance was so flamboyant that it was as if he had done something extraordinary. Bailey Mo suppressed her laughter and said, "How did you hit her?" This was interesting. One of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory was actually beaten by a human who was only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. Ru Meng, Ru Meng, you also have a day like this. Bailey Mo suddenly felt that her hard work today was not in vain. She actually managed to hear such a secret. This was something that she had to investigate carefully. The next time she saw Ru Meng, she would use this matter to make fun of her and see if she still had the guts to challenge her. Yang Kai grinned cheekily as he reached out and slapped the Demon King's plump buttocks hard, causing her flesh to ripple, causing her to let out another cry of surprise. Bailey Mo's beautiful eyes brightened even more, and she resisted the urge to laugh to the sky. Slightly raising her upper body, she said, "Tell me in detail." Yang Kai blinked and looked around. "This is not good, there are too many people here." Bailey Mo said in annoyance, "Just say it." Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and threw the female demon king in his arms away. Standing up, he pulled away the other female demon king who had been serving by Bailey Mo's feet, and sat down by her feet. Bailey Mo looked at him coldly, but she didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him. But the smile on her face was somewhat thought-provoking. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked up from Bailey Mo's jade feet, pausing for a moment between her legs and her chest. Finally, he looked at Bailey Mo's eyes with a fiery gaze. "Since Saint Master wants to know, then this king will tell you secretly." Bailey Mo pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, but how are you going to tell this king secretly?" Yang Kai grinned and slowly leaned over, moving his head closer to Bailey Mo's as if he wanted to whisper something to her, but his two big hands had already grabbed Bailey Mo's ankles and began to play with them. In any case, in this woman's eyes, she was already under the influence of the aphrodisiac, so it was only natural for her to act like this. Bailey Mo's body stiffened slightly, but her eyes became more and more thought-provoking. Her smooth and sparkling skin was like the world's most exquisite work of art. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. This lowly servant was indeed worthy of being called a demon saint. Such a beautiful woman could really compete with Ru Meng. While rubbing her legs, his two big hands had already moved up her calves, brushing them all the way up to her thighs. Such a bold move not only made the female demon king feel that something was wrong, but also made them look with eager anticipation. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, these women were already somewhat delirious. Otherwise, how could they allow Yang Kai to blaspheme their saint master like this? Under normal circumstances, if Yang Kai dared to come within 3 feet of Bailey Mo, he would definitely be surrounded by them. Yang Kai at this time was in a bit of a difficult situation, and he didn't know what to do. He originally thought that Bailey Mo would stop his actions, or even drive him away when he sat next to her. If that happened, he would be able to leave this place. Yang Kai really didn't want to stay with Bailey Mo. He didn't feel safe at all. But he never thought that this woman would have no intention of driving him away. And even when he touched her, she didn't say anything. What kind of situation is this? At this moment, Bailey Mo was still lazily lying on the soft couch, her head resting on a female demon king's thigh. Yang Kai had one hand on her calf, and the other hand had already reached under her translucent dress. A few more inches and he was afraid that he would touch that extremely sensitive place. This kind of atmosphere and posture could be said to be extremely ambiguous. The abnormality of the soul-warming lotus made him feel that something was wrong, and he also understood Bailey Mo's plan. But this woman was after all a demon saint. If he played too much, he might end up angering her. But the hesitation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps because of Ru Meng, Yang Kai didn't have much respect for Bailey Mo, and since she didn't stop him, it meant that she tacitly agreed. Anyway, the one who's at a disadvantage isn't me. Yang Kai's heart steeled, and he paused for a moment before he suddenly reached out his hand towards that deep place. At this time, a jade foot suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air, and fiercely kicked towards him. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was amazing, he still couldn't avoid it, and was kicked in the chest. Immediately, it was as if he was hit by a meteor. His chest felt stuffy, and his blood boiled. His whole body flew off the soft couch, and heavily hit the ice wall. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai clutched his chest, and violently coughed a few times before he raised his head with difficulty. What is the meaning of this, Holy Master? Bei Limo's eyes were cold, and she slowly got up, and gently smoothed out the hem of her dress that was rolled up by Yang Kai, and coldly snorted. Little brat, your acting is quite good. Chapter 3493. Clutching his chest, Yang Kai's eyes flickered and his expression became awkward. After a moment of silence he smiled and said, So you can see, since Bei Limo said so, she must have concluded that he was acting. There was no point in continuing to play dumb, so he might as well get straight to the point. Bei Limo coldly snorted and stared at him with a cold gaze. If Yang Kai really wanted to touch her because of the aphrodisiac, it would be excusable. After all, she had planned everything today for this. If she could make Yang Kai unable to control himself and the female demon king here, it would be for the best. Yang Kai was the man of that slut Ru Meng, and had the heart seal secret technique to restrict him. Unless the secret technique was broken, the feelings between the two of them were inseparable. If she could make these female demon king and Yang Kai do it, it would definitely disgust Ru Meng. But in reality, Yang Kai was actually acting, which made it difficult for Bei Limo to accept. For no reason at all, she was once again taken advantage of by this little brat. For a moment, her teeth itched with hatred. If it weren't for Ru Meng, and the fact that Yang Kai was still useful, she would have already slapped him to death. How did you see through it? Yang Kai asked, thinking that it didn't make sense. His acting was already very realistic. There was no reason for him to reveal any flaws. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Bei Limo glanced at him. To be honest, at the beginning, she didn't notice anything strange. The main reason was that she was too confident in her own methods and felt that with Yang Kai's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, many of his reactions were also reasonable. It wasn't until Yang Kai's big hand paused under her skirt that she realized something was wrong. That subtle pause was only for a moment, but as a demon saint, how could Bei Limo not notice it? The pause represented hesitation, but if he was really affected by the aphrodisiac, it was impossible for him to hesitate. Only then did she decisively give him a kick. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed and walked over to the chair. He sat down again and looked at Bei Limo sincerely. Why do you have to do this? If you have a grudge with Ru Meng, you can settle it yourselves. Why do you have to involve me? I'm innocent. Bei Limo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think you're innocent? Yang Kai said with a gloomy face. Isn't it? Although he knew that she couldn't really do anything to him, Yang Kai didn't want to make their relationship too stiff since he had to work in her territory for a while. Bei Limo sneered. If you weren't Ru Meng's man, this senior might not have put you in her eyes. But who told you to be that slut's man? Yang Kai's face darkened and he said, The Lord is the most powerful being in the demon territory. How can you be so rude? Bei Limo raised an eyebrow. What, I can't even scold her? You're quite protective of her. Yang Kai said seriously, The Lord is also a woman. If someone insulted the Lord like this, how would the Lord feel? Bei Limo sneered. Do you think that slut hasn't scolded me behind my back? I don't care if Ru Meng has scolded you behind your back, but in front of me, please behave yourself. Bei Limo was stunned. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would dare to speak to her like this. But then she thought about how he even wanted to molest her. This human's guts had already broken through the sky. So what if he said something? She snorted coldly. So what if I scolded you? Yang Kai stood up and flicked his sleeves. If we don't agree, then please forgive this king for not being able to help you with the realm gate. The Lord should find someone else. After saying this, he turned around and strode away. If you dare to move again, this Lord will break your legs. I'm a man of my word. Bai Liemo coldly looked at Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai instantly froze in place with one foot in the air. He really didn't dare to move. He couldn't help but curse Bai Liemo in his heart. He was clearly invited by her to repair the realm gate. How did this happen? This woman is really too unreasonable. But Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't reason with her. His fist was not as big as hers. Bai Liemo lay down again and looked at his back with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you are very sensible. What do you want? Tell me the truth. This king admits defeat. Yang Kai tilted his head, his face full of grief and indignation. If he knew this would happen, he would never have come to this bullshit proud snow continent. If he wanted to go to the eternal heaven continent, he didn't have to go through Bai Liemo's territory. He could enter from other demon saints' territories. It's not that I want to do anything, but you did something wrong. Do you want to just walk away like this? Yang Kai sighed heavily and said weakly, I was rude just now. Please forgive me, Master Saint. I won't do it again. You want to do it again? Bai Liemo coldly snorted. Also, I don't hear the slightest sincerity in your apology. Then what kind of sincerity do you want? Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. Bai Liemo looked at him for a while, then pouted her lips. Yang Kai blinked, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. Seeing her pouting her lips again, he reluctantly stepped forward, lowered his body, and pressed his ear against hers. Bai Liemo gritted her teeth and said, What are you doing? Yang Kai looked up at her and said with a serious face, Do you want to whisper to me? Bai Liemo almost laughed out loud. If he really wanted to whisper something, a divine sense transmission would be enough. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? She clenched her teeth and said, Kneel in front of this sage and apologize. This sage will let you go this time. Yang Kai's face immediately became cold. Slowly straightening his back, he looked down at her and said with a cold expression, Saint, I will pretend I didn't hear what you said. Then he cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai, I will take my leave first. This woman actually made such an excessive request. Yang Kai felt that there was no need to continue talking with her. This time, he was determined to leave Proud Snow Continent. Even if he had to completely fall out with Bai Liemo, he would not hesitate. He was indeed powerless to resist the power of the demon saint. Even if he had the space divine technique, it would be difficult for him to survive. But even if he died in battle, it would be better than to compromise like this. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. As for whether Bai Liemo would threaten him again, he was too lazy to care. At worst, he would have a big fight. His movements were decisive. It was not until he was almost out of the door that Bai Liemo reacted and said coldly, You are courting death. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and simply ignored her, reaching out to pull open the bead curtain. But in the next moment, a powerful demonic chi suddenly attacked him from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his emperor chi, crossing his arms in front of him to protect himself. Then his expression changed greatly and his whole body was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his arms as a violent force passed through his arms and spread to his whole body, shaking his internal organs and causing blood to flow from his orifices. Mid-air, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. In a daze, he saw Bai Liemo slightly raise her hand, and a look of astonishment in her eyes. Falling to the ground, his vision went dark. In the moment before he lost consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind. One move. Strictly speaking, it was not a single move, because Bai Liemo did not use her full strength at all. She barely used half a move to knock him out. Although she knew that the gap between her and the Devil Saint was huge, she did not expect it to be so big. On the other side, Bai Liemo hurriedly got up from the soft couch and stared in the direction of Yang Kai's unconscious body, her beautiful eyes blinking as a rare trace of nervousness appeared on her face. It was not because she cared about Yang Kai, but because if she had really killed Yang Kai, Yuru Meng would definitely not let her off. With the Heart Seal secret technique, as soon as Yang Kai died, Yuru Meng would sense it and immediately leave the Phantom Continent. At that time, she and Yuru Meng would not rest until one of them was dead. What's more, she didn't have any intention of killing Kai Yang. It was just that she was really angered by him. How could she not know that a man's knees were worth gold? Putting forward such harsh demands to make Kai Yang apologize, she had already prepared herself for his rejection. She had intended to wait for him to reject her, and then haggle over the price. Who would have thought that this guy would actually say he was going to leave, not putting her in his eyes at all? In her anger, she had sent out a palm strike. She had not used her full strength, at most 20%. She did not know if he could withstand it. After a few breaths of time, Bailey Mo waved her hand and a cold aura rippled through the room. The female demon king, who had been in a state of delirium, immediately shivered and woke up. "See if he's dead," Bailey Mo ordered. It was the high-rank female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai before. Walking over to Yang Kai's side, she stretched out her hand to check his breathing, and after checking his condition, she raised her head and said, "He's still alive." Bailey Mo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. "It's good that he's alive." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "How are his injuries?" The female demon king replied, "His arms and chest are a few broken bones, and his internal organs are slightly displaced. Other than that, there are no major problems." No major problems? Bailey Mo was surprised. Yang Kai being able to survive under 20% of her strength was enough to shock her. But now, even his injuries were so light? Although he had broken a few bones, it was not like she did not have pills. As long as he took them and rested for a few days, he would be able to recover. But how could this be? That palm strike just now should have killed a high-rank demon king, but this guy's cultivation was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king, so how could he be so resilient? Huh? The female demon king, who was examining Yang Kai's body, suddenly let out a soft cry. Her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. "What's wrong?" Bailey Mo looked up. "This man's body is so strong." As the female demon king spoke, she actually reached out and stroked Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to examine him carefully. Seeing this, Bailey Mo also stepped forward and reached out to touch Yang Kai's chest, her demonic chi surging as she probed. A moment later, she showed a look of surprise, finally understanding why Yang Kai was able to survive her palm strike. Chapter 3494. Indeed, it was as the female demon king had said. This man's body was ridiculously strong. His muscles were firm and his bones were incomparably sturdy. Just this body alone was comparable to a top-notch demonic treasure. Furthermore, golden blood flowed in his body. The blood was filled with vitality and had an extremely powerful regenerative ability. What shocked Bailey Mo even more was that she actually felt an indescribable divinity from Yang Kai's blood. Looking at Yang Kai's face with a dignified expression, as if thinking of something, she reached out and pinched one of Yang Kai's fingers. Gently cutting it, a drop of golden blood flowed out. Bailey Mo dipped her finger in the blood and placed it in her mouth, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "Holy Spirit blood! This boy actually has the blood of a Holy Spirit? Moreover, from the taste of this blood and the energy it contained, this is a very high-level Holy Spirit. It may even be a dragon or phoenix." Bailey Mo couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. But now, she was completely relieved. Since Yang Kai's blood had such a strong vitality and regenerative ability, it meant that this injury was really not a big deal to him. Even if he didn't take any pills, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. "Saint Master, this boy is too rude. Do you want this subordinate to kill him?" The female demon king looked up at Bailey Mo and asked solemnly. Bailey Mo glanced at her faintly. "You want to kill him? Sure, but he is Yu Ru Meng's man. If you kill him, this senior won't be able to protect you." When the female demon king heard this, her expression couldn't help but change as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This guy is actually Yu Ru Meng's man? If these words didn't come from Bailey Mo's mouth, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. The other female demon king also looked dazed, as if they had heard some extremely shocking news. Bailey Mo pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around and said, "Lock him up in the ice prison and watch over him closely. Tell him that I will only release him when he truly repents." This time, although she had injured Yang Kai and knocked him out, in the end, she was still a little disgraced. She really couldn't take it lying down, unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized. When the female demon king heard the words ice prison, their expressions changed. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place. Not only that, Bailiemo even poked Yongkai a few times as she spoke. Seeing this, the Demon Kings all looked at Yongkai with pity in their eyes. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had actually provoked the Saint Senior. Now he was in for it. Bailiemo waved her hand, and the female Demon King grabbed Yongkai by the neck and took him out. 10 miles away from the proud Snow Ice Palace, In, Tu Qiaoyuo, and Baza were looking in the direction of the Ice Palace. The scene of Baya rushing out and leaving made them feel a little strange. They didn't know what happened to Yongkai in the Ice Palace, but now they couldn't do anything. Although more than 10,000 people were a lot, no one had the guts to break into the proud Snow Ice Palace. Now Yongkai had been in there for 1 to 2 hours, but he still hadn't returned. However, they were certain that his life was not in danger. Otherwise, Tu Qiaoyuo and Baza would have died without a doubt. After all, their lives were now tied to Yongkai. If Yongkai had an accident, they couldn't escape. In contrast, although In was worried, she was still calmer. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a large group of people had rushed out of the Ice Palace and were charging towards them aggressively. The female Demon Kings in the lead were all upper-ranked Demon Kings. Each of them was riding a different type of demon beast, and they were wearing bright armor, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And behind these female Demon King, thousands of members of the demon race also came out. This scene made the people under Yongkai a little uneasy. Even In, Tu Qiaoyuo, and Baza's expressions changed. Although they didn't work under Bailiemo, they knew that she had a group of elites called the Proud Snow Ice Guards. Each of them was an elite of the demon race. They were equipped with excellent equipment and practiced very special techniques. When they went all out, it was common for them to fight against 3 or 5 people of the same level. If they were in formation, they could even defeat enemies 10 times their number. Looking at the demon race that rushed out of the Ice Palace, it was obvious that they were the legendary Proud Snow Ice Guards. Therefore, even though they were not as numerous as this side, their momentum had completely overwhelmed the allied forces of the Cloud Shadow Blue Plains. The crowd was in a panic. The group of Proud Snow Ice Guards rushed to the front and stopped in unison. They were orderly as if they were one. Every member of the demon race had an arrogant look on their faces. The female Demon King in the lead waved her hand and shouted, "Surround them!" Under the order, thousands of people spread out and surrounded them. In less than 10 breaths, they had surrounded tens of thousands of people in the middle. At the moment of life and death, In and the others couldn't help but tense up. Without their orders, the tens of thousands of members of the demon race had already turned around to face the people surrounding them. They all looked solemn. A battle of life and death was about to break out. Tu Qiaoyuo and the other demon kings couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They knew that once the battle started today, their 10,000 people would all be buried here. What did their king do in the Ice Palace? How did he provoke the Proud Snow Ice Guards? Fortunately, although the Proud Snow Ice Guards surrounded them tightly, they didn't have the intention to attack. It seemed that they were just trapping them here. After a while, seeing that they still didn't have the intention to attack them, Tu Qiaoyuo felt a little relieved. He knew that even if Yongkai had really offended Bailiemo, there should still be room for negotiation. After pondering for a moment, he pushed aside his subordinates in front of him and stepped forward. He squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. "Master, greetings. I am Lan Yuan." He had just said a few words when a whip suddenly lashed towards him. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder on the whip, and it was incomparably fast. Tu Qiaoyuo's face changed. He instinctively urged his demon chi to resist, but he gritted his teeth and didn't resist. With a light smack, the soft whip landed on his face, leaving a mark on his cheek, which was dripping with blood. The female demon king in the lead sat on her mount and looked down at him from above. She said coldly, "No one wants to know who you are. Stay where you are obediently. If you dare to act rashly, you will be killed without mercy." Tu Qiaoyuo's face turned green and white. He clenched his fists. He was an upper-ranked demon king. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But the other party was from the Proud Snow Ice Guard, so he couldn't do anything to them. He had only lashed them once. Losing face was better than losing his life. But in this way, He was sure that this group of proud snow ice guards had no intention of attacking them for the time being. The matter in front of them was definitely related to Yang Kai. Did they trap them here to prevent someone from leaking information? Tu Qiaoyuo frowned and couldn't understand. On the other hand, Sound couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Wu. If there was anyone who could help them in this difficult situation, it would be Xiao Wu. Last time, Yu Rumeng's soul descended on Xiao Wu. This time, she could naturally do the same. At that time, even if it was just a wisp of Yu Rumeng's soul, these proud snow ice guards wouldn't dare to act rashly. As if sensing her gaze, Xiao Wu also looked at her, and then slowly shook her head. Sound's eyes darkened. She knew that even Saint Sovereign Dreamlight could not casually use soul descent. Last time, she had been provoked by Bei Limo's chi, which was why she had appeared. This time, there was no danger for the time being, so she was far from being able to trigger soul descent. Under the proud snow ice palace, there was a cold ice prison with a total of 18 floors. The environment of each floor was worse than the previous one. In the deepest 18 floors, even a Demon King level expert couldn't stay for long. The cold that filled the air was enough to freeze a person's soul and cause them to die an unnatural death. In the ice prison, there were many demon race who had committed serious crimes. Generally speaking, once one entered, there was no chance to leave. In the end, they would only be frozen to death. When the female Demon King who was escorting Yang Kai to the ice prison under Bei Limo's orders arrived, someone immediately respectfully greeted her. This was also a Demon King, and a high-ranked Demon King at that. Looking at the luster of stone on his face, he should be a stone demon. However, his status obviously couldn't be compared to the one who was carrying Yang Kai. As soon as they met, they greeted each other. The two exchanged a few words, and then the stone demon looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "Another one? What did this one do wrong?" "He offended the Holy Master." The female Demon King shook Yang Kai. The stone demon grinned, "You have guts." He carefully looked at Yang Kai and suddenly said in surprise, "This guy, he is a human." The female Demon King naturally knew what he wanted to ask. "He is actually a human." The stone demon raised his eyebrows and showed a curious look. He had never seen a human before, so at this time, he was naturally very curious. After looking at him for a while, he found that the human race was just like this. They didn't have any more eyes or hands than the demon race. He immediately lost interest and said, "What does the Holy Master mean? Do you want him to die quickly or slowly?" If he died quickly, he would be directly thrown into the lower floors of the ice prison. In less than a day, he would be frozen to death. If he was slowly tortured, he would be thrown into the middle floors and be able to survive for a while. This one cannot die. The female Demon King shook her head. "He is very useful to the Holy Master." The stone demon was stunned. For so many years, none of the demon race who were thrown into the ice prison survived. How could this one not die? However, since it was the Holy Master's order, he naturally had to follow. He said, "What is his cultivation level?" "Mid-rank Demon King. His body is very strong, but his cultivation level has been sealed by the Holy Master." "His cultivation level has been sealed." The stone demon looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. He really didn't know how he offended the Holy Master. Not only was he thrown into the ice prison, but his cultivation level was also sealed. He thought for a while and said, "7th floor. With his current state, he won't be able to withstand it anymore. You can arrange it as you see fit." The Demon King handed Yang Kai to the other side and said, "The Holy Master said that when he wakes up, tell him that the Holy Master will only release him when he repents seriously." Chapter 3495. A cold sensation assaulted him from all directions, causing Yang Kai to slowly wake up. After staring around for a while, he suddenly remembered the scene before he passed out and quickly jumped up, assuming a defensive posture as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. What he saw caused him to be startled. This was no longer Bei Limo's room. Instead, it looked more like an ice room. The ice walls were sparkling and translucent. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. It was about a few square feet, and it looked more like a prison cell. The cold seeped into his bones, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Yang Kai frowned. wondering what kind of damned place this was. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was knocked unconscious by Bailey Mo's palm. As for what happened after that, he did not know. Now that he thought about it, he still felt some lingering fear. The power of the demon saint was indeed something he could not resist. Hehehe, you're awake? Suddenly, a deep, sinister laugh came from behind him. Yang Kai's expression froze as he quickly turned around, at the same time feeling a little incredulous because this voice was very close to him. But if the other party had not spoken, he would not have noticed. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with his body, and after examining it for a moment, his face darkened. There were several layers of seals placed on his body, and his emperor chi was sealed, making it impossible for him to use it. Judging from the traces of energy left on these seals, it was obvious that Bailey Mo had done this herself. No wonder he felt a little cold. Without his emperor chi to protect himself, and with such a harsh environment, it would be strange if he did not feel cold. However, compared to this, Yang Kai was more concerned about what this place was, and what Bailey Mo wanted to do. The one who had just let out that sinister laugh was a stone demon. This stone demon was tall and sturdy, and his cultivation seemed to be quite high. Standing a few meters away, he stared at Yang Kai mockingly. Between the two of them was a door with only a small window. Only through this window could Yang Kai see what was happening outside. This is really a prison cell. Yang Kai's face darkened even more as he approached the small window, glanced at the stone demon, and quickly asked, "Who are you? Where is Bailey Mo?" The stone devil looked surprised. "How dare you call the Holy Sovereign by her name? You are really bold. No wonder you were thrown here. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Yang Kai looked impatient. The stone demon smiled lightly and said, "The saintly senior asked me to pass on a message. Only when you truly repent will she release you. Boy, you'd best behave yourself." Giving Yang Kai a meaningful look, the stone demon turned around and left. Yang Kai immediately became unhappy and cursed. "You want this king to repent to her? Tell her to eat shit." Yang Kai was obviously invited to repair the realm gate, but now he was locked up in this godforsaken place by Bailey Mo. It would be strange if he was not angry. Furthermore, he was knocked unconscious by this woman. He was the one who suffered a great loss, but Bailey Mo still treated him like this. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. He did not care if she was a demon saint or not. He just scolded her first. The stone demon staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned around to look at the ice prison where Yang Kai was, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was wrong with this human? How dare he insult the Holy Sovereign like this? Was he tired of living? What would happen if such words were to reach the Holy Sovereign's ears? If it were any other demon race who dared to speak so arrogantly, he would have killed them immediately. However, he could not kill Yang Kai. After all, the female demon king had said that this guy was very useful to the Holy Sovereign. He was only thrown into the ice prison to teach him a lesson. Shaking his head, the stone demon said, "Boy, if you don't want to die, you'd better shut up. You should have heard that trouble comes from the mouth." Yang Kai was just casually scolding, but when he heard the stone demon's words, he was enraged. He immediately shouted, "So what if I scolded her?" He then shouted, "Bailey Mo is a B*th. Since he could not beat her, he could only scold her. If he could get her to come out, that would be the best." He wanted to ask that woman what she meant. Such vulgar words made the stone demon's eyelids twitch. He clenched his fists and his face was filled with anger. Yang Kai insulting Bailey Mo was equivalent to insulting the demon race under her command. It would have been fine if he did not hear it, but since he heard it, how could he not do anything? He wanted to teach him a lesson, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Yang Kai. After all, this human's cultivation was sealed by the Holy Sovereign. He was afraid that he would not be able to take more than a few punches. He sneered and said, "If you want to scold me, then go ahead. I hope you still have the strength to scold me later." Yang Kai really did start scolding the stone demon. His voice was extremely loud and full of energy. Vulgar and insulting words kept coming out of his mouth, echoing endlessly in the 7th floor of the ice prison. On the 7th floor, he was not the only one from the demon race. There were at least 100 of them. When they suddenly heard someone scolding Bailey Mo, they were all shocked. They all leaned against the window of their cell to look in the direction of Yang Kai, as if they wanted to see who was so daring. Although they were imprisoned here, and knew that there was no way for them to survive, none of them dared to insult Bailey Mo. Daring to do so was not something that could be solved by death. In this world, there were many methods that could make a person suffer a fate worse than death. Although the stone demon had left, he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Listening to Yang Kai's endless stream of words, the stone demon felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Bailey Mo had never been scolded so many times in her life, and almost none of them were repeated. It could be said that the stone demon had opened his eyes. How could someone scold someone so righteously? The human scolded for a full 2 hours before he stopped. The stone demon's patience was almost at its limit. Suddenly, he heard Yang Kai stop, and he let out a heavy sigh. He secretly thought that Yang Kai should not be able to hold on any longer. After all, his cultivation had been sealed, and although the 7th layer was not too deep, he would not be able to hold on for long. Being able to scold someone for an hour was already quite impressive. Compared to Yang Kai's scolding skills, the stone demon admired this guy's endurance more. However, now that he had reached his limit, he could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. But in fact, the situation did not go as he wished. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who had stopped to rest, began scolding again. This time, the cursing seemed to have escalated, becoming even more unbearable than before. The veins on the stone demon's temples throbbed uncontrollably. The reason Yang Kai stopped to rest for a stick of incense worth of time was to take some time to check his physical condition. The injuries he had suffered from Bailey Mo were not too serious, only a few broken bones. Although his cultivation was sealed, his recovery ability had not disappeared, so he should be able to recover after a few days of rest. The only problem was that he could not use his Emperor Qi. Yang Kai had tried to break out of this ice prison just now, but under the premise that he could not use his Emperor Qi, his strength was not enough to break out of this ice prison. This damned place was indeed bone-chillingly cold, and the ice principles here were not something a normal person could withstand, but Yang Kai's physical body was strong enough that he was not too afraid of the cold. Bailey Mo wanted to use this method to make him bow his head and admit his mistake, but it seemed she had miscalculated. The frozen ice prison was a deathly silent place, and the demon race imprisoned here had no choice but to freeze to death, so it was basically silent most of the time, with many prisoners silently waiting for death to come. But when Yang Kai came, this place became as lively as a market. When he was tired of scolding, he would take a break, and when he recovered, he would continue scolding. Several times, the stone demon thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but after waiting for a while, this guy would be alive and kicking again. And this continued for 2 days. This made the stone demon realize that he had underestimated the strength of this human's physical body. The 7th floor was definitely not a suitable place for him. Previously, the female demon king had only said that Yang Kai's physique was very strong, which was why he had arranged for him to stay in the 7th layer, but now it seemed that he would have to send him to the lower layers in order for him to safely descend. Thinking so, the stone demon hurriedly sent a message to the female demon king, and briefly explained the situation here. On the top floor of Proud Snow Ice Palace, under the transparent dome of ice, Bailey Mo was wearing a simple and elegant dress, leaning against the railing and looking out at the beautiful scenery of Proud Snow Continent. Seemingly aware of the small movements of her subordinates, Bailey Mo turned her head and asked, "Is that guy unable to hold on?" The female demon king looked at Bailey Mo with an awkward expression, not knowing what to say. Bailey Mo said lightly, "There's no harm in speaking frankly. What's his situation now? We just need to teach him a lesson. We can't really kill him." The female demon king whispered, "Saint, you don't need to worry, that guy is quite good now." "Quite good?" Bailey Mo looked at her in surprise, frowning. "How so?" The female demon king dawdled for a while, not wanting to explain too much, but under Bailey Mo's majestic gaze, she still opened her mouth and said, "The 7th floor is not a hindrance to him at all. Since he woke up, he has been shouting loudly, and this has been going on for 2 days." Bailey Mo smiled. "He still has the strength to shout loudly, It seems that he is quite good. Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What is he shouting about?" The female demon king was originally relieved, but after hearing Bailey Mo's question, she immediately knew that she couldn't hide anything, so she braced herself and said, "He is just insulting Saint." Bailey Mo's expression turned cold. "He is actually insulting me." The female demon king panicked. "Saint, please calm down. I will go and stop him now and make him clean his mouth." Bailey Mo raised her hand and said, "There is no need. A few insults won't hurt this saint. But how is he insulting me?" At this point, the female demon king could only send a message to the stone demon and ask. After a while, she nervously repeated Yang Kai's insults, saying that she was a whore, a lowly servant, a rotten piece of meat that even a stray dog wouldn't care about, and so on. It was really bad. After listening for a while, Bailey Mo's whole body trembled with anger, her teeth grinding as she said coldly, "Throw him to the 13th floor. I want to see if he still has the strength to insult me." Chapter 3496. The frozen ice prison had 18 floors, each one more frigid than the last. Every sixth floor was a threshold. Just like the 6th and 7th floors, the degree of coldness could not be compared. The same was true for the 12th and 13th floors. Bailey Mo was also annoyed by Yang Kai's vicious words. Otherwise she would not have thrown him into the 13th floor. She had only thrown him into the 7th floor to teach him a lesson. But now she had thrown him into the 13th floor as punishment. If he couldn't beat her, then he would have scolded her. This man was simply too ungentlemanly. 10 breaths after this order was given, the stone demon arrived in front of the ice cell, where Yang Kai was, and looked at him through the window with a look of pity. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and looked at the golem with his nose. "What are you doing?" The golem shook his head and sighed, not bothering to say anything, simply taking out a token and opening the frozen ice prison's restrictions, opening the door and turning to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "That slut wants to see me? Tell her to get her ass over here." "You're thinking too much." The golem snorted coldly and reached out to grab him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but Bailey Mo had placed a restriction on his body. Although his physical body was still strong, his strength had been greatly reduced, and he was easily caught by the golem. Immediately after, the golem dragged him deeper into the frozen ice prison. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong, but he was also angry now, so it was impossible for him to lower his head. Twisting his body, he said, "Let me go, this king will follow you. But you'd better tell Bailey Mo that unless she comes over and apologizes, this king will not forgive her, and will not let her get what she wants." The golem snorted twice, completely ignoring him. Not long after, a flight of stairs appeared in front of him, leading him to the next floor. Without stopping, he continued down. Yang Kai then discovered that this frozen ice prison did not only have one floor, but many, each one harsher than the last. He understood that his insults just now must have reached Bailey Mo's ears. Otherwise, he would not have been transferred to the deepest part of the frozen ice prison. This was within reason. Since Bailey Mo wanted him to repair the realm gate, she would definitely pay close attention to his movements. She wouldn't really want him to die. After walking down 6 floors, the stone golem finally dragged Yang Kai into an ice prison. After throwing him in, it closed the door and left. Yang Kai was shivering from the cold. This place was much colder than the place he had been in before. Although there had been some chill before, he had been able to easily resist it with his powerful physique, but this layer had some effect. In just a short while, Yang Kai felt that the flow of his blood had slowed significantly. The omnipresent ice principles were like invisible toxins, constantly corroding his body and penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs through his pores. He bounced around in place for a while, but it did not reduce the coldness in the slightest. Yang Kai was furious. He rushed to the window and cursed outside. Staying here like an idiot would only make him colder and colder. Cursing a few words could make him feel better. Maybe he would be able to warm up. Seeing this, the stone demon who was guarding the ice prison was a little speechless. He thought to himself that this human was really something. Even the 13th layer couldn't shut him up. What kind of enmity did he have with the Saint Senior? It was just that he didn't know how long this human could last. The 13th layer and the 7th layer were on completely different levels. The stone demon estimated that Yang Kai would be exhausted in 2 days at most. At that time, he would naturally have no energy to continue cursing. In fact, Yang Kai's tenacity and perseverance were beyond his imagination. Or rather, the sage had seriously underestimated the strength of this human's body. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai was still cursing. Although he would only curse for a while and then take a break, it was already incredible that he could last this long. During these 3 days, the sage would ask about this human's situation almost every day. He could not hide anything, so he could only report the truth. He guessed that the sage must be very angry. He could feel this from the tone of the female demon king who passed on the message. On this day, Yang Kai just opened his mouth to curse for a while. Suddenly, a heavy sigh came from the frozen ice prison next to him. "Boy, you have been cursing for a few days. You only have so many tricks. My ears are about to grow calluses from listening to it. Can you come up with something new?" Yang Kai was somewhat surprised to hear someone talking to him. When he was imprisoned here before, he also observed the situation on this floor. It seemed that there were other demon race prisoners here as well. They were all Demon King level existences. He did not know what they had done wrong. There were not many of them, only less than 10. However, these guys were indifferent to anyone who came here. They just sat cross-legged in their own ice prison and tried to resist the cold. No one paid them any attention and let them fend for themselves. Once the demon chi in their bodies was exhausted, they would die. The demon race who spoke should be diagonally opposite. Yang Kai looked through the window and did not see anyone. He guessed that they were hiding in the innermost part of the room. He smiled and said, "This brother is right. Why don't you curse a few times and see if you can come up with something new?" The other side was silent for a while, then said, "I am not as bold as you." In fact, he also did not understand how Yang Kai had the guts to curse Bai Liemo. What he did not understand was why Bai Liemo did not shut him up. Daring to curse a supreme saint like this was something that had not happened for many years. It's just death left and right. What kind of guts do you need to curse? Yang Kai sneered. The Demon King said, "There are many ways to die. I don't want to be tortured before I die." Suddenly, another Demon King's voice came from the other side. "You there, don't disturb him. Let him continue cursing." That's right, that's right. It's rare for this damned place to be so lively. Who cares if he has any new ideas? Just treat it as having some fun. Boy, just continue cursing. Don't pay attention to him. Yang Kai was stunned by the voices coming from all directions. He did not expect that he would have an audience for his cursing. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let these demon kings who were imprisoned here curse Bai Liemo. They really did not have the guts to do so. But there was no harm in listening. "Brat, don't stop. Being able to hear you curse me like this before I die makes me feel good." Another person urged him. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. "Since everyone is so supportive, let's change to something new." Organizing his words, Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "It is said that in the demon territory in the proud snow continent, there was a poor family who gave birth to a daughter named Bai Liemo. This Bai Liemo was smart from a young age. At a young age, she was already a beauty." Under the transparent dome of ice, Bai Liemo sat on the windowsill, wearing a transparent chiffon dress. Her 2 snow-white legs dangled from the edge of the cliff. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her body leaned against the window, as if she would be blown away by the wind at any time. Her eyes were blurred as she looked at the snow-white world in front of her. Her slender hand held a cup of dark red blood wine, and she took a light sip, causing her red lips that were crystalline and translucent like gems to have a trace of blood-red color, causing her to seem even more charming and enchanting. She tilted her head slightly and asked in a light voice, "How's that fellow now?" When the female demon king who brought Yang Kai into the ice prison heard this, the corner of her eyes twitched, and she whispered, "Very good." Bai Liemo frowned, "Very good. The same answer was given last time." The female demon king said, "It seems this subordinate underestimated the strength of his body. Although his condition is not as good as before, his life should not be in danger for the time being." "Is he still cursing me?" Bai Liemo asked calmly. The female demon king hurriedly shook her head. "No." Bailey was surprised. No? Does he not have the energy to curse me? Or does he not have the energy to curse me? She paused for a moment before continuing. To be honest, why would I lower myself to the level of a mad dog? Speaking of which, when she found out that Yang Kai was cursing her, she was quite angry. But after thinking about it, she felt that there was no need to do so. It was just a few curses, and as she said before, she would not lose anything. At most, she would teach him a lesson in the future. He really did not curse me. The female demon king looked embarrassed. But he has been telling stories recently. Bailey laughed. Stories? What stories? To whom? She did not dare to imagine such a scene. What kind of stories is he telling in that ice prison? This person is really interesting. It is a story that he made up himself. You should not listen to it, lest it pollutes your ears. Bailey's heart was as clear as a mirror. She coldly snorted. Is he making up stories about me? Tell me, what exactly did he make me do in that story? The female demon king sighed in her heart. Although she was unwilling to tell the story, she could only reply. The story that Yang Kai made up was very simple, and even very melodramatic. A poor girl fell in love with a rich young master, and for love, she threw herself into a flame like a moth to a flame. Unexpectedly, after the rich young master got her, he abandoned her like a worn-out shoe. The girl was heartbroken and wandered into the world of mortals, and made a living in a brothel. The first part of the story was briefly mentioned, but the second part was very detailed. When the female demon king was telling the story, the girl called Bailey had already received more than 100 patrons, and the price was extremely cheap. The patrons were also very varied, and even the beggars on the streets were lucky enough to have a relationship with her. In the beginning, Bailey listened calmly, but when she heard that the main character of the story was a prostitute, she crushed the cup in her hand. When the old beggar appeared, Bailey's face was extremely cold. Although she knew that Yang Kai was making up stories to disgust her, she still could not accept it. She had never seen such a hateful man before. She turned around and walked down from the window, her eyes cold as ice. Enough! The female demon king fell to her knees and said in fear, Saint, please calm down. This subordinate will go and pull out his tongue. Bailey sneered. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Throw him into the 18th floor. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The female demon king suddenly raised her head. But Saint Dream? Bailey looked at her coldly, causing her to swallow her words back into her stomach. Chapter 3497. After about 7 or 8 days in the 13th floor, the golem appeared in front of the window again. Yang Kai was just telling the most interesting part of his story, so he was not surprised to see the golem. He just sneered and said, You want to go down again? The golem looked at him from head to toe, then raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. His face was full of admiration. No matter what, the man in front of him was definitely an extraordinary person. No one had ever been able to make the Lord change his orders time and time again. Moreover, he had increased the severity of the punishment each time. In a way, this human had created a precedent. However, the 18th floor. Even the powerful golem could not help but shudder. As usual, he took out the token to open the ice prison. There was no need to catch him. He just signaled to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai took the initiative to walk out. There were many unfamiliar and haggard faces on the windows of the ice prison. They were all Yang Kai's loyal listeners. Although they did not know what Yang Kai would encounter this time, they knew that he was probably going to die. They did not have any friendship with each other, but Yang Kai's stories for a few days made them feel a little more interesting. They nodded slightly and walked past each other. As they went deeper, the environment became colder and colder. Yang Kai silently memorized the number and asked, Which floor was the one I was in before? The golem seemed to think that Yang Kai was definitely going to die, so there was nothing to hide. He said, This time, I will send you to the 18th floor. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, How many floors are there in total? The 18th floor is the lowest floor. The golem glanced at him. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, Your lord really thinks highly of me. The golem shook his head and sighed. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Let me give you a piece of advice. When you reach the 18th floor, find a place to sit down and do nothing. Don't even think about resisting. That way, it will end faster. Oh right, your cultivation is sealed, so you can't resist anything. Yongkai squinted at him and said, "You think I will definitely die?" The golem smiled and did not comment. That was the 18th floor of the frozen ice prison. If you could still be alive there, then it would be unreasonable. Yongkai knew what the golem was thinking, but he did not care too much. He guessed that Bai Liemo was just teasing him, and would not really kill him. However, there was no need to say much to others. Instead he said, "Is there anyone else on the 18th floor?" "Yes." The stone devil nodded. "They're all dead." Kai Yang's mouth twitched as he remained silent. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the entrance to the 18th floor. The golem did not even have the intention to send Yongkai in. He just opened the entrance with the token in his hand, then looked at Yongkai and said, "Go in by yourself." Yongkai glanced at the entrance and felt a bone-chilling cold before he even stepped in. He did not know how long he would last if he went in. He thought about his current strength and what were his chances of killing the golem. In the end he was disappointed. With his cultivation sealed, he was not a match for the golem. Of course, if his embodiment came out of the sealed world bead, it would be easy to deal with this golem. Although Yongkai's cultivation was sealed, and he could not even open his own space ring, his embodiment could still escape from the sealed world bead. However, Yongkai did not want to expose the existence of his embodiment so quickly under Bai Liemo's nose. Unable to resist, Yongkai could only plunge in. After Yongkai stepped into the 18th floor, the golem quickly sealed the entrance and left in a hurry, as if he did not want to stay here any longer. The 18th floor was a little different from what Yongkai had imagined. The previous 17 floors all had separate ice cells, but there were no ice cells here. Instead, it was a world of white. As soon as he stepped into this place, Yongkai felt his entire body tighten as a layer of frost appeared all over his body. What's more, this layer of frost was thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pervasive ice principles seeped into his body through his pores, making Yongkai feel like he was being pricked by hundreds of millions of needles. In just a few breaths, Yongkai's face had turned blue and his lips purple. He hurriedly moved his body, breaking the frost that covered his body so that he wouldn't be frozen. But as soon as he moved, his expression could not help changing because he found that in this damned place, even his thoughts seemed to be affected. His thoughts could not be transmitted to every part of his body, making it difficult for him to do so. Yongkai's heart clenched as he realized that this 18th layer of ice could even affect his soul. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid his soul would actually be frozen. A cool sensation began to emerge from Yongkai's mind, resisting the cold that was invading his knowledge sea, allowing him to think more clearly. Only now did Yongkai have the time to look around. There was nothing to see here. There was not the slightest bit of life, nor was there a single living person. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. Not far away, there seemed to be something, but he could not see it clearly. Yongkai took a step forward and walked over to take a closer look, only to discover that it was actually an ice sculpture. It wasn't an ice sculpture carved by someone, but rather a frozen corpse. This was undoubtedly a demon race. Yongkai did not know which race it belonged to, but before it died, its expression was serene, as if it had not experienced any pain. But Yongkai knew that this was because its soul had been frozen, so it naturally could not feel any pain. As for a demon race that could be placed on the 18th floor, it was likely to be a high-ranked demon king at the very least. Yongkai really did not know what kind of mistake it had made to actually die here. Looking around again, Yongkai was shocked to find that every so often, there was an ice sculpture. Inside each ice sculpture was a frozen corpse, old and young, male and female. Roughly counting, there were about 30 to 40 of these corpses, and this was not even counting the ones further away. This crazy woman. Yongkai gritted his teeth. No wonder the golem said that there were only corpses here. They were indeed dead. Even their soul had been frozen, so how could they still be alive? Bai Liemo would not really want him to die here, right? Yongkai's heart was pounding. Although she was a demon saint, she was still a woman after all. When a woman went crazy, There was no reason to reason. This was something that Yang Kai deeply understood. He secretly made up his mind. If he really reached the point where he could not resist, he would let the embodiment break the sealed world bead's barrier and pull him into the sealed world bead. At that time, with the help of the sealed world bead's world force, he might be able to break the restriction that Bai Liemo had placed. However, in this way, the sealed world bead would inevitably be exposed to Bai Liemo. If she managed to snatch it away, then everything would be over. In this lonely white world, Yang Kai could even hear his own heartbeat and breathing. There was no audience here for him to tell a story, so he continued to move his body, breaking the frost on his body as he walked around to investigate. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He did not know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him. At first he was a little uncertain, but as time passed, this feeling became more and more obvious. Yang Kai could not help but sneer in his heart. It seemed that Bai Liemo really did not intend to kill him. In this damned place, even the golem guarding the ice prison was not willing to enter, so there was no one else but Bai Liemo could secretly watch him. As a demon saint, she should have the ability to do so. Understanding this point, Kai Yang suddenly became somewhat fearless, all of his previous worries vanishing into thin air. Looking left and right, Kai Yang took a deep breath. He felt as if his lungs were being pierced by the ice-cold air, as if he was about to be frozen. But at this moment, he didn't care and opened his mouth to curse. It was still vulgar and unpleasant to hear, and it was still the same vicious words. Although he had cursed before, it was just scratching an itch through a boot. Now that Bai Liemo was paying attention to him, he would fiercely curse in front of her, and see how long she could endure. Over the past few days, Yang Kai's other skills had not improved, but his cursing had become much more powerful. He was a little disappointed. A grown man cursing and swearing like this was not something to be proud of. After cursing and swearing for half a day, he still did not see any response from Bai Liemo. On the other hand, Yang Kai could not hold on any longer. The 18th layer was really the 18th layer. It was definitely not comparable to the 13th layer. Even with his strong physique, after half a day, many parts of his body had frozen to death. Even the injuries he had suffered before had not fully recovered, and were showing signs of worsening. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he did not even feel Bai Liemo's anger. His cursing gradually weakened, and even became somewhat weak. Yang Kai's eyelids were covered with frost, almost unable to open his eyes. Leaning against an ice sculpture, he wailed in his heart. If that bitch Bai Liemo did not appear soon, he was afraid that he would really be doomed. He would have no choice but to let his embodiment take action, secretly instructing his embodiment to pull him into the small sealed world bead if the situation was not right. Yang Kai forced himself to continue cursing for a while. Yang Kai's consciousness became more and more blurred as his eyelids opened and closed constantly. Although his mouth was still moving, no sound came out. His entire body was covered in frost, as if he was about to become an ice sculpture. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, an icy cold force suddenly swept across Yang Kai's body from a certain place. The frost that had covered Yang Kai's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an invisible force protected him, preventing him from being affected by the ice principles in this place. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly and chuckled for a while. I knew you wouldn't do anything to this king. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai stretched his body. With the protection of the ice principles, the influence of the ice principles in this place on him was greatly reduced. Glancing around, Yang Kai coldly said, Show yourself, what's the point of sneaking around like this? Chapter 3498. After waiting for a long time and seeing no response from his surroundings, Yang Kai sighed and said, You're so boring. I know you won't do anything to me. Everything you've done is just because you're angry. Since this king has offended you before, I have no complaints. Since you can't kill me now, let's all sit down and talk. If we can't talk, then we'll go our separate ways. Is it fun to keep tormenting people like this? After saying so, Yang Kai looked around, as if trying to find where Bai Liemo was hiding. At this moment, a weak but pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. I think you should be talking to me? Yang Kai was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. Who is it? This voice definitely did not belong to Bailey Mo. Although it was weak, it was extremely gentle, and the tone was completely different from Bailey Mo's. Young Kai was not confused by this. This surprised him greatly. There was actually someone else in this 18-layer ice prison? Young Kai had investigated this damned place before, and although it was not small, it was definitely not large either. There were no signs of life, but there were many corpses of masters from the demon race scattered around. Suddenly hearing someone speak to him, how could Young Kai not be surprised? This way. The voice called out again, guiding Young Kai in the right direction. Young Kai looked around for a moment before looking in a certain direction, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward. Young Kai's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know who was talking to him, and why he had not noticed them before. Bypassing one ice sculpture after another, Young Kai walked a few dozen meters before finally standing in front of one of the ice sculptures, his eyes staring forward as a look of amazement flashed across his face. There was also a demon race sealed inside this ice sculpture, and it looked like it was the same as Bailey Mo, a snow demon. Her skin was crystal clear, her hair was black and soft, her figure was slender, and her facial features were exquisite and perfect. Young Kai had seen many beautiful women, and his wives were all outstanding beauties. Of course, due to the limitations of his strength and vision, he could not compare to Yu Ruming and Bailey Mo in terms of temperament, but this one in front of him definitely did not lose out to them. Unlike the other ice sculptures, the demon corpses in the other ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged without exception. She was the only one standing in the ice sculpture with her hands folded over her lower abdomen. Her expression was serene as if she had fallen asleep. She didn't look very old either. She looked like a young girl who hadn't grown up yet. Young Kai did not feel any vitality from this ice sculpture. Or perhaps it was because his cultivation was sealed, so even if there was, he could not detect it. Looking around, Young Kai looked back at the woman in front of him and asked with uncertainty, "Are you the one speaking?" After a few breaths, the gentle voice sounded again. "Yes, it's me. I'm sorry, I've been trapped here for too long, so my soul has been affected and my reaction is a little slow. Please forgive me." Young Kai almost laughed out loud. The words of this young girl made him feel that she was a little naive. But when he thought of what happened to her, he could not laugh. In his heart, he felt that Bailey Mo was really not a good person. Although he did not know what this young girl's temperament was, he felt that she was not a bad person. However, Bailey Mo actually threw her into this 18-layer ice prison. And from the looks of it, she had been frozen for who knows how many years. Thinking of this, Young Kai was shocked. Even he could not withstand the cold for too long in this damned place, almost fainting from the cold, but this young girl was still able to maintain consciousness to a certain extent. It was obvious how strong she was. As if seeing Young Kai's thoughts, the young girl said, "I also cultivate the ice element, so although the environment here is harsh, the effect is still reduced for me." Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone who cultivated the ice element to end up in this situation. In fact, the harsh cold of this place could be used as a foundation for her growth and cultivation, but if there was a more powerful person who did something, then the situation would be different. Since Bailey Mo locked her up here, she must have made some arrangements. However, the ice element. Young Kai suddenly understood and asked, "Was it you who saved me just now?" When he almost fainted before, he felt a cold force sweep over his body. He thought it was Bailey Mo who did it, but now it seems that it was not that woman at all, but this young girl in front of him. "I can save you for a while, but I can't save you forever. Over the years, many people have been thrown here, but in the end, you saw the result. Not a single one of them was able to leave this place alive." This was undoubtedly an admission. Young Kai chuckled. "In any case, I must thank young lady for saving my life." Although it was not that he did not have a backup plan, it was a fact that this young girl had saved him, so after a pause he asked, "May I ask young lady's name?" After a few breaths of time, the young girl replied, "My name? I have forgotten it myself. You can call me whatever you want." Young Kai couldn't help sweating. How many years had she been locked up here? She actually forgot her own name, or was it because her soul was damaged? Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Young Kai snapped his fingers and said, "Then I'll call you young lady Bing." Young Lady Bing. Haha, as you wish. The young girl did not have any objections and asked curiously, why were you thrown here by Honored Master? Honored Master? Yang Kai blinked a few times, then said in horror, the Honored Master you speak of. Could it be Bei Liemo? You are master and disciple? Young Lady Bing said, from what I remember, we are indeed master and disciple. This time, Yang Kai was really surprised. He thought that this young Lady Bing was like him, and that she had offended Bei Liemo in some way, which was why she was thrown here as punishment. He thought that she should be Bei Liemo's subordinate, but who would have thought that these two women were actually master and disciple? Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. Although Yang Kai did not like Bei Liemo very much, he did not expect her to be so ruthless. She was even willing to punish her own disciple so severely. Throwing her into the ice prison was tantamount to taking her life. After all, she was her disciple. Even if she had done something wrong, she should not be punished like this. However, Yang Kai did not know the cause and effect of this matter, so he did not say much. But Bei Liemo was a demon saint, so her disciple should be at least a half-saint, right? No wonder this young Lady Bing could last so long in the ice prison. Young Lady Bing said, you still haven't answered my question. How did you offend Honored Master? Yang Kai scratched his face and said, anyway, I accidentally offended her. He couldn't say that he tried to molest her Honored Master, but was seen through by her and then severely beaten. That would be too shameful, so he quickly changed the topic. What about you? Why are you locked in here? Young Lady Bing was silent for a long time, then said, I shouldn't be saying this to you, but after so many years, you are the first person to talk to me so much. I am locked in here because of a man. Yang Kai's imagination ran wild. You two master and disciple fell in love with the same man. Miss Bing laughed and said, how could there be such a thing? It's just me, that's all. But master didn't agree and then cruelly tortured that man to death in front of me. I remember that master wanted him to humiliate and curse me, but he would rather die than curse me. Bastard. Yang Kai was furious, but he quickly reacted and said, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that bitch Bei Liemo. Young Lady Bing said, don't curse my honored master. Although her tone was light, Yang Kai could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, so he could not help but ask, what happened after that? Since she had already killed that man, why would she do this to you? Because I was angry and attacked her. She was very disappointed, so it became like this. When Yang Kai heard this, he sighed and didn't know what to say. If this matter was true, then this young Lady Bing was undoubtedly the most tragic victim in this matter. The man she loved was humiliated to death by her honored master in front of her. Then she was cut off from her honored master, and was frozen in this place, living a life worse than death. What could be more tragic than this? It was really difficult for her to hold on until now. If it was an ordinary person, their divine soul would have already collapsed. Right. I just heard you say that honored master won't kill you? Why are you so confident? When Yang Kai heard this, he smiled. Because your honored master still has something to ask of me. Oh. Young Lady Bing was surprised. What can honored master ask of you? Yang Kai did not answer, but instead rolled his eyes and laughed. I've thought about it. When your honored master comes to ask me, I will ask her to release you. It can be considered as repaying you for saving my life. Young Lady Bing said, no need. Yang Kai frowned and said, you don't want to go out? It's not that I don't want to. Young Lady Bing's voice was bitter. It's just that my body has already died, leaving only a broken divine soul. If I am frozen here, I can still struggle at death's door for a while, but if I really go out, I'm afraid I will die even faster. This was difficult to deal with. Yang Kai couldn't check the condition of her body now, otherwise he might have been able to find a way out. Just as he was thinking, Young Lady Bing said, are you sure you can leave this place? It's not that I don't believe you, but for so many years, no one who was thrown here has been able to leave alive. Yang Kai smiled and said, just wait and see. So it's like this. Young Lady Bing sighed faintly. It seems that this is really heaven's will. What heaven's will? Yang Kai frowned. Young Lady Bing said, you just said that you are grateful to me for saving your life, and that you want to repay me. Are you sincere? Yang Kai said solemnly. Naturally, young Lady Bing, if you want to leave, I can really say a few words to you in front of your honored master. I can't guarantee that she will agree, but I am 80% sure that she will. Young Lady Bing hurriedly said, please don't, and even if you can really leave, you must never mention me in front of honored master, otherwise your life will be in danger. Is it that serious? Yang Kai had a suspicious look on his face. Wasn't it just a little dirty between the honored master and disciple? He couldn't even mention her name, although he didn't know what this girl's name was. Chapter 3499. Miss Means. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. I want to ask you to do me a favor, Miss Ice replied. Yang Kai smiled. Miss has saved my life. If there is anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Miss Ice said. Don't be in a hurry to agree. Listen to what I have to say first before you decide. Although this matter isn't that difficult to handle, if you really do it, then it's extremely likely that you'll anger Master. And it's even possible that she'll want to kill you. If that's the case, are you still willing? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Miss, can you elaborate? Although he was sure that Bai Liemo would not really kill him. After all, the realm gate in the demon territory needed to be repaired by him. No matter how angry she was, if she wanted to kill him, she would have to ask the other demon saint in the demon territory first. However, he had already offended Bai Liemo once, and if possible, Yang Kai did not want to worsen their relationship. After all, it was not a good thing to have a demon saint hate him. Inside the ice sculpture, Miss Ice was silent for a while, as if she was considering something, but in the end she said, I have an item that contains a forbidden technique I created myself. It is very powerful, and I want you to use it on my honored master. Yang Kai's pupils shrank when he heard this. You want to kill her? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little strange. From the words of this Bing girl before, it seemed she still respected Bai Liemo very much. Even if her beloved man was tortured to death, even if she was imprisoned on the 18th floor of the ice prison, she didn't show the slightest resentment. Even when Yang Kai had scolded Bai Liemo, she seemed a little unhappy, even speaking up to defend her. So she suddenly made such a request. It was really puzzling. Miss Ice laughed. Honored Master is a demon saint. How can I kill her? Not to mention that I don't have the ability to do so. Even if I did, it would be impossible. Then why did you? Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. The Ice Lady sighed faintly. This is just an explanation. Back then, when that person was humiliated to death by Master, I didn't beg for anything. Although I lost my rationality and attacked Master afterwards, it was already useless. Perhaps, if I had pleaded for mercy back then, Master might have let him go on account of our many years of relationship as Master and disciple. For so many years, although I've been sealed in ice, between life and death, my heart has always been uneasy. Now that my time is almost up, I'm afraid it won't be long before I have to go to the netherworld to accompany him. This is my explanation to him. When we meet in the Yellow Springs, I can also tell him that I have avenged him, but my power is limited. Although Miss Bing's tone was calm, Yang Kai could feel her sorrow and grief. He also understood what she wanted to express. He couldn't help but be silent. Miss Bing continued, the 18th floor of the cold ice prison is a dangerous place. For so many years, no one has been able to come out alive. I thought that the forbidden technique would no longer be useful, but I didn't expect to meet you at the last moment. Don't you think this is the will of the heavens? Since the heavens want this, then I can also take this opportunity to fulfill a wish. Of course, you can rest assured that although this forbidden technique is not small, it won't be able to do anything to my honored master. After all, she is a demon saint, but she will definitely investigate this matter. You just need to tell her what I said today, and I think she won't make things too difficult for you. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel conflicted when he heard this. If this Miss Bing had asked him for something else, then it would be fine. But to use a powerful forbidden technique to deal with Bai Liemo, wasn't this a bit too much of a joke? Even if she said that Bai Liemo wouldn't make things difficult for him, who knew what that crazy woman's attitude would be? If he angered her, who would save him? But since he had already made the promise, if he refused now, it would seem like he was going back on his words. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, I won't hide it from Miss, I am not a member of the demon race. I am a human, and have never cultivated any ice attribute secret arts. Since Miss Bing is a disciple of the Snow Devil race, then you must have cultivated ice attribute principles. Miss Bing said. It has nothing to do with you. You just need to activate it, and the forbidden technique will be activated. I also know that this request is somewhat difficult, but if you are not willing, then forget it. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. Miss Bing is trapped and can't even protect herself. Since you are willing to save me, how can I refuse to help you with such a small matter? He had already thought about it. Since he couldn't refuse, he could only agree. In any case, he was just taking a risk in front of Bai Liemo. At worst, he could just drag Ru Meng away, and Bai Liemo wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Then I really have to thank you. This way, I can die in peace. Miss Bing thanked him happily. At the same time, inside the ice sculpture, a soft light suddenly bloomed from her chest. That light stretched out as if something was about to break out of her body. In the next moment, a light flashed and a hole appeared in the ice sculpture. A crystal-clear needle that was half a foot long and as thick as a bamboo stick appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was suspended in front of Yang Kai under the support of a gentle force. Miss Bing's voice rang out. This Xianming needle is sealed with a forbidden technique of mine. I don't know how powerful it is because I created it after I was imprisoned here. I have never tested it before, but I'm sure it won't be weak. I can see that your relationship with Honored Master isn't very good, so you can keep this thing for the time being. If one day she attacks you, you can use this thing to block her. This was a pretty good proposal. Hearing this, Kai Yang's eyes lit up. This was tantamount to obtaining a trump card. Although it was a consumable item, the requirements for something free couldn't be too high. Opening his mouth, he asked, "How long can you block her?" "At most 10 breaths, maybe only 3 breaths. Miss Bing quickly replied. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but when he thought about Bai Limo's demon saint cultivation, he couldn't ask for too much. Just as he was about to put away the dark profound needle, he remembered that Bai Limo had placed a barrier on him that prevented him from opening his space ring, so he couldn't help asking awkwardly, "Where should I put it?" Miss Bing smiled and said, "I was negligent." After hesitating for a moment, she said, "How about this? I'll plant it in your hand. When the time comes, it will be more convenient for you to use, but I don't know if you trust me." Yang Kai casually stretched out his hand and said, "Please do as you wish, Miss Bing." It wasn't that he trusted others easily. Although he had a good impression of this Miss Bing, and was grateful to her for helping him, it wasn't to the point where he could confide in her. The only reason he agreed so readily was because he was certain that even if she had ulterior motives, he wouldn't do anything to her. Bai Liemo had indeed placed a barrier on him and sealed his cultivation, but his soul was protected by the soul-warming lotus, making it impregnable. The foundation of his physical body hadn't disappeared either, so even if this Miss Bing really had ulterior motives towards him, she wouldn't be able to do anything to him after being sealed in ice for so many years. Miss Bing obviously hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so readily and was startled for a moment before saying, "Bear with it a little, it may hurt a little." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he wasn't afraid of pain. In the next moment, the dark profound needle floating in front of Kai Yang trembled slightly. With a flash of lightning, it pierced towards Kai Yang's wrist. Yang Kai felt pain and a cold aura dormant in his wrist, but it quickly disappeared. Yang Kai carefully felt it and could clearly feel that there was a foreign object in his wrist, but it didn't have any effect on him, so he immediately relaxed. Looking down again, Yang Kai discovered that there wasn't even a wound on his wrist. He couldn't help but admire Miss Bing's methods. Although he couldn't clearly distinguish the strength of Miss Bing's energy fluctuations, he estimated that she was definitely a half-saint. Yang Kai casually waved his hand and asked, "Is this enough?" "It's enough," Miss Bing replied. "Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I'm afraid that we won't meet again in the future, so you must take care of yourself. Also," speaking up to here, Miss Bing suddenly stopped and a gentle force came from the ice sculpture, pushing Yang Kai several dozen feet away. At the same time, the protective force that had been shrouding Yang Kai's body disappeared in an instant, and the cold aura suddenly surged from all directions, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. His hair and face were quickly covered in frost. This was too sudden, and Yang Kai didn't have time to react. When he came back to his senses, he was already several dozen feet away, and he couldn't help but shiver. But soon, he understood why Miss Bing's reaction was so violent, because a powerful aura was suddenly approaching from above. Even though his cultivation was sealed, Yang Kai could still feel that it was Bailey Mo's aura. This girl actually ran down here by herself. Sure enough, after a while, a snow-white figure appeared behind the 18 layers of ice. Yang Kai had already cooperated and hid in a corner, his entire body covered in frost, his face blue and his lips purple. Sweeping her beautiful eyes around, Bailey Mo saw Yang Kai's figure, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Swaying her waist, she slowly walked over to Yang Kai and raised her jade foot to touch Yang Kai's calf. "Are you dead yet?" Yang Kai had curled up into a ball, but when he heard this question, he struggled to raise his head and squinted his eyes. "Damn you, even if you die. I won't die." Bailey Mo sneered. "You still have the strength to curse. It seems you're still far from death. Stay here and tell me when you're about to die. I'll come and collect your corpse." Saying so, she turned around and walked away, completely heartless. But before she could leave, Kai Yang used all his remaining strength to grab her ankle. His expression was one of grief and indignation. He knew that this woman had deliberately come to see him make a fool of himself. Perhaps she also wanted him to bow his head to her and apologize. But the situation was stronger than the person, and the fist was not as big as the person. No matter how unhappy Kai Yang was, he still had to consider a way out. If he continued to be close to this crazy woman, he would only suffer. Chapter 3500. Bailey Mo turned around and looked down at him with a mocking smile. "What are you doing? If you have something to say, why can't we talk nicely? Why must you use your hands and feet?" She glanced at Yang Kai's mischievous hand and said, "Take your hand away or I'll break it." Yang Kai quickly withdrew his hand. He had no choice but to do so. This woman may not really kill him, but torturing him was definitely something she would like to see. He didn't want to give her an opportunity to make things difficult for him. Trembling, he said, Don't go too far. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. If you continue to humiliate me like this, do you believe that I won't die right in front of you? My tolerance is poor and I can't take any grievances." Bailey Mo giggled and slowly squatted in front of Yang Kai. She stretched out her jade-like hand and lifted his chin with a finger. Smiling, she said, "It's only been a while and you're already acting like you're dying. Didn't you have a lot of fun scolding me a few days ago? Why aren't you continuing? Oh right, you also told me a very interesting story. Why don't you tell it to me? I'm also very interested in that story." Yang Kai's face was filled with disgust as he tried to turn his head away, only to be pulled back by her and forced to look straight into her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with joy and happiness, but Yang Kai didn't know why she was so happy. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What do you want?" Bailey Mo narrowed her eyes and said, "Am I beautiful?" Yang Kai blinked a few times, unable to recover from his daze. This question had taken too many unexpected turns. Just as he was about to say "You're as ugly as a pig," he heard Bailey Mo continue, "You better tell the truth, otherwise, humph." The meaning of the threat was self-evident. Her long and narrow eyes were overflowing with a cold light. "Beautiful. So beautiful that it's bubbling," Kai Yang angrily said. Although this was the truth, his heart was still full of grievances. He secretly swore, "Little slut, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise one day I will definitely catch you and ask you 10,000 times if I am handsome or not. It's impossible to say that I'm not handsome. If you say that I'm handsome, then you have to give me a reason for being handsome. Then between me and you, Ru Meng, who is more beautiful?" Bailey Mo asked again. "Hey, don't push your luck. What do you mean by asking this kind of question? Are you trying to set me up?" Yang Kai glared at her. "Answer me honestly first." As Bailey Mo spoke, her finger gently brushed Yang Kai's lower lip. Even though his body was cold, Yang Kai's throat was burning. He swallowed his saliva and said, "You're both beautiful." Bailey Mo was obviously not satisfied with this kind of answer. Glaring at him, she said, Answer me properly. Don't try to fool me. Yang Kai said dejectedly. What's the point of arguing with me? My relationship with Ru Meng is completely different from my relationship with you. In my heart, Ru Meng is the most beautiful woman in the world. Other women can't even compare to her. But from the point of view of other men, you and her are like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Each has their own merits. A woman's beauty cannot be compared. The only thing that can be compared is that men have different preferences. As the saying goes, carrots and vegetables, to each their own. If you ask Brother Baya about this, he will definitely say that you are more beautiful. And I just don't know if he has the guts to answer. Cunning thing. Bailey Mo snorted. But from her tone and attitude, Yang Kai knew that although she was not very satisfied with this answer, she could still reluctantly accept it. After all, what he said was not wrong. Then if I want you to abandon you Ru Meng and give yourself to me, what will you do? Kill me. Yang Kai straightened his neck, his attitude firm. Bailey Mo angrily knocked his head, making a dong sound. You don't want to think about it? In any case, I am not much worse than you Ru Meng. To be able to be valued by the saint, Yang Kai is very honored. It is really a blessing from my ancestors, but there is nothing to think about. Just kill me. Bailey Mo chuckled and said, well, I won't make things difficult for you. You can't be blamed for this. With that bitch's heart seal secret technique, I'm afraid you can't easily get rid of her influence on you. Speaking of which, did you know that she used the succubus demon clan's divine technique on you? Your feelings for her are the result of that secret technique, not your own feelings. On the first day, Ru Meng told me, but I think that even without that secret technique, it wouldn't have affected anything. Bailey Mo smiled lightly, declining to comment as she stood up and looked down at Yang Kai again. Boy, don't think too highly of yourself and think that you Ru Meng really likes you. She is the same as this saint, one of the demon territory's 12 demon saint. Although you are not ordinary, it is difficult for you to enter my eyes. If not for your relationship with you Ru Meng, this saint would be too lazy to tease you. Let me give you a piece of advice. When the day comes when you feel that you have lost your value to you Ru Meng, you should leave as soon as possible and save your life. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt that there was a hidden meaning in her words and frowned. What does saint mean? Bailey Mo smiled contemptuously. Didn't you Ru Meng tell you that once the heart seal secret technique is used, it is impossible to break it? Yang Kai nodded and said, she did say that. When Bailey Mo heard this, she laughed wildly, but when she looked at Yang Kai, her eyes were filled with pity, as if she sympathized with him. Yang Kai thoughtfully said, could it be that this secret technique can be broken? Bailey Mo stopped laughing and said lightly, an ordinary succubus demon wouldn't be able to break it, but she is a demon saint. If she is willing to pay a price, how could she not be able to break it? She can cut off the heart seal secret technique's restraint at any time, or put it this way. As long as she is ruthless enough to kill you, the heart seal secret technique will break. Sadness only lasts for a moment, but it can be exchanged for a lifetime of freedom. If it were this saint, do you think you would still be alive if you lost your value? I will definitely take your life. A dignified demon saint entangled with a mere human. What kind of person would that be? Yang Kai's face paled when he heard this. He didn't know if Bailey Mo's words were true, or if she was deliberately trying to sow discord, but it was undeniable that Bailey Mo's words had successfully pierced a thorn in his heart. It wasn't that he valued his relationship with you Ru Meng, but rather that he had already transferred the heart seal secret technique to the soul-warming lotus, so the heart seal secret technique's restraint on him was almost non-existent, but it was a great restraint on you Ru Meng. Although after being entangled with each other for so long, he couldn't treat you Ru Meng as a stranger. If you Ru Meng really wanted to harm him, then he would absolutely not resign himself to death. What he needed to be wary of was whether you Ru Meng would do as Bailey Mo said, and once the time was right, she would cut off the heart seal secret technique's restraint. If such a time really came, then he would have to make some preparations in advance. Otherwise, if a demon saint insisted on taking his life, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. His expression fluctuating, Yang Kai looked up and saw the smile on Bailey Mo's face, but he quickly said, nonsense. Bailey Mo sneered lightly. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, Don't you know in your heart? There's no need to deceive yourself. Yang Kai shook his head. No matter how alarmist you try to scare me, it's useless. Don't waste your time. The feelings between me and Ru Meng are not something you can shake with just a few words. How could Bailey Mo not see through his lies? So she coldly said, if that's the case, then I'll ask you a question. What is it? Do you want to kill her? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, not expecting this woman to ask such a question. So he couldn't help frowning. What does this have to do with what you just said? Bailey Mo smiled. How is it not related? Let me guess. Since you're a man, you must have thought about this before. She probably rejected you, but she didn't reject the intimate actions between you, right? That's right, Yi Zichen said. So what? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. It was indeed as she said. Although he and Ru Meng had some intimate actions, there was no substantial breakthrough. First, Yang Kai was holding back. After all, they were different from each other, and he had an ulterior motive for coming to the demon territory with her. If he really did go that far, there would be some trouble in the future. Second, Ru Meng didn't seem to have any thoughts in this regard. Bailey Mo smiled faintly. She didn't give it to you because she left a way out for herself. After all, if she really did lose her virginity to you, then there would be no turning back. Women are different from men. Even if she and I are devil saints, we are still women in our bones. How could we be willing to kill our own men? Yang Kai's face was gloomy, but he didn't say a word, his expression slightly sinister. Seeing this, Bailey Mo continued, so if I were you, I would definitely find a chance to get rid of her as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to rest easy. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it when that day comes. Yang Kai's face became more and more sinister as he listened, his fists clenched tightly, as if he would explode at any time. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Bailey Mo. Are you trying to scare me? Bailey Mo looked at him indifferently. Whether I'm trying to scare you or not, you will know in the future. When that time comes, don't regret not listening to my warning today. If that day really comes and you are lucky enough to escape, you can come to this senior. This senior will guarantee your safety. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Don't be fooled by Bailey Mo's words now. If such a day really comes, she will absolutely not accept him. She does not get along well with Ru Meng, but it's not to the extent that she would go to war with Ru Meng for him. At most, she will use him and Ru Meng to exchange for some benefits. A demon saint level powerhouse, how can her thoughts be so simple? Without a doubt, she has said too much today, so although Yang Kai is not sure what her purpose is, he is sure that she is definitely up to no good. She said that she is still a woman in her bones and can't bear to kill her man. But in front of the Tao, even her own flesh and blood can be cut off. So what is the point of love between a man and a woman? Yang Kai did not forget that they are from the demon race. Thinking this in his heart, Yang Kai still replied, Then I thank the saint for her kindness, but I don't think that day will come. If Ru Meng really wants to kill me, this king will stretch out his neck and stab her. Idiot. Bailey Mo looked at him with disdain. Chapter 3501. After an incense stick worth of time, Bailey Mo carried Yang Kai out of the ice prison and threw him directly to the ground. At the same time, the Emperor Qi that had been imprisoned in his body was finally released and began flowing freely. Yang Kai shuddered and silently circulated his secret art to force out the chill in his body. Looking at the light in the distance, he felt as if he could see the light of day again. Being locked in the ice prison for these past few days had been very boring. For the matter of the realm gate, go to the holy city and find Baiya. She will cooperate with you. After saying this, Bailey Mo floated away, not even bothering to look at Yang Kai. The stone demon guarding the ice prison walked over from the side and cupped his fists with a smile. Brother Yang, this king was only following orders and had offended you. Please forgive me, Brother Yang. He had guarded the ice prison for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone walk out alive. And this person was actually brought out by the holy senior himself. Although because Yang Kai was locked in the 18th floor, no one dared to enter easily except for the holy senior, but this was still an extremely amazing thing. If the holy senior did not value this human so much, he would not have personally come here, so in the stone demon's opinion, this human was worth making friends with. Yang Kai glanced at him sideways, coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, turned around and left, leaving the stone demon behind with an embarrassed expression, but immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just a mere human. What is he so arrogant for? Yang Kai did not go directly to proud Snow Continent's holy city, but first went to find his subordinates. After the 10,000 people were brought here, they had been stationed outside the ice palace. Yang Kai had been thrown into the ice prison by Bai Liemo before, so he didn't know what had happened to them. Everyone else was fine, but Li Shiqing had to be safe. When he arrived, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 10,000 people were still in their original state, as if they had not moved during these days, and not a single one was missing. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Tukuro, Yin Baza, and the other Demon King hurriedly came forward and asked with concern. A few days ago, when the proud Snow Ice Guards were dispatched, they were really scared out of their wits. They all thought that Yang Kai had angered Bai Liemo in the Ice Palace, implicating them and causing them to lose their lives. However, they didn't expect that the proud Snow Ice Guards would only besiege them for a few days before suddenly retreating. Just as those proud Snow Ice Guards left, Yang Kai appeared. As soon as they met face to face, Yang Kai asked them a few simple questions and found out what had happened to them these days. Yang Kai guessed that Bai Liemo had mobilized the proud Snow Ice Guards to prevent Yin and the others from leaking information to Yu Ru Meng. Although Yu Ru Meng could enter Xiao Wu's body in times of crisis, who knew what kind of trigger conditions would be required? Li Shiqing also cast a concerned look at him from behind. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded slightly, then ordered Boya and Yin to go to the proud Snow Continent's holy city to find Baiya. The rest of the people were naturally on standby. Li Shiqing looked eager to follow, but Xiao Wu tugged at her sleeve and made her stay. The holy city was only 100 miles away, so it was easy to find. Boya had been here before, so she naturally would not get lost. After entering the holy city, he asked someone to inquire about the location of Baiya's residence. A moment later, a group of 3 appeared in Baiya's residence. The servants in the residence went to report, while Yang Kai sat in the living room, waiting for the arrival of the master. Not long after, Baiya hurried over and cupped his hands as soon as he saw him. "I've made Brother Yang wait for a long time." Yang Kai looked up at him and said in a slightly disgusted tone, "Brother Baiya, you're not very kind." He also understood some things later. When he was at Bai Liemo's place, he was affected by the drug. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus dispelled the effect of the drug. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself. At that time, Baiya must have been affected as well, or else he would not have left in such a hurry. Combined with his behavior, Yang Kai was sure that Baiya definitely noticed it at that time. Even a half-saint could not resist the effect of the drug, which showed how strong the drug was. If he did not have the soul-warming lotus, he was afraid that he would still be lying on a woman's belly today. Baiya was startled when he heard this, then laughed and said, "Brother Yang, please forgive me. I was also a victim that day, and there was nothing I could do." He showed concern. "The Lord did not do anything to you, right? Why did I hear that you angered the Lord later? And as a result, you were thrown into the ice prison and locked up on the 18th floor. Brother Baiya, you are quite well informed in the holy city." Yang Kai snorted. Baiya twitched the corner of his mouth. "Brother Yang, are you blaming me for not speaking up for you? Brother Yang, please forgive me for this. The Lord has her reasons for doing things, and as her subordinate, it is not my place to say anything." He also felt that it was funny in his heart. "I have nothing to do with you, so why would I risk offending the Lord for you?" "Forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I know that Brother Baiya is willing, but not capable enough, so I don't blame you. Fortunately, it was not dangerous." Baiya said, "How did Brother Yang anger the Lord? She actually let her throw you into the cold ice prison. That damned place is not a place that ordinary people can enter." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Brother Baiya, if you want to know, you can ask the Lord directly. It is not convenient for me to say it here." Baiya laughed dryly. Of course, he did not have the courage to ask Yang Kai about the details. No matter what Yang Kai did, it must have been something that made her extremely angry, or else she would not have thrown him into the ice prison. If he went to ask her, wouldn't it be embarrassing the Lord? Then, the next one to be sent to the ice prison would be him. Back to the topic. Yang Kai bent his finger and knocked on the table. I have been in the Ao Shui continent for quite some time. But I have been locked up by the Lord, and wasted a lot of time. Now that the Lord has released me, of course, she still wants to focus on the portal. The Lord is busy, so she asked me to find Brother Baya to understand the situation. Also, she wants Brother Baya to fully cooperate with me. If there is any hindrance, you will be killed without mercy. He added the last two sentences casually. After all, he was using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Even if Baya went to ask Bei Liemo, it would not matter. Baya heard him and said quickly, "The Lord has also instructed before, so if Brother Yang needs anything, just tell me. I will do my best to cooperate." Yang Kai nodded and said, "First I need information on all the missing continents, missing portals, and unstable portals in the Lord's territory." Baya directly pushed a space ring over. "I have already prepared these things. All the information is inside. Brother Yang, please take a look." Yang Kai looked at him, slightly surprised. He took the space ring and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. He found that there were many jade scrolls inside, which should contain information about the portals and the missing continents. After keeping the space ring, Yang Kai said, "Brother Baya, please conscript 500,000 soldiers and have them be on standby." Baya could not help but look suspicious. "Brother Yang, why do you need 500,000 soldiers?" Yang Kai said casually, "When I repair the portals, I need an absolutely quiet environment. I cannot be disturbed. When the time comes, I will naturally seal the portals from the outside. How can I not use some people?" Baya nodded and said, "I see, that's easy to handle." It was only 500,000 soldiers, so it could be easily gathered. After all, it was just sealing an area, so it did not require a high cultivation level. It only needed a few Demon King to hold the fort. Yang Kai had also brought 10,000 soldiers, so it was definitely enough. Then Brother Baya, go ahead and prepare. I will study this information. We will start tomorrow at the earliest, and the day after tomorrow at the latest. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Yang. Baya's residence was vast, so there was naturally room for Yang Kai. She personally arranged the best guest room for Yang Kai, and had someone bring him in. Ming Yin and Boya guarded the door. Yang Kai went into the room and took out the information Baya gave him, and the map of the demon territory that he bought. He carefully studied it. The night passed without a word. Baya did not give him much information, so it did not take much time to study it. However, Yang Kai had other plans in mind. If he wanted to put these plans into action, he would need to plan carefully, so he wasted some time. After a night of research, Yang Kai gained some understanding of the world gates in Bei Limo's territory. In terms of the size of their territories and the number of continents they controlled, Yuru Meng and Bei Limo were almost on par. On Yuru Meng's side, there were problems with the world gates of more than a dozen continents. Over the years, a total of 6 continents had disappeared. Yang Kai used the power of Return to Ruins to find 3 and had Rolling Stone swallow them, expanding the space of his sealed world bead, and even changing its world principles. The situation on Bei Limo's side was similar. There were also problems with the world gates of more than a dozen continents. Even Proud Snow Continent was the same. The number of continents that had disappeared was even greater, a total of 8. 5 of these continents had a high chance of being entered. As for the remaining 3, Yang Kai would need to find some reason to do so. However, this was not what excited Yang Kai. What really excited him was that he could use one of these continents as a springboard to enter the Eternal Heaven continent. As long as he entered and explored it, he would know whether the Bright Moon Great Emperors had fallen there. However, this was not something that could be done overnight. No matter how anxious Yang Kai was, he still had to take it slow. At the very least, he had to numb the nerves of Bei Limo and Baya first and make them lower their guard. Only then would he have a chance to sneak into the Eternal Heaven continent. The next day, Yang Kai opened the door and led Boya and Yin directly to Baya, telling her that everything was ready and they could start at any time. Baya naturally hoped that Yang Kai would be finished as soon as possible. The two sides hit it off and immediately set off for the nearest world gate. The proud snow continent had a total of 8 world gates, leading to 8 different continents. Among them, 1 had disappeared and 2 had problems. At this rate, the proud snow continent would disappear from the map of the demon territory within a few thousand years. This was the place where Bailey Mo rose to prominence. It was also the ancestral land of the Snow Demon clan in the demon territory. It was very suitable for the Snow Demon clan to cultivate and grow, and they could not afford to lose it. This was also the reason why Bailey Mo personally went to find Yang Kai. The survival of ordinary continents was not worth her attention. Chapter 3502. The army of 500,000 that Boya had previously promised was also prepared overnight. Yang Kai did not hold back and divided the 500,000 people into 5 groups, giving them specific targets to march to. 4 of the groups were tasked to block the 2 unstable world gates, while the last group was tasked to head to the world gate that had disappeared in advance to prepare. Baya looked on coldly and had no intention of interfering. Since Bailey Mo had entrusted him with the gate, he naturally had to accompany them. Firstly, it was to monitor Yang Kai and prevent him from doing anything to the gate. Secondly, it was to guard against Yang Kai in case he had any other needs. He could satisfy them at any time. With a half-saint assisting him, it was naturally very convenient. However, if Yang Kai wanted to devour the continent that had disappeared from Bailey Mo's territory, or even enter the Eternal Heaven continent, he would have to find a chance to get rid of him. Opportunities were always waiting. Things had just begun, so Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Half a day later, everyone arrived at the first gate. This gate had shown signs of instability hundreds of years ago, and now the situation was more and more obvious. It was flickering, as if it could collapse at any time. The army of 100,000 had been scattered 100 miles away and sealed off the area, not allowing anyone to enter without permission. Yang Kai arranged 10,000 of his troops in the inner circle to guard the area of 10 miles. Only then did he turn his head to look at Baya, who had been following him all this time. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Baya to leave temporarily. However, Yang Kai had obviously underestimated his thick skin. Baya had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, he chatted with Yang Kai about the customs of the proud snow continent. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. He knew that he would not be able to drive him away. Even if he made things clear, he would have an excuse to stay. When the time came, he only needed to say that it was the Lord's order, and Yang Kai would be helpless. In any case, Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would steal anything. He simply ignored him and flew straight to the realm gate. His body shook, and the space laws surged. Baya had stopped chattering the moment Yang Kai made a move, her eyes fixed on him as if she wanted to see through the mysteries behind his actions. When she felt the fluctuations of space force, a look of interest appeared on her face, and her divine sense surged silently as she tried to pry into the mysteries behind it. Although Yang Kai's back was facing Yang Kai, how could he not sense Yang Kai's subtle movements? He couldn't help sneering. If space principles were so easy to grasp, why would Bailey Mo want him? It was not the first time that he had to maintain an unstable portal. Yu Rumeng had more than a dozen continents under her command, and had maintained at least 30 portals. This gave him a lot of experience and confidence. Although the situation of the portal here was more serious, if Yang Kai went all out, it would only take less than half a day to restore it to its original state. At the very least, there would not be any changes for the next 1,000 years. However, if everything was too easy, it wouldn't show his importance. Therefore, Yang Kai was happy to slack off. He looked like he was concentrating and going all out, but in fact, he was thinking about the Eternal Heaven continent and the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. After stopping and resting several times, the situation of the portal became better and better each time. Baya was finally sure that Yang Kai really had the ability to repair and maintain the portal. It wasn't until a few days later that the portal was completely stabilized that Yang Kai flew back with a tired face. He nodded at Baya and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Baya's spirit was shaken, and she hurried forward to check. Although he didn't know the law of space, he could still sense whether the portal was stable or not. He passed through the portal and went directly to another continent. 2 hours later, he flew back from another direction with a face full of joy. Halfway back, he had already sent a message to Bei Liemo, informing her of the situation. Bei Liemo seemed to be very happy, and ordered him to fulfill all of Yang Kai's needs under conditions that permitted, and to let Yang Kai repair all of the portal as soon as possible. Because Yang Kai's ability had already spread to the ears of the other demon saint, many demon saints were naturally very interested in this matter. Several of them had already sent messages to Yu Meng, and were willing to pay a certain price to invite Yang Kai to their territory to take a look at the situation. Yu Meng naturally also sent a message to Bei Liemo, warning her not to mess around with Yang Kai, and to send Yang Kai back as soon as possible. A human, not long after coming to the demon territory, actually became a piece of delicious cake, and even many demon saints were attracted to him. It was really inconceivable to the extreme. Although Bei Liemo also wanted to keep Yang Kai in her territory for a long time, she also had to consider the feelings of the other demon saint. If she really did so, she was bound to become the public enemy of all the demon saint. This was also the reason why Yu Meng didn't stop Yang Kai from coming here, because she couldn't stop him. Otherwise, with her and Bei Liemo's grievances, how could she let Yang Kai come here so easily? After resting for half a day, the group set off again. As for the 100,000 soldiers who were on guard 100 miles away, Yang Kai had already sent them to the portal of another continent. In less than 5 days, the 2 unstable portals of the Proud Snow continent had been repaired, leaving only one portal that had disappeared. This portal took Yang Kai a little more time, and Baya also accompanied him throughout the whole process. Although she was mentally prepared, when she saw Yang Kai reappear in front of her eyes and stabilize the portal, she was still a little shocked. One had to know that this portal had disappeared for thousands of years, but even so, Yang Kai was still able to find traces of it and reopen it, showing how exquisite this human's attainments in the law of space were. Previously, she called Yang Kai Brother Yang because of Feng Limo's order, and now it seemed that this child's future was really limitless. She heard that there was also a guy in the astral boundary who was proficient in the law of space, and was known as the first person under the great emperors, relying on the mysterious space divine technique. If Yang Kai was lucky enough to grow to this extent, she might not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Baye's attitude towards Yang Kai also changed a little. In less than 10 days, the 3 portals of the Proud Snow continent had been repaired, and there was no need to repair them. Yang Kai led his 10,000 subordinates directly through a portal, and entered another continent to continue his work. Days passed, and although there were tens of thousands of subordinates guarding around, Yang Kai's life was monotonous and boring. However, the process of repairing the portals was also helpful to his comprehension of the law of space. After all, the realm gate was a passageway between worlds. Although he could also set up a space array, the space array could only be used in the same world. In comparison, the space array was inferior. If he could completely understand the secrets of the realm gate, he might be able to break through the barriers between worlds in the future, and take a big step forward in his attainments in the law of space. At that time, even Li Wuyi couldn't be compared to him. Because of this idea, the repair and maintenance of the portals was not a burden to Yang Kai, and he was happy to do it. He couldn't wait for the portals in the territory of the demon realm to have more problems, so that it would be more convenient for him to pry deeper into the mysteries of the portals. As time passed, Baya also lost the novelty at the beginning. When Yang Kai was repairing the portals, he could only watch from the side, and didn't even dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Yang Kai. Even though he was a half-saint, and his temperament was not bad, facing this kind of thing for a long time he would also feel bored. From the beginning, he was monitoring the whole process, until now he just closed his eyes and rested not far away, and even occasionally meditated to cultivate. It was true that he was a half-saint, but it didn't mean that he didn't need to cultivate. In the territory of the demon realm, there was also a saying that the bottle of heaven and earth was the limit. 12 demon saint was the limit, and it was impossible for a 13th demon saint to be born. But now the war between the 2 worlds was in full swing, and even the half-saint and fake emperors had gone into battle, and there was a risk of dying at any time. Who could guarantee that one day in the future, the demon saint and the great emperors would not fight each other? When that time came, there might be a demon saint or great emperors who would fall, and the vacated position would naturally be fought for by the half-saint and fake emperors. At this time, the more strength they accumulated, the more chances they would have in the future battle. Not to mention, there was still a great emperor trapped in the territory of the demon realm, and the demon saint hadn't done anything to him yet because they weren't fully prepared. Once the butcher's knife fell, it was bound to be another life and death battle. At that time, at least 2 digits of half-saint would be buried with him. Baya didn't want to be one of them, so he naturally had to be in peak condition at all times. Yang Kai naturally saw the changes on his side, and he was in a good mood. He felt that he was not far away from getting rid of him. 20 days later, the group of people passed through a realm gate and entered another continent. After walking out of the portal, Baya frowned slightly, looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and said, "Brother Yang, if I remember correctly, there is no problem with the portal of this continent. Why did you come here?" Yang Kai said, "There is no problem now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Maybe you guys haven't found out yet. Since the Lord entrusted me to handle the portal, I naturally have to be responsible to the end. It doesn't take much effort to come here and investigate. It's best if there is nothing wrong, but if there is, I can make up for it in advance." Although Baya felt strange, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He nodded and said, "Brother Yang is really responsible." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I was entrusted by others, and I'm just doing my duty." As he spoke, he flew forward first, found a portal nearby, and carefully investigated it. And this investigation took 3 days. Baya was a little impatient from waiting, and thought that Yang Kai really found something wrong. When Yang Kai flew back, he hurriedly asked, "Did you find anything?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No, this portal is in good condition." Baya was stunned. Everything was in good condition, but you checked it for 3 days? Although 3 days wasn't much, this was only one realm gate. If every realm gate was inspected like this, how much time would that waste? Chapter 3503. Very quickly, Baya felt that Yang Kai was being a little too serious about the realm gates. As they walked through the continents, he had to check every single realm gate carefully. In the end, the realm gates that were still in good condition naturally had no problems. He was wasting a lot of time for no reason. This made Baya a little speechless. She tried to persuade Yang Kai several times, but to no avail. She decided not to say anything more. "If you want to waste time, so be it. At most, I'll accompany you for a few months." A month later, when they entered another continent, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Baya, it seems that you've been running around with me recently. Why don't you wait for me here? I'll see if there are any problems with the realm gates here. If there are no problems, we'll set off for the next place." Baya thought for a while and said, "All right then, Brother Yang, go quickly and come back quickly." The main thing was that the realm gates on this continent had always been very stable. There were no problems at all. Based on their previous experience, she also knew that Yang Kai would definitely check every single realm gate one by one. In the end, she would find nothing. Yang Kai nodded and ordered his 10,000 subordinates to set off. When they were far away from Baya's perception range, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "Damn, I finally got rid of this dog skin plaster. I didn't waste all my previous efforts." The realm gates on this continent were indeed very stable. However, according to the information that Yang Kai had obtained, there was once a realm gate that collapsed. The continent that the realm gate connected to also disappeared. Baya only knew that he could maintain the unstable realm gates and repair the ones that connected to the continents that still existed. However, if the continents disappeared, then there was no way to find the realm gates that were connected to the continents. However, what Baya didn't know was that the return to ruins could provide some help for what Yang Kai couldn't do. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai led his 10,000 subordinates directly to the realm gate that had disappeared a long time ago. He ordered Tu Charo, In Baza, and the others to seal off the area within a 10-mile radius. No one was allowed to come close. The Demon King naturally didn't suspect anything. They had done this before and were already familiar with it. More than 10,000 subordinates were quickly arranged. Only then did Yang Kai come to the realm gate that had disappeared. He carefully identified the location and used his perception to sense it. He then turned his head and looked around. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly released the return to ruins from the small sealed world. The void of N shook its head and opened its bloody mouth. It bit down on a certain spot in the void and tore a hole in it. After a few bites, the aura of the other world faintly. Yang Kai quickly put it away before pushing his space principles to open this void corridor. He couldn't go there himself. If Baiya came here on a whim and didn't see him, she would definitely be suspicious. Then he could only let the embodiment go. With a flick of his finger, he directly sent the sealed world bead to the continent on the other side. Then he waited silently. In order to deceive others, Yang Kai even used his space principles to obscure the traces of the void corridor. This way, even if Baiya really came here at this time, she wouldn't necessarily discover anything. After 4 or 5 days, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. Using his space principles, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void in front of him. After a short while, when he retracted his hand, he had already taken back the sealed world bead. He didn't have time to communicate with the embodiment about his gains on this trip. He just punched the void in front of him a few times, causing the power of the void to become even more chaotic. Then he turned around and left. It wouldn't take long for the traces here to be restored. At that time, no one would be able to find anything. He wasn't in a hurry to find Baiya. Instead, he led his subordinates to continue to investigate the other realm gates. Since he was putting on a show, he naturally had to go all the way. Halfway through, he communicated with the embodiment and learned that he had gained a lot this time. Although he had found 3 missing continents in Yu Ru Meng's territory before, he had only found some myriad demons pills the first time. The next 2 continents had even destroyed the nest of myriad demons, so naturally, he didn't find any myriad demons pills. This time he had gained more than 1,000 myriad demons pills. Including the ones from last time, it was almost enough for the embodiment to advance to a half-saint. However, even if he had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, it would still take some time to refine these myriad demons pills. After all, the energy stored in the myriad demons pills was really incredible. A few days later, the last realm gate was investigated. A group of people rushed toward Baiya, ready to meet up with her, and enter the next continent. Baiya suddenly flew to Yang Kai's side and turned to look at him. Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. "What are you doing?" Baiya stammered for a while, but in the end her curiosity won out. "Can you find those missing continents?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Baiya rolled her eyes and said flirtatiously, "I mean what I said. Don't pretend. The place you first went had a realm gate that connected to a continent, but that continent disappeared thousands of years ago. If you didn't find it, why would you waste so much time there?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'm just doing some research to see if I can find traces of that continent. I did the same in Saint Dreamlike's territory. What's wrong with that?" Baiya didn't know whether he was telling the truth or not. She was just a little suspicious. She frowned and said, "But I clearly saw you take something out of the void. Don't forget, I'm a feather demon." As she spoke, she even poked her eyes to show that she had good eyesight as a feather demon. What others couldn't see didn't mean that she couldn't see. "You saw wrong." Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Baiya curled her lips. "You're quite careful. Don't worry, since I'm telling you this, it means that I won't tell anyone. Otherwise, I could have secretly told that Baiya. I'm just a little curious." "Curiosity kills." Yang Kai snorted. Baiya said angrily, I know. You're so annoying. Why can't we have a proper chat? Why are you acting so weird? My soul puppet is still in your hands, so how can I not want something good from you? I just want to remind you to be careful in the future." Yang Kai didn't say anything. Although he wasn't sure what she saw, she definitely found something. A feather demon's eyesight was indeed incomparable to ordinary people. However, with the soul puppet in his hands, Yang Kai wasn't afraid that she would do anything to harm him. Otherwise, if he was in trouble, she would definitely be in trouble too. Tukuro, Baza, and the other high-ranked demon king who stayed behind in the Blue Plains continent were the same. These 3 were even more miserable than Baiya. Yang Kai had planted his divine soul brand on them. He could truly decide their life and death with a single thought. After meeting up with Bayer again, they entered the next continent through the realm gate. He found that with this experience, the rest of his journey was much more convenient. Only when the realm gates were being repaired and maintained would Bayer watch from the side. However, when he went to investigate the realm gates that were still in good condition, Bayer was too lazy to follow him. This naturally made it easier for Yang Kai to act stealthily. After Boya's reminder last time, Yang Kai also became much more cautious. He directly ordered his 10,000 subordinates to stay 30 kilometers away from the realm gate, while only Tukuro, Baza, and Boya stayed within 10 kilometers of the realm gate. Even sound was excluded from the equation. This time, Tukuro and Baza also felt that something was wrong. Although they didn't quite understand what Yang Kai was doing, it was obviously not something good. Helpless, they were planted with the divine soul brand by Yang Kai, so even if they were suspicious in their hearts, they didn't dare to ask. Like this, Yang Kai found 3 missing continents in Bei Limo's territory. The area of the small sealed world expanded again, and myriad demon pills were harvested again. The continents swallowed by the small sealed world reformed into a new world inside the small sealed world, leaving behind obvious characteristics of the demon territory and the world principles of the demon territory. Yang Kai estimated that even if he threw in some demon race, they would still be able to survive inside. 2 months later, on another continent, in a wilderness, 10,000 subordinates were scattered 30 kilometers away. There were only 4 figures here: Yang Kai, Boya, Tukuro, Baza, and the others. A strong wind blew, causing his clothes to flutter. Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn, and even Boya and the others were a little nervous. Their experiences a few days ago had made them all speculate, and they knew that now was the time to lay all their cards on the table. Among the 3 of them, only Boya knew a little more because she had seen more. Although Tukuro and Baza knew that Yang Kai was definitely hiding something, they didn't know what it was. Today, Yang Kai suddenly left the 3 of them here alone. Obviously, he was up to something, and if things went wrong, they might get into trouble. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the 3 people in front of him, and finally fixed on Boya. The 3 of you are this king's most trusted people, and you are bound together for good or ill. That's why this king left you here. If something happens to this king, the 3 of you won't be able to escape death, but if I'm safe, you can naturally sit back and relax. Hearing him speak so seriously, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Tukuro braced himself and cupped his fists. If there's anything your majesty needs, please tell us. We will do our best. Baza also echoed. Please give us your orders, your majesty. Boya didn't say a word, and her face was filled with reluctance. Ever since she discovered a little bit of Yang Kai's secret, she knew that following him was never a good thing, and now it seemed that she was right. For a moment, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She thought that she could borrow Yang Kai's power to protect herself, but who knew that she would end up in a trap? Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's not a dangerous matter, so don't think too much about it. This king only needs you to stay here. Immediately, he quietly transmitted a few words to the 3 of them. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other, but they didn't ask any questions and obediently obeyed. Tukuro's body trembled, and as his blood chi surged, the world was dyed red. In the blink of an eye, the place where everyone was shrouded in a blood mist. This blood mist had the effect of isolating divine sense, so unless one's cultivation was stronger than Tukuro's, it would be absolutely impossible to find any clues. Chapter 3504. At the same time, Yang Kai had already used the divine technique of space. With a few flashes, he had quietly arrived 500 kilometers away. Although the lives of Boya and Tukurabeza were in his hands, and there was no risk of their secrets being leaked, he still had to be on guard. He didn't plan to let these 3 know that he was going to the Eternal Heaven continent. Leaving them there was just a ruse. After preparing for so long, the results were about to be revealed. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel somewhat nervous. He didn't know whether the great emperors of Bright Moon were in the Eternal Heaven continent. According to the information he had obtained, the great emperors of Bright Moon were very likely to have fallen in the Eternal Heaven continent. After all, 3 of the realm gates of a continent couldn't suddenly disappear for no reason. unless something major had happened on the continent. The battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was enough to change the situation of a continent. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had already arrived on a plateau. Along the way, he carefully avoided the native demon race of this continent. After arriving here, he used his divine sense to sense with all his might. There was originally a realm gate here that was connected to the eternal heaven continent. It was also one of the 3 realm gates that had disappeared. However, it hadn't disappeared for a long time, so if he didn't find the wrong location, he should be able to easily sense some traces. Things were progressing smoothly. Yang Kai had already sensed the remnant aura of the realm gate in less than an incense stick's worth of time. He flew to a high altitude. Under the surge of the spatial law, he inserted his hands into the void, took a deep breath, and suddenly tore it open. As if a piece of cloth had been torn, a crack immediately appeared in the void, big enough for one person to enter. Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment. His figure flashed, and he plunged into the crack. Without waiting for his eyes to adapt to the new scenery, Yang Kai had already used the Nihility secret technique at the same time, banishing himself into the void. At the same time, he restrained his essence, energy, and spirit, not revealing the slightest bit of aura. But soon he discovered that he was a little too nervous. There wasn't any aura of living beings in this place. At least, there wasn't any within the range of his divine senses perception. Originally, he had guessed that if the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had really fallen into the hands of the Eternal Heaven continent, then this place would definitely be heavily guarded. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be the scene before his eyes? Such a situation meant that either his guess was wrong, or the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire had fallen into a deeper location, and the demon race had not set up any defenses here. However, no matter which possibility it was, since Yang Kai had already arrived at the Eternal Heaven continent, he had to find out what was going on. He turned around and glanced at the void that he had torn apart. It was healing at an extremely fast speed, and it would not take long for it to completely recover. Yang Kai didn't have the time to wait for it to close up again. After identifying the direction, he randomly chose a direction and flew out at a low altitude. He didn't dare to fly too high, so as to avoid being discovered. He also didn't dare to fly too fast. Even Yang Kai had to do his best to restrain his aura, so the speed of his investigation was naturally very slow. After flying for a full 2 hours, Yang Kai still hadn't seen even half a living person. This inevitably made him feel very strange. Where the hell did the demon race of the Eternal Heaven continent go? However, such a strange situation gave him some confidence in the Bright Moon Empire. Great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire had fallen into this place. A trapped beast would still fight. There was no safe place in this entire continent. The demon race naturally had to evacuate in advance. After another half an hour, Yang Kai finally found something. It wasn't the traces of the demon race, but the remnants of the battlefield after a great battle. The earth below was a mess. Mountains had collapsed, rivers had flowed in reverse, and traces of extremely destructive power could be felt everywhere. Gullies that were tens of thousands of meters deep and extended for an unknown number of kilometers were crisscrossed, as if they were scars between heaven and earth that would never heal. The chaotic power of the laws of nature was endlessly surging around these scars. Even though Yang Kai hadn't approached them, the waves of terrifying aura still made him tremble with fear. There were also cracks in the void that couldn't be closed up. They had arranged the entire heaven and earth into a net of slaughter. Anyone who dared to trespass would certainly die without a burial place. Those cracks in the void weren't as orderly as the ones torn by Yang Kai. Instead, they were irregular. Some were long, some were round, and some were like funnels. However, no matter which one it was, the surroundings were filled with the destructive power of the laws of nature. These laws were like the toxins on an abscess, preventing the heaven and earth from self-healing. The reason for this scene was naturally because an expert had taken action and shattered the void. And the only experts who could cause this effect, apart from the great emperors, were the demon saint. The great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire were here. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Yang Kai could finally confirm that his previous guess wasn't wrong. The Eternal Sky Continent was definitely the battlefield where the great emperors and the demon saint had clashed. Otherwise, the mountains and rivers wouldn't have undergone such shocking changes. And this place was very likely the place where the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire first clashed with the demon saint. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. His deep gaze seemed as if it could penetrate the hundreds of millions of kilometers of territory and see the deepest part of the battlefield. Without stopping, he flew inside in a flash. The further he went, the more chaotic the battlefield became. From time to time, a huge hole that seemed to lead straight to the ground would appear on the ground below. The whole earth seemed to have been turned over several times. It was truly barren. The more Yang Kai looked, the more shocked he became. He really didn't know what kind of enemies Bright Moon had faced back then. What kind of situation would she be in now? Following the traces left behind by this incomparable battle, Yang Kai flew forward for a full day, but still couldn't find any trace of Bright Moon. Another day later, Yang Kai, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped. He promptly descended to a height of 3,000 meters, restrained his aura, and looked forward. He saw a large group of people and horses 100 kilometers ahead. They were crossing the mountains and ridges, crossing the chaotic battlefield and moving forward in a winding manner. Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. Although the distance was too far, and he couldn't see clearly, wasn't the number of demon race in front of him a bit too much? He roughly estimated that there were at least 1 million of them. Moreover, this was only the ones within his field of vision. Those demon race were almost lined up in a long line, as if they were on a pilgrimage somewhere. The ones outside his field of vision were probably even more innumerable. He had thought that the demon race of the Eternal Heaven Continent had retreated because of the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. The demon race hadn't retreated. Instead, they were converging in a certain place. Unable to understand the situation, Yang Kai slightly concealed his aura and cautiously approached that place. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any powerful experts there. Even if there were some demon king, they wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence with their divine consciousness. After approaching a certain distance, Yang Kai was finally able to clearly see the situation of the demon race. Their numbers were indeed incomparably large. Previously, he had only seen about 1 million, but now it seemed that there were more than 1 million demon race in front of him. There was no end in sight. There were both young and old people in the demon race, and many of them seemed to be dragging their families along as they migrated to a certain place. However, the majority of the demon race had very strange expressions on their faces. They were solemn, stirring, and resolute. Although there were so many demon race troops moving forward, there was strangely not much noise. There were only a few demon kings in charge of supervising them, loudly urging and shouting. What exactly were they doing? Yang Kai, who was hiding in the dark, tightly knitted his brows. He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He vaguely felt that all of this should be related to Mingyu, but he couldn't figure out where the connection came from. The demon race couldn't possibly be relying on human wave tactics to kill a great emperors, right? If they really did that, the demon race in the Eternal Heaven Continent wouldn't even be enough for him to kill. Since he couldn't figure it out, and didn't feel like thinking about it, Yang Kai glanced at the direction in which the countless demon race were moving, and also rushed forward in that direction. The further he flew, the more apprehensive Yang Kai became. The demon race troops seemed to be endless. Now, it seemed that the demon race troops of the entire continent were all gathering in one place. After another day, a little change finally appeared in front of him. The sky was blood red, as if it had been drenched in blood. There was even a certain place that was emitting a fiendish and evil aura that soared to the sky. Even though he was very far away, Yang Kai could still smell the strong smell of blood coming from that place. His complexion couldn't help but change. He was at least 1,500 kilometers away from that place. If he could smell the smell of blood even at such a distance, how many people had died there? Even if the people who died were members of the demon race, they were still fresh lives. Could it be that the demon race really planned to use human wave tactics to exhaust Mingyu to death? This was too much of a joke. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless now that he had reached this place. If Mingyu was really in the Eternal Heaven Continent, then the place where he had fallen was definitely 1,500 kilometers away. There must be a demon saint guarding that place. His divine sense was indeed powerful, and no one had discovered his tracks along the way. However, it was still wishful thinking to get close to Mingyu under the surveillance of a demon saint. I have to think of a safer way. Yang Kai's mind was spinning rapidly as he cautiously approached Mingyu. However, he couldn't think of a feasible way no matter how much he thought about it. The gap in strength was an insurmountable chasm. If there was really a demon saint guarding this place, he would be exposed before he could even get close. How should he answer if he was asked later? Could he say that he was curious and came to take a look? What's more, the other party might directly kill him, and he wouldn't even bother to ask. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai could only place his attention on the demon race. That demon race team was approaching the bloody land. Mixing in with this huge team and waiting for an opportunity to enter should be the best way. The only thing he needed to worry about was that the end of this team might not be some kind of dead end. After making up his mind, Yang Kai didn't delay. He dressed up a little, making himself look more like a demon race member. Only then did he approach the team of demon race. After observing the surroundings for a while, he found a suitable opportunity and directly entered the team with a flash. It was naturally impossible to directly teleport over like this. Although these demon race members were solemn and resolute, and had a silent appearance, they would definitely be suspicious if another person suddenly appeared in front of them. Therefore, Yang Kai teleported in a squatting position. Then he slowly got up and moved forward with the team. Chapter 3505. In this way, even if the nearby demon race felt something was strange, they would not be suspicious and would only think that he had just climbed up after falling down. Sure enough, when Yang Kai straightened up, the demon race behind him glanced at him, but did not ask anything. The team was huge and quiet. The demon kings rode their majestic demonic beasts and ran back and forth, urging the demon race to pick up their pace. Yang Kai, like the other demon race members, did not say a word. He lowered his head slightly and used the hair on his forehead as cover to quietly observe his surroundings. The further they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. The air was filled with a nauseating smell, and Yang Kai could faintly hear the sound of waves crashing. This made him puzzled. Could it be that there was an ocean in front of them? The distance of 1,000 li was not far, but it was not near either. Yang Kai walked with the team for more than half a day, but only halfway through the journey, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a huge blood-red pillar. This pillar was dark red in color, and its surface was engraved with extremely profound and complex patterns. Yang Kai only looked at it for a moment, but he felt his heart palpitate. It was as if countless demons and ghosts were rushing at him. It was as thick as dozens of people hugging it, and it was unknown how long it was, connecting the sky and the earth. Just the part that was protruding from the ground was at least several thousand zhang tall, not to mention that a large part of it was buried in the ground. And the reason why this pillar was dark red was because there was blood surging on it. It was unknown where the blood came from, but it was gushing out from the complex patterns on its surface and slowly flowed down, as if it would never be completely drained. It was filled with an evil feeling. A formation base. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know what this pile was, it was definitely a spirit array base. In other words, there was a shocking spirit array here, and such a sensational spirit array definitely had more than just this pile of piles as its base. He raised his eyes to look into the distance, and he noticed that it was just as he'd expected. In the surroundings of the blood world, there was a pillar like this every 50 kilometers or so. It was like a nail that the gods had hammered down here with the intention of nailing something or someone to death here. And Yang Kai alone saw as many as 5 of these pillars. And he was afraid that there were even more that he did not see. Who else could such a shocking formation be used to deal with other than Mingyu? The demon saint of the demon territory had really spent a lot of money. Just to create such a formation base would have to consume the wealth of many continents. But now, they were using it to deal with a single person. But if they could really use this formation to kill one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, then any price would be worth it. Mingyu's situation. Yang Kai's heart sank. They were originally fighting an away battle, and they were even outnumbered. Now they were trapped by a great formation. It seemed that the demon territory was determined to kill Mingyu on the Eternal Heaven continent. And once Mingyu died, the gap between the top fighting power of the Star Realm and the demon territory would increase again. The Star Realm, which was already in a precarious situation, would be even worse. At that time, if all the demon saint from the demon territory came out, the Star Realm would definitely not be able to resist. The reason why the demon saint did not take action now was firstly because they wanted to use this war to reduce the population of the demon race, and secondly because they were afraid of damaging the Star Realm too much. They already regarded the Star Realm as their possession, so how could they allow their future home to be destroyed because of a war? As his thoughts fluctuated, Yang Kai followed the team and kept moving forward. Finally, at a certain moment he saw the source of the blood world. It was simply a sea of blood. It was boundless, and it was surrounded by the huge formation base he saw before. It was constantly rolling, and the sound of waves crashing was not an illusion. It was real. In the sea of blood, countless corpses and bones were rolling, resentful spirits were wailing, and baleful auras were soaring to the sky. Around the sea of blood, there were demon race members emitting dark red blood auras. They had solemn expressions on their faces, and their eyes were tightly closed. They were making different hand seals, and the demonic yuan in their bodies was surging. It was unknown what kind of secret technique they were using. These demon race members were all blood demons. In the demon territory, their control over blood was hard to compare with the other demon race members. These blood demons were separated from each other by hundreds of meters. Their strength varied, but they had all reached the level of the Demon King. Just as Yang Kai was observing, the demon race members who had walked to the edge of the Sea of Blood threw themselves into the boundless Sea of Blood without any hesitation. They melted without a sound and became a part of the Sea of Blood, increasing its power. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He finally understood how this huge Sea of Blood came to be, and why those demon race members were all gathered in one place. This was a blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice for the demon race below the Demon King of the entire Eternal Heaven continent. Although Yang Kai did not know the principle behind it, such a huge scale of blood sacrifice was obviously aimed at Mingyu. Coupled with that extremely terrifying formation, this blood sacrifice would definitely play an unimaginable role. What was Mingyu's current situation? He had fallen into this place alone. He had fought against many demon saint before, so he definitely would not have come out unscathed. Even though he was a great emperor, he was bound to be injured. Now that he was trapped in this place by the demon race using a blood sacrifice and a formation, he was afraid that things were not looking good for him. Yang Kai secretly clenched his fists, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. One by one, the demon race members threw themselves into the Sea of Blood without any regard for their own safety. Most of them did not hesitate. Although they were somewhat unwilling, it seemed that they did not have the courage to resist. 4 hours later, it was almost Yang Kai's turn, but he still had not come up with a good plan. With his current strength, he would not be able to save Mingyu if his identity was exposed. Although he did not detect the aura of a demon saint, there were quite a few half-saint here. The demon race in front of him had all jumped into the Sea of Blood. Yang Kai stood in front of the Sea of Blood, and could feel all kinds of evil contained within. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, the nearby demon kings all looked over, their faces gloomy. At this point, there was no other way. Although this Sea of Blood was evil and terrifying, Yang Kai believed that he should be able to deal with it. Therefore, even if he really jumped in, nothing would happen. As long as he quickly hid after entering, there might still be a chance. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and jumped in, then quickly sank down. The blood was viscous and extremely corrosive, so Yang Kai did not dare to resist it too early. Without any protection, even his half-dragon body was being corroded by the blood, causing him to feel a sharp pain, as if he was being burned alive. After sinking for more than 1,000 meters, Yang Kai felt that it was about time and slightly circulated his emperor chi to resist. In the next moment, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept over his body. Yang Kai's expression stiffened, his face turning ashen in an instant. He had been careful enough, but he had not expected to be exposed in the end. Although this divine sense was unfamiliar, Yang Kai could sense how powerful it was. This was definitely the divine sense of the great emperors or demon saint. What should I do? Should I fight to the death? In front of a demon saint, Yang Kai was afraid that he would not have the strength to resist. For now, he could only hope that he would be of some use in repairing the realm gate, so that he would not be killed immediately. Just as Yang Kai was letting his imagination run wild, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the depths of the sea of blood. At the same time, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, causing the entire sea of blood to roil as if it was boiling. Yang Kai turned pale with fright and hurriedly stabilized his body, but he still felt like a small boat in a storm, without the slightest sense of security. For a moment, the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. Just when he thought that he was going to lose his life here, a burst of wild laughter suddenly rang in his ears. Good timing. Just as he finished speaking, another terrifying energy fluctuation came from above his head. Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. The energy fluctuation coming from above his head was definitely caused by the demon saint guarding this place. Then it was self-evident who was the one who made the first move. Inside the sea of blood, Yang Kai could not see anything around him, nor did he dare to use his divine sense to probe. So he had no idea what was happening outside. He only heard a series of rumbling sounds, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The violent energy fluctuations suddenly spread out, causing the sea of blood to boil incessantly. Muffled groans came from all directions, and with those groans, life was extinguished. The aftermath of the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was something that even the demon king could not withstand, causing countless casualties in an instant. Just as Yang Kai was trying to adjust his body, he suddenly felt his body lighten, and the sticky feeling that had been wrapping around him all this time disappeared. Surprised, Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw that the sea of blood around him was being pushed away by an invisible force, and in front of him, a passage large enough for one person to pass through appeared, leading straight to the depths of the sea of blood. Slightly startled, Yang Kai revealed a look of pleasant surprise, and while the unknown demon saint was distracted, he hurriedly rushed forward. As he ran, the sea of blood behind him collapsed and was once again filled with blood. The aftermath of the battle between the two powerhouses was slowly dissipating, and the boiling sea of blood calmed down once more. Yang Kai had already passed through the sea of blood and reached an unknown depth. In the boundless sea of blood, there was a world filled with a soft white light. This world was less than 100 feet in radius, and in the center of this world, there was a man with a red face and white teeth. He was as gentle as jade, and was sitting there cross-legged. This man looked a bit too young, only around 17 or 18 years old. He seemed like an elegant youth. Behind the young man's head hung a waning moon. It was this waning moon that was exuding a bright moonlight, resisting the invasion of the sea of blood, and creating a pure land in this chaotic world. The bright moon great emperors. Yang Kai had seen him once before, because he had returned the key to open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. He had been able to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda to gain experience. When he left Star Soul Palace, the great emperors had deliberately come out and said a few words to him, but at that time, the great emperors did not reveal their identities, but Yang Kai was well aware. Now that they met again, Bright Moon's appearance had not changed at all, but his condition was far worse than before. His hair had grown white and was as white as snow, and there was a huge wound on his lower left abdomen, through which Yang Kai could even see the squirming of his internal organs. Around the wound, pitch-black demonic chi was surging, constantly eroding his vitality. His snow-white clothes were covered with dried blood and dark red spots.